Chapter 1, the system arrives too early yesterday. A level 9 typhoon suddenly struck Qingshui City, suspected to be caused by a king-class magical beast. Nearby residents, please stay alert. Genius girl Jiang Shui contracts a rainbow-class magical beast egg on the eve of the college entrance exams. Direct admission to Tiangong University secured. Spiritual arts professor Shin Mo invents a groundbreaking spiritual art, heralding a new era for beast masters. National Contract Day officially begins today, as all high school seniors will randomly contract their own magical beasts. Qingshui No. 1 High School, school playground. Looking at the news on his phone, Lu Ming finally confirmed it. He had crossed over into a world of beast mastery. 500 years ago, this planet called Blue Star was pulled by the gravitational force of a special planet. The two worlds merged without shattering, miraculously embedding into each other. Countless magical beasts surged into the human world. Overnight, humanity lost 80% of its population. Even nuclear weapons proved useless against those king-class magical beasts. Just as despair set in, a unique profession awakened: Beastmasters. It was the Beastmasters who defended humanity's last shred of dignity. After 500 years of development, humanity had established a mature system for the Beastmaster profession, and today was National Contract Day. On this day, countless high school seniors would contract their own magical beasts. Gu Changsheng contracts a mortal-class green-level magical beast, the blood-chasing Shadow Wolf. On the playground, the invigilator's slightly excited voice rang out. Hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in gasps of astonishment. Their eyes all turned toward the center of the playground, where a handsome boy with sharp eyebrows and a faint smile stood. Beside him was a wolf-like magical beast, half a person's height tall. Its limbs were slender, its muscle lines smooth, its dark purple fur resembled a specter in the night. Especially those crimson, sharp eyes, they made the students' hearts skip a beat. After the initial fear came the school-wide cheers and discussions. My god, young Master Gu actually contracted a green-level magical beast? He's definitely getting into a top-tier Beastmaster university now, right? More than just getting in. With his family background, he could aim for the 4 great academies: Eastwood, Southridge, West Stream, and Northstrike. Handsome, rich, and so talented. And so devoted too. I'm so envious of Senior Chu Yunyan. They're practically a match made in heaven. Compared to them, that simp trailing behind Senior Chu, TSK, how does he even have the face to stick around? As they spoke, the crowd's gaze suddenly shifted toward Class 3 next door. Among the students of Class 3, senior year, stood a delicate and graceful girl. At that moment, she was waving at Gu Changsheng, who had just contracted the blood-chasing Shadow Wolf. Behind the girl stood a tall, fair-skinned young man. He stood there in a daze. This guy looked a little dumb. Well, the so-called simp was none other than Lu Ming. To be more precise, it was the original owner of the body before he crossed over. Thinking about this, Lu Ming felt annoyed. This idiot, instead of chasing the innocent and petite girls at home, had to go for a tea connoisseur. And not just any tea, a mix of red, white, green, and black tea, a true tea spirit. Now, he was left holding the bag. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd's cheers, Gu Changsheng walked straight up to Chu Yunyan. In front of the entire school, he launched his romantic charge. Chu Yunyan, will you join me in striving for the 4 great academies? Hearing this, Chu Yunyan's face flushed red. Then, with a hint of reserve, she nodded. Next, she turned to Lu Ming and gave him a sweet smile. Classmate Lu, I've always considered you a friend, but from now on, I'll be Gu Changsheng's girlfriend. We should keep our distance, so let's meet less in the future. Of course, I'll always think of you as a friend. Looking at the overly dramatic girl in front of him, Lu Ming rolled his eyes inwardly. Without even guessing, he knew how mocking the surrounding gazes must be at that moment. Before he could say anything, Gu Changsheng stepped in and pulled Chu Yunyan away. Before leaving, he leaned close to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, Bro, a pauper is just a pauper. What do you think you can compete with me? If you know what's good for you, scram. My family's screw factory still needs a screw tightener. Why don't you skip the college entrance exam and come work for us? Hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This cliché face-slapping scenario, I know this one. What's the protagonist supposed to do at this point in the novel? Ah, right. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west. Gu, stop acting all high and mighty. My bro can also contract a green-tier magical beast. Don't look down on people. Come on, Lao Lu. Let's not waste words on these two scumbags. Ha, that was supposed to be my line. Turning his head, he saw a chubby guy fiercely standing in front of him, spouting all the lines the protagonist was supposed to say. Bro, who's the protagonist here, you or me? Could you not steal my spotlight? He recognized the guy, Lu Yi, the original host's good friend. Gu Changsheng, upon hearing Lu Ye's words, merely smirked disdainfully. Under the envious gazes of the male students, He wrapped his arm around Chu Yunyan's shoulder. Before leaving, he couldn't resist provoking Lu Ming further, subtly lowering his hand to her waist. His smug look seemed to say, "See this, loser? The car you couldn't even dream of driving, I'm about to floor the gas pedal till it smokes. Damn it, a dog barking because of its master's power. Come on, Lao Lu, let's go. It's our class's turn, let's show him a green tear." "No, a rainbow tear magical beast." Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming chuckled and rolled his eyes. How easy did he think it was to summon a rainbow tier beast? In this world, magical beasts were ranked into 9 tiers: common, soldier, general, martial, king, emperor, saint, mythic, and immortal. Each tier had 10 levels. All magical beasts started at common tier, 1 star at birth. What set them apart was their bloodline. Bloodline grades were divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, rainbow, ancient, and mythic. 10 levels. The better the bloodline, the faster the beast's growth. Powerful beasts could even directly empower their masters, passively boosting the beast master's strength. Every young person dreamed of contracting a powerful beast. But alas, over 99% of the students in the school only managed to summon the lowest tier red grade beasts. Surveying the rows of beast eggs on the field, Lu Ming finally chose one with a metallic sheen. Dripping his blood onto it, a flash of light erupted. The next moment, the shell cracked open. From the massive fragments emerged a tiny mouse-like beast, barely the size of Lu Ming's palm. With just one glance, the examiner emotionlessly announced, "Lu Ming, common tier, red grade magical beast, metal eater rat." Next, the surrounding classmates had already turned their attention to Lu Ming. Upon learning he'd only contracted a red grade beast, those who had previously mocked him in whispers now raised their voices openly. "But, a pheasant dreaming of pairing with a phoenix? A nobody like him, thinking he could summon a green tier beast? Does he even have the qualifications? Even if he did contract one, so what? Beast masters rely on resources. Without them, a green tier beast would be wasted on him. What do you call this? Loyal dogs die a miserable death. What kind of warm guy? Go sit at the dog's table." Hey, why is he just standing there dumbfounded? Is he really that stupid? Faced with the mockery of those around him, Lu Ming wore a stunned expression. It seemed like he had suffered quite a blow, but only he knew the truth. The moment he contracted the magical beast, ding, a peculiar mechanical electronic tone rang in his ears. Suddenly, a translucent blue screen appeared before his eyes. At the age of 18, you contracted the red tier beast, the gold-devouring rat. Your family gritted their teeth and took out a 600,000 gold loan to secure resources for you. Through extraordinary effort and a stroke of luck, you eventually got admitted to a third-rate beast taming university. At 28, as a 3-star beast tamer, you were about to propose to your girlfriend when you realized the car you couldn't bear to drive was already an 18th hand clunker. Disheartened, you decided to enlist in the beast taming corps. At 30, your superior, Shang Wanjun, made life difficult for you, forcing you into a suicide squad. During a mission, you were attacked by the general tier beast, the iron-fanged gold-severing tiger. Your gold-devouring rat, trying to save you, had its organs crushed. Unable to afford treatment, you had to replace them with artificial ones, drastically reducing its potential. At 35, your physical strength declined significantly. The military took pity on you and granted you a loan to purchase a mortal tier, green tier beast, the Nether King Serpent. After deducting years of military merits, the loan amounted to 4.2 million gold. At 38, after a decade in the military, you not only failed to find a breakthrough but also accumulated countless hidden injuries. Your general tier, orange tier gold-devouring rat was severely wounded protecting you, now on the brink of death. That year, the beast invasion struck Qingshui City. The 1.65 million gold RV you had yet to pay off was destroyed. Your home collapsed, and all your loved ones perished. Your Nether King Serpent, barely developed, died in the beast tide. Only your gold-devouring rat with shattered organs, depleted potential, broken limbs, and nearing the end of its life remained curled up beside you. Amid the city's ruins, you watched helplessly, silently lighting a cigarette. Host, Lu Ming, the midlife beast taming comeback system has finished loading. Do you have the courage to begin your comeback at the age of 40? Chapter 2, Who Doesn't Have a Childhood Sweetheart? Staring at the text on the screen, Lu Ming fell into a long silence. What, 38 years old? He was only 18. Damn, did the system arrive too early? As for the last line on the screen, without hesitation, Lu Ming clicked yes. Midlife comeback system loaded. Host, Lu Ming, age, 38. You failed in life. Standing at a crossroads, recalling your childhood sweetheart. Now, she's the director of the National Beast Healing Institute, a top-tier national protected figure. Though your statuses are worlds apart, she is the only hope to heal your gold-devouring rat. Quest, reclaim your childhood sweetheart, reconnect with Xiatian, reward, a clue to advancing the gold-devouring rat's bloodline. Ha! Reading the system's prompt, Lu Ming scratched his head. His mind immediately flashed to the original host's childhood sweetheart, Xiatian. The thought of her gave him a headache, because the original host, that idiot, had been brainwashed chasing after a green tea. Ignoring Xiatian's warnings, he even lashed out at her. He swore to cut ties forever, vowing never to see her again. Now, the bullet fired recklessly in youth had to be taken by him. The transmigrator. How is this fair? Speaking of which, wasn't Xiatian in class 4? Shouldn't she be stepping up to contract a beast too? As Lu Ming pondered, the field erupted in gasps once more. Even the usually emotionless proctor's voice grew excited. Xiatian has contracted a common blue-grade plant-type magical beast, the mother-child golden lotus. Blue-grade? In an instant, the entire school was in an uproar. Even the principal and several school leaders nearly jumped with excitement. A seed, an absolute seed for the top 4 academies. If an orange-grade magical beast is 1 in 100, then a blue-grade is 1 in 100,000. Before the college entrance exams, there's a great hope of reaching the soldier tier with a combat pet. Last year, the threshold for the top 4 academies was a Beastmaster level of soldier tier 2 stars. Even if she can't make it to the top 4 academies, a first-rate Beastmaster university is practically guaranteed. At this moment, Xiatian was holding a lotus-like magical beast no larger than the size of her palm. The main body resembled a blooming lotus, occasionally emitting wisps of dreamy purple mist from its seeds. Just a whiff of it was enough to invigorate the spirit. Despite its plant-like appearance, the mother-child golden lotus could float through the air like a jellyfish. The next second, the mother-child golden lotus perched atop Xiatian's head like a uniquely styled beret. Paired with her 1.5-meter stature, it looked utterly adorable. Even Gu Chongsheng, who had just contracted a blood-chasing shadow wolf, was drawn to the commotion on the field. Upon seeing Xiatian's blue-grade magical beast, his eyes immediately lit up. With a polished smile, he walked up to Xiatian, who still looked a bit dazed. Xiatian, would you like to team up with us for the Beastmaster College entrance exams? With my family's resources and your talent, we can definitely aim for the top 4 academies. Hearing Gu Chongsheng's offer, the surrounding students immediately cast envious glances. Joining Gu's team would at least secure them a spot in a third-rate Beastmaster university. Moreover, teaming up with Gu Chongsheng meant access to the Gu family's resources. Anyone with half a brain would know what choice to make. Just as everyone assumed Xiatian would agree without hesitation. To their surprise, Xiatian simply shook her head. Under everyone's stunned gazes, she happily walked up to Lu Ming instead, holding her mother-child golden lotus, her face slightly flushed. Brother Lu, I've contracted a blue-grade magical beast. How about I carry you through the college entrance exams? Ha! Instead of choosing the tall, rich, and handsome guy, Xiatian picked Lu Ming, the penniless loser? Seriously, what does Lu Ming even have to deserve this kind of favor? Did this guy save the blue planet in his past life or something? Instantly, Lu Ming, who had just been mocked as a simp, transformed into a battle wolf in everyone's eyes. Damn, so Lu Ming wasn't just simping for one girl? More than that. I knew at first glance this guy had something up his sleeve. Can being handsome really let you get away with anything? Damn it. Seriously, is he even a man? How can he just shamelessly live off a girl? Would you do it if you were in his place? Of course, why not? Looking at the delighted little radish in front of him, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Then, with a faint smile, he ruffled her neatly combed hair into a messy nest. No need. If anyone's carrying anyone, it should be me carrying you. Ding. Mission completed. Reward, 1 clue for the evolution of the metal-devouring rat. E-grade energy metal, 2,000 kilograms. D-grade energy metal, 200 kilograms. C-grade energy metal, 20 kilograms. And B-grade energy metal, 2 kilograms. Seeing the evolution requirements, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. No wonder there were so few rumors about metal-devouring rats evolving. The metal-devouring rat had high cost-effectiveness in the early stages, leveling up by consuming large amounts of metal. At lower levels, it only needed to devour ordinary E-grade alloys. Raising it to the general rank only requires C-grade energy metal. But when it comes to the martial rank, the B-grade energy metal needed becomes a bit painful to obtain. Even officers above the school rank might not necessarily afford it. Thus, gold-devouring rats are often just transitional battle pets for beastmasters in their early stages. After reaching the general rank, people tend to have more options, choosing to contract magical beasts with higher bloodline levels. This leads many to overlook the potential of gold-devouring rats. Now, a broad and smooth path lies directly before Lu Ming. How could he not be excited? As long as he gathers enough materials, his gold-devouring rat could at least advance to the yellow rank. The classmates around him, hearing Lu Ming shamelessly claim he would take Xiatian flying, all rolled their eyes in unison. Dude, would you die if you didn't brag? In contrast, Xia Tian, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, broke into a wide smile. She nodded vigorously, firmly believing in his words. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Wait, how do you manage to turn soft rice into a hard meal? Bro, please teach a class, we'll kneel and listen. Meanwhile, Gu Chongsheng, who had been standing to the side like a background prop, was shocked by the couple's public display of affection. He glanced at Lu Ming, then at himself. I'm wearing a brand name outfit. Benetton, how can this beggar compare to me? Is Xia Tian out of her mind? Under the mocking and pitying gazes of those around him, Gu Chongqing's face quickly turned red. With a cold snort, he shot what he thought was a disdainful look before storming off the field in anger. From then on, he held a grudge against the disgusting couple, Xia Tian and Lu Ming. Just as Gu Chongsheng left, as if displeased with Lu Ming and Xia Tian's public affection, the system that had just issued rewards popped up again to stir trouble. Your childhood sweetheart, whom you haven't seen in a long time, has grown somewhat distant. To mend this relationship, please gift her something she likes. Facing a future where she holds a high position and has harsh tastes, strive to win her favor. Quest, carefully selected, gift Xia Tian an item she approves of. Rewards, Judgement Gaze, 2 million gold coins, slight increase in Xia Tian's favorability. Whoa, such generous rewards? This quest must be insanely difficult. Blinking, Lu Ming looked at the little radish head beside him. At the moment, she was pouting and fussing with her hair, which he had messed up earlier. When she noticed his gaze, her eyes immediately darted away. This little radish head didn't seem like a picky person. Hey, Xia Tian, to celebrate us contracting magical beasts, how about I treat you to trotter rice at noon? Sure. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian, who had been pouting just moments ago, instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. Ding! Quest completed. Rewards obtained, Judgment Gaze, 2 million gold coins. Lu Ming? This girl is way too easy to please. A bowl of trotter rice, the romance of a man's heart. Before Lu Ming could even process it, his pupils transformed into an inverted dark gold cross. When he looked at the gold-devouring rat in his hands, all of its attributes were instantly laid bare before his eyes. ##### Chapter 3, Judgment Gaze, a technique from the future, race, gold-devouring rat, rank, mortal 1 star, bloodline, red rank, abilities, metal devourer. Iron stomach, attribute, metal, loyalty, 60, weakness, gluttony. Your feeding costs will be 30% higher than average gold-devouring rats. Skills, metal cutting, digging, metal detection, evolution path, known, treasure hunting mouse, equipment, none, sin value, 0. The information about this battle pet was as ordinary as it could get, with most of it already publicly available in the market. Yet, there were quite a few unusual aspects as well, especially the last item, sin value. Though he didn't know what purpose this sin value served, Lu Ming had a hunch that it was definitely related to the power of the Eye of Judgment. Just as Lu Ming was about to delve deeper into its function, their homeroom teacher, Old Su, called the class back to the classroom. Upon returning to the classroom, they saw Old Su with a bitter expression. During the recent contract ceremony, every student in Class 3 had contracted a red-tier magical beast. Now, it was likely that less than 10% of them would qualify for a beast taming university. This plunged Old Su's mood to rock bottom. After becoming a teacher, he had no other ambitions, he just wanted to earn the title of a gold medal instructor once. Originally, he had hoped that on this contract day, fate would turn in his favor, producing a few students who contracted high-tier magical beasts, but his luck turned out to be as miserable as his students. Good fortune never seemed to shine on him. With a faint sigh, he finally spoke in a weak voice. Students who didn't contract an outstanding magical beast, don't lose heart. Getting into a beast taming university isn't just about luck in contracting beasts. Across the nation, there have been cases where students with red-tier beasts made it into top-tier beast taming universities. At this point, Su Jijun silently added in his heart, only to end up in a third-rate beast taming university, graduate, and become cannon fodder on the battlefield. For many students, especially those from average backgrounds, their fate was sealed the moment they contracted their magical beasts. Unlike the children of wealthy families, they couldn't afford to hire high-tier beast tamers to train their beasts, nor could they spend exorbitant sums on rare treasures to evolve their battle pets. But he couldn't say these things out loud, it would only demoralize the class further. Clearing his throat lightly, Su Jijun continued, the beast taming college entrance exam evaluates two things. First, how well you've trained your beast, and second, your own spiritual energy value. The amount of spiritual energy determines your ability to command your beast and use spiritual techniques. In previous years, if your spiritual energy exceeded 500 points equivalent to a 1-star, 5th level beast tamer, you could apply to a third-tier beast taming university. Alternatively, You could train your beast to commandeer 5 stars. As he spoke, Old Su pulled out a cultivation manual, a booklet distributed by the Beast Taming Association titled Basic Meditation Method. Students who lack confidence in training their battle pets can focus on cultivating spiritual energy. Mastering spiritual techniques can also get you into a beast taming university. Of course, in the end, beast taming depends on your pet's potential. Don't put the cart before the horse. Yes, the legendary method for cultivating spiritual energy was right before their eyes. Instantly, a glimmer of desire flashed in every student's eyes. Lu Ming was no exception. But the moment Lu Ming received the basic meditation method manual, his system suddenly chimed again. In middle age, your metal-eating mouse has repeatedly risked its life to save you, exhausting its potential. Now, its body is on the verge of collapse. Find a way to heal it and restore its vitality to overcome this life-threatening crisis. Quest, Pet Crisis, restore your metal-eating mouse's body and reignite its appetite. Reward, Advanced Improved Meditation Method, 6th edition, huh? Seeing this quest, Lu Ming couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. He glanced down at the metal-eating mouse beneath him only to catch it stealthily gnawing on the metal leg of his desk. Seeing its owner's gaze, the little rat immediately put on a pitiful expression. It opened its mouth slightly, as if to say, Master, I'm hungry. Lu Ming? This is what you call a lack of appetite. I may not be well read, but don't you dare fool me. Just as Lu Ming was lost in thought, their homeroom teacher, Old Su, spoke up again. 3 days from now, the school will organize an expedition into a mystic realm. Students who wish to participate must pay 5,000 gold coins. The class monitor will collect the fees tomorrow. Hearing the teacher's words, the students around immediately erupted in groans again. 5,000 gold coins, almost a full month's salary for an average adult. For students from ordinary families who had only contracted red-tier magical beasts, getting into a beast taming university was nearly impossible. Many had already resigned themselves to the regular college entrance exam route. Not everyone was willing to pay this fee. As someone who had been through it all, Su Jijun naturally understood their hesitation. Still, he earnestly advised them, I get where you're coming from, but if you still want to aim for Beast Taming University, it's best to pay those 5,000 gold coins. During the expedition, professional instructors will teach you wilderness survival skills and combat techniques against magical beasts. Moreover, rare treasures occasionally appear in mystic realms. Any materials you obtain will belong to you. For those with exceptional talent, the rewards from the expedition will far outweigh the cost. In short, think it over carefully. With that, Old Su said no more and dismissed the class, leaving the students whispering among themselves. These high schoolers naturally didn't grasp the significance of entering a mystic realm. 5,000 gold coins, a month's wages for an average adult, sounded exorbitant. But Lu Ming knew better. This was an opportunity to help students strive for a chance to see the wider world, just like how, in his past life, English had tormented him to no end. Yet if English were abolished, many children would lose their only window to the world. The more the mediocre opposed such opportunities, the more they unwittingly robbed their descendants of their sole chance for advancement. So this mystic realm, he absolutely had to go. While browsing the Taming Beasts app for the materials his little rat needed to advance, he also searched Beastopedia for beginner guides to mystic realms. Just as Lu Ming was busy strategizing, Lu Yi suddenly sidled up to him. Hey, Lu, are you signing up for the Mystic Realm expedition the day after tomorrow? Of course. My goal is to get into one of the top-tier academies, celestial stems or earthly branches, so I'm definitely going. Huh? Hearing this, Lu Yi rolled his eyes. Even getting into one of the 4 major academies is a stretch. And you're aiming for the 2 elite ones? Even Summer wouldn't dare brag like that. But seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Yi inexplicably felt that his friend might actually mean it this time. Once he got the answer he wanted, Lu Yi grinned. What a coincidence. I'm also trying for Beast Taming University. My family bought me some spirit energy supplements. I'm planning to take the spirit arts route. Wanna team up for the expedition? After we get back to the dorm, we can study meditation techniques together? His contracted beast was a red-tier toxic newt, a rather ordinary creature, which was why he wanted to pursue spirit arts. Lu Ming didn't refuse. With a nod, the two headed toward the dormitory. But the moment they arrived, they saw a crowd of boys gathered at the entrance. Parked outside was a beast haul delivery truck pulled by 2 tall, majestic soldier-tier equine magical beasts. At the sight of these 2 beasts, Lu Ye's face twisted with envy and resentment. Holy crap! Soldier-tier beasts used for hauling goods? In the entire school, the only one who could put on such an act was probably Gu Changsheng. What's so great about having money? If you've got the guts, Venmo me 50 to show off your strength. As they spoke, the 2 spotted Gu Changsheng in the distance. Sure enough, He was standing in a conspicuous spot, signing for his delivery in front of a crowd of students. When someone asked what was inside, he waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "Oh, it's nothing. My family had someone look into the traits of the blood shadow wolf. It needs constant feeding of high-tier monster blood to level up quickly. So they got me 500,000 worth of fresh monster blood. TCH, not even worth mentioning." Hearing that Gu Changxing's family could casually drop 500,000 just to nourish his blood shadow wolf, the boys around him couldn't help but gaze at him with envy. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yi saw through this strong bro's true intentions. "Put, stop pretending. If you really didn't want to show off, why not sign for it at home? Not worth mentioning. Ugh, disgusting. Forget it, Lao Lu. Just looking at this makes me sick. What's so great about having money? When I'm rich, forget Monster Hall, I'll use Monster Supreme. Have a general tier monster deliver my stuff." Just as he finished speaking, a violent gust of wind and a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive, general tier flying monster descended from above. A 3-star Beastmaster courier had flown straight to Lu Ming's doorstep, his expression respectful. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Ming? Your Monster Supreme delivery has arrived. Lu Yi?" Chapter 4, Upgrade, Treasure-Seeking Mouse. The sudden appearance of a general tier monster stunned the surrounding apprentice Beastmasters. It took them a while to process that someone had actually ordered a Monster Supreme service. Wait, who did they say it was for again? Lu Ming? Then everyone watched as the Beastmaster commanded his battle pet to deliver a pile of materials straight into Lu Ming's dorm. Instantly, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. Isn't Lu Ming from an ordinary family? How can he afford Monster Supreme? I heard the minimum order for Monster Supreme is 1 million, and express delivery costs 20,000 gold coins each time. What else could it be? He must be mooching off someone. After contracting a blue tier monster in the summer, he probably got a ton of scholarships. Bro Lu, please share some tips. I'll kneel and listen. Honestly, compared to a general tier monster, young Master Gu's Monster Hall seems kinda weak. That's just how people are. When you see a Lamborghini on the road, who cares about a Mercedes GLC parked on the side? Hearing the chatter around him, Gu Changxing, who had been acting all aloof, froze, his smile stiffening. The look he shot Lu Ming was practically spitting fire. Damn it, it's that upstart Lu Ming again. Why does he have to be everywhere? As the crowd's attention shifted entirely to Lu Ming, Gu Changxing snorted coldly and retreated to his dorm. So what if Lu Ming mooched off someone? What truly mattered for a Beastmaster was their battle pet's talent. He had contracted a green tier monster, Summer's loss for not choosing him. She'd regret it when Lu Ming dragged her down. Forget the top 4 academies, even a decent first-tier Beastmaster university would be a stretch for her. While Gu Changxing was silently sneering at Lu Ming's mooching, Lu Ming himself had returned to his dorm, staring at the room full of energy metal ingots. His eyes gleamed just like the little mouse beside him. Having never seen so much metal in its life, the mouse could only gaze at Lu Ming in worship. Oh, dear mom in heaven, I must have hit the jackpot with this reincarnation. Just as the little mouse was about to charge toward the metal ingot, who would have thought that in the very next second, the back of its head was firmly grabbed by Lu Ming. Sigma, degree. Lu Ming looked at his little mouse with a face full of guilt, holding a B-grade energy metal ingot in his hand. Sorry, little mouse, it's an emergency, so the usual way of eating won't work. We'll have to focus on swallowing instead. Without waiting for the mouse to understand what swallowing meant, Lu Ming pulled out a metal ingot as long and wide as the mouse's entire body. Without another word, he shoved it straight into the mouse's mouth. Here comes the little flying stick. Mouse. With a gulp, the tiny body of the mouse instantly took the shape of the metal ingot. Is this a mouse ingot? The next moment, terrifying energy surged through its entire body. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, Advanced Modified Meditation Technique. 6th edition, success. Lu Ming compared the basic meditation technique given by Old Su with the newly acquired Advanced Meditation Technique. He discovered that the basic meditation technique textbook was only up to the 5th edition. Compared to the basic version currently in students' hands, the Advanced Meditation Technique not only expanded the number of spiritual nodes from 36 to 48, but also increased the efficiency of absorbing ambient spiritual energy by more than double. Practicing with the Advanced Meditation Technique would naturally make his cultivation twice as fast as other students. This meant he had a much higher chance of getting into a beast taming university. Meanwhile, the little mouse, which had quietly advanced to Tier 2, was now at least a full size larger than before. As Lu Ming's battle pet, the excess energy from its advancement directly fed back into Lu Ming's body. With the influx of vast spiritual energy, his 12 spiritual nodes were quickly filled to the brim. But once filled, the absorption rate of spiritual energy gradually slowed down. Noticing the mouse slacking off nearby, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He picked up the mouse, now as big as 2 of his palms, and said with a grin, "Don't stop now. Little mouse, we still have 221 pounds of metal to eat. At this rate, we'll need to consume about 740 pounds a day. How can we afford to go so slow? With that, he took out a finger-thick metal ingot and pressed it straight into the mouse's mouth. Mouse, asterisk, don't come any closer. Asterisk, JPG, Lu Ming, resistance is futile. Accept your master's forced love. Glug 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 as Lu Ming stuffed batch after batch of metal ingots into the mouse's mouth. Its stagnant level began to rise once more. Each level up fed more spiritual energy back to Lu Ming, making him even stronger. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Through constant cultivation by both man and mouse, the mouse's size visibly expanded, soon reaching the height of Lu Ming's calf. Its level skyrocketed from Tier 2 all the way to Tier 6. Just as Lu Ming's final spiritual node was filled, the 48 nodes suddenly formed a massive spiritual energy vortex. The surrounding spiritual energy began frantically pouring into his body. Lu Ming's spiritual energy, which had started at 1-star level 1, soared to 1-star level 3. Host, Lu Ming, level, 1-star level 3, stamina, 8. 1, average adult male, 5, agility, 8. 3, perception, 7. 9, spiritual energy, 304, spells, none is for the mouse. The moment it swallowed the last metal ingot, a dazzling light burst forth from within its body. This was evolution. Through the eyes of judgment, Lu Ming clearly observed. The information about the little mouse's body had undergone a dramatic transformation. Race, treasure-seeking mouse, level, mortal tier 6 stars, bloodline, green tier, abilities, treasure hunting, devouring treasures, treasure chest, attributes, metal, earth, loyalty, 65, weakness, greed. Your battle pet has a risk of demanding bribes. If unsatisfied, it may desert during battle. Skills, secret treasure space, treasure radar, burrowing, metal manipulation, evolution path, known, none, equipment, none, sin value, 0 green tier monster beast, treasure-seeking mouse. After evolution, the treasure-seeking mouse was about the size of a kitten. It looked like a plump, golden snowball. Its 2 upright ears resembled antenna-like speakers. Its eyes had transformed into radar-like compound insect eyes. Its sense of smell had also been greatly enhanced. When it came to digging for treasures, it was an expert in this field. Many beastmasters who ventured into the wild liked to bring along a treasure-seeking mouse to dig for metals and treasures. Seeing the updated information about the treasure-seeking mouse, a brilliant golden light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. With just 1 evolution, his metal-devouring mouse had leaped 3 bloodline tiers from its original red tier. For the upcoming Beastmaster College entrance exam next month, he was already confident in aiming for a top-tier Beastmaster university. But it wasn't enough. Having already obtained a system, if he couldn't even get into one of the 2 top academies, wouldn't that mean his journey in this world was in vain? Looking at the mouse before him, its fur as smooth as golden silk, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Joy brings vigor to the spirit, and the system seemed to share his happiness over his achievement. In the next moment, it issued a new task to the delighted Lu Ming. With the help of your childhood sweetheart, your metal-devouring mouse successfully regained its potential and advanced into a treasure-seeking mouse. For the childhood sweetheart who waited you, this time you don't want to miss her. Sadly, things have changed, and the affection of youth has faded with time. To stay by her side, you need to complete Xia Tian's task and earn her favor. Task, Childhood Sweetheart's Test. Complete the task assigned by Xia Tian and help the mother-child Golden Lotus improve. Reward, Secret Treasure, Mystic Sand Gold Pearl. A clue for the treasure-seeking mouse's next evolution. Ha! Another task already? Just as Lu Ming was about to check the task, suddenly, Lu Yi knocked on his dormitory door from outside. From beyond the door came Lu Ye's urgent shout. Old Lu, what's going on? The bus to the secret realm is here, and you're still sleeping? Chapter 5. Very smooth. Hearing Lu Ye's knocking at the door, Lu Ming suddenly realized it was the day to head to the secret realm. Immediately, he tucked the treasure-seeking mouse into his pocket and followed Lu Yi to the school gate. After 3 days of rest, the students had each made their own gains. Even Lu Yi had become an official 1-star, level 1 beast master. Lu Ye's family had bought him many spirit energy supplements, each bottle costing 5,000 gold coins. To fill all 36 spirit nodes, he needed at least 18 bottles. Just advancing to an official beastmaster required a full 90,000 gold coins. This basically drained most of a family's disposable cash. And there were quite a few students like Lu Yi. For example, in Lu Ming's class 3, he saw over a dozen classmates participating in this secret realm expedition. These were all families with a bit of money, who had prepared spirit energy supplements for their children like Lu Ye's family. Xingshui No. One high school was just an ordinary public school. In the entire school, Gu Changsheng was the only one whose family was wealthy. And even then, his family only owned a few seafood processing plants. He couldn't be considered a top-tier rich second generation in Qingshui City. Just as Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived at the playground, they spotted Gu Changsheng. Somehow, he had already formed a small clique. Gu Changqing's blood-chasing shadow wolf, after being fed by him these past few days, had already reached the 3-star mortal rank. Amidst its purple fur, a faint red aura of blood seeped out. Its size, which had initially only reached waist height, had now grown to the height of an adult man. It cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding battle pets, not sparing them a second thought. It carried itself with the air of a king. Battle pets had 2 forms. The daily form was to reduce energy consumption, transforming into a normal, pet-like size. Only during battle would they shift into their energy-consuming combat form. And Gu Changsheng was like a child who had just gotten a new toy, constantly showing off his treasure to those around him. Lu Ming couldn't help but glance sideways at him. Weren't you supposed to be indifferent and aloof? Bro, how long has it been? And you can't resist showing off already? Around him, a group of students who had contracted orange rank magical beasts were now fawning over Gu Changsheng, kissing up to him. Clearly, Gu Changsheng had already gathered all the students in the school who had contracted high bloodline magical beasts, all except Chu Yunyan. She was the only one in that group who had contracted a red rank magical beast. Standing in the small circle now, her expression wasn't great. Lu Ming noticed that in Gu Changsheng's little group, there was a lively, dark-skinned, sporty-looking girl with an orange rank shadow leopard by her side. She stood next to Gu Changsheng, deliberately acting very intimate with him, occasionally casting glances at the somewhat awkward Chu Yunyan. Unconsciously, the corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. Was this a case of green tea meeting black tea? TSK. Lu Ming didn't need to guess. He knew Chu Yunyan's life these days probably hadn't been easy. In any world, a woman with beauty but no power was never a good thing. A vase too beautiful would shatter at the slightest touch, destined only to become an exhibit locked away in a collector's cabinet. Gu Changsheng also seemed intent on showcasing his power and authority to everyone, especially when he saw Lu Ming. He deliberately, in front of everyone, wrapped his arms around Chu Yunyan's slender, delicate waist. With a cold smirk, he mouthed 2 words at Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wasn't mistaken, those 2 words were probably, very moist? This tantalizing scene had the surrounding students swallowing hard. More stunning than the Mona Lisa was the Mona Lisa on fire. Watching the school's belle fall from grace and become a plaything, many of the boys looked at Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan with mockery, scorn, and excitement, but not a single one was willing to step forward and speak up for her. Held tightly by Gu Changsheng, Chu Yunyan couldn't help but bite her lip lightly. Then, her body stiffened. She had spotted Lu Ming not far away. Faced with Chu Yunyan's predicament, Lu Ming showed little reaction, neither excitement nor gloating. She had chosen this path herself. Since she had made her choice, there was no room for regret. At 18, she was an adult now. She had to take responsibility for her actions. At this moment, Chu Yunyan seemed to have noticed Lu Ming in the crowd. Seeing him turn his head away, she immediately lowered hers, a glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. When had she ever imagined she would end up so humiliated? She wanted to escape, but Gu Changsheng had a death grip on her wrist, leaving her unable to move. He was like an owner clutching the wings of a canary, no longer allowing her pet to gain freedom. Involuntarily, Chu Yunyan lowered her head, a trace of humiliation flashing in her eyes. Perhaps, from the moment she contracted the red tier magical beast, the outcome was already predetermined. Aside from clinging to Gu Changsheng, if she wanted to get into the beast taming university, she didn't have many paths to choose from. As for the subtle actions between Gu Changsheng and Chu Yunyan, Lu Ming didn't pay much attention. Instead, he was searching the crowd for traces of Xia Tian. 3 days had already passed, and he had no idea how Xia Tian's training was going. After searching through a group, he still hadn't found any sign of her. Based on his understanding of his childhood friend, she seemed to have a slight case of social anxiety. At this time, she should be hiding in some inconspicuous corner. Sure enough, after just a short while, Lu Ming found Xia Tian under the shade of a cool tree, wearing a large sun hat. The mother-child golden lotus was cradled in her hands, looking slightly weak. Quietly walking up behind her, he gently tapped her on the opposite shoulder, startling the little girl. But upon seeing it was Lu Ming, Xia Tian's slightly freckled face immediately showed a hint of a tipsy blush. Lu Ge, why are you here? Without answering her question, Lu Ming just frowned as he looked at the little radish head before him. Through the eyes of judgment, he could clearly see the condition of the mother-child golden lotus. Race, mother-child golden lotus, level, mortal tier. 1 star, bloodline, blue tier, abilities, division, twin blooms, absorption, attributes, water, wood, loyalty, weakness, thirsts for water. If kept out of a water environment for too long, its attributes will gradually decline, up to a maximum of 30%. Skills, twin lotus blooms, water veil, offshoot lotus, strong absorption, healing, evolution path. None. 3 days had passed, yet Xia Tian's mother-child golden lotus was still at mortal tier. 1 star. It had barely grown at all. Involuntarily, he frowned slightly, Taking a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, without a word, he poured it directly onto the slightly wilted mother-child golden lotus. After receiving the replenishment of water, the lotus immediately showed a hint of delight on its face. Meanwhile, Xia Tian looked at Lu Ming in surprise, not understanding how he knew her battle pet was lacking water. Before Xia Tian could speak, Lu Ming gave her a serious look. What's going on with you? Why haven't you made any progress in 3 days? Do you think the college entrance exam is a joke? Or do you think your battle pet's talent is so good that you can just idle your way into Beast Taming University? The reason the Beast Taming exam gives us a month is for us to train. Look at yourself. I feel sorry for the mother-child golden lotus being with you. Hearing Lu Ming's slightly harsh words, Xia Tian's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Pursing her lips, she didn't dare to speak, just lowering her head. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming immediately had a guess. With a soft sigh, he said no more. Xia Tian, just like him, lived in the slums, used to frugality. Even if she was lucky enough to contract a blue-tier magical beast, her way of thinking couldn't change overnight. Seeing the little radish head on the verge of tears, Lu Ming directly placed a hand on her head. After the secret realm ends, apply for a beast taming loan immediately. Since you contracted a blue-tier magical beast, you can borrow at least 2 million. Do everything you can to improve yourself, or you'll definitely be left far behind by others. Mei Chem, hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian, who was already looking down, lowered her head even further. With another soft sigh, Lu Ming said no more. But the more it was like this, the easier it would be for him to complete the system's task. At most, I'll just help Xia Tian gather more resources to boost his battle pets later. Just as the two were talking, on the square, an instructor dressed in camouflage with a hideous scar on his face strode straight toward the crowd. Behind him followed a giant red-scaled python over 20 meters long, its aura faintly reaching the peak of the general rank. Faced with the noisy students, the man frowned slightly and impatiently roared, "Shut up, all of you!" Instantly, the entire square fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned toward the instructor. "My name is Zhuang Chen. I'm your instructor. I'm not here to take you on a field trip. This is a dungeon." Even a dungeon meant for novice beastmasters has an annual mortality rate of over 10%. Without an instructor accompanying you, 1 out of every 10 who enter will die. Understood? Hearing instructor Zhuang Chen's words, everyone immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Only when the students had all quieted down did Zhuang Chen nod in satisfaction. A qualified beastmaster must not only know how to train your beasts but also possess the most basic wilderness survival skills and combat techniques. The school called me here to whip you brats into shape and teach you how to stay alive. Let me make this clear, your school has given me a death quota, allowing up to 3 fatalities. So, any troublemakers among you had better step forward now so I can use up my quota early. His words sent a chill down everyone's spines. No one dared to utter another word. Once Zhuang Chen had sufficiently intimidated the students, he sneered and forcefully slapped the bus door, making the entire vehicle shake precariously. "You have 1 minute to board. Anyone left behind can get lost." Chapter 6, Treasure and the Rebel Beast Society. Under Zhuang Chen's threats, the group quickly boarded the bus. Perhaps frightened by his earlier mention of the death quota, the atmosphere inside remained unusually harmonious and quiet throughout the journey. Everyone watched as the bus headed toward the novice dungeon in the outskirts of Qingshui City. When the bus stopped, they finally arrived at the dungeon's entrance. As an artificial dungeon, this massive area spanning 200,000 acres was surrounded by towering concrete walls 10 meters thick and 60 meters high. On top of the walls, countless armed soldiers patrolled constantly, their guns loaded. From time to time, the sound of gunfire could be heard. Even before entering the dungeon, the pressure was already palpable. Seeing the students' stiff bodies and tense expressions, Zhuang Chen smirked, making his already hideous scar appear even more terrifying. "Good, keep that tension. Remember, this isn't a field trip. You have only one task, kill at least one magical beast. This novice dungeon typically only houses 3 to 5 types of beasts, none exceeding the mortal rank's 5-star level. With the knowledge I've taught you, even if you encounter something you can't defeat, you'll at least have a way to escape." With that, Zhuang Chen began explaining wilderness survival techniques right in front of everyone. His lessons covered a wide range of topics, including setting up tents, navigating directions, identifying edible plants, assessing a beast's threat level by its droppings, camouflage, and combat methods. Half a day passed as Zhuang Chen delivered a packed, yet meticulously broken down lecture. Everyone took notes, listening intently because the instructor had already made it clear, once inside the dungeon, he would not intervene unless their lives were at stake. Minor injuries like losing a hand or a foot weren't worth his time. If you accidentally break a bone when entering or exiting the secret realm, you can basically say goodbye to the beast taming college entrance exam. After finishing the explanation of wilderness knowledge, Zhuang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, aside from relying on your beasts, Beast tamers also possess some combat abilities themselves. Mastering a spiritual technique will be of great help in future battles. At this point, Zhuang Chen didn't elaborate further. He knew that learning spiritual techniques was only possible after entering university, as the relevant materials were only made public then. The only way for ordinary people to learn beforehand was to hire a private tutor, and the cost was exorbitant, far beyond what an average student could afford. With that brief mention, he moved on. Moreover, to help you understand that hard work brings rewards, the school has specially prepared a treasure map. There are 10 locations marked on it, ranging from scholarships to secret treasures. Find them, and they're yours. Let me warn you in advance, the rewards are very tempting. Master the knowledge I've taught you, and you'll easily locate all 10 treasure spots. Treasure? At Zhuang Chen's words, the students couldn't help but glance at each other in curiosity. What could be so enticing that even the instructor found it tempting? While the students whispered among themselves, Zhuang Chen suddenly looked up at the soldiers on the city wall. He gave them an almost imperceptible nod. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the students, the massive 100-ton D-grade energy metal gate slowly began to open. Before anyone could process what was happening, the thunderous sound of demonic beasts was echoed from within. The officer on guard atop the wall roared fiercely. Fire! Bang! 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 Smoke billowed, mingled with fierce flashes of gunfire and the anguished cries of demonic beasts. Even before stepping inside, the students from No. 1 high school were hit with a suffocating wave of bloodlust. A group of soldiers soon descended, dragging piles upon piles of demonic beast corpses. Right in front of everyone, they gathered the bodies together, forming a small mountain of corpses. The thick stench of blood turned the faces of a few timid students pale. Lu Ming could feel Xia Tian's small hand gripping his arm tighten subconsciously. They hadn't even entered the secret realm yet. Reality then taught everyone a lesson. There were even quite a few people who had already entertained the idea of leaving. As for Zhuang Dust, he seemed to have guessed those people's intentions. Unbidden. His teasing voice rang out behind everyone. It's not too late to quit, but the 5,000 enrollment fee paid is not refundable. Now. Everyone's last way of retreat was locked up. A group of students who had beaten the drum of withdrawal could not help but cry and line up at the door. Under the arrangement of the defending soldiers, one by one, they prepared to enter the secret realm. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to enter. Suddenly, his system issued a violent alarm. This is. Refreshing the quest? While searching for the truth about the invasion of the city of Qingshui by magical beasts, you accidentally discovered an organization called the Anti-Beast Society. As early as 20 years ago, they have already begun to lay the groundwork, and the invasion of magical beasts in the city of Qingshui is inextricably linked with them. In order to avenge the deaths of your family, you have decided to search for all clues about the Anti-Beast Society. Mission, search for traces, find people related to the Counter-Beast Society. The reward will depend on the number of people you find and their positions. Mission reward, spiritual arts, grade EB. Potential points, 1 to 5. Secret treasure, EB. Seeing this message, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. Reverse Beast Association? And as early as 20 years ago, they had already made moves in Qingshui City? Wouldn't the systems 20 years ago be? Today? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's expression as he looked around immediately became wary. An organization that can launch an attack on a city. Lu Ming would not associate them with goodness. Inwardly, he looked around nervously. The various conspiracy theories he had read in the past came to mind. Terrorist organizations assassinate undeveloped geniuses? Or simply abducted and trained to become a killer? At this moment, Lu Ming felt that there was danger all around him. Even the instructor doesn't look like a good guy. There are stories where the instructor is the villain, and so on. A story where the instructor is the villain or something like that. At this moment, Zhuang Dust still does not know that he has been suspected on. Looking at the crowd lined up, he ordered the soldiers to carry a huge box over while he did so. While shouting towards everyone. All of you, before you go, pick a weapon that you can use and a flare gun for distress. Remember to live within your means. After saying that, the chest opened. Inside, there were daggers, short swords, axes, bows and crossbows and such weapons. Lu Ming casually picked out a dagger as a weapon. Daggers have many functions, not only capable of combat. It is also far more useful in wilderness survival than any other weapon. Lu Ye's side, because of the desire to save his life, directly chose a large shield. As for Summer, Lu Ming arranged for her to have a short crossbow with a continuous fire. The three of them had already discussed that they would team up together after entering the secret realm. Just as the weapons were chosen. Beside them, however, came an untimely voice. Yo, isn't this our genius Summer? How is it that after so many days have passed, your magical beasts are still mortal grade 1 star? Hee, your resources won't all go to that little white boy beside you, right? Tisk, TSK, Lu Ming, are you good enough to use a woman's money to boost your strength? 3 days or 1 star at the mortal level. I'm looking at the blue level magical beasts afraid of being wasted. Our Gushao's blood-chasing phantom wolf is already almost 4 stars at the mortal level. What are you guys comparing it to? Watch. Our school's most powerful 7 Jie united together. 10 pieces of treasure for us is as simple as picking up a bag. Hee, you two don't want to fail to even get into a third-rate Imperial Beast University by then. That would be hilarious. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lu Ming could not help but turn his head to look. As a result, just the moment he touched this group of people, his system suddenly reacted. Ding. Detected senior member of the Reverse Beast Association, Li Chung, rewarded with a D-ranked spiritual art, potential points *1, and an E-ranked secret treasure. Is it settled? Ding. Detected Guan Hong, a core member of the Counter Beast Society. The rewards are merged. Rewarded with a book of C-grade spiritual arts, potential points *2, and a D-grade secret treasure. Is it settled? Ding. Fong Qian, a core member of the Counter Beast Society has been detected. The rewards have been merged, rewarding 1 C-grade spiritual art, potential points *4, and 1 C-grade secret treasure. Is it settled? Ding. Detected Counter Beast Society Qingshui City Branch Minister Chu Yunyan. Rewards merged, rewarded with a book of B-grade spiritual arts, potential points *5, 1 grade B secret treasure. Is it settled? Lu Ming? Chapter 7, My classmates, each one is a talent. Looking at the small group around Gu Changsheng in front of him, in total, there were just 7 people, and actually 4 antipodes crumbled out? Not only that, Chu Yunyan, this woman, her future position is not Loa? As expected, a woman who is motivated will get along well everywhere. Lu Ming never thought that the future Chu Yunin would be so fierce. In one fell swoop, the reward for the mission was maximized. Then look at the black-skinned girl beside Gu Changsheng. If Lu Ming remembers correctly, her name is Fong Qian? At once, Lu Ming looked at Gu Changsheng with some hidden sympathy in his eyes. What kind of sins did Gu have in his previous life that made him gather so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks around him? When he entered the secret realm with this group of people, Lu Ming was afraid that he would be sold out. He also has to help them count the money. I just don't know if these 4 people have joined the Reverse Beast Society at this moment. But fortunately, with the system's hints, Lu Ming is no longer blind. At this moment, he only wants to stay as far away from Gu Changsheng's group as possible. The way he looked at him was as if he was looking at something dirty. Gu Changsheng? No. What the hell kind of reaction is this? Looking at Summer beside Lu Ming, he took a deep breath, still holding back the displeasure in his heart and said, Summer, you have no future at all beside Lu Ming. Why don't you join us? Of course, as long as Lu Ming is willing to carry baggage for us, I can likewise allow him to join our team. It's fine to take him to complete the mission, but the treasure we find has nothing to do with him, and we happen to still be short of a bag-carrying junior. After saying that, Gu Changsheng looked at Lu Ming in a slightly smug manner. Ever since he contracted a green-level magical beast. Since he contracted the green-level magic beast, the whole person has become more and more complacent. Especially enjoying the thrill of other boys watching him ravage their goddess. After saying that, he also hinted that he had to look at Chu Yunyan in the body pang. Gu Changsheng had already looked out. Wanting Summer to join. The best method is still on Lu Ming. As for Chu Yunyan, it is just a plaything that he has enjoyed. She who had only contracted a red-level magical beast was destined to be in 2 worlds with himself in the future. Compared to Chu Yunyan's potential to struggle to even get into a third-rate Imperial Beast University. Gu Changsheng's first choice was still the rising genius Summer. Seeing Gu Changsheng's eyes, Chu Yunyan beside her immediately pinched her onion fingers. But still, she forced a smile towards Lu Ming. Mr. Lu Ming, why don't you join our squad? With Xiaogu's blood-chasing phantom wolves looking after you, you'll definitely complete your mission quickly. Otherwise, with your squad's rank, it would be easy for accidents to happen. You saw the bloody scene at the entrance just now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Summer's future, right? Lu Ming. Oh, I can't thank you enough. BR slash as expected of a tea master. Stealing beams, stealing concepts, and spiritual pua hand holding a pinch. BR slash no wonder the original body can be charmed into a dog. BR slash with a sigh. He pointed at Lu Yi on the side again. BR slash then Gu Shao. I still have a brother here, don't I? BR slash after saying this, he couldn't help but glance at the fat man beside him. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi's face couldn't help but flash a flash of hope as well. BR slash as for Gu Changsheng. A flash of hesitation flashed across his face at once. BR slash only this time, before Gu Changxing could speak. BR slash the few people beside him could not help but retort. BR slash Lu Ming, you don't go too far. It's even if you're eating soft food alone, how can you have a group? BR slash that's right. Gu Shao looks up to you and brings you a loser to complete the mission. Why don't you call over your family's 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts? BR slash bringing you a waste that has only contracted a red level magical beast is already tiresome. So get out of the way if you cause any more trouble. BR slash a little white boy. Where did he get so many demands? BR slash hearing the crowd's chiding words. BR slash the corners of Lu Ming's mouth rose. BR slash Lu Yi. On the other hand, his face instantly turned white and a flash of gloom flashed across his face. BR slash just as he was about to exit glumly. BR slash suddenly, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder. BR slash turning his head, he looked at Lu Ming with some consternation. BR slash the fat man's expression was instantly a bit sour, but he still forced himself to pinch his head and said stiffly, BR slash old Lu, you chant with them, don't mind me. BR slash upon hearing the fatty's words, Lu Ming however slapped him on his rolled and moist head. BR slash where's all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How about making yourself uncomfortable with this bunch of grips? BR slash have any confidence. Take all the treasures on the treasure map. Don't leave any chance for them. BR slash hua. BR slash old Lu is giving up the chance to join Gu Changxing's team for himself? BR slash I knew he wouldn't leave me behind. BR slash I knew he wouldn't leave me behind. BR slash at that moment, Lu Yi's expression returned to its original boldness. BR slash looking at Gu Changxing's small group across the street. He directly zero-framed his hand and raised his middle finger. BR slash cut. A bunch of grips. You are not afraid of what I am afraid of? I am an official imperial beast master. BR slash this gang of grippers I'll sit on my ass for 2. BR slash after saying that, Lu Ming revealed a cold smile towards the crowd of people. BR slash squeak BR slash as if sensing his master's mood. BR slash the treasure hunting mouse fiercely burrowed out of Lu Ming's pocket. BR slash had let out a sharp squeak. BR slash in the next moment, the treasure hunting mouse transformed into its combat form. BR slash the 6-star aura of the mortal level was unmistakable. BR slash even Gu Changxing's blood-chasing spectral wolf subconsciously took 2 steps back. BR slash vigilantly, he looked across at the treasure hunting mouse that had swelled to a height of 1 person. BR slash golden fur, turquoise eyes. BR slash the pressure of a high magical beast bloodline emanates from his body. BR slash as far as possible, it made the blood-chasing phantom wolf, which was also a green level, become vigilant. BR slash all of a sudden, the blood-seeking ghost wolf's cold hairs stood up all over its body and hissed at the treasure-seeking mouse. BR slash fear of the other party suddenly attacking. BR slash seeing this scene, a flash of shock immediately flashed across Gu Changxing's eyes. BR slash feeling the treasure-seeking mouse's pressure, his pupils abruptly shrunk. BR slash this isn't a gold-devouring mouse. Gold-devouring rats are brown. Your magical beast has evolved? BR slash what answered him was Lu Ming's erected finger. BR slash master won't tell you. Kid, wait to eat dust. Summer. BR slash after saying that, Lu Ming shouted towards Summer who was on the side. BR slash the little girl trotted to him. BR slash being grabbed by Lu Ming. The two of them directly sat on the rat. BR slash Lu Yi, who was on the side, looked at the robust treasure hunting mouse in front of him and almost didn't drool. BR slash immediately, he laughed and quickly climbed onto the rat as well. BR slash mouse. BR slash should I say no? This fat guy is a bit heavy. BR slash looking at the dumbfounded crowd at the bottom. Lu Yi instantly raised 2 fingers. BR slash silly son thief. Eat your grandfather's big chicken steak. BR slash bull asterisk 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 heavenly pride. By the time a piece of treasure is not salvaged, I see you guys are still pretending your horses stinky high. BR slash after saying that, only Lu Ming and Lu Yi laughed out loud. BR slash they patted Mouse's head. BR slash the 3 of them immediately took off. BR slash only Gu Changxing's few people were left behind, their gazes looking deathly at the backs of Lu Ming's trio as they left. BR slash up to this moment, he still couldn't believe it. BR slash Lu Ming's gold-devouring mouse had actually advanced. BR slash Chu Yunyan, who was beside him, saw Lu Ming's battle pet evolve. BR slash her face suddenly turned white. BR slash especially, when Fangqian's few people unapologetically said that contracted red-level magical beasts were trash. BR slash her fists were even whiter as she saved them. BR slash after Lu Ming and the others left, she immediately resumed her previous innocence and sweetness. BR slash it was as if she hadn't heard a word that several people had just said. BR slash in her heart, however, she had already gritted her steel teeth and kept this matter firmly in her mind. BR slash not long after a group of students entered the freshman secret realm in batches. BR slash a military jeep slowly drove into the army's supply station. BR slash down came a man in camouflage, who was currently smiling as he carried the supplies. BR slash seeing the supplies he delivered, two soldiers immediately walked over. BR slash trouble brother. A little bit of lip syncing and you'll be able to go in. BR slash who knows. Hearing the words of the two garrison soldiers, BR slash the soldier's face, however, revealed a flash of surprise. BR slash slogan? BR slash seeing that the other party did not know the slogan. BR slash the two soldiers who had just looked enthusiastic immediately pulled the safety on their guns and looked at the soldier in front of them with a wary face. BR slash slogan, or have you which military region? BR slash in the face of two loaded guns. The man's face did not show any panic. BR slash the next moment, he took out a coin from his hand. BR slash it was placed in front of the two men. BR slash just a moment, my ID is right here. BR slash after saying that, he flicked the coin and it spun towards the air. BR slash although they knew that this was the other party's blindfold, the two guardsmen didn't know why. BR slash the eyes just unconsciously looked towards the gold coin spinning in the sky. BR slash in the next second, a flash of horror abruptly appeared in the eyes of the two men. BR slash covering their necks that were cut open. BR slash full of disbelief, they looked at each other. BR slash the man on the other side of the hand. I do not know when there has been a bloodstained Joker card. BR slash looking at the two fallen corpses, he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. BR slash BR slash after saying that, two more pictures appeared in his hands. BR slash a man and a woman. BR slash Gu Changsheng and Summer respectively. BR slash after hesitating for a moment, he directly discarded Summer's photo. BR slash the eyes looked at Gu Changshen. BR slash him then, I hate his smiling face with the rotten stench of the rich. Jia. BR slash. Chapter 8 Spiritual Treasure Bamboo Shoot Essence. Looming shortly after the three of them entered the secret realm. BR slash he then immediately took out the treasure map that the instructor had sent down. BR slash there were a total of 10 treasure spots that were hidden in 5 different areas. BR slash on the treasure map, there was even an affectionate marking of the surrounding distribution of magical beast forces. BR slash red grade magical beast horned rabbit, red grade magical beast poison arrow frog, red grade magical beast newspaper crow. BR slash there was also the red ranked magical beast green jade bamboo shoot as well as the red ranked magical beast swamp salamander. BR slash throughout the entire secret realm, most of the areas are filled with horned rabbits and other magical beasts that do not have a high risk factor. BR slash even if a fight did break out with the students, BR slash it is also difficult to kill the students in the first place. BR slash after all, the red level mortal level magical beasts are synonymous with the weakest. BR slash moreover, Instructor Zhuang said, BR slash as long as you don't enter the territory of those magical beasts, you basically won't be in danger. BR slash opening the map, Lu Ming directly ordered Mouse to run towards the territory of the green jade shoots. BR slash seeing that Lu Ming had sacrificed his proximity for the distance, Lu Yi could not help but show a hint of curiosity on his face. BR slash pointing to the map, he pointed to the territory of the horned rabbit just a short distance ahead. BR slash he said with some confusion, BR slash old Lu are you going the wrong way? Obviously, the horned rabbit's territory is much closer to us. What if Gu Changsheng and the others get the treasure? BR slash in response, Lu Ming's face revealed a disdainful sneer. BR slash if they want it, give it to them. Our goal is all that's left. BR slash BR slash at once, Lu Ye's brain directly overloaded. BR slash it was Summer beside him, who seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, BR slash Tianji horse race, give them the inferior horse and we'll go after the good horse. BR slash everyone will definitely look for the nearest treasure first, and we can take the opportunity to take the faraway treasure away. BR slash yoo-hoo, quite clever. BR slash upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at her one more time. BR slash I didn't think that this little carrot head actually had quite the brains. BR slash nodding his head, he directly ordered Mouse to speed up his pace. BR slash the rat that had already reached the 6th star of the mortal grade, its footsteps were naturally not slow. BR slash even with Lu Ming's 3 people on its back, it was still as light as a swallow. BR slash the first time I saw him in the back of my head. BR slash even if a magical beast discovers their traces, it will only need to find a treasure. BR slash as long as the treasure hunting mouse gives off its aura, BR slash the surrounding magical beasts will immediately lay down and retreat to the back. BR slash seeing the treasure hunting mouse so powerful, Lu Yi couldn't believe his eyes. While grabbing the fur of the treasure-hunting mouse, he looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. Old Lu, your gold-devouring mouse has really advanced? What bloodline rank is it at now? You guess? To be able to scare the surrounding magical beasts like this, it must be at least yellow rank, right? What answered him was Lu Ming's deep smile. Unbidden. Lu Yi shivered violently and couldn't help but roar with excitement. Misty grass. It can't be a green level, can it? Good lord. Wouldn't that be the same as Gu Changxing's blood-chasing spectral wolf? Luck. It directly triggered the bloodline evolution of the gold-devouring mouse, and I don't know how it evolved into a green-grade treasure-hunting mouse. My goodness. This luck. Simply heaven-defying. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi instantly widened his eyes. This brother of his luck is simply not too good. And looking at the size of the treasure-hunting mouse, Lu Yi judged. Its level also definitely exceeded Gu Changxing's blood-chasing spectral wolf. Otherwise, the reaction of the blood-chasing phantom wolf just now would definitely not have been to back away, but rather it should have shown its teeth. His good brother, actually catching up to Gu Changxing without saying a word? Awesome. But in a few moments, the crowd had already arrived at the intersection of a bamboo forest. In the front row, lush bamboo lined up. Here, it is exactly one of the marked points of the treasure map on the map. It is only because of the vague location marked on the treasure map that people are not sure of the exact location of the treasure. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask the treasure-hunting mouse to let them down to look for it. Who knows the next second. The rat's ears, which were like antennae, stood up violently. All around. Something seemed to have attracted its attention. This is. Treasure hunt, talent activated. Treasure hunting, prioritize searching for the most valuable items nearby. In the next moment, Mouse Rat's movement steeply accelerated. With its huge body, it directly crashed through a row of fragile bamboo forest in front of it. Taking Lu Ming and the three of them with him, he pushed flat out all the way and arrived directly in front of a lush bamboo shoot. It was said to be a bamboo shoot, but this bamboo shoot was like a glazed glass, flashing with 7-colored light. Seeing the appearance of this bamboo shoot, Lu Ming could not help but be confused. This bamboo shoot is afraid that it has not eaten a poisonous fungus? That said, can this thing be eaten? In summer, after seeing this bamboo shoot, the small face could not help but show a touch of surprise. This is the bamboo shoot essence? What bamboo shoot essence? Upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi revealed a confused expression in unison. The two scums of the earth simply didn't know what a bamboo shoot essence was. Shoot essence is a naturally formed spiritual treasure, and spiritual treasures can be used to enhance the combat power of battle pets. Even high-level spiritual treasures can help the evolution of a pet's bloodline. On the market, it has a price just like a secret treasure. Hua. After hearing Summer's description, Lu Yi was instantly overjoyed. About the same price as a secret treasure? Wouldn't that be able to sell for at least a few 100,000 gold coins? Thinking of this, Lu Yi, without saying a word, directly got down from the rat. Seeing that he was going to dig up that piece of shoot essence, Summer's face suddenly changed and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. No way. The book also says that all spiritual treasures must be guarded by magical beasts, because not only is it useful for battle pets, but magical beasts can also consume it. So, bang, bang, bang. Not waiting for Summer to finish her sentence. The next moment, near the ground where Lu Yi was, countless turquoise green jade shoots steeply emerged. The green jade shoots, with a texture like jade, and the outer layer of the shoot coat, are as sharp as a blade. The moment these jade shoots popped up, the surrounding area emitted a sword sound like a sharp blade coming out of its mouth. It is the skill of the ordinary form of the green jade shoots, the emergence of the tip. Lu Yi was careless and the soles of his feet were directly pierced through by one of the emerging green jade shoots. At once, a miserable scream erupted from Lu Yi's mouth. Snot mixed with tears directly flowed down together. Those green jade shoots on the ground seemed to sense that someone was trying to rob them of their spiritual treasures. The body grows rapidly with the naked eye. Almost instantly, it grew into a 3-meter tall bamboo. This was precisely the battle form of the green jade bamboo shoots, the green jade bamboo. After turning into green jade bamboo, their aggressiveness was obviously much higher than just now. The body of the bamboo shook violently, and the swaying bamboo leaves were like dancing swords, emitting bursts of sword sounds. Second skill, breaking formation. br/miso-br/ in an instant, with the green jade bamboo as the center. Within a 3-meter radius, a section of green jade shoot tips emerged. The sharp tips of the shoots. If a person were to stand inside, they would definitely be directly stabbed into a hornet's nest. As he watched the shoot tips emerge from the ground section by section, Lu Ming's face immediately flashed with a flash of gravity. Without saying a word, he grabbed Fatty and Summer and called out to Mouse to burst backward. Seeing Lu Yi holding his right foot and wailing. Immediately, Summer had his Zimu Golden Lotus cast a healing skill on Lu Yi. Only to see the Zimu Golden Lotus slowly flickering. Several petals then floated out from its body. It finally wrapped around Lu Yi's feet. A miraculous scene happened. Lu Yi's originally pierced bare foot. The flesh and blood on it actually reattached itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with the internal ganglia, meridians and muscles, all of them also recovered. As expected, it is a blue-grade magical beast. Even at only 1 star of the mortal grade, it has already revealed its extraordinary potential. However, when the Zimu Golden Lotus finished healing Lu Yi, its petals also fell into a state of atrophy. Obviously, with its spiritual energy, it wasn't enough to support him in releasing his skills multiple times. But it was also enough. Mousy, use dig, internal destruction. Z. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, Mouse Rat immediately grubbed the ground frantically with his forehand. Its large body quickly burrowed into the ground. Skill digging hole. It is best suited to deal with these plant-type magical beasts that grow in the ground. Accompanied by his sharp-pointed claws stabbing at the roots of the underground green jade bamboo. Snap. The hard body of the bamboo was directly pinched off by the sharp claws of the rat's roots. Barf. Barf. Not only that, the rat that chopped off the green jade bamboo. Simply directly picked up a green jade bamboo and gnawed on it. A mouthful of crunch. Those who don't know thought it was chewing on sugar cane. But in a few moments, the green jade bamboo that was just now flaunting its power was directly smashed into pieces by the rat. Within the shattered body, several green jade-colored crystals fell out. Seeing these crystals, there was no need for Summer to explain. Lu Ming also knew what this was. It's just that he also didn't expect that this first battle, he directly shipped it. This is the, what attribute spiritual energy crystals? Chapter 9 Double Upgrade. All magical beasts had a chance of condensing spiritual energy crystals with corresponding attributes in their bodies. Spiritual energy crystals as a material, whether it is for cultivation, recovery, or props making. It's a very important role. However, this kind of spiritual energy crystals usually only appear on the bodies of magical beasts above the soldier level. However, this kind of spiritual energy crystals usually only appear in the bodies of soldier level and above. But once it does, even the lowest quality spiritual energy crystals. Even the lowest quality spiritual energy crystals are worth more than 5,000 gold coins on the market. Sure enough, it's just like what class teacher Old Su said. A strong person entering the secret realm. Not only will there be no loss, the gain will far exceed the money he paid for the ticket. Not only that, at least 3 or 4 pieces of spiritual energy crystals fell from the dozen or so green jade bamboos that Mouse killed. This explosive rate is far beyond the ultra-low explosive rate stated in the textbook. Even soldier-level magical beasts don't necessarily have such a high explosion rate. Then the reason why these green jade bamboos were able to condense spiritual energy crystals. The answer is already obvious. It is because of that piece of bamboo shoot essence that was surrounded by them in the middle. At this moment, the Zimmering Golden Lotus, who had just finished treating Lu Yi and appeared a little shriveled. After smelling the fragrance of the bamboo shoot essence, it actually bloomed with vigor once again. Just by taking a whiff of it. The plant-type magical beast recovered most of its spiritual energy. If one absorbs it for years and years, there is indeed a high chance of breaking through one's original bloodline. Seeing this piece of bamboo shoot essence, Lu Ming could not help but look at Summer and then at the Zimu Golden Lotus. Wasn't this the perfect prop to help him accomplish his mission? So Lu Ming didn't even think about it and directly said, since the shoot essence is useful for plant-type magical beasts, then Summer, you should let the Zimu Golden Lotus absorb it quickly. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer's little face immediately revealed a flash of surprise. Hurriedly, she shook her head into a rattle. Can't. This bamboo shoot essence is actually more helpful to bamboo-type magical beasts. Finding the right corresponding buyer. It can be sold for at least 800,000 gold coins. How can I? Less nonsense. Since I let Mouse Rat kill it, the right to distribute it is in my hands. Fatty, you don't have a problem with letting the Zimu Golden Lotus absorb the bamboo shoot essence, do you? Hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Lu Yi immediately shook his head. Joke. If it wasn't for the Zimu Golden Lotus just now, he was afraid that he would have been eliminated from the game early. How could he dare to have an opinion? So without waiting for Summer to respond, Lu Ming then directly ordered Mouse Rat to strip out the bamboo shoot essence. Taking the fine bamboo shoot essence, he directly handed it to Summer. He was just about to open his mouth to let the Zimu Golden Lotus swallow the bamboo shoot essence and take it. When he saw the bamboo shoot essence in his hand, he was furious. He was instantly enraged. Mouse Rat, what the hell? Can you explain what's going on with such large teeth marks on the shoot essence? Only to see that on the originally intact shoot spirit. At this moment, there were actually 2 extra huge teeth marks. Contrasting with the 2 large plate teeth in the front of the rat. At once, Detective Lu directly solved the case. It was definitely the rat's greedy weakness unleashed. It actually dared to eat back? Laughing and cursing, Lu Ming directly kicked Ratmouse's fat ass. No. You're a beast lineage magical beast. What's the point of eating a plant lineage magical beast's spiritual treasure? What answered him was Mouse Rat's innocent little eyes. I don't build all Lord Silver. When I came back to my senses, this bamboo shoot essence was in my mouth. It smells so good in the next moment, Mouse Rat's body steeply erupted with a powerful aura. A huge amount of spiritual energy directly surged into Lu Ming's body. This is. Mouse Rat actually upgraded once again. Mortal level 7 stars. Lu Ming immediately thought of Mouse Rat's treasure devouring talent. So the other attributes of the spiritual treasures also have a nourishing effect on it? The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. The first thing I did was to get caught in the hands of a thief. Looking at the half-bitten bamboo shoot spirit in his hand, Lu Ming couldn't help but be speechless. With a black face, he took it to Summer with some embarrassment. Originally, I was going to give a whole one to the Zimu Golden Lotus, but now it's good. Only half of it is left. It can still be used, right? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer did not refuse this time. On the contrary, her slightly reddened little face actually revealed a smirk. It can be, as long as it's a spiritual treasure. All of its body parts are treasures. After saying that, she opened her hands. She sent the Zimu Golden Lotus to the shoot spirit. The moment the Zimu Golden Lotus touched the shoot essence, its petals immediately stretched out and wrapped around the shoot essence in front of it. The hardness of the bamboo shoots. The moment it touched the Golden Lotus, it was transformed into a hard substance. It actually directly turned into a drop of golden liquid that flowed into the body of the Zimu Golden Lotus. The next moment, the Zimu Golden Lotus's grade actually directly went from the original mortal grade 1 star. It broke through to a mortal grade 2 star. Not only that, the momentum of its breakthrough not only didn't slow down. On the contrary, the momentum of its breakthrough has been like a breakthrough. 3 stars at the mortal level. 4 stars at the mortal level. Along with Summer herself. Also under the feedback of the upgrading of the Golden Lotus of the mother and child. Directly impacted into a formal Imperial Beast Master. Opening his eyes, he felt the feedback of his body becoming stronger. A flash of excitement immediately appeared in Summer's eyes. Brother Lu, I have finally become an official Imperial Beast Master. Looking at the little girl's satisfied expression, Lu Ming could not help but sigh slightly. Then, he couldn't help but kick Mouse Rat's butt again. If it hadn't gnawed on half a piece of bamboo shoot essence. At this moment, the Zimu Golden Lotus might have evolved to the mortal grade 5 star. The weakness of greed is a real problem once in a while. Ding. Mission complete. Reward, secret treasure, Xianxia beads. One clue to the advancement of the treasure hunting mouse, Xianxia beads. Increase the power of the skills of metallic magical beasts by 30%. Stage 1, one of each of the 5 elements secret treasures. Stage 2, one of each of the 5 elements spirit treasures. And Stage 3, one of the spirit energy crystals of a metallic imperial level magical beast. Seeing his 2 new rewards, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. It was not in vain that it had done so much. It could be considered to have completed Summer's mission. Mouse's brand new evolutionary route had finally appeared. Although the difficulty of advancement has risen quite a bit. But the greater the difficulty, the greater the potential for Mouse's future evolution. The path that he himself took at the age of 38 was already completed at the age of 18. Compared to the original owner's previous life, this life is many times more wonderful. Picking up the 4 spiritual energy crystals, Lu-Ming directly stuffed them into the mouth of the mouse. After evolving into a treasure hunting mouse, in addition to the treasure hunting and treasure devouring talents, the mouse also had an additional 100 treasure box talent. An extra space 2 cubic meters in size appeared in its mouth. Lu-Ming's luggage is now obediently lying in the rat's mouth. Less than 2 hours after entering the secret realm. Their squad had already harvested a spiritual treasure and 4 spiritual energy crystals. This efficiency could simply be described as heaven-defying. Just as Lu-Ming was about to arrange for Mouse to depart. Who knew that in the next second, the rat mouse, who had just been upgraded, his nose became seemingly even more sensitive. Only to see him slightly sniff his nose towards the air. The treasure hunting talent was launched once again. Immediately, the rat carried Lu-Ming and immediately rushed towards another bamboo forest in front of them. Then, in a pile of jade shoots, they found a treasure chest marked with the logo of Qin Shui No. 1 middle school. This caused Lu-Ming to be stunned. Could it be that the harvest they just made wasn't actually placed by the school? I never thought that there would be a surprise in this quest. The rats and mice have made a great achievement. At that moment, Lu-Ming ordered Mouse Rat to quickly rush towards the direction of the treasure chest. With a horizontal thrust, he directly knocked away a bunch of green jade bamboo. When he reappeared, Lu-Ming already had an antique treasure chest in his hand. It is one of the rewards of this secret realm exploration. Lu-Ming immediately rubbed his hands impatiently and opened the treasure chest. Let me see. What kind of goodies did the school prepare for them? The prospective candidates? Chapter 10 Convergence and Contention. Opening the treasure chest, it actually held 4 water attribute spiritual energy crystals. Lu-Ming could not help but skim his mouth. It was worth about $20,000. As it happens, Lu Yi just got nothing. The water attribute spiritual energy crystals were just right for his poisonous salamander. Immediately, he threw the 4 spiritual energy crystals to Lu Yi, who was about to drool at the side. I'll go, old Lu. This bit of spiritual energy crystals costs at least $20,000. You really gave it to me? Look at you. Don't forget, we're the ace team that made 800,000 gold coins right after we came in. How can you not get anything? Take it. I'm going to take it, or I'm going to get mad at you. Hearing Lu-Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He knew that if he followed old Lu, his own brother would not let him suffer. Immediately after, the 3 of them searched the area for a while longer. With the treasure hunting mouse's treasure hunting talent, they were like a godsend in the area of finding treasures. The treasure arranged by the school naturally could not be for the students to decipher. Allowing them to fight to acquire or utilize the abilities taught by the instructors is the key to opening the treasure. That's why the school has placed all the treasure chests in very conspicuous locations. Within half an hour, Lu-Ming and his team had found all the remaining treasure chests in this area. After doing so, Lu-Ming smiled and placed the treasure chests in their original locations. Seeing Lu-Ming's actions, Lu Yi could not help but get curious. Old Lu, you're not keeping this chest? What's the point of keeping this? Leave it untouched. I'm going to leave a surprise for those who come after me. After saying that, he patted the rat's head. Exploring towards the next area of hidden treasure. It was also less than half an hour after they left. Gu Changxing's group of people finally arrived at the location of the treasure chest in a dusty manner. Gu Xiao, look, the treasure chest is right there. There are a bunch of green jade shoots guarding it. Seeing the treasure chest, a flash of brilliance immediately flashed across Gu Changxing's eyes. Good. Li Cheng, Guan Hong, the 2 of you lure away the green jade bamboo shoots, and I'll have the blood-chasing specter wolf bring the treasure chest. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's order, after the 2 of them, Li Cheng and Guan Hong looked at each other. Immediately arranged for their battle pets to attract away the attention of the surrounding green jade shoots. By the time the green jade shoots turned into green jade bamboos, all the attention was on the Li Cheng duo. The blood-chasing phantom wolf made a dash and transformed into a blood mist. In one smooth motion, it took the treasure chest in its mouth. With a light leap, his body was again as light as a feather as he jumped in front of Gu Changxing. Patting the blood-chasing specter wolf's forehead, Gu Changxing immediately opened the treasure chest with excitement. Who knows the next second, BR slash the expected treasure did not appear. BR slash inside the empty treasure chest, a note slowly floated out. BR slash it reads, BR slash, dumbfounded child thief. Your dear daddy Lu Ming stays. BR slash Lu Ming. BR slash seeing the note in his hand, Gu Changqing directly crumpled it. BR slash bearish anger flashed in his eyes. BR slash he swore that he would tear Lu Ming that to shreds. BR slash the surrounding people, after seeing the note left by Lu Ming, all had indignant expressions on their faces. BR slash horse. It's that soft rice man again. Why are they everywhere? BR slash not good. They must have left before us. So the treasure chest behind us. BR slash when we find them both, I'm going to break them into pieces. BR slash Gu Shao. Let's hurry over there, or else the other treasure chests will be stolen by the two of them. BR slash Fong Qian, who was on the side, also couldn't help but ask Gu Changqing with concern. BR slash brother Gu, what should we do next? BR slash hearing Fong Qian's words and looking at the note in his hand, BR slash Gu Changqing's face changed and changed. BR slash then, as if he had thought of something, he let out a cold snort. BR slash pointing to the farthest place on the map where the treasure was hidden. He snorted coldly. BR slash let's go directly to the last treasure site and guard Lu Ming and the others. BR slash when the time comes, we'll directly snatch their treasure. And if we don't give it to them, I'll chase blood to make him look good. BR slash ow dash BR slash feeling the bearish anger in his master's heart. BR slash blood chasing spectral wolf's already scarlet eyes suddenly became even more gloomy. BR slash just as Gu Changqing and the others were freaking out. BR slash after leaving the territory of the Green Jade Shoot, BR slash Lu Ming's trio's path afterward could be described as a smooth one. BR slash with little effort, they got all the treasure chests on the treasure map. BR slash the things opened inside the treasure chests were worth anywhere from 20,000 to 50,000 gold coins. BR slash one cannot expect a public school like Qingshui First High School to come up with anything good. BR slash it was already very rare for a school to make it this far. BR slash just looking at the props inside the treasure chest. BR slash after experiencing the onslaught of spiritual treasure shoot essence at the beginning. BR slash everyone's appetite wasn't so easily satisfied anymore. BR slash unbidden. Lu Yi, who was grasping the tail of the rat, couldn't help but sigh. BR slash old Lu. I remember that instructor Zhuang said before that there are secret treasures in the treasure chest, right? BR slash this chest has already been opened most of the way. Why haven't we seen it yet? BR slash hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming looked at the treasure map in his hand. BR slash while smiling, he replied, BR slash that's naturally because all the good stuff has been left at the end. BR slash there is still one last treasure chest left, the territory of the Morning Crow on top of the mountain. BR slash the treasure map is specially labeled that the leader, the reporting Morning Crow, has the strength of 5 stars of the mortal level. BR slash it should be a deliberate increase in difficulty by the school, but for us, the difficulty is just right. BR slash after saying that, Lu Ming directly put away the map in his hand. BR slash patting Mouse's head, he directly ordered Mouse to run towards the man-made peak at the top. BR slash it was also at the same time that the three of them arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. BR slash behind them, a familiar roar suddenly came. BR slash Lu Ming, I gone you Simone. BR slash hearing Gu Changqing's angry roar behind them. BR slash the three of them turned their heads at once. BR slash then they saw Gu Changqing and his group, struggling to climb the mountain. BR slash obviously, they were also rushing towards the final treasure. BR slash it's just that the strength of several of their battle pets was obviously not good. BR slash it could not be like the treasure hunting mouse that directly led Lu Ming to climb towards the mountain peak. BR slash in the middle, there were still quite a few morning crows blocking the way. BR slash making them suffer along the way. BR slash even Chu Yunin, who always paid attention to her image on weekdays, had a few extra black feathers on top of her head at the moment. BR slash it looked so wretched. BR slash right now, seeing that Lu Ming was actually going to rush to the top of the mountain ahead of them. BR slash Gu Changqing's eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. BR slash seeing the old Gu's appearance, Lu Ming immediately laughed. BR slash good boy thief, forget that I am your father? So want to your grandmother, if you have the guts, do it. BR slash after saying that, he directly raised a middle finger towards Gu Changqing. BR slash Lu Yi, who was behind him, was also looking at the several wretched so-called heavenly pride behind him with an excited face. BR slash eat your master Lu's farts, just like you guys, you can't even catch up with the heat by eating. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ye's crummy taunts, Gu Changqing instantly turned red. BR slash he was actually mocked by these two lowly paupers again. BR slash it is tolerable. BR slash chase the blood. BR slash spitting out the name of blood chasing spectral wolf with all his might. BR slash in the next moment, the blood chasing spectral wolf directly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. BR slash embracing Gu Changqing, it rushed towards the direction of the mountaintop. BR slash but in a few moments, the other party's speed was actually vaguely biting at the back of Mouse Rat. carrying 3 big living people on his body. Even Ratmouse was already panting a bit. Seeing the blood mist behind him, and Gu Changxing's crazy eyes. Lu Ming immediately frowned. Mouse rat, go faster. If the treasure chest is really a secret treasure, I will directly feed it to you. Squeak dash upon hearing its master's promise. A flash of hope immediately flashed across Mouse Rat's face. Immediately, it picked up speed again. Behind him, the blood-chasing phantom wolf was equally unwilling to show any weakness. After hissing and roaring, he bit down on the back of Mouse Rat's ass. The two sides arrived at the top of the mountain at almost the same time. Looking at the treasure chest on the top of the mountain, the two almost simultaneously roared. Mind. *2 only in the next second, an ill-timed voice came from beside the duo. Sorry you too. I seem to have gotten to the top of this mountain first yet. Chapter 11, The Enemy Who Messed Up. The sudden voice. Had made Lu Ming and Gu Changxing both be stunned in unison. Turning their heads, they saw the treasure chest next to the one they had just seen. At some point, a soldier in camouflage uniform suddenly appeared. At this moment, the other party is smilingly looking at the two of them, playing the game of throw and catch in his hands. 3 spring balls were thrown up and rotated by him, and his movements were as skillful as those of a magician in a circus. Underneath him was the long-dead leader of the crows. The eyeballs of this leader have disappeared from his eye sockets. If you look closely you will see. The spring-loaded ball in the hand of the man opposite you is his eyeball. It's bloody and weird. In a moment, the two men who were originally at loggerheads. The man has a long face, but he is not a man of the world. He is a man of the world. The man had a popular face, and the first glance he took was not impressive. But the stiff smile on his face, the cold eyes. But it made people subconsciously shiver. Seeing this soldier, Gu Changxing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. The soldier brother, what are you doing here? I remember that the secret realm stipulates that military personnel cannot enter at will, right? Upon hearing Gu Changxing's question, the soldier was first stunned. But soon, it would resume the stiff smile on his face. Smiling wryly, he stepped down from the corpse of the morning crow. In front of everyone, he gave a hard slap towards the 3 eyeballs. Slap only. The bloody scene that should have appeared did not. Instead, the 3 eyeballs actually disappeared into his hands. Lu Ming and Gu Changxing, on the other hand, suddenly felt a chill on the back of their necks. Subconsciously, the two touched the back of their necks. Ah. Just then, Gu Changxing let out a pussy-whipped scream. Because in his hand, a scarlet and sticky eyeball had appeared at some point. Seeing his masterpiece. The soldier on the other side of the room involuntarily laughed out loud. He straightened his cap, and his face still had the same stiff and odd smile. He took one step at a time towards the two of them. Looking at that uncomfortable smile of his. The two actually unconsciously took 2 steps back. Lu Ming noticed. The other party's eyes seemed to sweep towards Gu Changxing and Summer's faces from time to time. The smile that was already a bit stiff, the smirk intensified. It was almost on the verge of grinning to the base of the ears. By order of the higher-ups, the leader of the morning crows in this place has just undergone a mutation that exceeds the secret realm level. So I was specially sent here to remove the obstacle. Do you want this treasure chest? Just take it away. After saying that, in this soldier's hand, a treasure chest appeared at some point. Seeing the treasure chest. Immediately, the faces of the crowd showed the color of greed. Lu Ming, however, seemed to have discovered something. His face was suddenly startled. The next moment, before the crowd could react, he fiercely pulled the treasure-hunting mouse underneath him. Mouse, go! Squeak dash upon hearing Lu Ming's order, the treasure-hunting mouse just froze. But soon he reacted. Immediately, he brought Lu Ming and the 3 of them to run towards the bottom of the mountain at great speed. Seeing Lu Ming's sudden retreat, Gu Changxing and the others were stunned. On the side, Fong Qian and the others, after seeing Lu Ming leave, immediately showed a mocking look on their faces. Brother Gu, that Lu Ming actually ran away in fear. A pauper is a pauper. Even if he is suddenly rich at first sight, it won't change his inferior nature of being as cowardly as a rat. Ha? Really? But why do I feel like he's actually smart? Who? Hearing someone contradict herself, Fong Qian instantly became upset. Only in the next second, she was alarmed. Her own companions, are looking at their backs in horror. Above her head, a large, broad hand pressed her head dead center, keeping her fixed in place. Eyes squinting, Fong Chen realized in horror. A face had somehow appeared next to her. At this moment, it was using a tongue that was like a snake's letter, constantly licking its cheeks. The mask-faced soldier just now, the skin and flesh on his cheeks suddenly melted slowly. Underneath the masked human skin, there was actually a clown face covered in colorful paint. Seeing the bizarre scene in front of them, a flash of panic flashed through the hearts of the crowd. It seems to be sensing danger. The blood-chasing phantom wolf immediately let out a hiss. It was about to attack the clown in front of it. In the next second, a terrifying spirit pressure violently attacked. Everyone, even the spirit pets, were instantly crushed by this terrifying spiritual energy. Puffing several times. Everyone directly fell to their knees. They looked at the clown man in front of them in panic. Just releasing psychic energy can make them kneel. Then how strong must he be in person? Just as several people were panicking. In their ears, suddenly came the playful voice of the clown man. Come on, play a game where your life is the stake. Let me think. Blood, crow, pauper, and cutie. Using these 4 words, tell me a simple story, and if you can get my applause, I will grant you supreme power. If you fail. After saying that, the clown man's palm gently caressed Fong Qian's head. It seemed to be a gentle caressing action, but the crowd could hear the click sound of bones moving. The clown's hand was gently stroking Fong Qian's head, but the crowd could hear the sound of bones moving. Just as the clown man was immersed in the game. Bang a loud sound. In the sky, a green-colored flame bloomed violently. This is the flare. Each cadet was issued a flare before coming, just in case they encountered something untoward. As long as the signal flare is sent, the instructor will immediately come. Seeing this scene, the faces of Gu Changxing's few people were immediately happy. But not before their smiles bloomed. In their ears, the voice that was like a demon actually came again. It seems that there is not enough time, so let's change the game. After saying that, he grabbed Fong Qian's head and pulled hard. Tear and pull. A piercing sound, accompanied by the twisting sound of skin and flesh separating. Fong Qian's head, along with the spine, was directly pulled off by him hard. At once, a few students were directly scared to death by this frightening scene. He actually killed someone? With a wow sound, a few with poor willpower. Directly kneeled on the ground, frantically vomiting. And the clown man just smiled and looked at a few people. I'll give you 30 seconds, only one of you can live. If more than 2 live, you'll all die. Hearing that the clown man wasn't joking, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. The surrounding were their friends, how could they possibly lay their hands on him? And Gu Changsheng, after hearing clown man's words, at the first moment, he was sure that the other party was definitely not bluffing. If you don't listen to him, everyone present will die. With a flash of fear in his eyes, he subconsciously tried to start the bloodthirsty wolf to kill everyone around him. Just before Gu Changsheng acted, plop sound. A tailed needle with a highly poisonous poison directly pierced into his neck. This was the poisonous needle of the red-ranked magical beast killer bee. How could? Feeling his body rapidly cooling down. A flash of panic flashed through Gu Changsheng's eyes. At last. He suddenly saw. Chu Yunyan, who had always been by his side, acting softly. At this moment, was holding a dagger and frantically waving it towards the remaining few people. Before the opposite few people could react, her dagger had already stabbed into the other's chest. At this moment, Gu Changsheng realized. Chu Yunyan was not a white lotus at all. Rather, it was a black widow with a highly poisonous poison. The 30 seconds quickly ended. The original small team of 7 people. At this moment, only 3 people are still alive. The one who made the first move, Chu Yunyan, was currently covering the wound in her abdomen that was pierced by the dagger. While gritting her teeth, she looked towards the opposite pair. The death of her companion inspired the bloodlust of the remaining 2. The 2 of them subconsciously chose to embrace the group and decided to kill Chu Yunyan before deciding the winner. At this moment, the 2 men's magical beasts were continuously hissing towards Chu Yunyan's killer bees. Just as the 2 sides were at swords drawn and ready to strike. Joker's crisp slap exploded in everyone's ears. Sorry, time is up. According to the rules, you all have to die. As soon as the words fell, the heads of the two people in front of Chu Yunyan instantly exploded. On Chu Yunyan's face, a look of despair immediately appeared. At the same time when she thought she was bound to die, who knew that the clown man had already stood in front of her, slightly bending down and revealing a gentlemanly smile. But, I like your performance. This kind of attitude of doing whatever it takes to survive is simply too suitable for our organization. This young lady of vile character. Would you like to join the Counter Beast Society? Can I survive by joining the Counter Beast Society? Of course. Not only that, I also grant you the key to the throne. I'll join. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, the smile on the clown man's face grew even wider. A gold coin suddenly appeared in his hand at an unknown time. With a light toss, the gold coin suddenly transformed into a viper. In Chu Yunyan's astonished gaze, the viper bit hard on her neck. In the end, a clown's tattoo coalesced. Intense pain instantly spread throughout Chu Yunyan's entire body. The pretty face immediately became twisted with pain. A special memory was transmitted into her mind. Greatest spiritual art, beast devouring resolve. Before she could even wait for her to carefully sense its contents. The next moment, intense pain came like a wave. Chu Yunyan's dark green silk directly turned into white hair. In the midst of the pain, two figures flashed violently in her eyes. Like a vicious beast, a hissing sound of unknown significance came out of her mouth. Gu Changsheng. Lu Ming. Summer he, die, all must die, oh, he, Chapter 12 Hunt from the 9-star Imperial Beast Master. The pain came and went quickly. In just a minute's time, the pain receded like a tidal wave. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was as if she had been immersed in water. While breathing heavily, she also let out bursts of gasps from time to time. Waiting until she came back to her senses. Immediately a shine of excitement flashed in her eyes. In the end, it turned into thick malice and resentment. The pain she had just experienced made her unwilling to feel it a second time in her life. In the midst of the pain, her mind was filled with Lu Ming and Summer. That pair of dogs. Why is it that Summer was lucky enough to be able to contract a blue-ranked magical beast? What makes Summer so lucky to be able to contract a blue-ranked magical beast, while she can only contract a red-ranked magical beast? And why is Lu Ming able to directly get Summer's love and dedication? And why does Lu Ming have the right to get Summer's love and affection, while he himself has to beg for Gu Changxing's help? A strong unwillingness supported her from hell. At once, her sinister and sharp eyes stared at the clown with death. But in the next moment, she reverted back to the white lotus flower she was initially. With her flowery white hair and bloodstained dress, she looked strangely eerie and demonic. Blinking, Chu Yunyan immediately walked respectfully to the clown. My lord, among the several people who just escaped, one of them is our school's 4 great academic seeds, contracted with a blue-level magical beast. If we let her go so easily, she will definitely find trouble with our organization in the future. So why don't we invite her to join the organization together? Even if we don't take them in, we definitely can't let them go. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, the smile on the clown's face grew even wider. Hooking the other party's chin with one hand. Looking at the other party's eyes that hid madness underneath their calmness. Joker immediately revealed a satisfied smile. You're smart and greedy. I like your eyes. So let that head of zimmering golden lotus be your first sacrifice. Upon hearing the clown's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Chu Yunyan's eyes. The spirit art she had just obtained was the core technique of the Counter Beast Society. Every time a royal beast master rises one major rank, he can forcefully devour a magical beast. Not only can it enhance the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual energy, but sometimes it can even awaken unknown spiritual arts. The stronger the magical beast's bloodline rank, the higher the chance of awakening a special spirit art. If he can make the Zimu Golden Lotus the first magical beast he devours. Her achievements in the future would be unlimited. Immediately, she lowered her head with a face full of deference. Eyes filled with the pleasure and madness of revenge. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Louis looked at the front commanding Lu Ming with a confused face. He didn't understand why Lu Ming suddenly fled when he was fine. And only just escaped to the foot of the mountain. He couldn't wait to release the signal flare. Old Lu, what's wrong with you? That person just now is recognizable? Can't say exactly, but he's definitely not a good person. Hurry up and find the instructor and get back to the bus. BR slash the reason why Lu Ming would suddenly escape. BR slash it was only because just at the moment of contact with that weird man. BR slash the system and his mind actually issued a strong red warning. BR slash in the process of searching for the Counter Beast Association, you were inadvertently targeted by the Counter Beast Association's protector, the 9-star Beast Master Joker. The other party is a madman who takes pleasure in bullying the weak and the small, so please quickly flee under the cover of summer. Warning, the gap between the two sides is too wide. Escape immediately. BR slash mission, escape, escape from the 9-star Beast Master Joker. BR slash mission reward, SSS grade spiritual art Imperial Spirit Atlas Remnants *1, BR slash terrifying rewards. Nearly impossible mission. BR slash that strange smiling man just now is actually a future 9-star Imperial Beast Master. BR slash even if this is data from 20 years later, hell knows how strong he is now. BR slash if you don't run it this time, do you want to wait for people to pop up in your own grave next year? BR slash so after running to the foot of the mountain, there was no hesitation. BR slash Lu Ming directly fired the signal flare. BR slash at the same time, a flash of intense excitement was born violently in his heart. BR slash the reward of the SSS grade spiritual art remnants. BR slash if he was able to obtain it. BR slash he would definitely be able to soar to the heavens. BR slash the other party wasn't a true 9-star Imperial Beast Master. There was still hope for him. BR slash thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but urge Mouse to flee a few points faster. BR slash seeing that his group was getting farther and farther away from the mountain range. BR slash Lu Ming's face couldn't help but flash a touch of joy. BR slash but the next second. BR slash boom BR slash a loud sound. BR slash in the sky. Something seemed to have fallen violently from the air. BR slash at once. The earth cracked. BR slash the ground shattered into chunks of tofu. BR slash the air ripples that kicked off directly shook the treasure-seeking Mouse out. BR slash without waiting for Lu Ming's trio to return to their senses. BR slash a man's low, demonic voice with a hint of madness suddenly came from their ears. BR slash sorry a few of you. You may have something I need on you, can you lend it to me? BR slash the dust cleared. BR slash a man in a red suit, dressed himself up as a clown. BR slash at this moment, he was holding a girl in a white dress, slowly walking towards Lu Ming and the others. BR slash looking again at the young girl in his arms. BR slash misty grass, isn't this Chu Yunyan? BR slash at that moment, Lu Ye's shocked cry came from beside him. BR slash Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked warily at the clown in front of him. BR slash carefully asked. BR slash this lord, may I ask what you need? BR slash that blue level magic beast is good, lend it to me? BR slash upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming's heart sank. BR slash sure enough, the other party had come for the Zimu Golden Lotus. BR slash behind him, Summer, after hearing the clown's words, her body abruptly stiffened. BR slash the Zimu Golden Lotus in his arms seemed to have sensed the fear of its master. BR slash immediately shrinking into Summer's arms shivering. BR slash facing the threat of death from the other party. BR slash Lu Ming, on the other hand, gently protected Summer behind himself. BR slash as for what the system said, letting Summer pad back his own run? BR slash sorry, he can't do that. BR slash with his eyes looking at the other party. Lu Ming tried to put on a look of fear. BR slash but his eyes were constantly turning chaotic, pondering the way to break the situation. BR slash with the strength of the other party who jumped down from the mountain and did not die. BR slash he is definitely not able to defeat them head on. BR slash the only way at the moment seems to be to wait for the instructor to come over in order to have a chance of survival. BR slash Chu Yunyan, who was standing beside the clown, was currently looking at Lu Ming and Summer with a face full of resentment. BR slash after the resentment, there was a pleasure filled with vengeance. BR slash this pair of dogs, let's see how you die this time. BR slash right now, she was no longer in a hurry to devour the Zimu Golden Lotus. BR slash instead, she is looking forward to Lu Ming's resistance. BR slash she wanted to see Lu Ming being trampled under the feet of the clown. BR slash then when he was in the most pain, she herself ended Summer with her own hands. BR slash just thinking about it, Chu Yunyan's body couldn't help but tremble. BR slash a strange blush flickered on her face. BR slash only, what Chu Yunyan did not expect was, BR slash after hearing the clown's words, Lu Ming only shook his head. BR slash my lord, how about discussing a different request? The fatty next to me is good, trading him for the Zimu Golden Lotus is definitely worth it. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi instantly widened his eyes. BR slash misty grass, old Lu doesn't take you like this. BR slash Summer's body and bones are delicate, do you want her to be taken by bad people? BR slash asterisk, you don't want me to be taken away? BR slash aren't we brothers? BR slash asterisk and bros, is your best buddy for sale? BR slash looking at the two people who suddenly imploded in front of him, the clown suddenly revealed a look of interest. BR slash Chu Yunyan, on the other hand, looked down at the two with a cold smile. Expecting them to kill each other due to infighting as well. Just the next second. The Lu Ming duo, who seemed to be on the verge of making a move just now, actually stopped at the same time. They actually stopped arguing at the same time. Because just now, Lu Ming has already quietly put the B-rank secret treasure reward he just obtained. He directly took advantage of the chaos and threw it into the mouth of the rat. The treasure devouring talent was unleashed. Strong spiritual energy instantly swept towards the treasure-seeking rat's entire body. The remaining terrifying spiritual energy instantly feeds back into Lu Ming's body. He, who was already a 1-star level 3, instantly broke through. 1-star level 4. 1-star level 5. 1-star level 6. At the same time, a stream of inexplicable memories violently appeared within his mind. This is the spiritual art golden mantle. Chapter 13, Adding Points. Golden On increases the power of the battle pet's metallic skills. Skill has the effect of sharp golden chi. Has a 3% chance of causing the enemy to go blind. The effect can be stacked up to 5 times. Lasts for 1 minute. Seeing the spiritual art that he had just awakened, Lu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the spirit art that the class teacher talked about? It can actually awaken on its own? No. He had just started feeding Mouse a piece of B-rank secret treasure worth $10 million. And he just awakened such a thing for me? Mouse, can you stand me? Looking down at Rat Mouse. At this moment, the treasure-seeking Mouse's body was glowing with a piercing golden aura. Every now and then, a layer of white light flickered on its body surface. This is the precursor of an imminent advancement. A B-grade secret treasure directly elevated it to the peak of the mortal grade. Seeing that the other party was about to evolve, Lu Ming had to slap its head and roar loudly. Mouse rat, run! The clown behind him, after hearing Lu Ming's words, an evil smile could not help but flash across his face. Is this your choice? It's really disappointing. In the next moment, the Joker's body swelled violently. The height directly went from the 1.76 m at the beginning to 2.5 m towards the top. 1 foot stepped out. The ground was immediately stomped out into a huge crater. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance as they fled, the clown showed a teasing face at the same time. In the next moment, he gazed evilly at Chu Yunyan and suddenly asked, beautiful young lady, I wonder if I can borrow one thing from you? Hearing his words, Chu Yunyan's body involuntarily trembled. She did not ask why. Because she knew that the strong did not need to explain to the weak. All the weak have to do is obey. An honor. A wise choice. The next moment, the Joker violently opened his bloody mouth. One bite caught Chu Yunyan's arm. Immediately, blood flowed out. And the clown. Then he gently dipped his finger into Chu Yunyan's flowing blood. Drawing 3 pairs of whiskers on his face. After doing so, a mirror appeared in his hand at some point. While looking in the mirror, he asked towards Chu Yunyan. How is it? Do I look like a cat? Like. Learning that the other party bit through her arm just to do this. Chu Yunyan immediately gritted her teeth and nodded. The heart already understood. The clown in front of him was a madman. But because he was so powerful, he was a madman who was able to do whatever he wanted. Only an exaggerated catcall could be heard from the clown. The next moment, his body was like a spring that was taut to the extreme. Before Chu Yunyan could react, the clown had already disappeared and chased after the direction that the treasure hunter Mouse had fled. All of a sudden, the game of cat and mouse in the secret realm began to play. Just as Lu Ming and the others kept escaping. Not far from the secret realm. A tens of meters tall red-scaled python was currently slowly crawling in the direction of the man-made mountain range. Sitting on the python's forehead, Zhuang Chen was boredly observing the direction from which the flare had just come. In his opinion, what danger could there be in the newborn secret realm? As for that reporting crow leader, his strength was just average. Small injuries such as fractures, with a healing battle pet treating them, they could be healed within a day. Just as he was pondering which squad had come to the mountain range so quickly, suddenly, his green sky bull python emitted a violent shaking. Feeling the tension coming from the imperial beast, Shuangchen immediately realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? The eyes blinked lightly. Shuangchen's pupils instantly turned into golden snake pupils. Spiritual art vision sharing. At that instant, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything within the forest was in his eyes. At the same time, a huge silhouette with a body emitting intense heat. This is. In another blink, the pupil of the eye changed back to human. The moment he saw the huge figure, Zhuang Chen's body instantly tightened. The 261st ranked killer clown of the Dark Beast World Killer ranking? Damn it. How did he come here? Without saying anything, he directly took out his walkie-talkie and yelled at the guards. Everyone, inform the regiment immediately. The Dark Beast Realm's Imperial Beastmaster has infiltrated the newborn secret realm. The other party is the Joker who caused multiple murders, robberies, kidnappings, and smuggling cases. Immediately dispatch the armored Imperial Beast troops to suppress it. As he was speaking, Zhuang Dust's face abruptly changed. Because he realized. The clown's target was actually a student of Qingshui First Middle School. And it was also the seeds of the 4 great schools that the school administration clearly told him to protect. Damn it. The clown's target is actually a student of Qingshui First High School. As he watched, the clown quickly approached Summer. A casserole-sized fist slammed into the 3 students. Shuang Chen was already able to imagine the tragic situation of the 3 students' bodies exploding. At that moment, Zhuang Dust's eyes widened in anger, and he frantically roared towards the distance. Clown. How dare you? Seeing the huge fist that came face to face. Lu Yi and Summer's eyes were filled with despair. Only a touch of determination appeared on Summer's face. As if she had made some kind of choice. She pounced hard on Lu Ming's heel. Her eyes gently looked at Lu Ming, and she suddenly hated her own cowardice. If she could have told her heart to Lu earlier. Is he himself. Thinking of this, Summer fiercely embraced Lu Ming and shouted with a firm voice. Lu brother, I like you, and, live well. Lu Yi, who was beside him, similarly hugged Lu Ming at this moment. Only he didn't think as much as Summer did. He just felt that Master Fatty was afraid to send it this time. Terror erupted directly from his body. At once, his wail directly overshadowed Summer's voice. Summer. Not. You. As for Lu Ming himself. A good person in his arms. Not to mention that at this moment he actually feels a bit charming. Of course, if there is no Fatty beside him, it would be better. With a slight smile. During the process of sticking with Summer, he could clearly feel the trembling and heartbeat of the young girl in his arms. At this moment, his world was surprisingly calm. The scenes that he experienced in his life were like a walk in the park as they flowed back in his mind. But the next moment, a powerful outburst erupted out of his body. It's not over yet. The eyes looked towards his system panel. Lu Ming suddenly realized that there was something different inside. Host, Lu Ming rank, 1-star level 6 physical strength, 11, 1 acumen, 11, 3 insight, 10, 9 spiritual energy, 604 spiritual technique, golden mantle, beginner's technique, plus, potential points, 5 behind the spiritual technique golden mantle, which had just been acquired. There was an additional symbol, at this moment. There is an extra plus, originally. He himself was still unclear as to what the potential points gained from the previous quests were for. And now, he finally knew the role of the golden on. In that case, the system adds points. Ding. You have consumed 2 potential points. Golden mantle leveled up. Ding. You have consumed 3 potential points. Golden mantle level up. The original beginner's training had directly skipped over the first glimpse of the doorway and arrived at the entrance. Just at the moment when the clown's fist was about to hit him. Lu Ming violently let out a roar. Mouse mouse. In the next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse underneath him fiercely sprang out. A dazzling golden light flashed on its golden fur. This is the sharp gold chi. Chapter 14 Armored Imperial Beast Troops. The 2 types of golden light overlapped each other, and the treasure seeker mouse's body immediately turned into a giant light bulb. The piercing luster caused the crowd present to subconsciously choose to close their eyes. Shuang Chen, who was in the distance, was covered by the golden aura at the same time. The brain was also down for a while. What was the light that just erupted from Lu Ming's hand? Could it be the spiritual art? 3 days into the contract and you have mastered spirit arts? At that moment, Zhuang Chen violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes filled with shock. Without systematic learning, What Lu Ming had just emitted could only be a naturally awakened primitive spirit art. So, he was actually a spirit art genius. With such a qualification, even if his talent in cultivation is lacking, it is also enough to enroll in the major Imperial Beast military schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Such a good seedling should definitely not be obtained by the Counter Beast Society. At the same time, the treasure-hunting mouse that obtained the golden mango buff, its body violently erupted with violent spiritual energy. Under the pull of the metal manipulation skill, the stones on the ground began to vaguely tremble. In the next moment, the entire ground vein suddenly seeped out countless iron sands. It turned into a cloud of black wind and coalesced around the treasure-hunting mouse. The cohesive and unbreakable metal sand directly transformed into a drill in the air. It swiftly stabbed towards the Joker's body. At this moment, the Joker had just awakened from his blinding state. Looking at the huge metal drill stabbing towards him, but it was blocked by his red suit. The two forces crossed each other and actually erupted into brilliant sparks. Only to see that suit of Joker's. A hint of wailing was vaguely emitted. This is actually a magical beast? In the face of the treasure hunter mouse's attack, Joker's face still did not show any fear. On the contrary, his face also revealed a touch of deep mockery. Red-ranked magical beasts can't pierce through my defense. I advise you to. Who said that I can only send out one spirit art? Golden mantle, golden mang, golden mantle. In the next moment, multiple consecutive spirit arts struck mouse. Instantly, the iron sand drill that was still only in its form. Immediately, it coalesced and turned into a truly massive drill. Click. Without waiting for Joker to finish his sentence. He was suddenly surprised. His own suit was actually directly pierced through by the drill that the treasure hunter mouse had condensed. Chu Yunyan, who was not far away. Just after opening her eyes, she saw a scene that made her unbelievable. Only to see the iron sand drill incarnated by the treasure-seeking mouse in the distance. It actually directly pierced through the clown's defense. And with one blow, it knocked the Joker several meters away. At that moment, Chu Yunyan felt violently wide-eyed. How is it possible? Looking at Lu Ming's gold-devouring mouse, the jealousy on Chu Yunyan's face increased. Damn, isn't it a red-level magical beast? How can it be that strong? What method was used? Even the experts of the Reverse Beast Association are not his match? Wouldn't this make me look ridiculous? Unwillingly, he looked at the teenager who stood behind the treasure-hunting mouse with a calm face. Even when facing a strong person like the Joker, his first thought was not to grovel, but to respond aggressively. Compared to him, his own choices seemed so ridiculous and despicable. I was right. Lu Ming deserves to die. He will not be able to survive after pissing off that kind of powerhouse. My choice is the optimal choice. The mouth said this, but Chu Yunyan's heart had already faltered. At the same time, she looked towards Summer, who was hiding behind Lu Ming. In her heart, the emotion called jealousy was growing. At one time, she also had a chance to become the person who stood behind the young man. But it was all too late. Why? The whole world is against me. Lu Ming, can't you die immediately? Looking at the clown who was knocked away not far away. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a trace of hope. Is the other party dead? Just as he was secretly observing. Cough a mouthful of blood steeply sprayed out from the clown's mouth. Blood covered his torn and muddy suit. Somewhat woefully, he stood up from the ground and looked at his chest. Only the blood and flesh within a large, torn hole could be vaguely seen in his left chest. A broken heart, as if it was about to stop beating in the next second. Seeing his wound, a flash of surprise flashed through Joker's eyes. But in the next moment, a flash of madness steeply appeared on his face. In everyone's stunned gaze. He actually yanked off his broken heart. At that instant, his face turned purple as far as the eye could see. Just as he trembled, he took out a red handkerchief. Covering his heart. He then gently pulled it. Dang. It was like magic. The heart that had just been necrotic actually miraculously recovered again. He was seen pressing his heart back into the distance again, and then looked at Lu Ming there with a deep sense of humor. Seeing Joker's terrifying recovery ability, Lu Ming's heart sank violently. But what he did not expect was, the clown on the opposite side did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at himself with an excited face. The blazing eyes made his hips subconsciously tighten. Only to see the clown pointing at his rat. His tone of voice was excited and frenzied as he asked, BR slash I didn't receive your information at all. Which means that the magical beast you contracted at that time wasn't even an orange level. BR slash but just now your battle pet was able to injure me. It wasn't a red rank magical beast. It's BR slash speaking here. Joker's eyes suspiciously surveyed Mouse. BR slash suddenly, he seemed to think of something. BR slash he let out a big laugh of manic excitement. BR slash green rank magical beast treasure seeking Mouse. You actually bred a red rank magical beast into a green rank. BR slash good. Qingshui City has truly produced an outstandingly good seedling. BR slash such a talent should be used by the Reverse Beast Association. BR slash Shuang Chen, who was in the distance, was startled when he heard the clown's maniacal laughter. BR slash then, as if he had just reacted, his gaze snapped to Lu Ming. BR slash he also looked at the treasure-seeking mouse beside him. BR slash muttering under his breath. BR slash the treasure-hunting mouse is actually a treasure-hunting mouse. BR slash he had read all the student information before he came. BR slash what Lu Ming contracted was clearly a red-level magical beast, the gold-devouring mouse. BR slash it's only been 3 days and he's bred the gold-devouring mouse into a treasure-hunting mouse? BR slash if Lu Ming was one of those noble school students, it would be fine. BR slash but the students at Qingshui First High School were basically from ordinary families. BR slash some were even from poor families. BR slash it was simply impossible to afford an expensive breeder to help level up a battle pet. BR slash then. BR slash the gold-eating mouse advanced to treasure-seeking mouse. BR slash it was entirely Lu Ming alone who figured it out. BR slash at this moment, only 2 words remained in Zhuang Chen's mind. BR slash awesome. BR slash is this really the kind of student that can be taught at Qingshui First High School? BR slash I'm afraid that those geniuses from the imperial capital are nothing more than that. BR slash moreover, Lu Ming is also a genius in spiritual arts. BR slash when the two were combined, even Zhuang Chen had the idea of tying Lu Ming up and sending him to the military department for further study. BR slash with Lu Ming's talent, not to mention the first-class Imperial Beast University. BR slash the 4 great academies would also be able to take his pick. BR slash at that moment, the eyes of the 2 men looking at Lu Ming changed. BR slash this Lu Ming, I'll take him. Asterisk 2 BR slash the next moment, the 2 of them, Zhuang Duan and the clown, BR slash looked at each other silently. BR slash a flash of intense battle intent flashed across their eyes. BR slash they both knew that if they wanted to obtain Lu Ming, they had to get past each other first. BR slash the already solemn atmosphere became even more tense for a moment. BR slash the strong spiritual pressure shook the surrounding trees. BR slash at the moment when their aura was about to reach its peak. BR slash the sound of propellers turning suddenly came from the sky. BR slash a large number of air forces were rapidly coming towards the new life mystic realm. BR slash looking up, Lu Ming's 3 men realized. BR slash the ones in the air were not helicopters at all. BR slash Lu Ye's eyes looking into the sky had even more of a hint of admiration and yearning. BR slash old Lu looked quickly. It's the armored Imperial Beast troops. BR slash I've heard that all the magical beasts are produced by the Dragon Kingdom's unique, mechanical labyrinth, secret realm. BR slash I've heard that all the magical beasts are produced by the Dragon Kingdom's unique, mechanical maze, secret realm. BR slash I've heard that all the magical beasts are produced by the Dragon Kingdom's unique BR slash mechanical maze slash BR slash secret world. BR slash I'm going to take the Green Dragon Military Academy and join the Armored Beast Unit. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but look towards the sky. BR slash above the sky, countless armored helicopters were rapidly approaching this direction. BR slash the ground of the secret realm suddenly began to vibrate violently. BR slash countless low-priced magical beasts quickly fled towards the outside. BR slash some were simply scared by these mechanical magical beasts and prostrated themselves in place. BR slash however, in a few moments, an army of dozens of mechanical demonic beasts rushed directly behind Zhuang Dust. BR slash click, click, click dash BR slash dense gear sounds rang out. BR slash these mechanical magical beasts on the ground actually directly turned into various humanoid and beast forms. BR slash countless gun barrels and gun muzzles. Looking at Lu Ming and Lu Yi, their eyes glowed. BR slash no man can resist the temptation of armor. BR slash if there are 2 of them. BR slash looking at the domineering mechanical beast in front of him, Lu Ming could not help but secretly swear. BR slash one day, he will definitely get one as his contracted battle pet. BR slash just as Lu Ming and the others looked at the scene in front of them in shock. BR slash instructor Zhuang Dust's voice suddenly rang out. BR slash prioritize student protection. And, clown you have been surrounded by us. Surrender immediately. BR slash everyone listen. If the other party dares to resist, kill them on the ground. BR slash after saying that, Zhuang Duan's finger fiercely pointed to the sky. BR slash before Lu Ming could figure out the situation. BR slash above the sky, there was a violent burst of sound. BR slash this is the sound of. BR slash something breaking through the sound barrier. BR slash when he looked up, he saw a black warplane rapidly coming towards Zhuang Duan. The moment it was about to approach Zhuang Dust, the black warplane violently deformed in the air. In the end, it actually turned directly into Misty Grass. Old Lu look. Mecha. It's a mecha. I've seen this on TV. The core squad of the Armored Imperial Beasts unit. The Imperial Beasts that only the Titan squad has. A blue-ranked mechanical beast, the War Titan, will be given to you upon enlistment. Instructor Zhuangyi is actually a member of the Titan squad. I. Grass. At this moment, Fatty's face was red from too much excitement. Even Lu Ming. At the moment he saw the fighter turn into a mech. The brain was also confused for a moment. The next moment, he had silently made a decision. A real man. You have to drive a mecha wraith. Not only do I want to fly a mech, I also want to fly an aircraft carrier. I'm not only going to open a mecha, I'm going to open a carrier. Looking at the mech that was as black as ink and tens of meters high. The two men's breathing has become short. Sitting in the cockpit, Zhuang Dust directly took in Lu Ming's expression at the bottom. If he hadn't discovered Lu Ming as a good seedling. Honestly, he wouldn't have been willing to be so high profile. He even sent out his own War Titan. Brat, you can't be taken down by this? Then, he heard. Speaking of which, Instructor Zhuang is an elite member of the Titan squad. Why would he still come to teach us? Hey, just look at him like that, raising these magical beasts. And the War Titans must have taken out a lot of loans, right? Hiss. Elite squad so poor? Do they have to come out and take private jobs too? This magical beast, this quality, looks like it could easily make people carry tens of millions of dollars in loans. Zhuang Dust. I told you guys that I kill people without blinking an eye. You guys actually asked me if my eyes are dry. At once, Zhuang Duan felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. Can he say that? It really is because of carrying too many loans and having to accept the mandatory orders arranged from above? So angry, and couldn't refute it. The mech in his hand suddenly didn't feel like it smelled good anymore. On the ground, facing dozens of huge mechanical magical beasts. Joker's face did not show any fear. On the contrary, he faintly smiled. The figure once again returned to its original well-proportioned figure. His hands were slowly raised, just when everyone thought he was ready to be captured. Suddenly, a magic cloth used for magic appeared in the clown's hand at some point. Everyone, please let me set up your final show. Upon hearing the clown's words, Zhuang Duan's eyes immediately flashed with a stern look. Attack, live or die. In the next moment, violent waves of energy coalesced within dozens of mecha devils. At the clown at the center. It was an all-out strike. Boom. The ground instantly erupted with violent energy fluctuations. The rushing energy wave even directly exploded a mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared, the crowd was shocked to realize. The ground where the clown was just now, directly sunk about 20 meters. The ground, moreover, was vaporized by the high temperature and turned into magma stone. Looking at the direction where the clown had just been, Lu Ming and the others were in a daze. Old Lu, could that guy be dead? It's hard for me to comment if this isn't dead. No, he's not dead. Behind him, suddenly came Zhuang Dust's heavy voice. Upon hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming's trio immediately turned their heads. Instructor? Upon seeing the searching gaze of the three, Zhuang Dust then looked at the scorched earth on the ground with a grave expression. Shaking his head. Although there is no basis for it, I can feel that he should indeed not be dead. None of the Imperial Beastmasters that can make it to the Dark Beast Realm's killer list are simple. One is as slippery as a loach. Upon hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming's heart immediately stirred. Dark Beast Realm? Killer list? Another thing he didn't know. Zhuang Dust, on the other hand, was clearly not prepared to say more on this matter. Only his gaze suddenly looked towards Lu Ming. The blazing gaze made Lu Ming feel slightly blinded. Misty Grass, what are you doing, instructor? I am a serious student. Just when Lu Ming thought that he was going to have something against Lu Ming, Zhuang Duan tapped him on the shoulder and revealed appreciation in his words. Lu Ming, you are being watched by the clown. He will never stop easily. Why don't you join the Green Dragon Military School and let the military department protect you? With your qualifications, I'll guarantee that when you intern in your junior year, you'll directly join the Armored Imperial Beast Force. Chapter 15, Enrollment Conditions of Top Schools. Hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming and the three of them froze in unison. Then they saw Zhuang Dust looking at Lu Ming with a confident face. He was confident that no one would be able to resist the temptation of joining the armored Imperial Beast Force. Those battle-hardened soldier kings couldn't, let alone a fledgling youngster. Just when Zhuang Duan thought that he had it all figured out. The next moment, Lu Ming's calm voice came. I refuse. Very well. You. What? You refuse? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of dismay flashed across Zhuang Duan's face. Lu Yi, who was on the side, even revealed a pained look. That expression, that sigh, hated to directly replace it. Looking at Lu Yi, who was in pain. Lu Ming immediately rolled his eyes. Dude, it's been played. What acting? Old Lu, that's an early special enrollment slot. The Green Dragon Military School is one of the 4 major military schools. And the instructor also said, as long as you agree to be specially recruited, and even pulled me in as well. Zhuang Duan. Wait a minute. You little fatty, you're quite good at climbing up the pole. When did I say I'd bring you in as well? He. Then instructor, look at me. I grew up feeling like I have amazing bones. Can you specially enroll me into the Green Dragon Academy as well? Looking at Zhuang Dust in front of him with his arms hugging his chest without speaking. Lu Ye's heart instantly went half cold. Zhuang Dust, on the other hand, did not pay attention to Lu Yi, but frowned at Lu Ming. Can you tell me why you don't want to join the Green Dragon Military Academy? I can assure you that the resources you will receive when the time comes will definitely not be inferior to the 4 major academies. Ordinary students don't have the qualifications to intern in the Mecha Imperial Beast Force as soon as they graduate. This is something you should consider clearly. Upon hearing Zhuang Chen's question, Lu Ming only smiled faintly. His eyes burned as he looked at the other party. At this moment, Lu Ming finally no longer minded exposing his ambition. Coach, my goal is to impact the 2 top academies of heavenly stems and earthly branches. Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of disbelief immediately flashed across the faces of the crowd. The 2 of them, Summer and Lu Yi, were even more stunned as they looked at the confident teenager in front of them. In the past, it was not that Lu Ming had not told them, himself to take the exams of these 2 top-tier academies. But this was the first time they had seen Lu Ming answer this question with such certainty. If it was before, they would have thought that Lu Ming was just joking. But this time, he might actually be able to. Zhuang Dust, who was on the opposite side, was also stunned for a long time after hearing Lu Ming's words. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. Those 2 top-tier academies aren't something that ordinary people can join anymore. Do you know how difficult the requirements for their Imperial Beast examination are? Even if it's hard, what's there to fear? Looking at Lu Ming's serious look, Zhuang Duan was instantly speechless by his question. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. If it was the 2 top-tier academies, the qualifications of the Green Dragon Military Academy would really not be quite enough. At this moment, looking at Lu Ming in front of him again, Zhuang Chen was as if he had seen himself as a teenager. But his talent is far superior to his own. This made Zhuang Dust, who originally wanted to recruit him, not only not angry, on the contrary, he also had a few more moments of love for his talent. Good. Since you want to report on the 2 top-tier academies, I'll reveal some of the bottom to you. Do you know what the requirements of the 2 top-tier academies have been in the past? Hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming and the 3 of them immediately revealed a look of curiosity. Especially Lu Ming. For him who had his heart set on enrolling in the 2 top-tier academies. Everything there was full of curiosity for himself. If he could know some insider information in advance, it would naturally be the best. Last year, the enrollment standard of the 4 major academies was 2-star level 2, while the enrollment standard of the 2 top academies was 2-star level 5. Isn't it just an extra 3 levels? It's not much, right? Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Zhuang Duan however glanced at him and let out a cold laugh. After a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, each level up requires a boost of at least 300 points of spiritual energy. Upgrading to the 3rd level is no less difficult than if you were promoted from a 1-star to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Do you still think it's easy? At that instant, Lu Yi, who had just shown some disdain, immediately frightened by this perverted request, he stopped speaking. Not only that, the other Imperial Beast universities only look at one of your cultivation and spiritual arts scores, but the heavenly stems and earthly branches look at your combined scores. BR/600 points in the high school exam. Below 560 points don't want to join. Saying this, Zhuang Duan's voice suddenly gave a beat. Then his eyes looked at Lu Ming with some complexity. With his understanding of Lu Ming. In terms of his talent of using out spirit arts for 3 days. The point that was the most difficult for previous candidates had instead become Lu Ming's advantage. As for the issue of battle pet cultivation. Your battle pet's bloodline level is too low. It might drag you down when the time comes. Upon hearing Zhuang Dust's words, several people immediately revealed an incredulous look. The treasure hunting mouse had already risen to the green level. Wasn't that enough? And the entire green water one. Besides Summer's Zimu Golden Lotus, it was his treasure-seeking mouse bloodline that had the highest rank. What answered him was Zhuang Duan's cold smile. Do you know how the children of those big families are nurtured? After ascending to the second star, the Imperial Beast Master can contract another battle pet, and at that time, they will contract the magical beast eggs that the family has helped them arrange long ago. The magical beasts that have been bred by those top families for generations all have a minimum bloodline level of blue or even indigo. To enter the 2 university campuses, your magical beasts will have to reach the blue level, and that's still the minimum threshold. Hua. Hearing this perverted requirement. Even Lu Ming felt a burst of headache. No wonder it was rare to hear of an ordinary person being able to enroll in the 2 top-tier academies. These 2 academies. From the very beginning of the enrollment requirements. It was not meant for commoner students. When Zhuang Dust finished speaking, his gaze could not help but look towards Lu Ming. Hoping to see a hint of frustration from his face. In that case, he himself would be able to offer him an invitation again. Although teenagers are not lacking in fervor, sometimes they have to recognize reality. How can the talent of one generation be compared to the efforts of several or more than a dozen generations of those great families? The result. Zhuang Dust did not see any disappointment on the face of. On the contrary, he actually saw the arrogance of the more frustrated, the more courageous. After all this, you are still prepared to enroll in the 2 great Imperial Beast universities? What answered him was Lu Ming's firm eyes. Why don't you try if you have the chance? If I can raise the treasure-seeking mouse to the green level, I can raise him to the blue, indigo or even violet level. The Tao is noble in contention. If I don't even fight, how do I know if I can do it? And, even if I don't need your recommendation, instructor, I'll be able to enroll in the Green Dragon Military Academy as well. And also have the confidence to join the Armored Imperial Beast Force directly after graduation. The arrogance that came out. But no one in the audience dared to refute what Lu Ming said. Looking at Lu Ming's sharp eyes, Zhuang Chen's face was first stunned. Then, a complexity flashed. You are right, to the extent that I am a bit anxious. Your words under the 2 top-tier academies already have the qualifications to be chosen at will. After saying that, Zhuang Dust shook his head inside. He finally understood why those geniuses were not willing to accept solicitations easily. Because of that confidence. The confidence that they were willing to believe that they could do anything. Just as Zhuang Dust was about to make a gloomy exit. Instead, his arm was given a grab by Lu Yi. Wait a moment, instructor. Didn't you just say that you were going to bring me to join the Armored Imperial Beast Unit? Chuang Chen? Did I just say that? Chapter 16, Brothers Can Be Raised Too? Said it. Hearing Zhuang Duan's question. After Lu Ming and Lu Yi looked at each other. Immediately said in unison. Summer, who was behind him, immediately blushed in shame when she heard the 2 men's shameless reply. Lowering his head, he did not dare to look at Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Dust directly rolled his eyes and looked Lu Yi up and down once before he asked. Lu Yi right? Wanting to join the Armored Imperial Beast Force is not a simple matter. What advantages do you think you have? Advantages? Upon hearing the instructor's question, Lu Yi instantly scratched his head. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuang Dust's cold voice came again. Contracted a red-level magical beast. Spiritual energy has just arrived at 100, and there are still more than 20 days to go before the Imperial Beast examination. Like you, not to say a handful of them, at least 95% of the students are. What makes you think you can stand out from these 95% of students? Upon hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Yi, who had just been excited, his face suddenly turned white. But instructor, I really want to join. Who doesn't want to join? Is it an individual who wants to join and I should say yes to him? So, Lu, show me your determination. BR slash you want to join the armored Imperial Beast Force, right? Good. I'll give you a chance. BR slash as long as you get into the Green Dragon Military Academy this year, I can promise you all the conditions I just promised Lu Ming. BR slash can I. BR slash upon hearing the instructor's words, Luya's face immediately flashed with a flash of lack of confidence. BR slash as for Zhuang Dust, he just gave him a deep look and didn't say anything more. BR slash a person who doesn't even believe in himself. BR slash how could he get into the Green Dragon Military Academy? BR slash the next moment, his green sky bull python slowly came to his master. BR slash the huge snake's mouth grabbed Lu Ming's 3 people and slowly crawled towards the secret boundary. BR slash soon after Lu Ming's trio left the secret realm. BR slash the system beep in his head suddenly sounded. BR slash, ding. Mission completed. BR slash, quest reward, SSS grade spiritual art Imperial Spirit Atlas Remnants Spirit Melting Chapter. BR slash upon hearing this system prompt, BR slash Lu Ming then let out a deep sigh of relief. BR slash he had finally escaped the clown's pursuit. BR slash after seeing the legendary SSS rank spirit technique, BR slash his face immediately flashed with an imperceptible excitement. BR slash that was an SSS rank spirit art. BR slash if it wasn't for the fact that there were still people around. BR slash he couldn't wait to take out the Imperial Spirit Atlas and check it out immediately. BR slash right. There is also the B-ranked spirit art rewarded by the previous quest. BR slash the same need to check it out when they returned. BR slash waiting for the crowd to return to leave the secret realm. BR slash Lu Yi beside him still had a listless look. BR slash seeing his expression, Lu Ming could not help but pat his shoulder. BR slash unfortunately, his own system was only useful to himself. BR slash otherwise, High and Low would have found a way to help Lu Yi hole an evolutionary route out for Imperial Beasts. BR slash only Lu Yi lowered his head, no longer lively as before. BR slash old Lu. BR slash Ong. BR slash hearing Lu Yi's call, Lu Ming's gaze looked over. BR slash Lu Yi, on the other hand, pursed his lips hard, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. BR slash I am not willing, the opportunity is right in front of me. If I don't seize this opportunity, I might not have a chance in my life. BR slash I want to take the Qinglong Military Academy. BR slash along with Lu Yi's words, BR slash in the next moment, the system that hadn't lit up for a long time actually steeply issued a prompt. BR slash, when you are in your middle age, you meet up with your old friend again. His parents also died in the beast tide, and his only daughter was unfortunately killed, leaving only his seriously injured and disabled wife Su Manhwa to depend on him. He is not willing to seek the truth about the beast tide from you. BR slash knowing the truth of him, but for himself only 2-star Imperial Beast master this matter. Feel deeply powerless. The same end of the world. Looking at the former old friend of the whole day drowning in misery, your heart has already had a new idea. BR slash, task, middle-aged man's comeback, BR slash, to help Lu Yi to get promoted. Raise at least 3 levels in a week, BR slash, quest reward, potential points asterisk 2-5. 1 evolutionary route for the poisonous salamander. Lu Yi's favorability gets a normal boost. BR slash A. BR slash seeing the quest panel prompt in front of him. BR slash Lu Ming's face instantly flashed with an odd color. BR slash fatty his future is quite miserable now. BR slash sure enough. Unfortunate families are all alike. BR slash but what the hell is the quest reward at the back? BR slash what does he need boy's favorability for? BR slash to the point that the potential point reward was indeed a reward that he desperately needed at the moment. BR slash I'll just do this quest by myself. BR slash it's just a weird feeling. BR slash this kind of quest should not be for one's own battle pet or Qingmei. BR slash why can brothers be nurtured too? BR slash I don't sisterly. BR slash right now. Looking at the fat man in front of him with an unwilling face. BR slash since we are going to help him, the first thing is to build confidence in the fat man. BR slash encouragingly patting Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Ming immediately patted his chest to assure him. BR slash don't worry, don't you still have me? Follow my training during this period of time. Not to mention the Green Dragon Military School. The 2 top schools we can also impact to try. BR slash after going back. First go to the bank to borrow a sum of money. But you red level magical beasts should not be able to loan much. BR slash I still have almost 100,000 gold coins on me. So I'll first find a way to upgrade to an ordinary third-rate Imperial Beast University. BR slash BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi's face was once again revitalized. BR slash no matter what, he had to find a way to try. BR slash in a person's life, there aren't many opportunities to change one's fate. BR slash some people may not be able to see that chance in their lifetime. BR slash he has already seen it, so he must fight for it. BR slash compared to those who don't even have a goal. BR slash he is undoubtedly a lot more fortunate. BR slash summer on the side, watching Lu Ming motivate Lu Yi's appearance. BR slash silently, he lowered his head and did not say anything. BR slash instead. His mind recalled when he was faced with the clown asking him to hand over his battle pet. BR slash the image of Lu Ming being the first to stand in front of him. BR slash looking at Lu Ming straight back. BR slash Summer couldn't help but recall the image of when he was a child when he moved to the slums with his mother. BR slash the memory was because her father died in the war, and the mother and daughter, who had no means of income, were forced to move into the slums. BR slash her mother was in tears all day long, and she was filled with uncertainty and panic as she was not cared for. BR slash even the children around her bully her from time to time. BR slash just when she was feeling the most desperate. BR slash a not so broad back, blocked in front of him. BR slash the Lu Ming in the beginning was exactly the same as the Lu Ming now. BR slash no matter what, he would subconsciously block in front of himself. BR slash in the beginning, she was also aggrieved and scared. BR slash Lu Ming seemed to have abandoned himself since high school. BR slash but these days Lu Ming's behavior made her sure again. BR slash Lu is still the same Lu. He hasn't changed at all. BR slash thinking of Lu Ming's conversation with Zhuang Dust earlier. Summer silently clenched her fists. BR slash is Lu's volunteer for the 2 top academies? I want to go too. BR slash late at night. The bus slowly drove towards the school. BR slash the spirits of the students were all very depressed. BR slash something so big had happened in the secret realm. BR slash reality had taught this group of newcomers a good lesson. BR slash as soon as they got off the bus, they saw a group of school leaders standing at the school entrance with pale faces. BR slash a few parents of the students involved in the accident are standing in front of the school and crying. BR slash just a short while after Lu Ming got off the bus, he saw a group of school leaders standing in front of the school with pale faces. BR slash in front, suddenly came the voice of the principal. BR slash come over here. Summer student, the teachers have something to find you. BR slash. Chapter 17 The upcoming mock exam. Early in the morning, Lu Ming woke up early. BR slash under the school's arrangement, everyone came to the playground. BR slash this year's scholarships are very generous and are available to any student. BR slash 2 days later, the school will hold a mock exam, which will be benchmarked against the previous Imperial Beast exams. BR slash the top 10 students will receive a generous reward. BR slash at the same time the top 3 students will also receive a ticket to the secret realm worth 100,000 gold coins. BR slash the principal's words reached the ears of all the students. BR slash at once, excitement was written all over everyone's faces. BR slash however, when Lu Ming and Lu Yi heard it, a flash of disdain flashed across their faces. BR slash if it weren't for Gu Changsheng and all those college seeds of theirs dying out, would the school be so kind? BR slash I heard that there are only 2 compact orange level students left in the school. TSK. This year, our first middle school is considered to be completely cool. BR slash who said that? Isn't there still Summer? BR slash yeah oh. Speaking of which where did Summer go? How come I haven't seen her? BR slash as they spoke, the 2 gazed over to the next class. BR slash only to find that there was no sign of Summer anywhere. BR slash it seems like yesterday she was called over by the principal. BR slash and hasn't been seen since. BR slash frowning slightly, Lu Ming tried to look around for Summer's figure. BR slash even the corners where she usually stayed were observed, but nothing was seen. BR slash until the speech on the principal's side was over. After all the students from each class had left, BR slash Summer was still missing. BR slash Lu Ming's heart flashed with a flash of bad premonition. BR slash just as he was about to find the students in Summer's class to ask about the situation. BR slash but just as he left the playground, he saw Summer waiting for him at the entrance. BR slash beside her, there was a girl with short, capable hair. BR slash the other party's expression is cold, and her eyes are calm with deep. BR slash when I saw Lu Ming, I didn't know if it was my own illusion. BR slash Lu Ming always felt that the other party looked at his eyes vaguely some hostility. BR slash just by looking at her, Lu Ming felt as if he was stabbed in the back. BR slash the girl didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding Lu Ming. BR slash she stood beside Summer, as if she were a cold and colorful goddess. BR slash just when Lu Ming was about to ask who this immovable king was, he suddenly realized that he was not the only one who had a good time. BR slash Summer, however, suddenly walked up to him. BR slash lowering her head, she gently pulled on Lu Ming's palm. BR slash when he raised his head again, Lu Ming found that her eyes, at the moment, were like the autumn waves that flooded the lake on an autumn day. BR slash with a gentle blink, the layer of water mist caused a ripple. BR slash brother Lu, the school has arranged for me to receive surprise training from Sister Yi of Nanli University. BR slash we might not even have time to meet before the college entrance exams. BR slash upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming first fell silent for a while. BR slash looking at the little girl's sad expression, he just smiled and pinched her delicate face. BR slash a good thing. With your talent, it won't be hard to get into the 4 great academies. Let's work hard together and meet at the top when the time comes. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer but reluctantly gave him a hug. Her head was buried into his chest. Lu Ming immediately felt a moist warmth on his chest. In his heart, a layer of sadness of parting flashed. After Summer moved away from him reluctantly. At this moment, although she was red-faced, but she no longer cried. Looking at Lu Ming, she said with a face full of seriousness, Brother Lu, I also want to enroll in the Heavenly Stem or Earthly Branches Academy. Unbidden. Lu Ming's face flashed with a touch of consternation. Then he nodded with a smile again. I believe in you. I will definitely get into the 2 top academies. Probably because the voice was too loud. Summer's words directly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. At once, several gazes sized up that guy who didn't know the heights of heaven. But after seeing that the person who shouted the slogan was Summer. Everyone immediately revealed a kind smile again. And Summer, suddenly being seen by so many people, her human attributes suddenly burst out again. With a red face, after finally giving Lu Ming an unwilling glance, she directly turned around and fled from the crowd. Even though Summer left, Yi Qiuyu, who was standing behind her like a door god, did not have a chance to see her at the moment. At this moment, he did not leave. Surveying the Lu Ming in front of him, a hint of disdain flared from the corner of his eyes. Summer is the most talented schoolmate I have ever seen. The 4 great academies are merely her bottom line. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing the other party seem to have something in his words. Lu Ming could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. So? It's normal for girls to have fantasies in high school, but you have to understand the gap between you and her. You're destined to be from 2 worlds, and the reason I let Summer come over is to give her something to think about. But you have to be self-aware, understand? Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming instantly narrowed his eyes. Lu Yi beside him, after hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, his eyes suddenly protruded out. You. Only, before he could speak. The next moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure directly pressed on Lu Ming and Lu Ye's bodies. This is the 3-star Imperial Beast Master. At that moment, Lu Yi was so pressed that he did not dare to speak. Only Yi Qiuyu's cold voice remained, ringing in the ears of the two. If I knew that either of you two dared to meet with Summer in private, it wouldn't be as simple as a small warning. Lu Ming, if you still have any self-knowledge, leave Summer's sight and never show up again. Feeling the spiritual pressure coming from his body. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little out of breath from the other party's intense spiritual energy. However, he still managed to harden himself against the other party's spiritual pressure and forcefully raised his head. This, senior sister, if I get into the 2 top academies, I will be able to meet with Summer, right? You. Although a little surprised that Lu Ming was actually able to carry her spirit pressure. But the expression on Yi Qiuyu's face remained the same. With your talent, a second-rate Imperial Beast University is your limit. I advise you not to have unrealistic fantasies. Let's not talk about the top-tier universities. As long as you can get into the 4 major universities, I have recently obtained a new magical beast egg. Originally, it was intended to be used for breaking through the 4th rank. If you can get into Nanli, this magical beast egg will be yours. A gentleman's word. Hearing Lu Ming's excited tone. Yi Qiuyu, however, only tantalizingly glanced at it. In the next moment, her figure flickered. The entire person actually disappeared right in front of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Accompanied by the spirit pressure fading away like a tidal wave. Only then did the two of them gasp for air. With palpitating hearts, Lu Ye's eyes were filled with indignation. Is that woman sick? Lu Ming, on the other hand, just shook his head without much dissatisfaction in his eyes. Getting up, he quietly looked at the location where the other party disappeared and shook his head. In the end, she is only doing this for Summer's sake. And don't forget, she promised to give me a magical beast egg. Or do you not believe that I can win the bet? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. After the two brothers glanced at each other, they immediately grinned and wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders. Just as they were about to leave. Behind them, however, came an untimely sneer. Yo, what was that just now? Our soft rice man, wouldn't be dumped by your thighs, right? If you ask me, Mr. Xia is really discerning, but having contracted a red-ranked magical beast, what's the use of investing in this kind of person? Tisk Tsk Lu Ming, what are you without Summer? C. This is what happens when you have your foot in two boats. You deserve it. BR/. Chapter 18, Killing an Old Lover. Hearing a few abstract sneers coming from behind them, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's expressions immediately became odd. Turning his head to look behind him, Lu Ming wanted to see which few abstract brothers. He actually dared to move the earth on the head of too many years old. He was already in a bad mood, and he was just short of a sandbag. Then he saw Chu Yunyan leading a group of boys towards his side. After seeing the looks of those guys, Lu Ming unconsciously smiled. Yo, licking dog number 2, number 3, and 4, 5, 6, and 7. No wonder he laughed out loud. The truth was that he knew all of these people. When the original owner was chasing Chu Yunyan. When the original owner was chasing after Chu Yunyan, she was recognized as the school's flower. So how could he and Gu Changxing be the only two suitors? But before the contract war pet, the original master and Chu Yunin's relationship is just the best. The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at it. And I was able to get a good look at it. Even standing behind Chu Yunyan qualifications are not scum. A sentence. Dogs are not as good as. The ones who just barked at themselves were none other than this group of Chu Yunyan's licking dogs. Looking at Chu Yunyan on the opposite side, Lu Ming couldn't help but be happy. Why say Chu student? You want to open a dog market? Why do you suddenly want to raise a dog? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the few abstract brothers who had just been arrogant, their faces instantly turned red. Lu Ming, don't be too arrogant. What do you have now that you don't have summer? What else are you? That's it. Yunyan specially called you over to join us this time. I advise you not to be ungrateful. The mock exam is in 2 days. We should unite with each other so that we have a higher chance of getting a ranking. Without summer. You're just a piece of trash. It's only because Yunyan is kind-hearted that she thought to call out for you to join us. Otherwise you think you have a chance? Hearing the words of several people, Lu Ming was directly amused by them. He and Lu Yi looked at the 6 abstract gourd wavers in front of them, and then looked at the grandpa Chu Yunyan who was in the center of them. I don't know if it was Lu Ming's illusion. He always felt that Chu Yunyan had become different. In addition to her black hair becoming white, the aura on her body actually made him feel a sense of humor. It actually made him feel a hint of danger. As for Chu Yunyan, after seeing Lu Ming's gaze, she only smiled sweetly at him. The eyes were like the surface of a calm lake, in which only tenderness was reflected besides herself. Lu Ming, I am sincerely inviting you to join our group together. I know you're not happy with summer being gone. If you join me. After saying that, her cheeks slightly reddened. Obviously nothing was said. But in those bright and moving eyes, it seemed that everything was said again. It had to be said that this tea spirit was really a demonic spirit. Even Lu Yi, who was looking at her with great displeasure. After seeing her demeanor, he also subconsciously gulped. Old Lu, I think she's right. Voodoo. Fatty, please collect your saliva first, okay? Breathlessly, he looked at Lu Yi on the side. Determination can't work, a little old brother. How dare you treat the tea essence as your good sister? No wonder your days are not peaceful in the future. Moreover, for this Chu Yunyan, he really could not raise any good feelings. Don't forget, he had seen Chu Yunyan's information when he was doing a mission before. This woman is the future Minister of Distribution of the Reverse Beast Association. If you play with her, you might not even know how you're going to die. Just as Lu Ming was thinking. Who knew that in the next second, the system's beep actually came to his ears once again. You have successfully escaped the clown's pursuit, but also on the list of the Inverted Beast Society's most wanted list. From now on, Qingshui City Inverted Beast Society Branch President Chu Yunyan will personally come over to fetch your head, but also in order to cut off the humiliation of this once. For her pursuit has already gained a certain strength as the will be the choice of. Mission, kill old lover, defeat Chu Yunyan, including but not limited to defeating, capturing, and killing each other, mission reward, Chu Yunyan's goodwill gained a slight to moderate boost. Potential points *3-5, Lu Ming, looking at the mission that suddenly appeared in front of him, and then look at the opposite side of the face of I see pity, full of sincerity Chu Yunyan, bah, poisonous woman, no. What the hell is that quest reward again? What do I need her favorability for? Will you enjoy tea every day in the future? System, you're not right. After seeing the system's prompt, Lu Ming's eyes immediately became strange as he looked at Chu Yunyan. When he looked at Chu Yunyan's clear eyes again, he subconsciously shivered. This woman is not simple. Old Gu said that he was not played to death by her. Facing Chu Yunyan, and that dog-licking squad behind him. He only laughed coldly and directly interrupted the crowd's invitation. Stop. Stop it for me. Saying that you guys are licking dogs. You really consider yourselves dogs? Wild dogs come in packs. Fierce beasts come alone. You guys want to be dogs yourselves even if you want to. Don't pollute my eyes. Speaking here. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth suddenly rose slightly. After looking at Chu Yunyan, and then the group of licking dogs behind him, he suddenly said, Chu Yunyan, when you were with Gu Chansheng, your bike didn't get stomped on by him much, did it? And you guys, I think you really haven't eaten any good pork. What? I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. Lu Ming then pulled out the car, and the car was taken off the road. Lu Ming then pulled the adoring Lu Yi and left directly. Only Chu Yunyan and her licking dogs were left behind, remaining in the same place and looking at each other in disbelief. After a long time, Chu Yunyan, who had reacted, immediately flashed a flash of blush and distortion in her eyes. He. What is he talking about? Lu Ming, you pervert. Looking at Chu Yunyan with a pearly appearance. The few lickspittles who were still doubtful in their hearts just now. Immediately, they showed concern for her. Just no one noticed. Chu Yunin, who had her eyes lowered, looked at Lu Ming with a look in her eyes. Hiddenly, there was more than a touch of coldness. Thinking of her own strange encounter, she immediately let out a light hum. A touch of distortion and madness flashed in her eyes. Lu Ming, how powerful do you think you are? 2 days after the mock exam, I will make you regret it. At the same time that Chu Yunyan was secretly mad. Lu Ming and Fatty had already returned to the classroom. Under the class teacher's explanation, the two also finally understood the rules of the competition the day after tomorrow. The two subjects of cultivation and spiritual arts were tested separately. Cultivation is to look at the cultivation of the battle pet. The school will calculate measurements from various aspects such as rank, strength, speed, and stamina. As for spiritual arts, the school, because of its limited resources, it only requires the prospective candidate to take a simple quiz on the spiritual ability test stone. Speaking at the end, the class teacher reminded with all the students in a serious tone. Professional cultivation will have to be studied later when you go to the university, and for the college entrance exams, the main focus will still be on the rank of your imperial beasts. If you students have the opportunity, you can consider improving the strength of your battle pet. Of course, the improvement of your own spiritual energy is equally important. After a couple more brief explanations, Old Ben said no more. Right after he announced that the crowd could go back to cultivating. Lu Ming and Lu Ye's side, however, took the initiative to find Old Class. Seeing these two students, Old Su's face clearly showed a touch of doubt. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled as he took out the treasure chest from Mouse Rat's mouth. He took out the rewards that they had previously obtained in the Secret Realm copy. In addition to some of the equipment rewarded by the treasure chest. There were also some scholarship vouchers from the school in the treasure chest. In one fell swoop, all of these prizes were poured into Old Ben's table. Seeing these things, Old Ben's face immediately revealed a touch of consternation. Good lord, you guys are wrapping up the Secret Realm? He. Luck. Old Ben, we don't use these things. Can you see if you can help us find a way to help us exchange them for cash? Fatty and I want to fight for the top 3. We need money now. Chapter 19 Spiritual Arts, Spirit Melting Chapter. Looking at the pile of prizes on the table, Su Zhengjuan's face did not fail to reveal a bitter smile. I'm so old, it's useless to take it? It's the scholarships in here that I can help you guys redeem. Upon hearing the old class's words, Lu Ming, however, shook his head in the main. Teacher, I want to ask you to help us sell it. The things are all good, I'm sure you know. The price can be 20% less than the market price. We only have one request, which is to get the money as soon as possible. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zhengjuan's eyes immediately lit up. The prize in front of him was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. If he receives it and disposes of it, how can he make a small profit? The thing is not much, he to also be able to eat. Plus it was a student's request. Immediately, Old Su nodded without moving. Okay, I'll think of a way, and I'll give you all the money this afternoon. BR/ upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's faces then revealed a smirk. BR/ when the two returned to the dormitory, Lu Ming immediately made a thorough training plan for Lu Yi. BR/ he didn't forget that he still had a task to do on Lu Yi. BR/fatty, you've heard what the class teacher said. The main thing is to upgrade your imperial beasts and raise your spiritual energy. BR/ I still have 100,000 gold coins on my side. How much did you borrow from the bank? BR/50,000. Any more is gone. BR/ orange ranked magical beasts can probably borrow 200,000. We've already made a gap with them. So let's set one goal this time. BR/ that is to fight for second and third place. At least get the third place. You go online now and place an order for the spiritual energy crystals. It's fine if the price goes up a little bit. Wait until the old class brings all the money over in the afternoon. We'll train right away. BR/ right now, they really don't have any other methods. They can only try to raise as much money as possible. BR/ wait until the old class brings the money over in the afternoon. BR/ Lu Ming then immediately urged Lu Yi to train. BR/ large batches of spiritual energy crystals were fed into the belly of the highly poisonous salamander without any money. BR/ Lu Ye's training speed also increased like a rocket. BR/ as for Lu Ming, his and Mouse's strength has no more room for improvement for the time being. BR/ so for the next 2 days, the only thing he did, BR/ was to eat through the 2 spirit arts that he had just acquired. BR/ by the time he had figured out all of the contents of the spirit melting chapter of the Imperial Spirit Atlas, BR/ a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. BR/ the traditional spirit arts were all for battle pets. BR/ but the content of the spirit melting chapter was different from all the spirit arts he had ever read. BR/ it actually fused the battle pet and the Imperial Beastmaster with each other, allowing the Imperial Beastmaster to fight with the power of the battle pet. BR/ cultivating to a high depth. When the Imperial Beastmaster is able to fuse several magical beasts at the same time, BR/ its power will truly be revealed. BR/ as for the early stages, BR/ no matter how powerful the Beastmaster is, his physical quality cannot be better than his battle pet. BR/ the role of the spirit melting chapter is, at best, to be used as a means to save one's life at critical moments. BR/ plus, it is an SSS grade spirit art. The amount of spirit energy consumed can be imagined. BR/ Lu Ming had tried it once, and the support time was not even as good as Ultraman. BR/ in the early stages, it is very weak. BR/ in the later stages, it may not be able to withstand the consumption of multiple battle pets fused together. BR/ but even so, Lu Ming was still shocked. BR/ it is hard to imagine that if he were to finish learning the remaining 4 articles, BR/ what kind of gains he would have. BR/ as for the other B-grade spiritual art, it was a bit more interesting. BR/ it was called Mirror Flower Watermoon. BR/ Mirror Flower Watermoon, after using it, your battle pet will gain an additional mirror doppelganger, but without any attack power, lasting for 1 minute. BR/ after 2 days of comprehending it, Lu Ming had finally finished learning all of the 2 spirit arts. BR/ raising his head, he looked at Lu Yi on the side. BR/ beside the poisonous salamander, the spiritual energy crystals that were originally as high as a small mountain. BR/ at this moment, it has already been swallowed by it all. BR/ the round belly and its mouth is still spitting out green bubbles. BR/ it looks like it can't eat anymore. BR/ I don't know if it was Lu Ming's illusion. BR/ he always felt that the poisonous salamander not only did not get bigger, BR/ on the contrary, it has become even smaller. BR/ as for Lu Yi at this time, BR/ he was still practicing the basic meditation method issued by the school. BR/ tapping Lu Ye's shoulder, he instantly awoke from his cultivation state. BR/ opening his eyes, he looked around in some confusion. BR/ after opening his mouth, he realized that his lips were very dry and cracked. BR/ unbidden, he asked Lu Ming with a somewhat hoarse voice. BR/ old Lu, how many days has it been? BR/ today is the mock exam. BR/ hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi had some shock to look at himself. BR/ he also did not expect that he actually practiced for 2 whole days. Once he practiced, BR/ he licked his lips and touched his stomach, which had dried up a bit. BR/ although the hunger in his abdomen was like fire. BR/ yet he felt that he had never been in such a good state as today. BR/ old Lu, I feel terribly strong now. BR/ then rely on that energy and punch 2 to keep 3. BR/ good. BR/ after saying that, the 2 of them opened the door of the dormitory together. BR/ at this moment, there are already countless students like them. BR/ silently walking towards the direction of the playground. BR/ 2 days is not too long and not too short. BR/ for those who cared, they had improved greatly. BR/ but there were still more ordinary people around who were bumbling around. BR/ most of them, their thoughts are still stuck on attending an ordinary third-rate Imperial Beast University. BR slash but Lu Ming could clearly feel it. BR slash there were a few students around whose battle pets had a fierce aura coming from them. BR slash obviously. Everyone is not all groping for fish and doing nothing. BR slash without the Gu Changsheng few. Everyone felt like they had a chance. BR slash quite a few people are even more dedicated to cultivating these days. BR slash the competition for this test will only get more intense. BR slash BR slash. BR slash soon. Lu Ming and the rest of them gathered in the playground along with the crowd. BR slash since it was a mock test, the school had naturally prepared properly. BR slash on the original playground, densely packed instruments appeared. BR slash there was also a huge spiritual energy test stone placed in the center. BR slash the school leaders looked at the vibrant students underneath and only nodded tantalizingly. BR slash there wasn't much elation on their faces. BR slash the original seeded players of the Imperial Beast University had all been wiped out. BR slash the school's side directly pressed the treasure on Summer's body. BR slash for those students underneath. BR slash even if there were 2 seeds of orange level magical beasts. So what? BR slash first middle school now, can only rely on Summer to get into the 4 major academies to turn the tide. BR slash thinking of this, Principal Xiang Dongli couldn't help but sigh once again. BR slash after the director of instruction on the side saw the principal let out his 70-second sigh of the week. BR slash immediately, he stepped forward to comfort. BR slash don't worry principal. You've seen the situation with Summer's student. The little girl knows how to get ahead. BR slash classmate Yi also said that she basically passed the exams of the 4 major academies steadily. BR slash hearing the teaching director's words, Principal Xiang just pinched his beard and sighed helplessly. BR slash what's the use of just one seedling from the 4 major academies? In previous years, each school had to have at least 30 who entered the Imperial Beast University, and we are. This year, BR slash speaking here, he once again let out his 73rd sigh. BR slash in his heart, however, he couldn't help but think, BR slash if only the heavens could open their eyes and give their school another seed from one of the 4 great academies. BR slash no, it doesn't have to be the 4 major schools, the seed of a first-class university will do. BR slash that way, not only is there nothing wrong with the first high school this year, but there is even credit to be given to it. BR slash just. BR slash where in heaven's name is such good luck? BR slash I only hope that the people of the Royal Beast Education Bureau, this year, do not criticize him too bad. BR slash seeing Xiang Dongli's appearance, the director of teaching knows the leader's thoughts. BR slash also cannot help but follow the sigh. BR slash wriggling his lips, he gave an awkward smile. BR slash maybe those 2 students who contracted orange grade Imperial Beasts are expected to impact the second-rate Imperial Beast University this year? BR slash as long as there are 3 of them who enter the second stream Imperial Beast University, our first middle school will be. BR slash not waiting for the director of instruction to finish his sentence. BR slash Xiang Dongli waved his hand helplessly. BR slash how difficult is a second-rate Imperial Beast University? BR slash simply contracting an orange-ranked magical beast won't do. BR slash effort, luck, and family conditions are indispensable. BR slash the school, however, has already placed all of its treasure on Summer. BR slash there is no more energy to nurture 2 possible hopes. BR slash even if both of them can go to a second-rate Imperial Beast University, what about the other one? BR slash who would be the top? BR slash who would be able to handle it? BR slash looking up to the group of youthful teenage girls at the bottom. BR slash Xiang Dongli's heart flashed a touch of intolerance. BR slash these people, all of them have become his outcasts. BR slash how many of them will be able to enter the Imperial Beast University? BR slash I'm afraid I can count them on 2 palms, right? BR slash at that moment, Xiang Dongli no longer had the heart to continue watching. BR slash after simply speaking 2 sentences of chicken soup, he was about to leave. BR slash just before he was about to leave. BR slash suddenly, the crowd violently erupted into a shout of surprise. BR slash upon hearing this cry of alarm, Xiang Dongli could not help but look at the crowd in surprise. BR slash what kind of commotion would attract such a big reaction from the students? Chapter 20, Spiritual Arts Test. At this moment, the Spiritual Energy Test area. BR slash in front of the huge Spiritual Energy Test stone. BR slash a white-haired girl dressed in white was standing quietly under the test stone. BR slash along with the gentle rubbing of her fingers, the spiritual energy in her body was instantly injected. BR slash a light green fluorescent light immediately flickered on the Spiritual Energy Test stone. BR slash on the large screen displaying the strength of the spiritual energy. BR slash the numbers on the screen immediately rose. BR slash in just a few moments, it had already surpassed 300. BR slash 320, 340, 360, 380. BR slash looking at the numbers displayed on the large screen. BR slash Xiang Dongli, who was already preparing to leave, immediately had a look of surprise on his face. BR slash and when the director of instruction beside him saw it, his face was immediately delighted. Principal look. It's only been 5 days and a student's spiritual energy has risen to 1-star 3rd level. No, it's broken through 400 points. It's actually still rising. Which class's student is this? Which class is this one? The senior class teachers on the side. After hearing the director of instruction's question, only Su Ji-jun from the 3rd class fiercely stood out and said with suppressed excitement, Headmaster, Director, it's Chu Yunyan from our class. She is a recognized good seedling in our class. She was the only one who survived among the members of Gu Changxing's group before. She's pretty and smart. Is Chu Yunyan? Upon hearing Su Ji-jun's words, Xiang Dongli immediately narrowed his eyes and looked towards Chu Yunyan who was standing in the crowd. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was actually still channeling spiritual energy into the test stone. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had only just begun to strain. A thin bead of sweat flashed across her face. When the spiritual energy rose to 460 points. Only then did the rising speed gradually ease. In the end, when the spiritual energy stopped at 467 points, the surrounding students immediately erupted into a shout of surprise. My god, Chu Yunyan is already almost 1-star level 5? Worthy of being Chu Yunyan. Not only is she beautiful, but her talent is also so high. Even without Xiaogu, she's still a spiritual art genius. Good lord. This time the 3rd-rate Imperial Beast University is already secure, right? Even impacting the 2nd stream isn't a problem. Not only that, a 1st-rate Imperial Beast University may not be impossible. Xiang Dongli on the stage. After seeing Chu Yunin's spiritual energy count, a smile could not help but appear on his face as well. The original worries in his heart had also unconsciously disappeared by a small margin. Looking towards Su Ji-jun who was at the side, he could not help but nod his head. Xiao Su, you taught me well. Work hard and strive to let this student in your class get into a 2nd-rate. 1st-rate Imperial Beast University. After that I will privately sponsor you with a class fee. Work hard. Yes. Thank you, Headmaster. Hearing the principal's words, the excitement on Su Ji-jun's face could no longer be hidden. The surrounding teachers all looked at old Su with envious faces. Although when the pact was made some time ago, old Su's class was completely wiped out. But right now, a spiritual energy genius, Chu Yunyan, has actually appeared. This guy. It was really a blind cat that ran into a dead rat. Most importantly, this guy showed his face in front of the principal. As long as Chu Yunyan can get into the 2nd-rate Imperial Beast University today, next year's title rating will definitely have a share of him. I've known for a long time that Chu Yunyan can do it. She's my favorite student. If there's anyone in the class who can get into the Imperial Beast University, it's her. At the same time that old Su was smugly bragging to the other homeroom teachers. On the other hand, at the back of the playground, looking at Chu Yunyan being greeted down by a group of people in the limelight. Lu Yi couldn't help but skim his mouth. This group of people really have enough licks. Especially those Gord brothers. Standing behind Chu Yunyan at this moment. They are like 6 watchdogs. No, the genius is not you guys. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Immediately, he looked at the people around him with displeasure. With his slightly burly body, he directly squeezed into the front of the crowd. At the same time, he did not forget to use his characteristic loud voice to yell at the others around him. Make way. Make way. One by one. What are you doing without testing? Holding someone's stinking feet. Can they share their spiritual energy with you a little or what? Crowd. Who is pushing Lai Lai? Upon hearing the fat man's words, the crowd immediately looked at each other angrily. This fatty. Which pot is not open to mention which pot? Do not speak, you will die? Then. The crowd saw Lu Yi walk straight to the test stone. Seeing Lu Yi wanting to test, there were immediately conspiratorial laughter coming from the surroundings. Yoho. Chu Yunyan just finished her test and someone wants to disgrace herself? This fatty. He wouldn't be trying to attract others' attention in this way, right? I know. That's Soft Rice King Lu Ming's brother. Hey. So it's a raccoon in the same boat. But I heard that Lu Ming seems to have been dumped, right? Oh, where's your brother? Fatty? So anxious to come out. It's not to lick your brother's ditch, is it? Humph. Jumping clown. I'll put my words here. If this person's spiritual energy can exceed 300 points, I'll live broadcast upside down and eat Xiang. Hearing the ridicule of the people around him, Lu Ye's originally arrogant face suddenly condensed. His eyes flung towards the person who just spoke loudly. BR slash it was only then that he realized that it was the third child of the Gord brothers. BR slash just you, Guzzy not big mouth guy. What did you just say? What's wrong with you that my spiritual energy is over 300 points? BR slash being named by Lu Yi. Sanhwa subconsciously shrunk his neck. BR slash but seeing the gazes of the people around him, he also stiffened his neck and hummed. BR slash I said, you have over 400 points of spiritual energy and I'll stand upside down and eat Shang. BR slash crowd? BR slash I think he just said 300 points, right? BR slash unbelievably. A group of people looked at that Sanhwa with somewhat strange gazes. BR slash the other party, however, seemed as if he did not see it, and continued to look at Fatty in a high and mighty manner. BR slash upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Yi, however, only laughed hideously. BR slash tilting his head back, he roared loudly, BR slash brothers help me as a witness. Someone cheated on his food and drink, but you, fat master, I have a good heart. After the test, give him a fresh pile. BR slash if this grandson dares to run later, please help me catch him. BR slash Xiang Dongli frowned as he looked around the playground. BR slash pointing at Lu Yi who was yelling in the crowd. He frowned again. BR slash which class is this student from again? BR slash Su Jijun, principal, or our third class. BR slash teachers. BR slash at once. The crowd looked at old Su with a hint of gloating in their eyes. BR slash loser. Let you just go wild. Now let's see how you're going to clean up. BR slash hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli's eyes were odd. BR slash how are his grades? BR slash this. BR slash well, usually good grades. BR slash I'm asking about your Imperial Beast grades. BR slash this. Cough. That what? Ha ha. BR slash looking at the way Su Jijun was looking around. Xiang Dongli already had an answer in his heart. BR slash shaking his head slightly. He could not help but glance at Su Jijun. BR slash Xiao Su Shang. Quality education should be kept up. Don't focus your attention on students who study well. Understand? BR slash yes. BR slash hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun's heart instantly cooled down. BR slash the gaze that looked at Lu Yi also vaguely became grudging. BR slash at this moment, Lu Yi does not have the slightest idea that he has already been written down by the old class in his little book. BR slash like a generous overlord. BR slash in the midst of the hoots and hollers of a crowd of students, he walked straight to the test stone. BR slash my lord, the time to witness the miracle has arrived. BR slash. Chapter 21, Lu Ye's reverse attack. Along with the infusion of Lu Ye's spiritual energy, BR slash at once, the spiritual energy test stone in front of him slowly lit up. BR slash to the naked eye, the numbers on the large screen began to jump. BR slash in just a few moments, it jumped from 0 to 100. BR slash then with unabated vigor, it jumped to 200 points. BR slash then came 300 points. BR slash seeing this scene, Sanhwa's face immediately showed a touch of bad luck. BR slash in his heart, he cried out in secret. BR slash fortunately, he had just added another 100 points. BR slash otherwise, he would have to make a fool of himself. BR slash just looking at Lu Yi who was still continuously channeling his spiritual energy. His face flashed with a touch of nervousness. BR slash this fatty, isn't he a red-ranked magical beast contracted just like him? BR slash why is it that he is taken out alone to cultivate, and has only managed to cultivate to the first star level too? BR slash why is he able to cultivate to the third level? BR slash it can't be that this fatty's family is rich, can it? BR slash how can he be in a normal class if he has money? BR slash the other two are in the same room, but the other two are in the same room. BR slash the students around were still laughing at the fat guy. BR slash after seeing Lu Ye's spiritual energy exceed 300 points, BR slash the smiles on their faces faded away. BR slash it is possible to laugh at your fat brother's lack of knowledge, but you can't laugh at someone else's strength. BR slash even Xiang Dongli, after seeing Lu Ye's score, couldn't help but gently eke out. BR slash this kid's spiritual energy talent looks pretty good too. BR slash huh? Ah yes. This kid Lu Yi usually works hard. The Imperial Beast scores have always been good. BR slash seeing Lu Ye's grades, old Su couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded as well. BR slash but fortunately he reacted quickly and immediately picked up the conversation. BR slash then he saw. BR slash Lu Ye's spiritual energy number had exceeded 370 points. BR slash unbidden. He felt like he was directly hit by a huge surprise. BR slash do you remember the secret realm a few days ago, principal? The prizes at that time were rounded up by 2 students from our class, and he was one of them. BR slash hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli finally had some impression. BR slash unbidden. He smiled and stroked his beard. BR slash it's okay Xiao Su. 2 students with outstanding performance appear in the class. You've worked hard as a teacher. BR slash hey. BR slash hearing the principal's encouragement. BR slash a great sense of happiness instantly wrapped around old Su's entire body. BR slash the whole person seemed to be floating as if he had eaten candied fruit. BR slash looking towards the group of teachers behind him. His five senses were about to all squeeze towards the top of his head. BR slash did you all see that? This is strength. BR slash at the same time. The students underneath suddenly let out a shocked cry once again. BR slash it was only because Luya's spiritual energy had actually broken through the 400-point mark. BR slash and it was still rising. BR slash seeing Luya's achievement. BR slash just now. The three children who were still clamoring, their faces instantly changed. BR slash quietly looked at the surrounding crowd. BR slash but found that everyone's eyes are now focused on Luya's body. BR slash one by one. They all held their breath and looked at Luyi incredulously. BR slash good guy. There was just a Chu Yunyan. Now there is actually another genius? BR slash and everyone's astonished gazes. BR slash straight away. Luyi violently let out a violent shout. BR slash all of you give your fat master a good look. BR slash after saying that, Luyi once again brainlessly injected all of his remaining little spiritual energy. BR slash on the big screen. A burst of his spiritual energy came once again. BR slash 420, 440, 460, 465. BR slash along with the spiritual energy going up bit by bit. BR slash finally, when the spiritual energy stopped at 468 points, BR slash the counter on the big screen finally stopped moving. BR slash seeing this scene, everyone present lost their voices in unison. BR slash somewhat stunned, they looked at Luya's result. BR slash the next moment, the entire playground erupted in a violent cry. BR slash misty grass, I didn't see it wrong, did I? That fatty his spiritual energy actually surpassed Chu Yunyan? BR slash it's really true that people can't look like people. BR slash suddenly, I feel that this fat guy is also very pretty. Why is he so fat? BR slash little brother. Want to add a beast letter ah? BR slash my god. The school actually appeared two spiritual energy geniuses one after another? BR slash seeing Luya's results. Not only the students were incredulous. BR slash even the teachers and school leaders on the stage similarly revealed gazes of disbelief. BR slash old Sue, who stood behind the director of instruction, was equally wide-eyed at this moment. BR slash the first thought in his mind was, BR slash could it be that Lu Ming and Lu Yi, the two of them, directly invested all of the gold coins from the exchange of supplies in Lu Yi? BR slash thinking of this, old Sue couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. BR slash how many years have we not seen such a sentimental and righteous teenager? BR slash however, very soon, Lao Su did not have the time to lament Lu Ming's righteousness. BR slash at this moment, all the teachers and school leaders are looking at Su Jijun with burning eyes. BR slash the few teachers behind him also couldn't help but send good-natured sarcasm towards Su Jijun. BR slash good old Su, hiding so deep. BR slash teaching two students out of one class. You're not going to subsidize yourself, are you? BR slash tisk tsk, teaching is still up to you. I suspect that your class will have at least two students attending the second-rate Imperial Beast University this year. BR slash a double shot. Congratulations. BR slash even Xiang Dongli, at this moment, looked at Su Jijun with great satisfaction and said, BR slash I didn't expect Jijun, you are actually so good at teaching. New efforts in the future the gold medal lecturer you to be. Later I will give you a subsidy in my personal name. Work hard. BR slash strive for these two students, all of them to get into the second-rate Imperial Beast University. BR slash yes, principal. BR slash hearing Principal Xiang's words, Su Jijun was more than excited at the moment. BR slash how generous this year's year-end prize was, he simply dared not imagine. BR slash pointing at Lu Yi on the stage, he couldn't help but let out a shocked cry at once. BR slash see, this is my most honored disciple. BR slash teachers? BR slash didn't you just say that Chu Yunyan is your most favored student? BR slash how quickly did you change your attitude? BR slash at this moment, among the group of students under the stage, BR slash just now, Chu Yunin, who was still being courted by the stars, looked at the students she had just beaten. BR slash looking at the record she had just set, she was actually instantly broken. BR slash and it was also that crucial one point. BR slash at once, she felt her face burning hot. BR slash it was as if she had been slapped. BR slash looking again at the smug Lu Yi in front of the test stone, her eyes immediately turned cold. BR slash it was this fatty again. BR slash how many times has he and Lu Ming spoiled their good deeds? BR slash how come he's everywhere? BR slash how many times have he and Lu Ming ruined their lives? BR slash no. Why don't you guys stop hanging out in front of me? BR slash childish. BR slash looking at Lu Yi who was surrounded by people in the middle of the crowd. Xu Yunyan was gritting her steel teeth. BR slash hatingly looking at Lu Yi across the street. She directly left without looking back. BR slash and the several gourd brothers behind him, because they haven't been tested yet. BR slash at this moment, It is also not good to follow Chu Yunin to leave. At this moment, the back of her lonely departure is in direct contrast to the scene where she was just star-studded by everyone. When has Fairy Chu ever suffered this kind of treatment? It was only just out of the playground that her face instantly became gloomy. Damn it. I've already swallowed the blood-chasing phantom wolf. Why am I still no match for him? Meanwhile, Fatty, who had just come down from the testing stone, in the face of the crowd's exclamations and compliments, he just looked at the crowd with disdain. It was clear that everyone's attitude towards him had eased, but his foul-mouthed problem hadn't changed in the slightest. Pointing at the group of people in front of him, he even cursed bluntly. Blind your dog eyes, I call this powerful? When my brother goes up later, he will still scare you all to death. All get out of the way, let my brother make his debut, and then I'll blind you all with my alloy eyes. Crowd. Lu Ming. Although Fatty I know you mean well. But with that look, why do you remind me of a villain's henchman in a novel? Can you not be like this? You're making me panic like this. Chapter 22, The Real Genius. Looking at the unsuspecting gazes of the people around him, Lu Ming subconsciously rubbed his nose. This appearance was something he had never expected. And soon, someone recognized his identity. Lu Ming, isn't he the one who eats soft rice? Yeah. I heard that he licked several girls at the same time and relied on those girls to support himself. It seems like Summer is the reason why she left all her resources to him before, causing herself to not have the time to improve. Damn it. There's actually this kind of person. I don't care to be in his company. What kind of good person can be with that mouthy fatso? How come there are even such people in our school? Rights and music are broken. People's hearts are not ancient. Wow. How can he be worthy of becoming an imperial beast master? I've heard about it. His identity as a sea king has been discovered. All the females have left him. He has no resources now. He's just an ordinary person. What can he achieve? Listening to the whispers of the people around him. Lu Ming's facial nerves twitched. What kind of asshole made up the rumor? How did I become the king of the sea? I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Lu Ming's success is due to his own efforts. I've been working hard to get where I am today, and I don't rely on women. Xiang Dongli on the stage. With his sharp ears, he heard the words of the students at the bottom of the stage. He could not help but frown. Especially when he heard that his precious student, Summer, was actually having an affair with the boy at the bottom. He immediately had the feeling that his own hard-earned cabbage had been overpowered by a pig. Summer is now the hope of the whole village. The village has a lot of people who have been working hard for the past few years, and they have been working hard for a long time. With a flash of majesty in his eyes, he couldn't help but look at the senior class teacher behind him. This Lu Ming. Which class is this student again? Su Jijun. This day by day. One twist and turn is just too exciting. God does not bring you to play like this. Immediately, the old Su, who had just been excited, silently stretched out his right hand. His voice was a few degrees lower. Principal, or our class. Crowd. In Mr. Su's class, there's really a lot of talent. Schoolgirls, map cannons, and sea kings, there's really all kinds of talent. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli's face also became odd. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. It's not easy for you either. After saying that, he looked at Su Jijun with a somewhat complicated gaze and could not help but ask. This student, how are his grades? Yeah. Hearing the principal's question, Su Jijun thought of Lu Ye's performance just now. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ming should have given all the rewards to the other party. Even though Lu Ming's view on love may not work as everyone says. But that kid is righteous enough. Even if his grades aren't the best, I'm sure he won't let me down. Is that so? Hearing Su Jijun's comment, Xiang Dongli too was slightly stunned. He shook his head, but did not say any more. Having 2 seeds in a class that went to a second-rate Imperial Beast University was already lucky enough. What else could he thirst for? Xiang Dongli only felt that there wouldn't be any more miracles that would make his heart beat faster next. After taking a deep look at Lu Ming in the crowd, he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Lu Ming had already stood in front of the test stone. Facing the cynicism of the surrounding students. His expression, however, appeared very calm. He didn't say much. br/br/ the best of the best, but if you can't show the crowd what you're really made of, then you're not going to be able to do anything. br/br/ everything is in vain. br/ he gently placed his hand on the test stone. br/br/ soon, the green fluorescent light on the test stone slowly flickered. br/ in just an instant, the number on the large screen impacted to 300 points. br/ seeing this number, the group of people who had just been creating rumors instantly closed their mouths. br/ one by one, all of them couldn't help but whisper. br/ they didn't understand why Lu Ming's spiritual energy was also so high. br/ the remaining 5 gourd wizards, after seeing Lu Ming's score arrive at 300 points, br/ instead of envy, a sneer of disdain appeared on their faces. br/ what's so rare about him reaching 300 points? He's just eating a soft meal. br/ that's right, without summer, his spiritual energy won't exceed 400 points at most. br/ laughing, do you really think he's a genius? To say genius is also a genius who eats soft food. br/ how can there be that many geniuses? He has average qualifications. I think he just wants resources to forcefully pile up. br/ what I thought he was so powerful. Turns out it's just a stoner. br/. Upon hearing the words of the 5 gourd girls, the crowd also instantly reacted. br/ the eyes that looked at Lu Ming again had vaguely revealed a hint of disdain and disgust. br/ just as the crowd was whispering. br/. The test stone that originally emitted green fluorescence. br/ it violently bloomed with a dense green light. br/ the green intensity of the test stone has just likewise increased by a level. br/ 300, 350, 400, 450, 500. In just an instant's work, the number on the large screen jumped to 500 points. br/ the 5 hulk-bearers who had just been saying that Lu Ming was just eating soft food to gain resources. br/ at this moment, they shut up. br/ just like the other students around them. br/ staring blankly at the numbers on the screen, which were still constantly jumping. br/ on the stage, Su Ji-jun, a group of teachers, after seeing the numbers on the big screen, br/ immediately, their faces also revealed a look of shock. br/ subconsciously, Su Ji-jun violently shouted towards the back. br/ principal. br/ br/ upon hearing Su Ji-jun call out to himself, Xiang Donli could not help but be slightly stunned. br/ turning his head, he saw a number that made him incomparably stunned. br/ 600? br/ this. br/ seeing Lu Ming's spiritual energy value, the faces of the group of teachers couldn't help but flash with a flash of shock. br/ after only 5 days of contracting, the student's level had already reached 1-star level 6. br/ this. br/ absolute pride of heaven. br/ psychic talent even in Xiang Dongli's 40 years of teaching career. br/ nor have I seen such a perversion. br/ how is this possible? It already has the qualifications of a third-rate Imperial Beast University. br/ more than that, principal, if Mr. Lu Ming can continue to keep it up, the 4 major academies won't even be a problem. br/ what? Then this year, will our school not have 2 seeds from the 4 great academies? br/ good lord, what happened to the feng shui in old Su's class? Geniuses are coming out in abundance. br/ at this moment, Su Ji-jun likewise held his breath. br/ watching Lu Ming's spiritual energy value finally stop pulsing after jumping to 672 points. br/ a great sense of joy directly wrapped his entire body. br/ he looked at the teenager standing all alone on the stage. br/ the young man is like a jade, and he has a magnificent spirit. br/ looking at Lu Ming under the stage, Su Ji-jun directly could not restrain his emotions and roared. br/ see that? He is my student, Lu Ming. He's my most honored shut-in great disciple. br/ teachers. br/ not old Su. How many of your most prized disciples do you have? br/ it's been a day and a half, and 3 children have already popped out, right? br/ don't tell me that there are more in your class. Do you want us to live? br/ what do you know? Shu Yunin is my favorite student. Lu Yi is my favorite disciple. Lu Ming my closest. It is my favorite closed-door big disciple. Understand? br/ in my life, it's worth it to teach such a student out. br/ Chapter 23, The Imperial Beast Test. Looking at Lu Ming's ridiculously high scores, br/ the original hustle and bustle underneath the stage, there was actually no one clamoring anymore. br/ it was only after a long time that a discussion like thunder erupted from underneath. br/ Misty Grass, how is it possible? Isn't he a soft eater? How could spiritual energy be so high? br/ with this score, it's almost equivalent to a guaranteed admission to a third-rate Imperial Beast University, right? br/ good fellow. There are still more than 20 days before the Imperial Beast examination. How could he not have improved at all? br/ horses. The end I wanted turned out to be just someone else's starting point? br/ no? How did he cultivate? Is it really by relying on women to provide for him? Mr. Lu, trouble you to start a class. Big deal. I'll listen on my knees. In the face of the noisy voices of the crowd underneath. Lu Ming, however, only tantalizingly glanced below. Turning his head, he disappeared in front of everyone. Xiang Dongli and his group on the rooftop. After seeing Lu Ming's results, their faces could not help but emit a flash of awe. It was only after a long time that he slowed down. The joy in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Looking at Su Jijun, who was introducing his favorite disciple to the crowd. Only then did Xiang Dongli react. Mr. Su, your third class is not allowed. Next year you can simply go to the rocket class as a gold medal lecturer. The class fee I said before doesn't count. I'll give you another bonus privately. Make sure Lu Ming cultivates well. Before the high school exams. Strive to break through to the second star. Yes, principal. Upon hearing Su Jijun's affirmative reply, Xiang Dongli then nodded in satisfaction. His eyes swept towards Lu Ming who had disappeared below. Again. His face could not help but reveal a touch of regret. A student with such a good talent. It is a pity that he was dragged down by his contracted beast. If he had been a little more lucky. Even if he had contracted an orange-level magical beast. The result would not have been like this. The director of instruction on the side saw that Xiang Dongli had no intention of leaving. Unbidden. He took advantage of the heat and asked. Then, Headmaster, the cultivation exam is going to start later. Are you staying to take a look? Hearing the words of the director of instruction, Xiang Dongli pondered for a moment before nodding. Originally, he was not in much of a mood. After seeing the grades of Lu Ming, Lu Yi, and Chu Yunyan, the mood immediately improved by a large margin. Even going so far as to pay out of his own pocket. He also wanted to raise the grades of these three students a bit. As long as Lu Ming plays normally in this year's college entrance exam, even if it is only to get into a first-class Imperial Beast University. This year's difficulties for the first middle school will be over. Without any worries, he naturally had the heart to focus more on his students. It just so happens that there are still 2 seeds that have contracted orange-level magical beasts in their first middle school. Look at the situation of those 2 students. It's not possible to say that 5 students from their first middle school can get into a second-rate Imperial Beast University this year. Then he, the principal, would be afraid that he could wake up laughing in his dreams. With time passing by bit. Soon, the spiritual energy test finally ended. The subsequent test didn't have too many surprises. Everyone's spiritual energy basically stayed in the range of 1-star level 2 to 3. Even the students who broke through the 3rd level could be counted on one hand. This caused the school leaders to be a little disappointed. But this is the normal level of the students. The Imperial Beast examination, in the end, is still looking at the potential of the Imperial Beast. If a student has the talent to cultivate it, it is not that there have not been cases in the past where the master has been favored by the master. On the side of the head teacher, he also knows that the principal's time is precious. So he didn't ask the staff to let the students come up according to the original schedule. Instead, they lined up the few students who had just gotten good grades in spiritual energy, one by one. Only 2 students who had contracted orange-level magical beasts came to the testing instruments somewhat nervously. Looking at the numerous instruments in front of them, their expressions looked a bit overwhelmed. Later on, let your pets attack the defense stone on the opposite side with all their might. It is a royal beast prop that can measure the approximate strength of your pets. After that, go to the normal apparatus and test your battle pet's strength, endurance and speed, and we'll rate your imperial beast potential. Hearing the teacher's words, the boy in front of him who had contracted a Vajra gorilla nodded slightly. Looking at the huge defense stone in front of him, he couldn't help but ask, teacher, this defense stone won't be broken, right? Hearing the other party's question, this teacher of the test immediately laughed. Don't worry about it. There won't be any problems even if a general grade magical beast hits it. Just attack as much as you want. It can absorb all energy. Yes. Hearing the teacher's repeated assurances, this student was relieved. Patting his adamantine gorilla, he immediately pointed at the huge defense stone Dao on the opposite side. Vajra ape. Attack with all your might. Ow. Wha. Hearing the director's order, the gorilla fiercely slapped his chest and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The next moment, in everyone's shocked gaze, the gorilla's palm violently pounced on the delicate little daisy. BR slash in front of the crowd. A pile of golden diamond poop was pulled out. BR slash the crowd. BR slash throw it with all their might. BR slash the diamond poop hit the defense stone with force. BR slash the numbers on the big screen immediately started flashing. BR slash it directly came to 332 points. BR slash seeing this scene, the teacher on the side had an odd expression. BR slash but still opened his mouth. BR slash Vajra Gorilla. Soldier grade 3 stars. BR slash hearing the teacher's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across that student's face. BR slash turning his head to look at the surrounding students, he realized that there was something slightly odd in the way everyone was looking at him. BR slash Lu Yi. Off stage. After seeing the way the Vajra Gorilla attacked BR slash directly, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. BR slash adjust. Through ha ha ha. BR slash hearing Lu Yi's words, the crowd couldn't help but laugh along. BR slash only the seated student on the stage was left behind, glaring angrily at Lu Yi. BR slash it's not. It's skill. BR slash what's not coming out of your ass? Honey, ha, I'll admit it if you take a lick. BR slash at once. The surrounding students laughed even louder. BR slash and Xiang Dongli on the stage, after seeing that students' battle pets score, just nodded lightly. BR slash cultivated well. Working hard to attend a second-rate Imperial Beast University shouldn't be a problem. BR slash hearing the principal's words, that student's homeroom teacher couldn't help but show a smile on his face as well. BR slash don't worry principal, my tutor in college was studying primate magical beasts. BR slash this time, I have specially customized a breeding program for the students in our class. BR slash before the high school exams. Advancing to the 7th star of the mortal rank is not a problem, and if we can give some more resources, the second-rate Imperial Beast University will be secure. BR slash in the end, the Imperial Beast College entrance exam mainly depends on cultivation. I think the school's resources should be more inclined towards those students with Imperial Beast talent. BR slash what do you think, principal? BR slash BR slash hearing this tutor's words, Xiang Dongli's face looked thoughtful. BR slash after all, it was a teacher from his own school, so he couldn't be thick and mean, could he? BR slash and Su Jijun, after hearing the other party's words, immediately became anxious. BR slash this is a resource that originally belonged to Lu Ming. BR slash why should they share it with others? BR slash hey, good old Chen, you're not being fair. My students are the seedlings of the 4 great academies. Maybe they'll be short of that little bit of resources when the time comes. BR slash how about you don't snatch it from me this year? Next year I promise not to rob with you. How about it? BR slash. Chapter 24 Power Breaking Soldier Grade. Hearing Su Jijun's words, the homeroom teacher named Chen Gong immediately showed a touch of disdain on his face. BR slash old Su. Everyone knows that the piece of psychic talent does not need to be taught by a teacher. It all relies on the heavens to reward one's food. BR slash isn't what our class instructor teaches the cultivation of battle pets? To be honest, I'm not convinced by you being a gold medal lecturer. If you have the guts, you can help the students in your class to raise their battle pets a try. BR slash the surrounding senior class teachers. BR slash immediately nodded after hearing Chen Gong's words. BR slash right, spiritual energy this depends on talent. The teacher's help is actually limited. BR slash isn't what a gold medal lecturer has to do is to help students find the right method to enhance their battle pet? BR slash in the end, Su Jijun is just lucky. I'm not convinced. BR slash me too. Why should he be able to rise this year just because he got lucky? And what does the hard work of the rest of us count for? BR slash seeing the number of disgruntled people around him increasing. BR slash Su Jijun's face also can't help but flash a flash of anxiety. BR slash looking at the opposite side of the expression complacent Chen Gong, his face became more and more gloomy. BR slash good boy, point me. BR slash this is wanting to step on me to get to the top. BR slash looking again at Principal Xiang Dong on the side. Su Jijun's heart could not help but sink. BR slash only to see Xiang Dongli's face, showing a thoughtful expression. BR slash obviously, it was a distraction from Chen Gong's proposal. BR slash the duck in his mouth is about to fly. How can he not be anxious? BR slash and next, Chu Yunyan and Lu Yi's performance, moreover, made his heart sink. BR slash Lu Yi was alright. His poisonous salamander was at least cultivated to 3 stars of the mortal grade. BR slash but the strength, speed and endurance attributes of the battle pet were average. BR slash it also belonged to the weaker group amongst the mortal grade 3 stars. BR slash and Chu Yunyan, her killer bee is even only a mortal grade 2 star. BR slash the cultivation ability of the two of them was like a slap in Su Jijun's face. BR slash mocking his incompetence in teaching cultivation. BR slash this time, even Xiang Dongli's eyes when he looked at Su Jijun were slightly off. BR slash with a soft sigh. Xiang Dongli could not help but say, BR slash teacher Su, don't let the students' shortcomings be too serious. Grasping with both hands is the key, understand? BR slash usually what you don't understand, you can ask Mr. Chen for more advice. As for next year's gold medal lecturer thing, hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun instantly looked as if he was dead. And just then, the students at the bottom, once again came a low cry. The shouts directly interrupted what Xiang Dongli was about to say. It made him subconsciously look downwards. Then, he saw. The next person to be tested was no other than Lu Ming. Subconsciously, everyone's eyes all looked towards Lu Ming's side. In their hearts, they vaguely expected a miracle to happen. At this moment, the students at the bottom saw Lu Ming on stage again. They couldn't help but whisper. The soft rice king is on. I remember that he contracted a red grade magical beast, the gold devouring mouse, right? Hee. Rat-type magical beasts are notoriously weak. I admit that Lu Ming has talent in spiritual energy cultivation, but the cultivation piece, he's a younger brother. Right. Just now, everyone saw Chu Yunyan and Lu Ye's results for them. They were just average. I'm guessing that Lu Ming's magical beasts, at the highest, won't be graded higher than 4 stars at the mortal level. Drink. If he cultivates even more talent, is there still a heavenly reason? Previously, Lu Ming's performance had been recognized by everyone though. But if a person is too good, they will be envied by everyone. After seeing Lu Yi and Chu Yunyan's mediocre performance on the cultivation test one after another, everyone is not the least bit stingy in using the most vile malice to speculate about each other. What's more, Lu Ming is also a soft rice man who relies on women to get ahead. It makes everyone envious and hateful at the same time. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. In the face of the crowd's teasing gaze, Lu Ming just gently carried out his treasure-hunting mouse. The palm-sized treasure-seeking mouse was gently thrown into the air. The next moment, the rat's body violently expanded several times. It was even bigger than Gu Changxing's blood-chasing specter wolf at that time. As for Lu Ming, his gaze could not help but look at his mentor at the side to confirm once again. Teacher, you're sure that this defense stone can resist the full force of a general-level strike, right? Then I can fight. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, that mentor could not help but slightly stare, but still nodded. Thus, under everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Ming directly patted Mouse Rat's head. Spiritual art golden mantle. At the same time, the secret treasure Xian San gold pearl inside the rat's body vaguely began to flicker. Terrifying metallic elements began to brew crazily in the surroundings. The moment this energy brewed to its peak, the school leaders on the stage, their faces were also slightly stunned. What's going on with this energy? Hiss. Is not right. This battle pet is not a gold devouring mouse. I remember I once saw it on the battlefield. It seems to be treasure seeking mouse. It can't be wrong. A green grade magical beast treasure seeking mouse. Could it be that Lu Ming previously contracted a treasure seeking mouse and the invigilator misread it? How could that be? How could any invigilator be wrong about this? It must be the gold devouring mouse, right? Good fellow. Don't tell me that this was bred by the students themselves. Something's not right. This spirit energy fluctuation. This is mortal grade 9 stars? Now. It wasn't just the students on the stage who were surprised. All the senior teachers and school leaders all looked at the stage in shock. Xiang Dongli's original expression, which was still unconcerned, also became gravely excited at this moment. Especially just now, the moment Lu Ming cast his spirit technique on the treasure hunting mouse. Even if it was just for a short moment, he was pretty sure he felt the power of the spirit art. That Lu Ming actually mastered spiritual energy on his own. How is this possible? 5 days into the contract, the spiritual energy had reached a terrifying 1-star level 6, not to mention that he had even comprehended spiritual arts on his own. His battle pet was even directly cultivated to the 9th star of the mortal level. 40 years of teaching career. Not to say that there is no one after him, but definitely no one before him. Xiang Dongli had never seen a student with such outstanding talent. Subconsciously, Xiang Dongli muttered under his breath. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Today, First Middle School is afraid that it will be a one-shot. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. Lu Ming in front of me, not to mention the 4 major academic institutions. Even the 2 top schools. Xiang Dongli would like him to try. What is a heavenly pride? This is the real Tianjiao. The pride of the heavens is to think what ordinary people dare not think. It's a great honor to be able to do what others can't do. And Lu Ming, he already has this qualification. BR slash along with the intense metallicity that erupted within the treasure hunter mouse's body. BR slash in the next moment, the metal gravel on the ground was condensed into a large drill. BR slash at the opposite defense stone was a fierce stab. BR slash ZZZZ BR slash the sturdy defense stone was drilled with violent sparks. BR slash there was only a click. BR slash the eyes of the invigilator on the side almost didn't stare directly out. BR slash what did he see? BR slash what did he see? BR slash on the defense stone that was able to withstand the full force of a mortal level demonic beast. BR slash a visible crack actually appeared. BR slash doesn't that mean that the attack power of the treasure-seeking rat on the opposite side exceeds that of the soldier rank? BR slash how is that possible? BR slash looking up, he saw the big screen. BR slash the numbers on it began to leap wildly. BR slash 100, BR slash 500, BR slash 1000, BR slash 1239, BR slash the moment the numbers were set. BR slash everyone's faces sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. BR slash the power of this treasure hunter mouse's full strength strike just now. BR slash it actually did break through the soldier level. BR slash how is this possible? BR slash the students who originally had malicious speculations about Lu Ming. BR slash after seeing the treasure hunter mouse's results, they all fell silent. BR slash when you are better than others, others may be hostile to you. BR slash but when this excellence is so high that the other party needs to look up. BR slash at this moment, the other party's heart is only left with shock and worship. BR slash the first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. BR slash today's Qingshui City. I'm afraid that there is going to be an extraordinary black horse. BR slash. Chapter 25, Ticket to the Secret World. At this moment, the entire school was silent. BR slash all the students stared blankly at Lu Ming's results. BR slash it only felt like they were afraid they were still living in a dream. BR slash I'll go. This is the grade that a red-ranked magical beast can beat? BR slash teacher. Are you sure the defense stone isn't broken? BR slash no? They're both Imperial Beast Masters. Why is he so showy? BR slash is this a score that can be achieved by just eating soft food? BR slash don't be silly. Can't you see it yet? He is the real Heaven's Pride. An even more awesome existence than Gu Changshan. BR slash I've decided. From now on, Lu Ming is my idol. I want to become a beast master like him. BR slash looking at the horrifying results that Lu Ming had put up. BR slash the students at the bottom let out a gasp. BR slash old Su on the stage. After seeing Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse. BR slash the entire mouth even opened into an O shape. BR slash the monster that produced the monster. Is it really his student Lu Ming? BR slash while he was in a daze. Xiang Dongli on the side suddenly shouted. BR slash teacher Su. How much do you know about Lu Ming's treasure-seeking mouse? BR slash hearing the principal's question. Su Jijun immediately reacted. BR slash then he hastily pretended to be deep. BR slash the child approached me before. I did help out some, to the point that the rest of the class was similarly cared for less. BR slash I'm sorry to headmaster. This is all my dereliction of duty. BR slash who knows? Upon hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli laughed. BR slash putting his arm around Su Jijun's shoulder. His laughter sounded neutral. BR slash you have done well. Being able to cultivate such an outstanding student has already surpassed many people's lifetime achievements. Take care of Lu Ming, and double the resources I promised before. BR slash there is no one else for next year's gold medal lecturer. I will choose you. From now on, you'll be the gold medal lecturer of rocket class. BR slash with the principal's final pat on the back. BR slash at once, everyone's eyes became envious as they looked at Su Jijun. BR slash Chen Gong, who was just fooling around with Su Jijun, instantly turned pale. BR slash he also never expected that Su Jijun would actually be so fierce. BR slash teaching out such a talented monster. BR slash when he thought of the sarcasm he had just directed at Su Jijun. BR slash his face suddenly turned a shade of green and a shade of red. BR slash only to see Su Jijun looking at the other great lecturers around him majestically as if he were a victorious rooster. BR slash at this moment, it was so hateful that he could not wait to directly yell BR slash little blackie speak. BR slash when he looked at Lu Ming under the stage again. He could not wait to directly offer up Lu Ming's entire being. BR slash where is this his student? BR slash this is clearly his living ancestor. BR slash the old Su family's ancestor's grave has gone up in smoke, allowing him to teach such a demonic student. BR slash and Lu Ming, amidst the cheers of the whole school. BR slash he was the only one who could have been a good teacher, and he was the only one who could have been a good teacher. BR slash only just walked down. Lu Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, directly hooked his shoulder. BR slash C. This is my brother. You guys are such scum. The end of the line that you can't work towards is just the beginning of my brother's line. BR slash laugh. Laugh. Where's that sanwa? I'll eat 2 pounds of durian, 2 bowls of snail noodles, and 2 dozen stinky tofu tonight. br/br/ I'll eat 2 kilograms of durian tonight, 2 bowls of snail powder and 2 dozen of stinky tofu. br/crowd, br/Lu-ming, br/next moment. The students who had just been cheering for Lu-ming, br/a furious roar erupted violently, br/get lost, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, br/true enough. What kind of person goes with what kind of person? br/this Lu-ming, his character is just too nasty. What's the use of being talented? br/that fatty. I've put up with you for a long time. Have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. br/. At once, Lu-ming and Lu-yi left the playground with a smile on their faces amidst the crowd's anger. br/a bunch of dogs. Why didn't you think of today when you laughed at us before? Now you know you have to come and lick it? Too late. br/Lu-ming, on the other hand, just looked at Fatty beside him speechlessly. br/Fatty, you're quite nice, but it's a pity that you opened your mouth. br/next time I'll have to stay away from you, so that you won't be struck by lightning one day and I'll be implicated. br/. Soon, today's mock exams are all over. br/Principal Xiang, who is usually high and cold and doesn't show up, also made a rare appearance to give awards to the top 10 students in cultivation and spiritual energy. br/Lu-ming, Lu-yi, and Chu Yunin, because they were the top 3. br/ they were specially left behind by Principal Xiang. br/ only to see the principal's eyes burning as he stared at Lu-ming in front of him. br/ the excitement was overflowing. br/ good. Mr. Lu-ming, right? Worthy of being the pride of our first middle school. I also didn't expect your talent to be so strong. br/ do well in this year's Imperial Beast High School examination and aim for the 4 major academies. Speak to your teacher if you have any needs, and your teacher will strive to fulfill all your requests. br/ hearing the principal's assurance. br/ on the side, Shu Yunyan's face immediately revealed an envious gaze. br/ originally, she still thought that this honor should belong to her. br/ who would have thought that Lu-ming was actually so outstanding. br/ first in both cultivation and spiritual energy. br/ this caused the regret in her heart to sink even deeper. br/ in the eyes that looked at Lu-ming, a touch of hysteria vaguely flashed. br/ and then the next moment, Lu-ming suddenly heard a system beep coming from his ears. br/ ding. Mission completion. br/ mission reward. Due to your defeat of Chu Yunyan, Chu Yunyan's favorability has received a trace boost. Potential points *3. br/ upon hearing this reward, Lu-ming could not help but be slightly stunned. br/ subconsciously, he glanced over his head. br/ he saw that Chu Yunyan was staring at himself unceasingly. br/ the breathing sound was slightly rushed and her cheeks were flushed. br/ seeing this eyes, Lu-ming subconsciously shivered. br/ this woman won't have got Selmo syndrome, right? br/ Principal Xiang, who was on the side, did not notice the difference between Lu-ming and Chu Yunin. br/ he only saw him take out 3 special medal cards from his bosom and handed them to Lu-ming's 3 hands. br/ this is. br/ receiving the tickets handed by the principal. Lu-ming looked and looked. br/ realizing that this was actually a ticket to a secret realm. br/ this is the ticket for the secret realm for novices. Spirit Water Beast Zephyr. It can support up to a 1-star, 9th level Imperial Beast Master to enter. And it's just right for you guys to go in. br/ there are quite a lot of good things in there. I hope you guys don't miss it. It's a reward that I've put in a lot of connections to get. br/ of course, you guys can sell it if you feel it's useless. It's worth about 100,000 gold coins. br/ hua. br/ out of the blue is the ticket to the secret realm. br/ time to say no. The headmaster is truly generous. br/ just as Lu-ming and Lu-yi were preparing to leave, br/ the Principal Xiang in front of them continued. br/ wait a minute. Speaking of which, there is still something that I haven't explained to you. br/ that is that half a month from now, all of our schools in Qingshui City will jointly organize a mock exam. br/ I'll set a requirement for you guys. If any of you can rank in the top 3, I'll privately give you another spiritual treasure. br/ spiritual treasure? br/ hearing the principal's words, several people's eyes immediately lit up. br/ Lu-yi, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, br/ don't worry principal, with old Lu's grades, taking first place isn't simple? br/ who knows? When he heard Lu Ye's words, Xiang Dongli just smiled and shook his head. br/ it's okay to be proud, but don't be complacent. Qingshui no. One middle school is just an ordinary public high school. Like our Qingshui City's Qingshui Private Noble Academy, there are all the places where rich kids go to school. br/ the resources in their hands are unimaginable. It's not unlikely that their families will forcefully pile a genius out of their resources. br/ Qingshui Private Noble Academy? br/ hearing the name of the school, Lu-ming instantly had an impression. The original owner's memory showed that the students who could attend that college had families that were either rich or noble. A school that even Gu Chongqing could not go to. One could imagine how high its threshold was. Their resources were inherently more than a few cuts above Lu Ming and the others. Hearing the principal's words, Lu Ming could not help but narrow his eyes. Then he smiled and said, then, Principal, if I make it to the top 3, can I mention the reward myself? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiang Donli immediately became interested. It's not afraid that you don't want the reward. It's afraid that you don't dare to fight for it. Immediately, he smiled and nodded, looking towards Lu Ming. Alright, tell me what you want. I will definitely fulfill what I can. Chapter 26 News of the Spiritual Treasure. Xingshui City was originally just a small frontier fishing village in the south of the Dragon Kingdom. But after the fusion of the two worlds, a large number of low-level water magic beasts appeared here. The once small fishing village on the frontier. After hundreds of years of development, nowadays, it has turned into a secret city that is welcomed by the junior Imperial Beast Masters. 5 secret realms, large and small, are enough for an ordinary Imperial Beast Master to rise from 1 star to 3 stars. Every year, many Imperial Beast Masters would come here, not to mention, the tickets for the secret realms are also hard to come by. In order to prevent the Beast Masters from fishing for fish, each time the secret realm opens, at most, only 100 tickets will be issued. At the same time, each secret realm specifies the level of the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast. Imperial Beast Masters who exceeded the threshold would no longer be allowed to enter. For example, the War Titan that Zhuang Duan had carried last time. In a low-grade secret realm, there was a sudden influx of high-grade magical beasts. It would easily cause problems such as mass migration of magical beasts and destruction of the ecology. Once the magical beasts riot, the officials need to deploy 10 or even 100 times the resources to clear and suppress them. It is obvious that the loss is not worth the gain. So when Lu Ming finished checking the information and saw the value of the secret realm tickets given by the principal, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as well. The ticket was said to be worth 100,000 gold coins, but the real price was probably even higher. It could be seen that the headmaster had really put in the blood this time. It is important to know that if a ticket is sold, it is enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 1 year or even 2 years. As for the tickets in hand, are they sold or not? The joke is on you. Having tasted the sweetness of the secret realm of novices, how could he possibly be willing to sell the tickets? Both the class teacher and instructor Zhuang are repeatedly warning him. A powerful Imperial Beast Master will only earn more by entering the secret realm. And Lu Ming, he was the powerful Imperial Beast Master. So early the next morning, Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived early at the entrance of the secret realm. Before they even entered, they saw a group of yellow oxen standing at the entrance. Seeing the two of them, these yellow cows immediately warmly went up to greet them. Student, do you need a ticket to the secret realm? Right now for only 180,000 gold coins, we can get one. Don't listen to him, I only need 170,000 on my side. High price for the secret realm ticket. Start the auction at 120,000. All make way. Make way. Classmate, my side is affordable. Want to buy mine? It was not easy to squeeze past the scalper in front of them. The duo of Lu Ming and Lu Yi were in a daze. What's the situation? I've looked up the spirit water beast Zephyr on the internet, and I haven't seen it so popular. How come the price suddenly went up so much? Hearing Lu Ming's words, an idle big brother on the side suddenly laughed. Little brother, you haven't heard about what's going on inside, have you? The last batch of Imperial Beastmasters who went and spread the news that one of the spirit water beast Zephyr's spiritual treasures matured this month. Now that everyone is running for that spiritual treasure, the price of the tickets has naturally gone up. A dozen or $200,000 to wrestle for a chance. Who wouldn't be willing? Hearing the man's words, Lu Ming could not help but arch his hand. Skillfully, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and handed one over. May I ask, old man, what exactly is the spiritual treasure that has caused such an uproar? Seeing Lu Ming's knowledgeable demeanor, the man directly smiled and took the cigarette. Lighting it gently, he then said without hesitation, I heard that it's a grade B spiritual treasure, Dragon Source Crystal. If a low-grade magical beast of the water system takes it, its bloodline will be able to be raised by at least 1 level. BR slash there are even rumors that a trace of dragon bloodline can be obtained from it. BR slash what? BR slash upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were instantly shocked. BR slash a B-grade spiritual treasure? BR slash wouldn't that be worth 10 million gold coins? BR slash with this kind of benefit, the secret realm ticket would only cost 100,000 gold coins. BR slash 2 was indeed not expensive. BR slash even Lu Yi actually had a hidden heartbeat after hearing this price. BR slash Lu Ming, on the other hand, frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, BR slash it's not right, is it? This is a spiritual treasure worth $10 million. How could the ticket be so cheap? BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the middle-aged man then gave him a somewhat surprised look. BR slash then he gave a thumbs up. BR slash little brother has good eyesight. The things are naturally good and have been confirmed by the last batch of master teachers, but wanting to take them is not that easy to drop. BR slash it is said that the one guarding the spiritual treasure is a green level peak mortal level ice spirit python that has been slow to evolve and is waiting to take this spiritual treasure when it advances. BR slash that's a green level magical beast. Do you think it's easy to deal with? Ordinary imperial beast masters going in there are completely giving away food. BR slash hearing that old brother's words, Lu Ming finally understood the situation. BR slash risks and opportunities exist side by side. BR slash entering isn't just about searching, it's also about fighting. BR slash and the strength of the ice spirit python was so high that it could evolve if not careful. BR slash how could an ordinary imperial beast master be his opponent? BR slash Lu Ming was instantly enlightened. BR slash green ranked magical beasts were enough to reign supreme in an ordinary secret realm. BR slash in addition to their own strength, unlike an imperial beast master's battle pet, BR slash they are also capable of summoning a group of minions to attack. BR slash going up against an ice spirit python solo would be a complete search for death. BR slash not to mention, you have so many competitors. BR slash battles aren't turn-based games. It's impossible to say that you'll be tripped up behind your back while you're fighting. BR slash thinking of this, Lu Ming gradually extinguished his thoughts of fighting. BR slash however, he was quite curious about the legendary B-grade spiritual treasure. BR slash he waited until his oldest brother finished a cigarette, and then he stopped talking. BR slash after Lu Ming and Lu Yi looked at each other again, they finally understood the value of the secret realm ticket that the principal had handed them. BR slash without saying much, Lu Ming patted Lu Ye's shoulder. BR slash alright fatty, our main goal this time is to harvest the magical beasts, and strive to explode a few more spiritual energy crystals, so that we can upgrade at that time. As for the spiritual treasure, BR slash speaking here, Lu Ming paused slightly and did not say more. BR slash with such a treasure close at hand, if one were to say that they are completely uninterested, BR slash that would definitely be a lie. BR slash however, there are at least 90 other people inside competing with himself. BR slash the risk is too high and the reward is completely disproportionate. BR slash immediately, he stopped talking. BR slash he directly led Lu Yi in the direction of the secret realm gate. BR slash just as the two of them were about to arrive at the secret realm gate. BR slash stop. BR slash to the side. A sorrowful voice suddenly came. BR slash upon hearing that voice, Lu Ming didn't move and pulled a glance at Lu Yi, pretending not to hear it. BR slash as a result, the next second, that voice came again. BR slash speaking of you too, that little handsome looking one, and that dead fat guy. BR slash Lu Yi. BR slash instantly, Lu Yi's fiery temper directly exploded. BR slash I forbid you to insult my brother. Where did he get fat? BR slash Lu Ming. BR slash crowd? BR slash turning his head, he saw a group of students wearing expensive uniforms. BR slash at this moment, they are sitting under the tent and cooking tea around the stove. BR slash seeing the logos on their school uniforms. BR slash Lu Ming's eyes instantly narrowed. BR slash this is the uniform of the Qingshui Private Noble Academy. BR slash a group of students were sitting around a tea stove, surrounded by 3 or 5 black-clothed bodyguards serving them, looking so uncomfortable. BR slash the person who just spoke had a pair of triangular eyes and 2 incisors that were slightly protruding forward. BR slash seeing the other person's appearance, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh at once. BR slash just you little foo, still have the nerve to talk about us? Brother, have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror before you talk about others? BR slash which one of those guys with no pockets in his pants let out such a bird like you? BR slash hearing Lu Ye's words, BR slash the companions behind that triangle-eyed man immediately let out a burst of laughter. BR slash the eyes of the triangular-eyed male god instantly became even more shady. BR slash Maz, don't give your face away. Do you know who we are? We are the students of Qingshui Private Noble Academy. BR slash roll over now if you're smart. Believe it or not, I can get your whole family killed with a single word. BR slash. Chapter 27, Middle Childhood Disease and Cat Slave. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ye's face immediately flashed with a flash of disdain. BR slash just you? Getting my whole family? Do you know who I am? BR slash seeing Lu Ye's arrogant expression. The opposite side's triangular eyes could not help but be stunned. BR slash secretly thinking, could it be that he has encountered some hard enemy? BR slash subconsciously, he frowned and asked, BR slash who are you? BR slash hearing the other party's words, Lu Ye instantly let out a wild laugh. BR slash without saying a word, he directly grabbed Lu Ming's palm and quickly rushed towards the gate. BR slash hurry up old Lu, he doesn't recognize us. BR slash Lu Ming, BR slash triangle eyes, BR slash Ling Feng, stop those two. BR slash seeing that Lu Ming and Lu Yi were about to escape, Triangle Eye directly summoned his battle pet. BR slash immediately, a white-fronted tuning eye tiger violently rushed to the duo's heels. BR slash roar, BR slash a furious roar, accompanied by a harsh gale. BR slash Lu Yi, however, had a treacherous smile on his face. BR slash immediately, he howled and roared at the garrison on the city wall. BR slash big brothers of the guard army, you guys are looking. Someone is going to make a move towards us at the entrance of the secret realm. BR slash we are the students of the first middle school, the future flowers of the motherland. Ah, I'm so scared. BR slash hearing Lu Ye's loud yelling. BR slash the sharp gazes of the distant guards immediately looked this way. BR slash without much ado, the bullets were directly loaded. BR slash if someone really dares to cause trouble, their bullets will not be unfavorable. BR slash the eyes sternly swept that triangleite student. BR slash instantly, the other party's face reddened. BR slash at the same time, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. BR slash opposite friend, we are just joking, please come over here, we have something good to discuss with you, we are here to make friends, not to make enemies. BR slash after saying that, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's gazes obediently looked towards the direction of the voice from the opposite side. BR slash then they saw a large boss chair, slowly turning towards their side. BR slash a young man was holding a cat-like magical beast with a blue body looking towards them. BR slash through the pupil of judgment, the news of that spirit beast was instantly imprinted into Lu Ming's eyes. BR slash race, Redin Shin beast. BR slash rank, mortal grade 7 stars. BR slash bloodline, blue grade. BR slash talent, water loving, water controlling, water purifying. BR slash attribute, water. BR slash loyalty, dash. BR slash weakness, arrogant. For imperial beast masters of a level lower than his own, there is a chance of disobeying commands when manipulating. BR slash skills, water blade storm, riptide impact, ice armor possession, purifying water. BR slash evolutionary route, known, none. BR slash equipment, Xian Shui bead. BR slash guilt value, 0. BR slash it's actually a blue ranked magical beast. BR slash not only that, but look around at the group of private noble academy students. BR slash the magical beasts around them. There is actually not a single magical beast with a bloodline level lower than orange. BR slash and each of the magical beasts has at least one secret treasure on its body. BR slash now, Lu Ming has a better understanding of this group of students' banknote abilities. BR slash Gu Changsheng is considered a rich second generation in the first middle school. BR slash but he couldn't afford to use spirit treasures or secret treasures. BR slash he could only help upgrade his battle pet through some magical beast blood. BR slash and these rich second generation people either mastered the formula for magical beast upgrading. BR slash either they are forcing their battle pets to upgrade and evolve through spiritual treasures and other spiritual objects. BR slash when resources exceed a certain level. BR slash for many candidates, the contract that determines their entire life. BR slash in the eyes of those with money and resources, it's not really a big deal. BR slash they had ways to upgrade their pet bloodline. BR slash Lu Ming even found a green jade shoot with a yellow level bloodline among the group of rich second generation across the street. BR slash you can see how outrageous it is. BR slash then look at the group of guards on the city wall. BR slash after seeing that youth appear, BR slash their gazes actually voluntarily shifted to other directions. BR slash now, even if Lu Ming and the others didn't want to, BR slash they also had to go over. BR slash under the derisive gazes of a group of noble academy students, BR slash Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived in their midst in unison. BR slash obviously, the people next to them are sitting on chairs, but this person in front of them is sitting on a boss chair. BR slash it seems to be a deliberate attempt to emphasize his position as a leader. BR slash subconsciously, Lu Yi couldn't help but curse lowly. BR slash pretender. BR slash well, it is indeed pretentious enough. BR slash Lu Ming agreed with Lu Yi for a rare time. BR slash the other party intentionally mimicked the scene in The Godfather, clearly as big as they were. BR slash Lu Ming suspects that this person is purely watching too many movies and is suffering from a bipolar disorder. BR slash if he thought so, he even felt that the other party is slightly cute. What is going on? BR slash thinking about it, Lu Ming actually laughed out of place. BR slash at that moment, Ho Fengji, who had just had a bland look on his face, his eyes instantly became stern. BR slash what? Do I look funny? BR slash no, I thought of something funny. BR slash Lu. on the other hand, looked at his own brother with a shocked expression. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When facing this kind of powerful family, he did not dare to show his hostility too obviously, and only dared to quietly curse. Lu Ming was so good that he let out a sneer in front of the other party. It's like checking if others don't know. You are so brave. Brother. At this moment, the treasure-hunting mouse in Lu Ming's pocket seemed to have sensed something. At that moment, he jerked his head out and looked at the red Xian beast on the opposite side. Instantly, the rat's head jerked and shivered. Subconsciously, he shrunk his head into his pocket once again. As for the red Xianin beast, it seemed to have sensed some interesting toy. Immediately jumped down from Ho Fangji's body and kept circling around Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Ho Fangji, who was still calm just now, had an expression on his face. The expression on his face suddenly stiffened. Then, he looked at his battle pet with some anxiety and couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Lightning, what are you doing? Hurry up and come back. Unfortunately, for his command, the red Xian beast, however, chose to turn a deaf ear and even took the initiative to climb onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming. Ho Fangji. At once, Ho Fangji reddened and looked at Lu Ming with an indignant face. What did you do to my lightning? Why is it so close to you? Lu Ming. I don't know either. No bro. You're purely a bumper sticker. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a conversation with a man who had been in the middle of a conversation with a woman. Lu Ming guessed that it was the arrogant weakness of the red Xian beast in front of him that unleashed it. Although the other party has allowed the red Xian beast to level up, they themselves have not kept up. Resulting in the battle pet not listening to its master's orders. The other party was not like himself, able to clearly see the weaknesses of his own battle pet. Looking at the other party's anxious and sweaty face, which was even vaguely red. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing when he couldn't hold back his laughter. As if he had sensed Lu Ming's derisive gaze. Immediately, Ho Fangji forced himself to calm down and recruited his bodyguards. A bag of exquisite chicken jerky was held in his hands. Lightning, come back quickly. I have chicken jerky made by a general-level magical beast here. I beg, come back quickly. Sure enough. After hearing that there was something delicious. Only then did that red Xian beast called Lightning come back to its senses. It turned its head to look at its own master, then helplessly rolled its eyes. Then, as if giving alms, it sat on Ho Fangji's lap and opened its mouth. Immediately, the opposite party revealed a smile and tore a grain of dried chicken meat into small pieces and threw it into the mouth of his own battle pet. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was speechless. This person and one pet. Who exactly is the master? Unbidden. Lu Ming thought of two words, cat slave. Sure enough, cat slaves do not distinguish between borders and status. Even a young master of a plutocratic family could not resist the pleasure of jerking a cat. When the bag of cat food was finished, the red Xian beast began to wriggle again. To prevent what just happened from happening again. Ho Fangji immediately grabbed his own battle pet. Roar facing his master's entanglement. The red Xian beast let out an angry roar from its mouth. Tearing and pulling a few times, in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. The expensive silk clothes on Ho Fangji's body were instantly torn to shreds. This technical wound is not at all. The clothes were not left behind. The first time I saw this was when I was a young man. At that moment, the several people present were all dumbfounded. The first time I saw this was when I was in the middle of the night, and it was the last time I saw it. Now, even Lu Yi couldn't hold back and directly let out a goose call. Goose. Not a brother. Could you be any more outrageous? Hearing Lu Ming and Lu Yi let out a loud laugh at the same time. Ho Fangji's face immediately revealed a saucy red color. The entire person looked as if he was about to shatter. But this dude actually hardened himself against the ridicule of the two. Then pretending not to care, he said, both of you, my humble servant Ho Fangji, I called you over to ask for something important. This time I have a heavy use for the secret realm tickets, so I want to acquire them from your side. The bidding outside compared to you also see. I am willing to pay 200,000 a price to buy. I don't know what your intentions are? That what? Don't laugh. Brother reasoning I understand. But, can you first wear a piece of clothing before talking to us? Ha laughed your fat ass off. Thought you were going to give me the whole big one. Who knew that it was actually a big pile of? Chapter 28 Spirit Water Beast Zephyr. BR slash at this moment, the Hofangji in front of him has already put on a new layer of coat. BR slash's face still looked a little flushed. BR slash facing the stifled smiles on the faces of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. He pretended not to see them. BR slash crossing his arms. He looked at the two. BR slash so, how have you guys considered the proposal I just made? BR slash upon hearing the other's question. Lu Ming, however, did not even think about it and directly shook his head. BR slash 200,000 for the tickets. BR slash to be honest, this price is already more than 2 times the original price of the ticket. BR slash even if the duo were to enter the secret territory, the earnings would not necessarily be this high. BR slash but Lu Ming is different. BR slash's treasure hunting mouse has a treasure hunting talent. BR slash it is very suitable for exploring the secret realm. BR slash even if they don't consider the dragon origin crystal, Lu Ming is confident that they can obtain other treasures. BR slash seeing that Lu Ming did not agree, Hofangji's brows furrowed slightly. BR slash a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. BR slash like a hegemon in a novel. He looked at Lu Ming. BR slash still the first time someone has rejected me like this. Very good. Classmate, you have successfully attracted my attention. BR slash didn't your battle pet reject you many times just now? BR slash. You shut up. Fatty, I've been putting up with you for a long time. BR slash it was fine if this was not mentioned. BR slash as soon as it was mentioned Hofangji's heart, which had already calmed down, once again became agitated. BR slash with a grudging expression, he glanced at the two people in front of him, especially Lu Ming. BR slash finally, he directly waved his hand in annoyance. BR slash get lost, you guys can go in if you want. BR slash but let me remind you that my goal is for the dragon origin crystal. If I see you guys in the middle of a fight, beware that I'll be ruthless with you. BR slash there is no surveillance inside the secret realm. If you accidentally die, I'm afraid that I won't even leave a whole body behind. So you two think about it. BR slash in the face of Hofangji's threat, Lu Ming and his duo's faces suddenly changed. BR slash just now, they felt that this guy was a bit interesting. BR slash but real contact will reveal that. BR slash this guy is much more ruthless than his amusing behavior. BR slash his classmates around him, after hearing Hofangji's words, also slowly stood up. BR slash one by one, their eyes all looked icily at both Lu Ming and Lu Yi. BR slash brothers, do you guys know Ho Xiao's family background? BR slash I don't want to expose my uncle in the Dragon God army. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. BR slash that's right. Our Ho Xiao's uncle is a 7-star imperial beast master. Ho Yong, the war god of the Xuanwu army. BR slash keep a low profile. I've said to keep a low profile. I just want to get along with them as an ordinary person. How can I be happy with the people if you guys are doing this? BR slash looking at Hofangji with a breezy look on his face. BR slash Lu Ming and Lu Yi instantly raised their eyebrows. BR slash this guy is a tease, right? BR slash no buddy, the way you look now. BR slash it really doesn't match at all with the image of the overlord you're trying to maintain. BR slash dude, your persona has collapsed. BR slash I am too lazy to talk nonsense with this naive and stupid second-generation military man. BR slash the two of them glanced at each other before directly turning around and leaving. BR slash looking at Lu Ming's back as they left. Hofangji frowned slightly. BR slash after humming lightly, he said no more. BR slash turning his head, he sat back in his boss chair. BR slash and deliberately turning his back to his classmate, he instructed towards the just triangular eyes. BR slash wait for someone to come again and continue to make an offer. BR slash hearing Hofangji's words, that triangular-eyed Wang Yuan couldn't help but carefully walk to Hofangji. BR slash Young Ho, are we still not leaving? The secret realm gate has been open for quite some time now. BR slash you are teaching me things? BR slash unbidden. Hofangji's eyes slanted towards the other party somewhat dangerously. BR slash directly. Wang Yuan was too scared to say more. BR slash seeing the other party bow his head. BR slash only then did Hofangji give a humming sound that was neither light nor heavy. BR slash only in the next moment, a flash of imperceptible caution and scorn flashed across his eyes. BR slash I'm determined to get the dragon origin crystal. I absolutely can't make any mistakes. I must collect all the tickets. As for those who are unwilling to hand it over, they must have ulterior motives. BR slash wait again. I'll see just who wants to compete with this young master for the dragon origin crystal. BR slash yes. BR slash upon hearing Hofangji's words, that triangular-eyed man's heart immediately flinched. BR slash although this one usually did have a jumpy personality. BR slash but at critical moments, he always gives off a strong sense of oppression. BR slash this is also the reason why everyone willingly follows Hofangji. BR slash of course, it is also to fight for a way out. BR slash Triangle Eyes could know that Hofangji's original contracted magical beast was nothing more than an orange-grade aqua beast. BR slash it was because of that uncle in his military region that the bloodline evolved to a red Inshin beast. What is a thigh? This is the real thigh. To have a family history and a brain. That's the key to everyone's willingness to follow him. In a short while, Wang Yuan once again returned to the entrance of the secret realm gate. Waiting for the next royal beast master to enter. Just then, a royal beast master once again walked on his face. Immediately, the eyes of the triangular eyes lit up and was about to repeat the same trick. Stop. Upon hearing his words, that imperial beastmaster's body slightly paused. The moment he turned around, Triangle Eye's original gangly demeanor instantly stalled. Looking at the young girl in front of him with a head full of white hair, even her eyebrows were as light as white frost. In the cool eyes, his own slightly flustered face was reflected. With just one glance, Wang Yuan felt that he had thought of his own son's name. At this moment, Xu Yunyan was sizing up the person who stopped him with a gentle smile on her face. May I ask what's the matter? I am Wang Yuan, a student of the private Noble Academy. Well, by the way, my oldest yelled at you. After saying that, Triangle Eyes hurriedly ran to Ho Fangji. Ho Xiao. There's a superb girl here. She's alone. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji couldn't help but stare. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yunyan, who was like a quiet lotus flower, in the crowd. Subconsciously, Ho Fangji swallowed his saliva. And the Red Xian beast by his side, after seeing Chu Yunyan, it instantly wrinkled its nose and let out a disgruntled growl. How does this woman's body smell like a dog? Then, it saw its own master walking towards Chu Yunyan's side. Letting out a howl of dissatisfaction. It saw that its master was not listening to advice. At that moment, the Red Xian beast rolled its white eyes. After finding a more comfortable position on the boss chair, it slowly laid down. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm gate, after Lu Ming and Lu Yi both handed over the tickets in their hands, along with that, the secret realm gate slowly opened. To the eye, there were lakes everywhere, as well as lush forests. According to the information Lu Ming had gathered, more than 80% of the spirit water beast Zephyr were all water-type magical beasts. Within the huge island, there are large and small artificial lakes everywhere. A natural ecosystem has been developed that belongs to this place. The abundance of magical beasts. The abundance of magical beasts far exceeds the secret realm of the newcomers that Lu Ming and the others went to before. This place has at least 20 types of magical beasts. If you are lucky, you can even hunt for orange or even yellow ranked magical beast eggs. This was also the reason why everyone scrambled to enter the spirit water beast swamp secret realm every time it opened. Recalling the information shown on the profile, Lu Ming immediately pointed his finger in a direction. Go there first. That side is the territory of the amphibious fishman. The amphibious fishman's level is usually no more than 5 stars above the mortal grade, and their eyeballs are sold at a very high price, and are the main ingredient for making water avoidance potions. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi didn't even think about it and directly agreed. However, just as Lu Ming and his duo were preparing to depart, the next moment, the system that hadn't moved for a long time, at this moment, it actually sounded once again. You have accidentally entered the secret realm of spirit water beast Zephyr, and the emperor level magical beast here, the ice spirit Shin Python, has sensed the scent of its heir in you, and due to your command error, which led to the sacrifice of its heir, the ice spirit Shin Python is very enraged. Quest, the plague of the python, survive the pursuit of the imperial ranked magical beast, the icy Shin Python. Quest reward, potential points *5, spiritual energy crystals *20, and a random attribute see spiritual treasure. Chapter 29 Encountering the Fishman. Hearing the task released by the system, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. After a long time, he then remembered. When the system awakened in the beginning, the original owner did have the experience of contracting a green level snake demonic creature. Later, because of the great battle, that battle pet unfortunately died in battle. Just. This is all the original body's pot. No. This is all the original body's future pot. You take the sword of the former dynasty and behead the official of the current dynasty. This beaver? The next moment, he felt that the entire secret territory was filled with vibrations everywhere. A terrifying aura swept towards the entire secret territory. Countless birds and beasts flew up in shock by the sudden terrifying aura. The sudden change caused Lu Ming to subconsciously shiver. Immediately, He grabbed Lu Ye's shoulder and headed in the opposite direction of the snake-type magical beast territory marked in the map. Flying away. If we were to say that we should leave now or something. That would definitely be unrealistic. After all, for 2 tickets, it's speculated to 400,000 gold coins outside. If you were to leave at this time, wouldn't it be a pure injustice? According to the original plan, at this moment, they are going to go somewhere else. It is the territory of the amphibious fishes. Before he came here, Lu Ming also specially checked the information. Amphibious fishmen, generally live in groups. A smaller colony has about 10 to 15 heads. The larger ones are even able to reach 50 heads. They even possess some intelligence and know how to make simple stone weapons to fight. Probably because of their simple intelligence. The drop rate of amphibious fishmen's psychic energy crystals is much higher than that of ordinary magical beasts. Plus the materials on their bodies are also worth a lot. So after entering the spirit water beast Zephyr, the amphibious fishman's territory is often very popular with the imperial beast masters. However, they were also very smart and knew that they would be targeted by the imperial beast masters. So every once in a while, these amphibious fishmen would relocate en masse. Midway through the journey, they encounter a fishman from another group. Both sides would either fight and merge the fishmen on the other side. Or they choose to cooperate and expand the group. However, the official side monitors the amphibious fishmen very strictly. Once the number of amphibious fishmen's group exceeds 50. The official side is the one that directly steps in and disperses these large tribes that may disrupt the ecological balance. Although the location of the amphibious fishmen's swarms fluctuates. But some simple habits Lu Ming remembers. Prefers moist environments, not limited to lakes and swamps. Need to have enough food resources. They are omnivorous magical beasts, but will prefer meat more. At the same time, bullying, but also like to take over the territory of other weak magical beasts. It already has some ability to breed. There was once a tribe of amphibious fishmen who bred magical beasts. Moreover, according to the information known, amphibious fishman, this kind of magical beast, also has a special way of raising its bloodline. As for how exactly it was upgraded, Lu Ming did not know. At this moment, he and Lu Yi followed the markings on the map. They are groping their way to the amphibious fishman's territory that was marked in the last map. It is not known if they were lucky. After walking for less than an hour, they saw 2 groups of amphibious fishmen who were fighting. Amphibious fishmen, with bodies resembling fish, but with dry and thin legs and palms. Many of the amphibious fishmen also had decorations like shells and water plants on their bodies. In their hands, they also held homemade stone hammers and stone spears. They do seem to possess a certain amount of intelligence. But the clear fish-lipped eyes were telling. It has intelligence, but definitely not much. But even if it's no more ordinary, it was also a magical beast. When it fought, it did not lack ruthlessness in the slightest. At this moment, the amphibious fishmen on both sides were fighting over the ownership of a swamp. Along with each attack from both sides, the stone spears or stone hammers would gouge out a large portion of fish scales from the opponent's body. Within a few moments. However, the air quickly filled with the scent of blood and fish. It makes people vaguely nauseous. After hiding in the shadows, Lu Ming observed from afar for a while. Unbidden. His eyes lit up. The number of fishmen on both sides was not too large. The number of each tribe was around 10 to 15 heads. If it wasn't very strong, himself and Lu Yi might be able to be a fisherman. Thinking of this, his eyes opened against the cross. Through the pupil of judgment, he checked the attributes of these amphibious fishmen one by one. The results were not far off. Race, amphibious fishman warrior. Rank, mortal grade 4-star. Bloodline, red grade. Talent, hammer proficiency. Hydrophilic. Attribute, water. Weakness, seeing is believing, chance of mutiny when the group is less than 50%. Skills, heavy hammer, water hammer, water shield. Evolutionary route, known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 0. Seeing these messages, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. All amphibious fishmen almost always have the weakness of seeing opportunity in. That is to say, if they were to fight, only half of the fishmen needed to be killed, and the opponent would flee en route. Roughly counting the overall number of amphibious fishmen on the other side. There are no more than 20 amphibious fishmen Jedi left. There are still quite a few amphibious fishmen corpses on the ground. It is thought that they have been fighting for some time. Br/10. By taking out 10 heads, the materials on this batch of amphibious fishmen would be theirs. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Lu Yi on the side. Fatty. Any confidence? My great sword is already hungry and thirsty. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of excitement flashed across Lu Ye's eyes. Before coming, they had changed into lightweight combat clothing. In addition to the shield from the last time they entered the secret realm. He also bought himself a large sword. The Beastmaster possessed simple combat power, though not strong. But it was still more than enough to defend himself for a while. Gently patted his rat. The next moment, Lu Ming directly picked up the rat. Like throwing a baseball, he threw the rat towards the amphibious fishman colony in the distance. Up, rat mouse. Squeak. Omega. The treasure-seeking rat that was thrown in mid-air was about to crash into the amphibious fishman the instant it was about to fall. Directly transformed into combat form. Lu Ming, who had been controlling the timing from afar, then immediately opened his hands and quickly formed a seal. Spirit art golden mango. The golden fur flashed with a dazzling light, instantly attracting the attention of the fishmen who had just been fighting. Without waiting for the fishman in the lead to react. Click. An amphibious fishman's head was given a bite off by the treasure seeker mouse. Crunchy, chicken flavor. At once, a flash of light appeared in the rat's eyes. The eyes that looked at the amphibious fishman became eerie. Brother, you smell good. The sudden appearance of a powerful magical beast startled all the fishmen on both sides. In the next moment, countless water spears and water hammers coalesced. In the face of an external enemy. They still quickly made a unified response. Unanimously. First drive away the big guy in front of them. Lu Ming, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Pointing to an amphibious fishman with a coral hat on its head on the opposite side. He whispered towards Lu Yi. Fatty, is there a way to deal with that amphibious fishman? Following Lu Ming's gaze, Lu Yi immediately made an okay gesture. The poisonous salamander that was originally hanging under his earlobe like an earring. Almost instantly, it detached from Lu Ye's body. Rapidly running towards the odd amphibious fishman not far away. Because in Lu Ming's judgment pupil, the other party's attributes were clearly different from the other amphibious fishmen. Its identity is amphibious fishman mage. Bloodline level orange. The skills it possesses are all water-based long-range skills as well. Although I don't know how powerful it is, it's guaranteed to be right to tackle the mage first when fighting. The fish mage was seen holding a pearl staff made of coral. Accompanied by the forward swing of its spells. An ice cone coalesced in its hand. It looked across at the treasure-hunting mouse that was fighting its own people. The moment it was about to launch. There was a click. The fish mage suddenly felt a pain in his ankle. It seemed to have been bitten by something. He looked down, but found nothing. If it wasn't for the 2 clear rows of tiny teeth marks on his ankle. He even thought that what had just happened was just an illusion. Just as it was about to recast the spell. In the next moment, the fish mage suddenly realized in shock. His own bitten paw was turning a saucy purple color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Go. All of a sudden, this fish mage let out a burst of dense bubbling sounds. Hearing the cry for help from the clan mage, the clansmen of its tribe were immediately startled. Just as they were about to go back for support. A large rat head suddenly appeared in front of them. Licking his lips, a humanized smile appeared on the rat's face. Squeak, chopped pepper fish head tofu soup, fish head hot pot, where are you going? Seeing the perverted smile on Mouse Rat's face, a touch of trepidation immediately appeared on the faces of several amphibious fishmen. You. Don't you come over. Chapter 30, The Secret of the Judgment Pupil. Click. Accompanied by the rat's sharp large plate teeth falling one after another. Several amphibious fishmen instantly lost their precious fish heads. After eating several fish heads in a row, Mouse's stomach was also slightly full. The remaining amphibious fishmen, after seeing the rat's successive great strength. The remaining amphibious fishmen, after seeing Mouse Rat's successive great strengths, know that they are no match for the other party. Not long after, the weakness of seeing the opportunity was unleashed. They directly scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? Seeing these fleeing amphibious fishmen, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a stern look. Aiming at the rats, he directly launched another spirit art. Spirit art mirror flower water moon. Just as these amphibious fishmen turned and transformed to flee. Only just turning around. Something that made their brains overload happened. The treasure-seeking rats that were supposed to be behind them. At this moment, it actually appeared in front of them again. Before they could figure out the situation. The treasure-hunting rats that arrived have already bitten them to death. The remaining amphibious fishers are still trying to escape. In the next moment, Looming fiercely roared towards the treasure-seeking rats on the opposite side. Rat. Program number 2. Upon hearing Looming's order. Immediately, a flash of brilliance flashed across the rat's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly opened his large mouth. Metal manipulation. In the astonished gazes of the fish people in front of him. In front of him, this treasure-seeking rat's mouth. Actually directly spewed out a dagger. The dagger directly stabbed the other party's brow. Instantly, that head of amphibious fishman wailed. Directly died miserably on the spot. As for the treasure hunter mouse, the metal dagger in his mouth was spewing out as if it was inexhaustible. In just a few seconds, dozens of sharp daggers were spewed out. This was precisely Looming's combination of the treasure hunting mouse's 100 treasure chest and metal manipulation skills. The combination technique that came to mind. Beforehand, he put a large number of daggers in the treasure chest of the rat. At the critical moment, Mouse is able to directly manipulate these polished weapons. Instead of the primitive iron sand on the ground. The efficiency of the attack was increased by more than several times. There is even the effect of surprise. Sure enough, less than a minute before and after. All the fishmen in front of them had different numbers of daggers inserted into their bodies. A few unlucky ones directly caught up as hedgehog fiends. Even the ones that didn't die, their condition wasn't much better, constantly emitting miserable screams and gurgling pleas for mercy. Looking at the information of the amphibious fishman in front of him. Just as Mouse was preparing to resolve the amphibious fishman in front of him. Suddenly, Looming seemed to have realized something. Suddenly ordered stop. At the critical moment, Mouse stopped his rat claws. Then it looked curiously at its own master, not understanding his intention. Looming, on the other hand, hurriedly ran from behind the curtain to follow him. Came to this half-dead amphibious fishman. Just now, he was surprised to find out through his pupil of judgment. Although the opponent's original body data remained unchanged. But there was one piece of data that had changed. That was sin value. The original 0 points of sin value had now changed to sin value 19/100. Seeing this prompt, Looming could not help but be slightly stunned. When he first obtained the pupil of judgment, he had noticed something. The sin value seemed to possess some unimaginable effect. And right now, he was finally on the verge of revealing the secrets of the sin value. As for why he didn't find it on the green jade shoots in the newborn secret realm in the first place. It was only because of the clown's sudden and chaotic entrance at that time, which directly broke Looming's plan. There was simply no time to uncover it. Thinking of this, Looming immediately looked at the amphibious fishman in front of him. A glint flashed in his eyes. What happens when the sin value reaches 100? Picking up the dagger, he walked up to one of the fishmen. Without saying a word, he directly gouged out the opponent's eyes. At the same time, he didn't forget to curse at Mouse Rat, who was on the side. You're a glutton again. Do you know how many fish heads have been wasted? Squeak -. 3. Upon hearing his master's words, Mouse Rat immediately turned his head aside. I'm just a rat. I don't understand human language at all. The method of dissection. Zhuang Duan had once taught them. In just a few moments, Lu Ye's side had a harvest. Old Lu. Look, spiritual energy crystals. Looking at the sky blue spiritual energy crystals in his hand that were only the size of a thumb cap. Lu Ye's face immediately flashed with a glint of excitement. It is a pity that among these 20 or so amphibious fishmen, except for that one fishman mage who possessed the spiritual energy crystals, the rest of the fishmen actually all failed to explode spiritual energy crystals. It could be seen how precious the batch of green jade shoots they found near the spiritual treasure back then was. For that matter. The information also says that the amphibious fishman's explosion rate is considered higher amongst the mortal ranks. Than what could be the burst rate of other mortal grade magical beasts. When the two of them finished counting their harvest. He immediately brought Fatty to pack up and leave. BR slash after learning about the way the sin value was obtained, he directly changed his original purpose. BR slash at this moment, he had only one goal, and that was to finish drying up 100 amphibious fishmen early. BR slash unlocking the sin value. BR slash at the same time that Lu Ming and Lu Yu were continuously exploring the secret realm. BR slash outside the gates of the spirit water beast Zephyr's secret realm. BR slash Wang Yuan's side hurriedly ran to Ho Fangji's side, panting. BR slash Ho Xiao, if we don't leave, we will have to close the door. I counted. There are a total of 6 people who are not willing to hand over the secret realm tickets. BR slash I suspect they are unsettled. Are they going to enter the secret realm later? BR slash after saying that, Wang Yuan made a neck-wiping action. BR slash Ho Fangji, on the other hand, just slowly stood up from his boss chair. BR slash after looking at the secret realm in front of him once again, he directly said, BR slash notify everyone, now immediately enter the secret realm. I am determined to obtain the dragon source crystal this time. BR slash once you encounter someone approaching, shoot to kill. BR slash good. BR slash upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Wang Yuan's face. BR slash a group of students who had long been waiting somewhat impatiently. BR slash on the other hand, they immediately packed up all their things. BR slash with their battle pets, they walked towards the secret realm. BR slash there weren't many people, just a dozen or so. BR slash but the battle pets around them are all extraordinary. BR slash many of the battle pets have even reached the late mortal grade. BR slash with such a powerful team. Entering the spirit water beast realm is not to say that we can push all the way across. BR slash at least they will be able to protect themselves and will not encounter any unnecessary dangers. BR slash Wang Yuan, who was on the side, did not know when he had gotten close to Chu Yunyan. BR slash Chu student you will stand next to me at that time. If you encounter danger hide behind me. I will protect you. BR slash really? Then thank you so much. I'm temporarily joining your circle. It won't cause you any trouble, right? BR slash hearing Chu Yunyan's words like a spring breeze. BR slash Wang Yuan immediately felt that his bones were crispy. BR slash his body trembled slightly. Then he hastily shook his head. BR slash where? There is no such thing. Besides, Ho Xiao has agreed. Who dares to oppose Ho Xiao? BR slash you just follow well. I guarantee that after this secret realm, you will improve at least one level. BR slash hearing Wang Yuan's words, Chu Yunyan immediately smiled like a flower. BR slash then thank you. Senior brother Wang BR slash her voice trembled lightly, vaguely carrying a touch of adoration. BR slash together with her charming big eyes. Wang Yuan felt that his entire body went numb. BR slash the originally straight waist was also slightly bent at this moment. BR slash the posture of walking was slightly strange. BR slash watching Wang Yuan leave with an excited face. BR slash standing at the end of the line. Chu Yunyan, who had a gentle smile on her face just now. BR slash but her eyes suddenly became cold and stern. BR slash she picked up her cell phone and quietly sent out a text message. BR slash, Lu Ming, Ho Fangji, Spirit Water Beast Zephyr, confirm entry. BR slash. Chapter 31, Secret Realm Turbulence. It was also shortly after Chu Yunyan sent out the message. BR slash the 4 members of the Reverse Beast Association who had just successively entered the Spirit Water Beast Zephyr. BR slash the satellite phones in their hands immediately received the message. BR slash seeing the content on the phone. Several people looked at each other before immediately saying, BR slash there are 2 items in this plan. The first is to capture Lu Ming. The above said it must be alive. BR slash the second is to eradicate Ho Fangji, the second son of the Qing Shui Ho family. The 2 things together. BR slash we specifically released the news of the dragon origin crystal. We are not afraid that the other party will not take the bait. BR slash hearing the words of the leader captain. The remaining 3 immediately nodded their heads. BR slash then. One could only see a medical safe suddenly appear in the black-robed leader's hand. BR slash when the safe was opened, a cool, chilly air slowly spread out. BR slash 4 test tubes flowing with golden liquid appeared in front of the 4. BR slash this is the potion we purchased from the Evolution Society. Although it is expensive, but I have to admit that they are something. BR slash throw it into that Snake King's lake, and we'll have a good show when the time comes. BR slash hearing the leader's words, the remaining 3 looked at each other and smiled. BR slash all of them had a flash of gloom and madness in their eyes. BR slash number 3 you come with me. Number 2 and 4 you guys go find Lu Ming. When you find him, immediately open the test tube. Do you hear me? BR slash yes. BR slash hearing the leader's words, number 2 and number 4 immediately nodded their heads. BR slash in the next moment, the 2 of them steeply disappeared. BR slash accompanied by Ho Fangji's group of people, they entered the spirit water beast Zephyr with great vigor. BR slash the battle pets beside them immediately displayed their powerful fighting strength. BR slash even the green jade shoots that were the most unusual outside. BR slash at this moment, they all grew into a heavenly green jade bamboo. BR slash only to see the owner of this green jade bamboo grabbing his battle pet. BR slash while he held the tip of the bamboo shoot. This green jade shoot suddenly transformed into its battle form. BR slash the tip of the bamboo shoot grew longer and longer, gradually turning into a green jade bamboo with a green jade texture. BR slash in just a few moments, the bamboo actually grew to a distance of 10 meters tall. BR slash this was precisely the new skill he had mastered when his green jade bamboo shoot advanced to orange level. BR slash, plucking, BR slash when the momentum of growth slowed to a halt. BR slash the student immediately took out the binoculars he carried with him. BR slash eyes looking around. Finally, in the far southwest corner of the location, BR slash a group of snake-like magical beasts lying beside the lake shore were seen. BR slash immediately, the green jade bamboo once again turned into a green jade shoot. BR slash ho shao. There are a large number of snake-type magical beasts in the southwest direction. That ice spirit Shin Python is definitely there. BR slash hearing his subordinate's words, a flash of joy flashed across Ho Fangji's eyes. BR slash go immediately. Everyone get ready. Bring everything with you. BR slash yes. BR slash hearing Ho Fangji's words. BR slash the crowd immediately harnessed their magical beasts. BR slash rapidly rushed towards the southwest. BR slash wherever they passed, the strong aura emanating from the group of battle pets. BR slash directly the passing magical beasts with ill intentions, scared to flee in a hurry. BR slash it directly fueled the arrogance of Ho Fangji's group. BR slash just what their group doesn't know is. BR slash just as they were rushing towards the snake-type magical beast area. BR slash two people from the Reverse Beast Association had already arrived here first. BR slash picking up two test tubes. They directly opened them. BR slash immediately, a strong bloody odor drifted out to the surroundings. BR slash the surrounding snake magical beasts violently opened their turquoise or blue snake pupils. BR slash the eyes looked around urgently. BR slash it seemed that there was some mouth-watering delicacy that stimulated their desires. BR slash only two members of the Reverse Beast Association were seen directly throwing two test tubes into the water. BR slash the next moment, BR slash the surrounding snake-like magical beasts all drilled into the lake like dumplings. BR slash the huge waves that rolled up made the lake look as if it was boiling. BR slash and those snake-type magical beasts that inhaled the red liquid. BR slash the bodies actually vaguely changed. BR slash the bodies of certain snake-type magical beasts have become more robust. BR slash the teeth of some snakes have become sharper. BR slash but without exception, the ferociousness of their bodies is rapidly being stimulated. BR slash until, BR slash hiss BR slash a violent hissing sound violently rang out from the center of the lake. BR slash the moment that sound of movement was heard, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen in time. BR slash all the magical beasts immediately submitted, either fixed in place, or fixed in the lake trembling. BR slash the next moment, the terrifying pressure disappeared. BR slash below the bottom of the lake, a huge black shadow swept across the bottom of the lake. BR slash in a flash, it completely disappeared again. BR slash it was as if the commotion just now had never happened. BR slash unbidden, the two members of the Reverse Beast Association were slightly stunned. BR slash this is fine, right? BR slash it shouldn't be. Even if it's a primary model of the Evolution Society, the effect shouldn't be just this much, or is it? BR slash we're not buying a fake, are we? BR slash blanched. BR slash just as the two were feeling doubtful. BR slash on the other side, Ho Fangji had already brought his men to the gathering place of the snake-type magical beasts. BR slash from a great distance, the crowd saw countless snake-type magical beasts lazily lying on the ground. BR slash seeing this scene, Ho Fangji immediately exchanged glances towards a few people. BR slash immediately, everyone nodded in unison. BR slash in his hand, he took out a tube of amber-colored potion. BR slash this is? BR slash seeing the thing in Wang Yuan's hand, Shu Yunyan, who was sitting behind his tiger-like magical beast. BR slash she could not help but show a curious look on her face. BR slash this, the high-grade andrographis powder purchased by Ho Shao, the nemesis of snake-type magical beasts. BR slash Yunyan sister you can see well. Later we directly crunch kill. BR slash after saying that, under Ho Fangji's gesture, BR slash the crowd directly threw the high-level andrographis powder in their hands into the snakes. BR slash click, click dash BR slash the sound of crystals breaking rang out. BR slash the original amber-colored powder instantly floated out. BR slash the entire space was instantly tinted with a layer of yellow fog. BR slash ordinary snake-type magical beasts, the moment they smelled this layer of dense fog, BR slash the body began to twist violently. BR slash seeing this scene, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Ho Fangji's face. BR slash everyone on, drive away all snake-type magical beasts, kill them on the spot if you encounter resistance. BR slash yes. BR slash hearing Ho Fangji's words, everyone immediately summoned their own magical beasts. BR slash at once, All kinds of high-level bloodline magical beasts came out. The skills were even directly greeted on the bodies of these snake-type magical beasts. If it was in the past, the snake demonic beasts would definitely lose their fighting ability instantly after encountering the advanced staghorn powder. But this time, the moment both magical beasts came into contact, seeing their reaction, Wang Yuan could not help but show a hint of surprise on his face. Then ignoring Chu Yunyan who was on the side, he hurriedly rushed to Ho Fangji's side. Young Ho, something is wrong. These magical beasts are resisting too violently, not like they have been hit by the high-level andrographus powder, and they don't seem to have lost much of their fighting strength. We wouldn't have bought a fake, would we? No way. This is a high-class item that I entrusted my uncle to get. How could it be fake? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji's face immediately flashed with a stern look. After pondering for just a moment, his face suddenly turned iron blue. His eyes swept around. But he did not move to Wang Yuan and said, someone has come to trip in front of us. Inform everyone to be careful. Bring out that thing at the necessary moment. Once you see an outsider, rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Yes. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan's heart suddenly flinched. At the same time when the students of Qingshui Noble Private Academy were entangled with the snake-type magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Ming and Lu Yi had already completed their third wave of attack on the fishmen. 1 hour into the secret realm, counting the wave at the beginning. They had already found 3 amphibious fishmen habitats. The number of fishmen in the 2 waves of gatherings was quite large. The sin value displayed on the pupil of judgment had increased by another 30 points. At the same time the duo had harvested a large wave of eyeballs, as well as 4 spiritual energy crystals. According to this gain, in another 4 hours, the proceeds from the secret realm would be equal to the entrance fee. Just as the two were about to speed up their progress in search of the amphibious fishmen, suddenly, the body of Lu Ming's quaffing mouse rat stiffened violently. The keen nose seemed to sniff towards the air, as if it had discovered some important supplies. This is Lu Ming, who knew the characteristics of the rat, could not help but have his eyes light up. This was the treasure hunting trait being activated once again. What's up, mouse rat? Found a good move yet? Squeak. Hosting dash. Seeing mouse rat's appearance, Lu Ming immediately determined that it should have found something good. Without any hesitation, he directly patted mouse rat's head. Since there is something good, go over there first. Squeak. Instantly, the 2 men and the rat directly reversed their direction. At the same time, the 2 members of the Reverse Beast Society had already opened their test tubes. Without saying a word, they directly threw them into the middle of a small fishman colony's lake. Chapter 32 Fishman Warrior. In the middle of the dense forest, the speed of the 2 men and the rat were moving at a rapid pace. Just suddenly, the rat's movements lurched. A look of doubt appeared on his face. What's wrong? Seeing that mouse rat suddenly stopped. Lu Ming could not help but look curiously. But he saw the rat squeaking non-stop. He didn't understand the rat language, so he simply stroked its head and comforted it. It's fine. This secret realm shouldn't have any opponents for us. Just charge ahead. Z. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the rat stopped barking more. Taking Lu Ming and Lu Yi with him, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the treasure he had just sensed. When the two arrived at their destination, they were shocked to find the place they arrived at was actually a gathering place of fishmen. At this moment, a large group of amphibious fishmen of different groups were fighting fiercely in the lake. The amphibious fishmen of different groups have different decorations on their bodies. Observing the stylized accessories on those amphibious fishmen by the lake, Lu Ming guessed that the amphibious fishmen are not the same as the amphibious fishmen. Lu Ming guessed that there are at least 4 tribes of fishmen here. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi on the side could not help but tsk twice. What's going on? Could there really be a treasure in the lake? No wonder he thought so. Otherwise why did this group of amphibious fishmen seem to go crazy and kill each other? But Lu Ming was in possession of the pupil of judgment. He was able to see more. Looking at the amphibious fishman not far away with a grave expression, he frowned slightly. Something is not right. The condition of these amphibious fishmen is not right. Fatty. Look, isn't the tribe wearing the yellow shell necklace on their chests a bit stronger? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but look. Sure enough, following the direction Lu Ming pointed, The amphibious fishman with a bunch of tattered shells on its fish head. It was clearly taller than the other amphibious fishmen, not to mention. The slender arms characteristic of amphibious fishmen did not exist on them either. The originally slender legs and arms. At this moment, they looked muscular and tangled. Thick arms. The fitness expert next door who has been jerking iron for 30 years doesn't see this pair of good arms. The hammer in his hand swung violently. A fishman from another tribe was directly smashed to the point that his eyeball burst. And in Lu Ming's judgment pupil. The information on them also revealed eccentricity at all times. Race, amphibious fishman warrior, frenzy, rank, mortal level 5-6 stars bloodline, red-orange level talent, hammer proficiency, hydrophilic attribute, water weakness, frenzied. 30% increase in strength, prone to attacking without distinguishing between enemy and self in a fight. Skills heavy hammer, hammer of water. Water shield evolutionary route, known, none equipment none guilt value 49 pupil of judgment shows. The amphibious fishmen of this tribe are evolving at a rapid rate. And not just one head or two, but all of them. If it was just a spiritual treasure, it would obviously be impossible to possess such power. Could it be that underneath the bottom of the lake, it possesses some kind of high-level spiritual treasure? But would a high-level spiritual treasure randomly appear in an ordinary secret realm? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled. In the distance, the battle between the amphibious fishmen tribes has gradually reached its end. The fishmen of the Shell Necklace tribe, as they are called for the time being, are bathed in water. They are gathered together, drenched in blood. They are celebrating their victory with their hands raised. There are only a dozen of them. But the aura emanating from them made the other surrendered fishmen tremble. With countless amphibious fishmen in their midst. A 3-meter tall amphibious fishman, clearly several heads taller than the other fishmen. Slowly walking towards the center. The moment they saw it, the amphibious fishmen around them instantly lowered their heads. Go. A sound like spitting bubbles came out of his mouth. In the next moment, the bodies of the amphibious fish people in front of them actually steeply emitted a burst of red light. Along with a dazzling flash of red light. And Lu Ming and Lu Ye's astonished gazes. The huge amphibious fishman on the opposite side. The body actually mutated once again. This is bloodline evolution? The original fish body is evolving towards some kind of strange fish. In just a few moments, its body became fat. The arms and legs were bloated like elephant legs. Especially the mouth. 2/3 of the face was occupied by a huge abyssal mouth full of sharp teeth. Two tentacles like dragon whiskers swayed back and forth on both sides of its mouth. How does this look like a catfish? Carrying a huge stone hammer in its hand. It also weighs at least 100 pounds. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming finally discovered the special features of the catfish on the opposite side. Race, amphibious fishman warrior rank, mortal grade 7 stars bloodline, yellow grade talent, weapon mastery, pro water, monarch calling attribute, water, earth weakness, frenzied, strength increased by 30%, easy to attack without distinguishing between enemy and self in a fight. Skills undertaking command, call to war, sword in water, mud swamp art, strong power evolutionary route, known, none equipment pink shell guilt value 49 it's actually a yellow ranked magical beast? Is it able to evolve just by being worshipped by the surrounding fishmen? I have to say, the amphibious fishmen are really a peculiar race. Lu Ming also didn't expect that the amphibious fishmen would actually evolve in this way. No wonder the officials would promptly clean up every time the number of their swarms increased. Once these amphibious fishmen gathered together in large numbers. The consequences caused would be unimaginable. Lu Yi, who was on the side, looked at the huge catfish fishman. The other party's solid weight made him subconsciously shrink his neck. Old Lu, the point is solid. The wind is tight in pulling the call? Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming however narrowed his eyes. Fatty, I have just looked at it. What is hanging on that catfish's neck should be a secret treasure. The price of a secret treasure doesn't need me to say more, right? Instantly, Lu Yi who was just ready to retreat. The momentum changed violently. The treasures of the world are owned by the virtuous. What does he, an amphibious fishman, have the right to do? Old Lu, just like the last time we dealt with that clown man, how about giving it a hard time? Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming laughed. That's what I'm planning to do. Later on, I'll have Mousy Mouse make a move and get your highly poisonous salamander ready. He. You'll see. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Lu Ye's face. Lu Ming, on the other hand, opened Mouse's treasure chest. He directly took out all the metal daggers of all the people inside. In one go. Without saying a word, a golden aura directly struck Rat Mouse's body. Instantly. Mouse Rat's already golden fur. Instantly. The rat's already golden fur flashed with golden light. In the dark and deep jungle, this golden light is particularly blinding. The amphibious fishman warrior who was just celebrating. The bulb-like eyeballs actually glared directly out of their sockets. The remaining amphibious fishmen immediately got up and flew towards Lu Ming's location where they were scouting. Old Lu. They're coming. Mouse. Golden mantle. The spirit art erupted for the last time. The treasure-seeking rat let out a sharp squeak. Metal manipulation. In the next moment, the surrounding metal daggers floated directly around it. Hundreds of daggers floated in the air, manifesting into a long river of metal. In the fearful gazes of countless amphibious fishmen. It charged straight towards the amphibious fishmen probing ahead. Chapter 33 Sneak Attack in the Shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, countless daggers kept pouring out like carp in a river. In an instant, the several amphibious fishmen at the forefront. Directly pierced into hedgehogs by the rushing daggers. The charging group of those fish people was actually hardened by the daggers tearing an opening. Eventually shooting towards the opposite fishman warriors. Bang. The moment the dagger was about to pierce the fishman warrior. Outside of its body, a pink shield actually opened up. Obviously, Lu Ming had checked that his opponent had no defense type skills at all. What's going on here? Unbidden. His eyes looked towards the shell necklace around the neck of the opposite fishman warrior. It's that secret treasure. It actually comes with an automatic defense. A secret treasure that comes with its own defense. Rather, it is still an automatic defense. Even if the grade of the secret treasure was not very high, it would still raise its value by a notch. Instantly. Lu Ming and Lu Yi looked at the opposite fishman warrior with an even more excited expression. So much so that the fishman warrior subconsciously took 2 steps back. Not far away. Two members of the Reverse Beast Association saw Lu Ming actually fight the newly promoted fishman warrior. Both of their faces could not help but show a look of dismay. What's going on? How could that battle pet of his be so strong? This strength, it's already at the peak of the mortal grade, right? Comprehending primordial spirit arts on his own, and his battle pet has been bred to the peak of the mortal grade. Damn, it's another seed of a top-tier academy. I really envy these geniuses. Speaking here, that number 2's eyes couldn't help but flash through a thick flash of jealousy and unwillingness. His eyes flashed a touch of scarlet as he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the treasure-hunting mouse who were fighting not far away. Under the attack of countless daggers, the shield of the opposite fishman warrior lasted less than 10 seconds. There was a click sound. In the next moment, the entire shield directly shattered. Seeing that the enemy had lost their shield, Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. Mouse. Go! Squeak! Omega! In the next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse violently rushed towards the opposite fishman warrior. And the other party, after seeing the treasure hunter mouse coming over, immediately, a gurgling roar came out of his mouth. Carrying up a 110-meter-tall huge stone hammer in his hand. The muscles of his arms instantly expanded. At the same time, several water swords transformed in the air behind the fishman warrior. At a certain moment, Lu Ming even thought that he had traveled to the background of an immortal novel. The fishman warrior is quite ugly. The fish warrior is quite ugly, but he is quite playful. The big, fat body rushed towards the treasure-seeking mouse, but its speed was not slow at all. The whole body is like a meatball chariot. Every time he stepped, the ground would tremble. In the next moment, countless water swords rushed towards Mouse Rat's body. The metal dagger that had just fallen to the ground immediately returned to Rat Mouse's side to block. The moment Rat Mouse and the fishman warrior were about to collide. Only to see the stone hammer weighing 100 pounds raised high. It fell heavily again. Boom. The ground was like rushing ocean waves, setting off gusts of yellow ripples. Countless dust flew out, instantly clouding the sight of the people around them. The hammer fell, but the face of the fishman warrior did not have the slightest bit of pleasure of revenge. On the contrary, the already small eyes stared even more round. br/br/ it seems to be in doubt. br/ why did he not have the feeling that he had smashed something? br/ just the next moment, the sunlight above its head suddenly disappeared. br/ a huge shadow directly covered its head. br/boom br/ a loud bang. br/ the treasure hunting mouse's entire body directly pressed against the body of the fishman warrior. br/ the highly poisonous salamander hidden in his fur, on the other hand, took the opportunity to burrow out and directly bit down on the body of the fishman warrior. br/ toxic tooth. br/ there was a click. br/ the sharp teeth directly bit through the opponent's skin. br/ the fishman warrior in front of him. The place where he was bitten started to turn purple and corrode almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. br/ the fishman warrior only felt his body spinning. br/ before he could pick up his stone hammer to counterattack. br/ several daggers had already stabbed into its body one after another. br/ plop, plop. br/ the highly poisonous salamander crawling on its fat body was likewise not idle. br/ it just kept tearing at the other party's plump body. br/ bite after bite of venom was injected into the body of the fishman warrior. br/ soon, the opponent's body was swollen from the toxins. br/ the body swelled circle after circle. br/ blue-purple blood flowed all over the place. br/ the originally frenzied fish people around them, after seeing the leader's tragic state. br/ they were scared and fell back. br/ seeing this scene, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. br/ if he still had a battle pet, he would have been able to take advantage of the opportunity to harvest. br/ or if Summer had been around, it would have been great, and the three of them would have been able to take advantage of the opportunity to harvest. br/ just thinking. br/ there was a loud rumbling sound in the distance. br/ the huge fishman warrior finally couldn't support it. br/ the huge fishman warrior finally couldn't hold on. br/ in the eyes of the pupil of judgment, the value of sin has risen by 9 points, causing him to raise his eyebrows slightly. br/ never in a million years would he have thought that a yellow-ranked fishman would be able to grow so much for himself. br/ immediately, his eyes looked towards the remaining fishmen. br/ without any hesitation, he directly ordered Mouse Rat to attack. br/ squeak. br/ a roar came out of his mouth. br/ the surrounding daggers were again immediately like cannonballs, shooting out in all directions. br/ all of a sudden, the sin value of the fishman in question in the pupil of judgment. br/ it was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. br/ 64, 65, 69, 70. br/ ordinary red-ranked fishman can only provide 1 point of sin value. br/ but an orange level is able to provide 4 points. br/ plus, there were quite a few fishmen around. br/ in just a few moments, the sin value had already piled up to 98 points. br/ looking at the orange-ranked amphibious fishman not far away, Lu Ming immediately ordered Mouse Rat to attack. br/ right at the moment when the treasure-hunting rat rushed towards that amphibious fishman. br/ not far away, in the woods within the shadows, br/ two wolf-type magical beasts violently rushed out, flying towards Lu Ming and Lu Ye's direction. br/ old Lu. br/ seeing the two wolf-type magical beasts that suddenly jumped out. br/ Lu Ming and Lu Yi were obviously stunned. br/ Lu Yi, who reacted a bit faster, fiercely picked up the large shield in his hand and blocked Lu Ming's heels. br/ there was a click. br/ the shield made of ordinary alloy was no match for the demonic beast wolf in front of him. br/ the other party bit down hard and made a deep teeth mark on the shield. br/ then, another wolf-type magical beast with a body resembling a zombie. br/ it fiercely stepped on its companion's body and leapt towards Lu Ming's direction. br/ seeing this scene, Lu Yi violently let out a roar. br/ dropping his shield, he directly hugged the giant wolf in the air and fell down with force. br/ rumble. br/ the giant wolf flew out, letting out a pained cry. br/ sharp teeth flowing with necrotic poison fiercely bit into Lu Yi's combat uniform. br/ there was a click. br/ Lu Yi subconsciously let out a cry of pain. br/ blood suddenly spurted out from his arms. br/ fatty. br/ Lu Ming, who had only just reacted, let out a shriek. br/ the pupil of judgment swept towards the two sneak-attacking magical beasts in front of him. br/ red-ranked magical beast corrupted spectral wolf and red-ranked magical beast amazing-tailed wolf. br/ this was not a spirit water beast Zephyr's magical beast at all. br/ thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes abruptly changed. br/ something is wrong. There are other imperial beast masters nearby. Someone is trying to sneak attack. Chapter 34, Sin Value, 100 out of 100. Damn it! br/ a furious curse escaped his mouth. br/ Lu Ming directly kicked the head of the corrupted phantom wolf. br/ the other party's ghostly green eye pupils immediately glared deathly at Lu Ming. br/ he, on the other hand, was not the least bit afraid and roared at the treasure-hunting mouse. br/ mouse. br/ z. br/ upon hearing Lu Ming's command, The treasure hunting mouse took a bite to kill the last amphibious fishman. It was a hot support towards Lu Ming's side. The treasure hunting mouse and the poisonous salamander are still hundreds of meters away. It would take at least 5 to 10 seconds for the two magical beasts to provide support. For the two wolf-type magical beasts that are known for their speed. 5 seconds is enough for them to do a lot of things. Inside the jungle, two members of the Reverse Beast Association violently rushed out. Picking up a thick hemp rope, they directly tied Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Seeing that the treasure hunting mouse was about to come over, one of them picked up a dagger and directly placed it on Lu Ming's neck. Don't move. Seeing his movements, the treasure hunting mouse immediately threw in the towel. And number 2, looking at Lu Ming's face, immediately sneered. Kid, be good and obey lest you suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Don't worry, we don't want your life, just your person. If you are willing to cooperate, I guarantee you will be absolutely fine. Seeing that he was being held by the dagger, Lu Ming's face did not show any panic. Instead, he looked at the other party with a gloomy gaze. At the same time, he glanced at the fat man who was tied up with himself and whose face had become whiter and whiter. The corrupted phantom wolf is an undead-type magical beast. Its body possesses corrosive corpse poison. Normally, if an Imperial Beast Master was hit by this kind of poison, he had to be cleaned and sterilized immediately. But in this situation right now, there was obviously no way to treat Fatty. If it was dragged on, it was very likely that something would happen to the fatty's body. Unbidden, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Quickly detoxify my brother. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a sneer immediately appeared on number 2's face. Don't even think about it, kid. We're lucky if we don't bite you. You're the only one we're targeting. If you obediently come with us, maybe we'll be merciful and save your friend. The subtext is that he will never waste resources on Lu Yi. Seeing that the other party had no intention of saving him. The next moment, Lu Ming sighed slightly. It's all because you guys forced me. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the two Reverse Beast Association members were visibly stunned. Before they could react, they saw the aura on Lu Ming's body change abruptly. Spirit art, spirit melting. The treasure-seeking mouse, who was not far away, saw its body violently blossom into a golden light. Through the obstacles of time and space, the golden light directly merged into Lu Ming's body. At that moment, the spiritual energy in Lu Ming's body began to consume crazily. Corresponding to this was his physical attributes. Are rapidly increasing. Host, Lu Ming. Rank, 1-star level 6. Physical strength, 19. 1 plus 8, acumen, 21. 3 plus 10, insight, 14. 9 plus 4, spiritual energy, 604 spiritual techniques, golden mantle, ascension, mirror flower water moon, beginner's practice, plus, fusion spirit, beginner's practice, plus, potential points, 3 the golden on transformed into a pair of armors and merged into Lu Ming's hands, in the next moment, he transformed into an imposing warrior, at the sight of Lu Ming's stylized form, the faces of the two Reverse Beast Society members changed instantly. This is your lords. Bang. Without waiting for the two to react. Lu Ming's body suddenly appeared in front of the two. With just one punch, he directly pierced through the other's chest. The speed was as fast as a human-sized magical beast, and the two of them didn't have time to make any reaction at all. Eyes wide open, they watched number 4 die before them. 2's brain went blank. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. While cold sweat flowed furiously, he did not forget to shout at Lu Ming. I have the antidote. Let me go and I'll. Kaching. Without listening to the other party's nonsense. At this moment, Lu Ming, the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly depleting at a rate of 5 points per second. He, who could only support him for a total of 2 minutes, did not have any intention of wasting any time. Without any hesitation, he directly broke the other party's neck. The moment he lifted the spirit melting spirit technique. The treasure-seeking mouse fiercely jumped to his side. Before the two wolf-like magical beasts could react from the shock of their master's death. It then had opened its bloody mouth and dryly crushed both of their heads one by one. Lu Ming, who had slowed down, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The body was due to the forced use of spirit melting. A burst of intense pain came from his arms. After slowing down for a while. Looking at the two corpses of the Reverse Beast Association members on the ground. They stumbled over to the two corpses and searched for the antidote to the corrosive corpse poison on their bodies. Unfortunately, the two bodies were empty. Sure enough, the man just now was tricking him into buying time. Looking at Lu Yi, who fell to the ground breathing more and more rapidly. Lu Ming's face flashed with a flash of anxiety. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. His eyes snapped to the area where the ice spirit Xian snake was located. There was a high probability that Ho Fengji's group had gone into the spirit water beast Zephyr for the B-grade spirit treasure. With their preparation of being so rich second generation, they might have the medicine to cure Lu Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately carried Lu Yi on Mouse Rat's body. As for the task he was carrying on his back, today's spirit water beast Zephyr is not 20 years later. The rank management of all magical beasts is very strict. At most, they are only at the peak of the mortal grade. So what is there to be afraid of? Arriving in front of the fishman warrior, Lu Ming yanked off the pink shell on its neck. It was hung around the neck of the rat. Then, as if he thought of something, Lu Ming fiercely looked at the remaining amphibious fishmen on the ground. Only to see that the sin value originally displayed on the judgment pupil. At this moment, it has become 102/100. Looking at the numerous fishman corpses on the ground. Subconsciously, Lu Ming's gaze looked towards the amphibious fishman warrior at the farthest end. The pupil of judgment was activated. A red light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes. The reversed cross hit the amphibious fishman's body directly. The fishman warrior's plump body instantly became smaller with the naked eye. In just a moment, the other party's huge body turned into a crystal less than the size of a palm. This is a spiritual energy crystal? Looking at the blue crystals on the ground, Lu Ming's face flashed with a touch of doubt. If spiritual energy crystals are present, there is a chance that they will be produced on every magical beast. If 100 magical beasts are killed, one will surely pop out. The effect of the pupil of judgment would be a bit ribbed. Moreover, Lu Ming also remembered that the fishman warrior himself should have a spiritual energy crystal in his body. After half a day's work, it was the same as him not getting any benefits? Then look at the sin value in his eyes. It had already changed back to 2/100. Picking up the spiritual energy crystals on the ground, Lu Ming's face flashed with a touch of depression. Only, the moment he picked up the spiritual energy crystals, Lu Ming's face, however, flashed a flash of dismay. The spiritual energy crystal in front of him seemed to be a little different from the traditional spiritual energy crystals. The moment he took it in his hand, the judgment pupil actually gave a new prompt. Skill crystal, yellow grade allows bloodline battle pets below yellow grade to inherit a certain ability from the skill crystal. Battle pets with the same attribute used there. There is a chance of awakening a high level of the same attribute skill. Other attribute magical beasts used there. There is a chance of awakening a fusion skill. There is a chance of failing to awaken, reverse attribute magical beasts used there. There is a slight chance of awakening a special skill. There is a high chance of failing to awaken. It's not a psychic energy crystal. Rather, skill crystals? Chapter 35 Skill Crystals. Looking at the skill crystals in his hand, a flash of surprise crossed Lu Ming's face. He had never heard anything about skill crystals in the market. It was probably because skill crystals were too precious. With the level of the original lord, it was normal that he had not heard of it. But there is an even bigger possibility that there are no skill crystals on the market at all. Lu Ming could imagine. Once this kind of thing appears in the market. What kind of turmoil will be caused in the society? The skill crystal in front of me is what is the crystal? The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money from the company. When the Imperial Beast Masters see this kind of thing, they will definitely go crazy for it. The first thing you need to know is that a battle pet skills have been awakened. In addition to the passive awakening after upgrading, there is also the awakening by their own realization. The higher the bloodline of the battle pet, the stronger the skills that can be awakened. This is also the fundamental reason why people are attracted to magical beasts with high bloodlines. But with skill crystals, even ordinary magical beasts are able to awaken stronger skills. Picking up the skill crystal, Lu Ming grasped it in his hand and rubbed it repeatedly. The expression on his face as he looked at it was also vaguely obsessed. Mouse rat, open your mouth. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately opened its treasure chest. What wonderful uses the skill crystals had. Now was not the time to explore. It was important to heal Lu Yi. He had to find Ho Fengji's group quickly to do so. BR slash after patting Mouse's head, Lu Ming directly asked Mousy to follow the direction of the map where the snake-type magical beasts were located. BR slash soon, the two of them arrived at the Snake Island neighborhood marked on the map. BR slash but before they arrived at the Snake Island, the two of them arrived near the Snake Island marked on the map. BR slash the sound of fighting came from the distance. BR slash the moment he heard the sound, Lu Ming's eyes looked into the distance. BR slash only to see that not far away, Ho Fangji and his group were fighting against countless snake demonic beasts. BR slash the vicinity of Snake Island possessed all sorts of snake-type magical beasts. BR slash gathered together. It was a massive force. BR slash ordinary Imperial Beast Masters would not dare to enter and explore inside. BR slash even if they wanted to explore, they would have to form a squad of more than 5 people. BR slash on the contrary, Ho Fangji's group of people, relying on their strength, were constantly slaughtering the magical beasts around them. BR slash the red-dyed blood colored the originally turquoise blue lake. BR slash under the jagged blue waves of the lake, a few curved snake shadows faintly flashed. BR slash at this moment, all of them are attacking towards Ho Fangji's squad where they are. BR slash at the same time, Lu Ming caught a glimpse of Chu Yunyan hiding behind the crowd. BR slash never would have thought that green tea essence was quite popular. BR slash everywhere you go, you can fit into the other side circle. BR slash does she have some kind of magic? BR slash it's just that at this moment, Ho Fangji's classmates and his team don't look in very good shape. BR slash faced with the seemingly endless snake-type magical beasts around them, they could only struggle to hold on. BR slash this made Lu Ming wonder. BR slash what on earth had they done to actually make the snake demonic beasts attack so defiantly? BR slash also at the same time that Lu Ming was wondering. BR slash not far away, the panting Ho Fangji directly fed himself a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion. BR slash on the side, Wang Yuan, looking at the surrounding snakes, a flash of pallor flashed across his face. BR slash it was estimated that for a long time to come, he did not want to see snakes again. BR slash Ho Shao, these magical beasts have all gone crazy. We've used up all the concentrated androgynous potions that we originally used to deal with the Snake King. BR slash it's amazing that they haven't fled yet. Why don't we just withdraw first and think about it in the long run? BR slash hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji's face did not look good. BR slash no way. For that spiritual treasure, I have already spread out 6 million gold coins before and after. BR slash who knows if the spiritual treasure will be swallowed by the Snake King after this time? BR slash after making so many preparations, if he still can't get the spiritual treasure, BR slash then he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. BR slash he wants to prove to everyone. BR slash it wasn't just a top-tier rich second generation, his talent was equally top-tier. BR slash meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, number 1 and number 3. BR slash looking at the battle between Ho Fangji's group of rich second generation not far away. BR slash twisted envy immediately spread across their faces. BR slash it's really trenchant nah. Just the potion they just used alone is more than 1 million gold coins, right? BR slash how can we ordinary Imperial Beast Masters be a match for the rich second generation? BR slash if I had those resources, I would have piled them up to 3 stars instead of remaining a bitter 1-star Imperial Beastmaster. BR slash speaking here. No. One's expression became more and more distorted due to jealousy. BR slash although the companion beside him did not speak. BR slash but the envy that flowed from his eyes could not be hidden. BR slash looking to the aside number 1, only to see him coldly say, BR slash how about it Captain? We assassinate now? BR slash assassinate. Of course assassinate. Seeing a genius die in my hands couldn't be happier. BR slash there's nothing I like doing more than killing pretentious geniuses. BR slash I reckon that number 2 and the others should have already gotten their hands on it. So let's retreat directly after killing this little genius. BR slash after saying that, number 1 gently patted his battle pet. BR slash unexpectedly, his battle pet was actually a rare orange grade mechanical magic beast. BR slash orange grade magical beast gun armor beast. BR slash hearing his master's call. BR slash the gun armor beast's body folded and deformed for a while. BR slash in just a few breaths of effort, it turned into a 2-meter long technological sniper rifle with flashing blue lines. BR slash aiming at Ho Fangji, who was seriously commanding across the room. BR slash looking at Ho Fangji's young face in the scope. BR slash a smile slowly appeared on the opponent's twisted and jealous face. BR slash pathetic genius, about to die in my hands. BR slash launch skill, precision standard. BR slash launch skill, lock. BR slash the 2 battle pet skills instantly locked onto Ho Fangji's body. BR slash without any hesitation, the opponent directly pulled the trigger in his hand. BR slash boom. BR slash exploding bullet shot towards Ho Fangji in the distance. BR slash the red Shin beast, which was still fighting, violently let out a roar from its mouth. BR slash roar dash. BR slash ignoring the several snake-type demonic beasts beside him, his body nimbly wandered across the battlefield. BR slash it was about to charge towards his master. Seeing that the bullets were already heading towards Ho Fangji's body. The unwilling roar of the red Shin beast grew more and more violent. In its red-colored eyes, a flash of unwillingness flashed. Just as he thought his master's death was certain. Bang. A transparent light shield flashed by Ho Fangji's side. Looking at the red Shin beast that was rushing towards him. The corners of Ho Fangji's mouth suddenly rose. Lightning, were you worried about me just now? He. Roar. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, the red Shin beast's face suddenly changed. The expression that looked at Ho Fangji also became more and more odd. Tear. Ho Fangji's top, which he had just changed not long ago, was instantly torn into strips of cloth. However, this time, the red Shin beast at least gave him a little face. But this time, the red beast has at least given him some face. The pants underneath are actually intact. In this regard, Ho Fangji, who had long been accustomed to this, looked towards a short distance without a care in the world. A loud roar came out of his mouth. Wang Yuan. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan, who had been waiting on the sidelines, immediately ordered his battle pet to throw props towards the position of the sneak attacker in the distance. Only the tiger-type battle pet under him let out a roar. Skill whirlwind. A green-colored whirlwind rose from the ground. The props thrown by Wang Yuan were immediately wrapped in the gale. It flew towards the distant positions of number 1 and 3. This is the prop thunderbolt made by the Thunder System Psychic Energy Crystals. Seeing the thrown props, number 1 and number 3's faces changed instantly. Damn, how does a high school student like him have such a dangerous prop? Chapter 36, A Favor. Boom. Violent explosions resounded throughout the secret territory. A terrifying explosion. Even a soldier-grade magical beast could not possibly withstand this terrifying blow. The two members of the Reverse Beast Society at the center of the explosion were instantly blown to pieces. Ho Fangji, who had done all this, whistled softly towards the direction of the explosion. Then immediately turned his head again. Ho Xiao, what are you turning around for? Because real men never look at explosions. Lu Ming, who was not far away, could not help but be shocked upon seeing this scene. These top-rich second generation are really not to be messed with. Who knows how many good things they have hidden in their bodies. Just that transparent shield alone made Lu Ming drool with envy. You will never know how much more the children of those big families have in them. Glancing at Lu Yi, who had already fallen into a fainting spell beside him. In the next moment, Lu Ming directly patted the rat's head, signaling him to come closer. The moment the treasure-hunting mouse appeared, the students of Qingshui Private Noble Academy on the opposite side, their expressions immediately became grave. As for Ho Fangji, his eyes could not help but narrow upon seeing Lu Ming. Chu Yunyan, who was hiding behind the crowd. After seeing Lu Ming's figure, her pupils also suddenly shrunk. But very quickly, she pretended to have only just realized it and let out a cry of surprise. Lu Ming? Upon hearing Chu Yunyan's call, Wang Yuan at the side immediately became alert. You know him? He and I are students of Qingshui First Middle School, but he has a bad reputation in school, and everyone doesn't like him very much. Chu Yunyan's words appeared to be just a simple statement. But in her words, she quietly labeled Lu Ming as a bad student. Right now, these noble school students have just gone through a battle and a sneak attack. It is the time when the spirit is most tense. Any wind and grass will make them panic. At that moment, Wang Yuan's eyes became ferocious as he looked at Lu Ming. Those triangular eyes were as if they were poisonous snakes as they looked coldly at Lu Ming. Stop. Don't blame us for not being polite if you come any closer. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming immediately pressed mouse, signaling it to stop. Less than 100 meters away from Ho Fangji and the others, Lu Ming slowly stepped down from the rat mouse. Dragging the fainted Lu Yi. Lu Ming raised his hands. Friends across the street. My friend and I were also ambushed by the enemy. My brother was poisoned by the corrupted phantom wolf's corrosive corpse poison. I would like to ask you to borrow the props used to detoxify the poison. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Yuan just coldly glanced at the other party. He directly shook his head. We don't have antidote props. Turn back immediately now. Otherwise don't blame us for doing it. Shut up. What qualifications do you Yakuza have to speak? I'm asking your boss. Ho Fangji, are you listening? Seeing that the triangular eyes on the opposite side were still pushing the issue, Lu Ming didn't bother to talk to the other party. Turning his eyes towards Ho Fangji, He could only pin his hopes on the other party at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming suddenly said, aren't you curious as to why the Red Xian beast sometimes suddenly disobeys commands? I can tell you why. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji was visibly stunned. Slightly frowning. Wang Yuan, who was on the side, had a twisted expression on his face when he heard Lu Ming's unflinching rant. Looking viciously at Lu Ming, he directly said angrily, Young Ho, don't listen to him. What, you don't even know? How could he? An ordinary student of Qingshui First Middle School. No? I just know. I'm a genius in battle pet cultivation. Look at my battle pet. It's already mortal grade 9 stars. It was originally only a red level magical beast. Now it's already green ranked. How do you think I bred it? I have talent. Plus. I have the power to fight. I can help you guys out against the surrounding magical beasts. The more this happened, the more awake Lu Ming became. When asking for help. First you need to show your worth. As expected. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the surrounding Noble Academy students, now, their expressions curiously looked towards the treasure-hunting mouse not far away. After seeing the power of the treasure-seeking mouse, this group of noble children could not help but whisper as well. That really seems to be a green-ranked magical beast treasure-hunting mouse, eh? I've read about it in the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. What? Wouldn't that bloodline grade be even more advanced than my green jade shoot? The treasure-seeking mouse was indeed bred well. Its rank is actually higher than Ho Xiao's Red Xian beast? But didn't Chu Yunyan just say that? He has problems with his character? At least it's a battle force. And that person beside him, his face is white. He doesn't look like a fake. Hearing the whispers of the surrounding people, Chu Yunyan's eyes sunk slightly. There was secretly some huffing in her heart. This group of people from the Reverse Beast Association, they really did not accomplish enough, but had more than enough to lose. 2 missions, and they actually failed to accomplish any of them. Unbidden. She snorted coldly and stopped speaking. It was Ho Fangji who, after hearing Lu Ming's words, had a touch of contemplation on his face. After looking at the treasure-hunting mouse across the room, finally, he nodded. The potion to cure the corrupted corpse poison can be given to you. I happen to have it, but just to be clear beforehand, I'm sure you've heard about the spiritual treasure, and I'm bound and determined to get the dragon origin crystal. If you dare to have other thoughts, absolutely not. As long as I can save my brother's life, I don't want anything else. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji gave him a deep look. He nodded towards Wang Yuan. Young Ho. Seeing Ho Fangji agreeing to Lu Ming coming over, Wang Yuan was instantly in a big hurry. And Ho Fangji just shook his head and said, a person who can even disregard his own life for his brother, how bad can he be? This kind of person. I'm more comfortable giving my back to him. This. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, a flash of hesitation flashed across Wang Yuan's face. With a cold snort, he finally got out of the way. Immediately, Lu Ming directly carried Lu Yi towards Ho Fangji's group. Just then, Ho Fangji took out a tube of purple potion from his backpack. Without saying a word, he directly threw it to Lu Ming. Thanks, I owe you a favor. Seeing the potion in his hand, Lu Ming was instantly delighted. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji, on the other hand, seemed as if he had heard something interesting. He could not help but laugh. Obviously, he did not place Lu Ming's words in his heart. A public high school student was just a student. What was his favor worth? Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not have any hesitation the moment he received the other party's antidote. Lu Ming directly uncorked the bottle and fed the potion into Lu Ye's mouth. After a short while, Lu Ye's originally pale face gradually turned red. Although he is still unconscious, his body is basically no longer in danger. At this time, Ho Fangji on the side threw over another bottle of potion. Receiving it with one hand, Lu Ming looked at the other party with some curiosity. I see that his hand is bitten. Take this one as well. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming finally nodded. Thanks. It's alright. I see you're quite nice. Do you want to be my little brother? Lu Ming. Not buddy. I want you to a bottle of potion. You want the return is not too big a bit? How big of a face you are. How dare you take me as your little brother? Don't you think it's common for other supporting characters to worship the protagonist, and then give him all kinds of resources? How come on your side, it's all the other way around? Lu Ming gave the other side a blank look and shook his head. So what? When we go back, the potion money will be returned to you. It's better not to mention this. Ho Fangji. Hearing Lu Ming's reply. This time it was Ho Fangji's turn to be confused. It's not like that in the novel. I've been so courteous. I've been so courteous to you. Shouldn't you have bowed your head? As he looked at Lu Ming in front of him, Ho Fangji tried to think of what he had done wrong. Just as he was thinking hard. Boom. The originally calm lake water violently erupted into a violent water explosion. All of a sudden, the sky scattered drops of rain. Raising his head, he looked at the scene in front of him with some shock. Ho Fangji and Lu Ming's faces changed at the same time. Not good. Forget the Snake King. It's over. Forgot the mission. I'm throwing myself into the net? Chapter 37, Sudden Cold. Race, Ice Spirit Shin Python rank, Mortal grade 9 stars Bloodline, Green grade Talents, Monarch's Command. Ice Elemental Proficiency. Water Elemental Proficiency, Giant Physique. Dragon's Might, Pseudo, Attributes, Water Weaknesses, Childbearing. Ice Spirit Shin Python which has just given birth. At most 70% of its strength. Skills, Voice of Confusion, Voice of Compulsion, She of Extreme Cold. Water Elemental Split Evolutionary Route, Known, None Guilt Value, 0 The rushing ice phenom serpent rises from the middle of the lake, and its huge length directly blocks the crowd's line of sight. A pair of blue pupils of the snake stared at the crowd in front of them. The body was like a giant ice sculpture created by an artist. Just the body length of this ice spirit Shin Python. It reached a staggering tens of meters. The pair of lofty flesh tumors on top of its head looked vaguely broken. Just to look. An intense sense of oppression rushed towards all the Imperial Beast Masters present. At once, cold sweat flowed down from the tops of everyone's foreheads, only to feel their bodies go cold. The terrifying aura emanating from this ice spirit Shin Python in front of them was comparable to the snake-type magical beast that Lu Ming had seen underneath Juan Duan back then. It is actually much more terrifying. Now that it was only at the mortal level. The size of this ice spirit Shin Python exceeded the size of a normal snake-type demonic beast by several times or even dozens of times. Among the snake-type magical beasts, it belongs to the absolute king size. The taller the magical beast, the more powerful it is. This is the unchanging law of nature. The snake-like magical beasts around. The moment they saw the ice spirit Shin Python. All of them lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look directly at their snake king. On the other hand, Ho Fangji, after seeing the ice vibrant Shin Python in front of him, a flash of madness flashed through his eyes. This pair of dragon horns. Dragon source crystals must be nearby. Find them all for me. After saying that, he took out a prop directly from his backpack. Thunder Prop Thunderbolt. The power that erupted from it would cause even soldier-grade magical beasts to be heavily damaged. In order to deal with the ice spirit Shin Python in front of him, Ho Fangji had prepared 3 of them. Just now, when he dealt with the gang from the Reverse Beast Association, he had Wang Yuan, who was ambushed at the side. Use one of them. And now, against a quasi-soldier level magical beast. How should 2 thunderbolts be enough? Everyone, follow the layout we arranged before. Order your magical beasts to occupy the 8 directions. Never let this Snake King escape. Yes. Hearing Ho Fangji's order. The students who followed along immediately took all their potions. In their hands. They even took out bottles of special concentrated andrographis powder and brought their battle pets to keep spreading it towards the surroundings. In just a few moments, a layer of yellow colored the entire lake. Countless snake-type magical beasts that smelled the andrographis powder. The bodies immediately twisted. The eyes coldly looked at Ho Fangji and his party across the street, hating them and unable to eat them alive. On my command. On the count of 3 have your magical beasts seal off the Snake King immediately. Chen Yun. Zhu Xiao. You two seize the moment. Hearing Ho Fangji's order. The 2 called Chen Yun and Zhu Xiao immediately nodded their heads in response. Chen Yun was the owner of that green jade shoot. Zhu Xiao, on the other hand, was the owner of a golden jade demon spider. With Ho Fangji's countdown order. BR/BR/ the Imperial Beast Masters scattered around immediately had their battle pets unleash their strongest strikes. BR/BR/ immediately. Colorful skills greeted towards the Ice Spirit Xian Python's body continuously. BR/BR/ a blue cold light was seen around the Ice Spirit Xian Python's eyes. BR/BR/ hiss BR/BR/ a hissing sound unique to snakes was emitted from its mouth. BR/BR/ in the next moment, with the Ice Spirit Xian Python as the center. BR/BR/ a thick icy mist instantly rose up around it. BR/BR/ countless hexagonal ice crystal shields moved and flickered around its perimeter. BR/BR/ the moment the skills of both sides collided together. BR/BR/boom BR/BR/ a huge roar resounded throughout the spirit water beast Zephyr. BR/BR/ the ice mist that had been vaguely rising around them dispersed almost instantly. BR/BR/ a mouthful of mist came out of Lu Ming's mouth. BR/BR/ the temperature of the surrounding area changed from over 20 degrees to below zero in an instant. BR/BR/ even the treasure hunting mouse was shivered by the sudden cool air. BR/BR/ the green jade bamboo shoots and the golden jade demon spider, who had been preparing for a long time, took advantage of the opportunity to strike at this time. BR/BR/ only the golden jade demon spider's glands violently spewed out golden spider silk with a jade-like texture. BR/BR/ at the huge figure of the Ice Spirit Xian Python in the mist. It was a winding. BR/BR/ this kind of spider silk possesses strong adhesion and indestructibility. BR/BR/ even if a soldier-grade magical beast was entangled, it would take a while to break free. BR/BR/ it is an excellent choice for hunting magical beasts. BR/BR/ and that green jade shoot. Its body flashed with a burst of green light. BR/BR/ it directly transformed into the second form of the green jade shoot, the green jade bamboo. BR/BR/ the latest skill of the yellow-grade green jade bamboo, earth-breaking. BR/BR/ in the next moment, this green jade bamboo violently broke through the soil. BR/BR/ and at Chunyun's command, it made a pluck. BR/BR/ in a short moment, the original green jade bamboo that was only 2 meters tall instantly turned into a huge bamboo rope that was tens of meters long. BR/BR/ it was tied to the body of the Ice Spirit Xian Python, making it instantly unable to move. BR/BR/ two winding means. BR/BR/ Hofanji was confident. BR/BR/ even if it was a mid-soldier level magical beast, it would never want to break free immediately. BR/BR/ taking this opportunity, he fiercely shouted at Wang Yuan behind him. BR/BR/ it's now. BR/BR/ at that instant, a green-colored gale emanated from the mouth of Wang Yuan's blistering tiger. BR/BR/ the thunderbolt fire instantly shot towards the Ice Spirit Xian Python on the opposite side. BR/BR/ rumble BR/BR/ a violent explosion mixed with the power of lightning exploded directly on the surface of the lake. BR/BR/ immediately, the bodies of those snake-type magical beasts that were cowering in the water spasmed. BR/BR/ in the center of the lake in the direction of the Ice Spirit Xian Python, a violent explosion was directly emitted. BR/BR/ in the air, dots of ice rain fell in a split second. BR/BR/ the ice rain hit Lu Ming's face, causing him to subconsciously shiver. BR/BR/ it's so cold. BR/BR/ after saying these words, he suddenly realized with dismay. BR/BR/ the water mist protruding from his mouth actually instantly condensed into a bunch of fine ice crystal particles. BR/BR/ in less than a minute's time, the temperature around him seemed to have lowered quite a bit again. BR/BR/ he was wearing a spring outfit. BR/BR/ he only felt a piercing coldness come over his entire body. BR/BR/ at that moment, Lu Ming said in his heart that it was not good. BR/BR/ something is wrong. The temperature is too low. Back off. BR/BR/ upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Yuan's face however flashed a cold smile. BR/BR/ you can just escape yourself if you're scared. But we even used the Thunderbolt Thunder. Even if it's strong, it won't survive. Ordinary people will always be ordinary people. That's all you've got in terms of eyesight. BR/BR/ Hofanji, who was beside him, seemed to have sensed something wrong after hearing Lu Ming's words. BR/BR/ immediately, his face changed and he roared at Wang Yuan. BR/BR/ shut up. Something is indeed not right. Everyone. BR/BR/ boom. BR/BR/ without waiting for Hofanji to finish his sentence. BR/BR/ the next moment, the lake surface burst open. BR/BR/ a gigantic figure directly pierced through the water mist in front of him. BR/BR/ the huge body of the Ice Spirit Xian Python quickly broke through the surface of the water. BR/BR/ there was actually not the slightest trace of injuries from the thunderbolt fire blast visible on its body. BR/BR/ not only was it unharmed, but even its aura was a few points stronger than just now. BR/BR/ what's going on? How could there be no damage at all? BR/BR/ seeing the state of the Ice Spirit Xian Python, Everyone instantly revealed a look of disbelief. Lu Ming, on the other hand, thought of the introduction on the Judgement pupil just now. It's a skill. This Snake King has awakened the skill water body. It's able to resist one fatal damage. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji could not help but look at the other party with some surprise. With a slight frown, he could not help but ask. How many times can this skill normally be used? I don't know, but with its size, the amount of spiritual energy consumed by casting a water body once must be very huge, so it won't be able to be used several times. Just, speaking here. Lu Ming directly opened his palm. On his white palm, a layer of frost had already condensed at some point. Frowning at his surroundings, he only felt that it was getting colder and colder. Don't you feel that the surroundings are a bit too cold? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's face followed suit. The battle pets were alright. The fur on their bodies possessed a certain pit cold attribute. But the Imperial Beastmasters, it was difficult for them to continue to survive in extreme environments. At this moment, the faces of many Imperial Beastmasters were slightly red. When the human body was on an extreme cold environment, the body would instead show red heat wounds. This was the body's warning that he was about to freeze to death. Unbidden. Ho Fangji's face changed slightly. He had worked so hard to prepare so much. Was he about to give up? Looking towards Chen Yun and Zhu Xiu beside him. The understanding Chen Yun immediately shook his head. Young Ho, although my green jade bamboo is asexually reproduced, that move I just made, I won't be able to send it out a second time in a short period of time. Looking at Zhu Xiu again. Her golden jade demon spider was currently like a frozen ice sculpture. It stood motionless beside Zhu Xiu's body. Spiders are cold-blooded animals, and the temperature here is too low for a spider-type magic beast. With the two magical beasts under his command that were responsible for hard control almost completely lost in battle, Ho Fangji's face became more and more anxious. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Ming sighed slightly and could not help but say, you really want to beat it to death that badly? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Ho Fangji's face. Then, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he nodded his head vigorously. Do you have any ideas yet? If you can help me, I'll give you 1 million. No, after it's done, 2 million gold coins. The Qing Shueihou clan will never go back on their word. At least it is a benefactor who saved Fatty's life. Plus the fact that this ice spirit Shen python in front of him had suddenly drilled out. It was likely related to himself. Without refusing, Lu Ming just nodded faintly. Then I will. Try it. Chapter 38 Needlepoint Versus. Looking at the ice spirit Shen python on the opposite side, Lu Ming frowned slightly. Patting the rat head of the mouse at the side, he directly said, I only have one chance. If I can't succeed, you must leave immediately. I know. I would never joke with my friend's life. If I fail, I will think long and hard about it. Hearing Ho Fangji's assurance, Lu Ming said no more. In the next moment, a flash of golden aura flashed in his hand. It was pressed directly onto the treasure-seeking mouse. This is a spiritual art? Seeing the spirit art in Lu Ming's hand, these children of the Noble Academy immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces. But very quickly, this amazement turned into shock. No. How did he awaken his spirit arts? Can't it be awakened naturally? I let the green jade bamboo shoot evolve twice without awakening. What makes him able to? Is this really the students of a public school? This talent says that I believe it's Tianlong City's heaven's pride. No wonder he just dared to say he's a genius. So he really does have two brushes. I thought he was just talented in cultivation, but I didn't realize that he was also a genius in spiritual arts. Watching Lu Ming's movements as he executed his spirit arts, a flash of complexity flashed across the faces of the crowd. Chu Yunyan, who was on the side, heard the whispers of the crowd. Her face even flashed with a touch of annoyance. How could even the students of the noble school recognize Lu Ming's outstanding talent? What kind of chance did you miss at first? At that moment, Chu Yunyan pursed her lips. Silk of blood flowed from her crimson lips. In the face of the whispers of the people around her, Lu Ming's face at this moment did not change in the slightest. BR slash heavily pressing down on Mouse's head. When the last shot of Golden Mantle was cast, BR slash the rat's body had already accumulated a large amount of metallic energy. BR slash opened the rat's mouth. BR slash countless daggers erupted from its mouth. BR slash shooting towards the ice spirit Shin Python on the opposite side. Countless tiny daggers coalesced in the air in the instant. BR slash the next moment. These tiny daggers were actually blended together by Mouse Rat's ability to manipulate metal. BR slash in the blink of an eye. The daggers directly turned into a huge iron sword. BR slash seeing this iron sword. The ice spirit Shin Python on the opposite side violently let out a hiss. BR slash it opened its huge snake mouth. BR slash immediately. Countless spell formations coalesced on the surface of the surrounding lake. BR slash swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh BR slash at this moment. The lake surface turned into a blue sky and rain swords. BR slash hundreds, thousands and even tens of thousands of ice lances shot towards the treasure seeker Mouse's giant sword. BR slash at that moment. The ice spear's crackling and snapping sound was heard in the air. BR slash almost instantly. It broke through the ice spear's attack. BR slash at this moment. The spiritual energy of the two magical beasts was directly on fire. BR slash ice cones and iron pieces scattered all over the place, like meteors, cutting through the bodies of everyone present. BR slash swoosh sound. BR slash an iron plate slashed across Ho Fangji's face. BR slash looking at the fragment. Ho Fangji's pupils abruptly shrunk. BR slash back off. Back off. BR slash upon hearing Ho Fangji's order. Everyone immediately ran desperately and furiously towards the back. BR slash fear of being affected by the attack of the heavenly law between these two magical beasts. BR slash even though the crowd had already retreated hundreds of meters towards the back. BR slash the rippling iron pieces and ice cones still smashed the surrounding woods to smithereens. BR slash piece after piece of trees were falling over and over. BR slash the snake-type magical beasts within the lake were even going crazy as they kept fleeing towards the distance. BR slash hiss BR slash only the next moment. The ice spirit Shin Python violently let out a hiss. BR slash the hissing sound that was full of seductive power caused the snakes to instantly freeze in place. BR slash in the next moment. The pupils of these demonic snakes vaguely turned blood red. BR slash without saying a word. They directly rushed towards the treasure-seeking Mouse and Lu Ming's side. BR slash as they watched, the pythons rushed towards Lu Ming. BR slash Ho Fangji, who was not far away, was stunned. BR slash he hurriedly roared BR slash lightning. Help me. BR slash from just now. The reason why Ho Fangji did not use his battle pet. BR slash not because he didn't want to, but couldn't. BR slash the red Shin beast's weak trait made it reject its master's orders. BR slash but this time. BR slash it seemed to sense Ho Fangji's urgent heartbeat. BR slash immediately. The red Shin beast slowly stretched its waist. BR slash it gently walked to the treasure-seeking Mouse's heel. BR slash roar dash BR slash a violent roar suddenly erupted from its petite body. BR slash in the next moment. The red Shin beast, which was originally only the size of a kitten, directly turned into a giant cat demon with a height of 4 meters. BR slash 2 pairs of cat ears and cat tails, and its body flickered with a red ground black arcane color. BR slash a sturdy body with gnarled muscles. BR slash a fierce and forceful slap towards the snake-like demonic beast on the ground. BR slash boom BR slash the ground was instantly gouged out by the red ground Shin beast, not to mention a huge deep pit. BR slash along with the ground. Countless snake-type demonic beasts flew up. BR slash although the attack of the red Shin beast is terrifying, the people are really concerned about it. BR slash but the real focus of the crowd's attention was still on the battle between the treasure-seeking Mouse and the ice spirit Shin Python. BR slash at this moment. The tug-of-war between the treasure-seeking Mouse and the ice spirit Shin Python had reached a critical stage. BR slash Lu Ming had ample confidence in the battle between the two sides. BR slash because he had just noticed. BR slash the ice spirit Shin Python has a special weakness buff. BR slash this ice spirit Shin Python has just finished giving birth. BR slash even if it was much more powerful than an ordinary snake-type magical beast. BR slash in a protracted battle, it would definitely be no match for the mouse rat that possessed spirit art enchantments and secret treasures. BR slash sure enough. BR slash after almost a minute of stalemate. BR slash the big sword in the sky violently broke through the critical defense. BR slash the sword directly pierced through the ice cone condensed by the ice spirit Shin Python. BR slash in the next moment. The huge sword pierced straight into the body of the ice vortex Shin Python. BR slash then a burst of bending directly wrapped the ice spirit Shin Python into a dumpling. BR slash hiss BR slash only the ice spirit Shin Python violently issued a mournful wail. BR slash the entire body directly fell to the ground. BR slash seeing this scene, Lu Ming fiercely roared towards Ho Fangji beside him. BR slash it's now. BR slash lightning. BR slash hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji took out the last piece of thunderbolt directly from his backpack. BR slash a handful of them were thrown to the opposite lightning. BR slash roar. BR slash lightning jumped and directly took the thunderbolt in its mouth. BR slash then it violently spat towards the opposite ice spirit Shin snake. BR/a torrent of lightning was caught in the thunderbolt and stabbed directly into the body of the ice spirit Shin Python. Seeing this scene, a flash of ecstasy immediately appeared on the faces of everyone present. Ho Shao had succeeded. Rumble-BR/ a loud sound. The upper and lower halves of the ice spirit Shin snake were directly blown off at the waist. The huge explosion vaporized all the surrounding mist. The invisible air ripples spread out steeply towards the air. Even the clouds in the air were directly vaporized. The crowd that saw the scene first sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. In the next moment, a flash of ecstasy violently flashed across everyone's eyes as they looked at the treasure-seeking mouse. My god, this treasure-seeking mouse is just too powerful. It worked. Immediately, we'll be able to get the dragon origin crystal. It actually fought the Snake King back and forth. Is this the pride of heaven? Brother, your strength is more than enough to come to our school. Even if you get a full scholarship, there's no problem. Brother Lu, are you alright? Healer, go up and help and take a look. Looking at the image of Lu Ming being swarmed by the crowd, Chu Yunyan's face immediately revealed a touch of unwillingness. It's all like this. Lu Ming actually managed to turn the tables. I'm not willing. So, I want to destroy Lu Ming. Looking at the image of Lu Ming being surrounded by the crowd, Chu Yunyan's face immediately flashed with a thick flash of jealousy. Jealousy and hatred intertwined, blending into a very complex emotion. The next moment, her eyes blinked. The eyes directly turned blood red. A blood mist faintly flickered around her body. Taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the people around her was all focused on Lu Ming, Chu Yunin directly concealed herself. This was precisely the spirit art she had acquired after devouring the blood-chasing phantom wolf. Or rather, the blood-chasing phantom wolf's skill phantom shadow steps. The body, scent, and even spiritual energy were all able to disappear for a short period of time. It was definitely an excellent choice for sneak attacks and escaping. Only Chu Yunyan slowly came to the lake. Without saying a word, she directly stuck into the bottom of the lake. Then, right at the very bottom of the lake bottom of this snake island, a crystalline crystal glittering with blue ghostly light was seen. This is the grade B spiritual treasure, dragon origin crystal. Seeing this spiritual treasure, a vengeful smile immediately appeared on Chu Yunyan's face. Without saying a word, she carried this piece of dragon origin crystal that was half her body height. Dashing out to the bottom of the lake, she then directly shoved the still unformed dragon origin crystallization. Shoved it into the mouth of the ice spirit Shin Python. Chapter 39, Forcibly Evolved Boss. On the surface of the lake, the excited Hofangji was just about to organize the crowd to go treasure hunting at the bottom of the lake. As a result, in the next second, a terrifying spirit pressure violently came towards everyone present. The rushing spiritual energy directly pressed down on everyone. At that moment, all the people present, except Lu Ming and his treasure-seeking mouse. It was actually directly pressed by this terrifying spiritual energy to the point where they were unable to move a single bit. What's going on? Whose spiritual energy is this? Something's not right. Besides that Snake King just now, could there be another Snake King? Look at that Snake King. Its body is emitting light. Damn it. It can't be. It's already swallowed the Dragon Source Crystal, right? Impossible. The Dragon Origin Crystal still has at least one more day to completely mature. Taking it at this time will greatly reduce its effect. Everyone, look at that ice spirit Shin Python. It's really evolving. It must have taken the Dragon Origin Crystal because it knows it's dying. With that, the gazes of everyone present looked at the ice spirit Shin Python not far away in unison. One could only see the ice spirit Shin Python's body that was originally blown off by the thunderbolt fire. At this moment, it is actually slowly coalescing. The skin and flesh that was originally blown apart is slowly being repaired and adhered to under the wrapping of white light. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces all flashed with a flash of panic. Because before, this ice spirit Shin Python was already a peak mortal grade existence. If it swallowed the dragon origin crystals, this time and waited for it to recover, it would be able to advance to at least 1 star of the soldier grade. One must know that soldier grade and mortal grade are only two different concepts altogether. Just the quality of spiritual energy alone is not comparable to an ordinary mortal rank. Coupled with the battle with the ice spirit Shin Python just now, the treasure-seeking mouse had already used up a large amount of spiritual energy. Once the other party completes their evolution, they will not say that they can turn over. If they don't escape, everyone will die here. Hofangji, who was on the side looked at the ice spirit Shin Python's evolving body, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. This was the spiritual treasure he had prepared for the red Shin beast. As a result, it is now good, and was actually swallowed by this head. A failure. The whole thing is a waste of time and effort. Seeing that the glowing snake's body opposite was expanding. The size is actually much taller than before. After taking a deep breath, Hofangji looked at the snake's body in front of him unwillingly. In the end, he let out a ghostly sigh and shouted to everyone. Everyone, all evacuate. Hearing Hofangji's words, everyone nodded helplessly even though their faces were unwilling. Just as everyone was preparing to evacuate, Shu Yunyan, who was in the crowd, quietly swam to the side of the ice spirit Shin Python. Looking at the continuously evolving ice spirit Shin Python, a flash of madness flashed across Shu Yunyan's face. Only to see that in her hand, at some point, there was actually an additional test tube as well. That bunch of losers, wasting my potion, but as long as I can capture Lu Ming and Hofangji alive, this sacrifice is all worth it, huh? After saying that, the red potion was thrown directly into the lipstick of the ice spirit Shin Python by Chu Yunyan. Subconsciously, the ice spirit Shin Python bit the test tube to pieces. Terrifying blood chi immediately erupted within its body. Brush. In the next moment, all around the lake, dozens of 100-meter ice walls were erected violently. Lu Ming and his group, who were originally planning to retreat, looked at the ice walls that suddenly coalesced in front of them. Looking at the huge ice layer that had suddenly coalesced in front of them, a flash of dismay appeared on their faces. Seemingly thinking of something, all of them violently looked towards their backs. Then, they saw a huge demonic snake, its eyes red as it looked towards the crowd. The body was twice as big as the previous ice spirit Shin snake. The body that was originally like ice became even more detailed and delicate. It was like a piece of dragon scale, set on the ice. On the huge snake head, the hideous meatball disappeared. In its place was a pair of magnificent dragon horns. If we were to say that the original ice spirit Shin Python was just a snake king with a bit of dominance. At this moment, the ice phenomenon Python King had completely transformed into an elegant scaly snake. The huge ice layer in front of him was summoned by him. The surrounding air, almost instantly lowered to below zero. The moment he saw the information of this snake king, Lu Ming's heart couldn't stop sinking. Race, Ice Python King rank, Soldier grade 1 star bloodline, Blue Indigo grade talents, Monarch's command, elemental proficiency, Jiao Dragon's body, giant physique, Dragon's might attributes, water weaknesses, giving birth to a child. The ice python that has just given birth to the ice python snake will exert at most 70% of its strength. Confusion. Attacks will increase 30% of its power. Skills. Ice vortex snake. Skills. Voice of confusion. Voice of compulsion. Chi of extreme cold. Water elemental divergence. Dragon language magic. Evolutionary route. Known. None. Guilty value. 0. Soldier grade magical beast. Ice vibranium python king. Even its bloodline has surpassed the blue level and is evolving towards the indigo level. Damn it, how can it be so strong? Looking at the ice spirit python king in front of them, the students of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy all revealed a look of panic at this moment. A group of people kept knocking on the ice in front of them, wanting to leave this hellish place. The extremely cold and harsh weather constantly consumed their body temperature. In just a few seconds, the crowd felt like their blood was almost on the verge of solidifying. Damn, how did it evolve so fast? Something's not right. This ice spirit Shin Python's bloodline has evolved. It's sprouting dragon horns. It's over. We won't be able to escape. The ice is too thick. Flare. Quickly release the flare. A student was seen hurriedly picking up a flare and trying to fire it into the sky. But the moment the flare was sent into the sky, not even waiting for the combustion agent inside it to undergo a chemical reaction. The next moment, the flare turned into a popsicle. In the eyes of the crowd's despair, the ice wall that had just enveloped them began to grow rapidly. In just a few moments, it turned into a semicircular ice curtain. Now, everyone's last way of life has been completely blocked by the ice spirit Python King. Looking at this group of humans who just almost killed themselves. The ice spirit Python King slowly spat out its snake letters, and its blood-red eyes were filled with madness. The next moment, its mouth murmured in ancient language that it had never heard before. Within the entire ice curtain, a black luster immediately flickered. Inside the large snake's mouth, A black ball was like a black hole, absorbing all the cold air around it. Seeing this scene, despair immediately appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Damn, that's a dragon language spell. Why is it able to use it? Dragon source crystals. It must be the dragon origin crystals. Damn it, we're dead. That's a dragon spell that is claimed to be able to fight across levels. I don't want to die yet. Play it out. I haven't deleted anything from my D-disk yet. I can't die. Fogweed. I can't die either. Damn it. Hurry up and find a way to crack this wall. A group of people ordered their magical beasts to knock down the ice wall. Negatively, no matter how much they knocked, or even unleashed their skills. The destroyed ice wall would soon coalesce into a new layer of ice crystals. Completely blocking everyone's hope. Hofanji looked at the scene in front of him with a despairing face and could not help but show a touch of bitterness in his eyes. Looking at the students around him, he sighed slightly. I'm sorry everyone. I'm the one who caused everyone to suffer. With his face full of despair, Hofanji looked at the huge ice spirit Python King. Hofanji no longer had any expectations. Just when he thought that his party was definitely not far from death. Beside him, suddenly came Lu Ming's calming voice. Is that so? Maybe. We're not close to death yet? Chapter 40 Breakthrough. 2-star Imperial Beast Master. What do you mean? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Hofanji and the students around him were visibly stunned. There was also a hint of anticipation hidden in the gaze that looked at Lu Ming. It was like trying to grab the last straw. A group of people directly pounced towards Lu Ming. How is it possible? You really have a way to escape? Take me out. My family has money. I can give you lots of money. Save me first. 1 million gold coins. I'll give you 1 million directly. I'll give 2 million gold coins. Take me out first. Will you? Don't listen to them. None of them are as rich as me. Please take me out. I can be your girlfriend. Looking at the group of rich kids in front of him who had fallen into madness in order to survive. The pupil of judgment swept over everyone present, beside the magical beast. Then Lu Ming finally spoke his solution. Give me the secret treasures on your battle pets. Huh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was stunned. Then a hint of wrongness flashed vaguely in their eyes as they looked at Lu Ming. What was the meaning of asking them for secret treasures even at this time? All of a sudden, everyone looked at Lu Ming again with a hidden touch of anger in their eyes. Wang Yuan, who did not deal with Lu Ming, could not help but let out a sneer full of anger. You poor bastard really haven't seen money. You're dying and still thinking about getting rich? Wang Yuan's words instantly ignited the anger of the people around him. One by one, they all looked at Lu Ming with some disgust. That's it. Don't you just want money? Send me away and I'll give you a secret treasure is all. I don't think you have any way to save us from getting out. You just want to pit us against the secret treasure. No brother. It's already this time. Why do you need a secret treasure? If you have the life to take it, do you have the life to bring it out? All shut up. Just as everyone was sneering at Lu Ming. In the crowd, Hofanji violently erupted into an angry roar. Because of too much force, the cold air directly entered his lungs. A mouthful of blood mixed with ice crystals violently erupted from his mouth and nose. It condensed into a pile of blood-red ice crystals in the blink of an eye again. Seeing the gazes of the crowd converging over. Hofanji coughed while pointing at the crowd with a gloomy face. It's this time. And you guys are actually still questioning each other? By now you guys still can't see that. Ahem. He's the real big brother? After saying that, Hofanji directly invoked his Red Shen beast. In front of everyone, he threw the Shen Shui bead from the Red Shen beast to Lu Ming. Eyes like a torch. He looked at Lu Ming. Although his face looked a little pale, his eyes were full of trust. Brother Lu, as long as you can take us out this time, our Ho family owes you a favor. After saying that, he once again looked at the remaining dozen or so people. Especially Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan. Give him your multiplying feather. Ho Shao. Don't you even listen to me? There was a moment of silence from everyone present. In the next moment, everyone silently looked at their magical beasts. BR/BR/ taking out the secret treasures from their magical beasts. They all handed them over to Lu Ming. BR/BR/ in just a few moments, Lu Ming's hand had more than 10 pieces of secret treasures. BR/BR/ an ordinary person might not be able to earn a single piece of secret treasure money in their entire working life. BR/BR/ but Lu Ming now had a full dozen in his hands. BR/BR/ among them, the Red Xian Beast's secret treasure was even as high as C grade. BR/BR/ without allowing any hesitation, Lu Ming directly followed the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. BR/BR/ he lined up the 5 types of secret treasures in his hand. BR/BR/ he patted Mouse, who had long been impatient. BR/BR/ in the next moment, the 5 secret treasures directly entered the mouth of the rat Mouse. BR/BR/ the first stage of the bloodline evolution condition was reached. BR/BR/ treasure eating, talent activated. BR/BR/ intense spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the body of the treasure seeker Mouse. BR/BR/ in the next moment, terrifying spiritual energy continued to rise from within the treasure hunter Mouse's body. BR/BR/BR/ the instantaneous outbreak of spiritual energy directly shook the surrounding huge ice curtain out of the road fragments. BR/BR/ seeing this scene, even the ice spirit Python King was startled for a moment. BR/BR/ but soon, the even thicker layer of ice once again blocked the crowd's hopes that had hardly risen. BR/BR/ at this moment, Lu Ming still had the treasure-seeking Mouse on him. BR/BR/ the first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to see it. BR/BR/ but soon, the spiritual light on the rat's body also covered up Lu Ming's luster. BR/BR/ countless spiritual energy fed back into Lu Ming's body. BR/BR/ subconsciously, he ran his advanced meditation thoughts. BR/BR/ it was so terrifying that the spiritual energy directly filled his 48 spiritual points. BR/BR/ almost instantly, his spiritual energy, which had stagnated at 1-star level 6, began to grow once again. BR/BR/ 1-star 7th level. BR/BR/ 1-star 8th level. BR/BR/ 1-star 9th level. BR/BR/ all of the spiritual energy, circulating ceaselessly within his body. BR/BR/ all the way to the peak of the 1-star 9th level. Mouse fed back the spiritual energy. BR/BR/ actually, there was no sign of decline at all, and it continued to increase in his body. BR/BR/ immediately after that, the spiritual energy slowly condensed from its original gaseous state into water droplets. BR/BR/ when the first drop of water fell on Lu Ming's first spiritual point, he was able to see that the water was not in a state of shock, but was still in a state of shock. BR/BR/ inside his body, a spiritual rain directly fell. BR/BR/ after a long time, all of these spiritual chi turned into liquid spiritual water. BR/BR/ the moment the 48 spirit points were filled with spirit water. BR/BR/ boom. BR/BR/ a strong spirit pressure that suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. BR/BR/ the few people who were close to Lu Ming directly dabbled backward for several steps. BR/BR/ then they all looked at Lu Ming in shock, not understanding what was going on. BR/BR/ he this is not a promotion? BR/BR/ I've read it in the encyclopedia. A treasure seeker mouse can help its master cultivate by devouring secret treasures. BR/BR/ but even with so many secret treasures, it's impossible to grow so fast, right? BR/BR/ this cultivation speed, is he still human? BR/BR/ why do I feel like all the spiritual energy around me is going to be drained by him? BR/BR/ something is wrong. This absorption efficiency is very wrong. His treasure hunting mouse is also wrong. What the hell is going on? BR/BR/ amidst everyone's stunned gazes, BR/BR/ the ice that had originally trapped them actually began to slowly melt. BR/BR/ tick, tick, tick dash BR/BR/ the nearby ice curtain, because of the insufficient supply of spiritual energy. BR/BR/ a bit of ice rain fell. BR/BR/ even the ice spirit Python King was sensitive to it. BR/BR/ the spiritual energy in the surroundings was continuously converging towards the young human on the opposite side. BR/BR/ it had no choice but to increase the input of its own spiritual energy once again. BR/BR/ maintaining the thick layer of ice. BR/BR/ Lu Ming, on the other hand, could no longer care about the situation around him. BR/BR/ at this moment, his body was crazily absorbing all the spiritual energy that could be absorbed around him. BR/BR/ all the way up to the 2nd star level 2. His body was agitated to the point that the spiritual energy which slowly stopped. BR/BR/ few dash BR/BR/ exhaling a ghostly breath. Lu Ming's eyes abruptly exploded with a flash of brilliant light. BR/BR/ 2nd star level 2. It had already reached the conditions for admission to the 4 great academies. BR/BR/ not only that, His physical strength had also steeply increased by a fraction along with the growth of his spiritual energy. BR slash at this moment, he had never felt his body so strong before. BR slash he even wanted to. BR slash directly fight the magical beasts one-on-one. BR slash host, Luming BR slash rank, 2-star level 2 BR slash physical strength, 19. 1 BR slash sensitivity, 20. 3 BR slash insight, 19. 9 BR slash spiritual energy, 16. 12 BR slash spiritual techniques, golden mane, ascension, mirror, beginner, plus, spirit melting, beginner, plus, BR slash potential points, 3 BR slash feeling the sublimation of the spiritual energy in his body, BR slash even his own physical strength has gained a great boost. BR slash it was only after entering the second star that the Imperial Beastmaster's abilities were able to slowly unfold. BR slash and this is not even the biggest gain Lu Ming has made this time. BR slash looking at the treasure hunting mouse on the side that was emitting a halo of light all over its body. BR slash because of his contract with the treasure hunting mouse, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the bloodline in the mouse's body was rising. BR slash it was also unknown what level the first stage of bloodline evolution would allow Ratmouse to reach. BR slash blue level, indigo level, or violet level. BR slash Chapter 41 Dharma Heaven and Earth. Spirit Plastic Golden Body. The Ice Spirit Python King in the distance seemed to have sensed the threat of Lu Ming and the treasure-seeking mouse. BR slash in the next moment, the black dragon art in his mouth was released in advance. BR slash intense spiritual energy spewed out from the Ice Spirit Python King's mouth. BR slash an ominous premonition immediately arose in everyone's hearts. BR slash stop him. BR slash yelled. BR slash Hofanji immediately ordered his Red In Shen beast to move forward. BR slash Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse was now the only hope for all of them. BR slash for the sake of this only hope, they must also put up a fight. BR slash upon hearing Hofanji's order, the crowd reacted. BR slash without saying a word, they immediately let their battle pets unleash their strongest skills against each other. BR slash the colorful skills clashed violently with the Ice Python King's dragon language spell. BR slash immediately, rainbow-colored ripples crashed in the sky. BR slash the two streams of energy are colliding with each other and consuming each other. BR slash but what made all the faces change slightly was BR slash the attack of all their battle pets gathered together. BR slash it's actually a bit weaker than the Ice Spirit Python King's skill. BR slash gradually, the spiritual energy consumption of these battle pets is getting bigger and bigger. BR slash soon there was a decline. BR slash one battle pet collapsed due to the exhaustion of its spiritual energy. BR slash the remaining battle pets immediately felt that the pressure on their bodies had grown a few points heavier. BR slash in the end, this group of battle pets directly fell down one after another like dominoes. BR slash the terrifying dragon language spells directly smashed towards everyone present. BR slash subconsciously, the crowd hugged their battle pets. BR slash waiting for the judgment of fate. BR slash just when all of them thought they were dead. BR slash 10 seconds passed. BR slash half a minute passed. BR slash a minute passed. BR slash what surprised the crowd was. BR slash they didn't seem to be dead. BR slash what's going on. BR slash a teenager raised his eyes curiously and looked ahead. BR slash then, in his surprised gaze, BR slash a huge treasure-seeking mouse directly blocked in front of it. BR slash this is BR slash Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse. BR slash in the nick of time, the treasure hunting mouse finally completed its evolution. BR slash through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming immediately discovered the unusual nature of the evolved rat mouse. BR slash race, treasure hunting rat. BR slash rank, soldier grade 3 stars. BR slash bloodline, blue grade. BR slash talents, treasure hunting, treasure eating, 100 treasure chests, 5 elements of dharma. BR slash attributes, 5 elements. BR slash loyalty, 76. BR slash weaknesses, greedy. There is a risk that your battle pet will eat, take and ask for things, and there is a chance of defection in a battle when you cannot satisfy it. BR slash skills, secret treasure space, treasure hunting radar, earth escape technique, metal mastery, dharma heaven and earth, pseudo, 5 elements spirit technique. BR slash equipment, Shensha golden bead. BR slash guilty value, 0. BR slash not only has mouse become stronger, BR slash just now, he awakened a new spirit art. BR slash spirit art, spirit plastic gold body. BR slash spirit shaping golden body, C condenses metallic spiritual energy and applies it to the body of the battle pet, greatly increasing the battle pet's physical defense in a short period of time, and allowing the battle pet's skills to have metallic damage attached to them. BR slash facing the Ice Python King's imperative strike. BR slash at the critical moment, the treasure hunting mouse directly rushed to the opponent. BR slash a multicolored spiritual charm flashed on his body. BR slash in the next moment, The human-sized rat-headed Fatan Shangdi emerged from behind the rat. The height was no less than that of the opposite Ice Spirit Python King. A fist slammed down towards the opposite dragon whispering technique. Bang. The sky was in turmoil. Once again, cracks appeared in the surrounding ice curtain. In the face of the Ice Spirit Python King's technique. Mouse's Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth was struggling to hold on. Obviously, the opposite side's dragon language spell level was equally not low. At the critical moment, Lu Ming on the side. Directly used his newly comprehended spirit art spirit plastic golden body. Intense light emanated from Lu Ming's hands. In an instant, a third of the spiritual energy in his body was drained. The golden light struck the rat's body, causing the rat's already golden fur to shine even more. Along with his Dharma Heavenly Palace, it was tinted with a layer of golden aura. This golden aura was unstoppable. Boom. The rat-headed giant once again slammed his fist out with force. The entire spirit water beast Zephyr shook violently. A layer of mysterious golden light flashed in the sky. The sharp golden aura directly cut countless gaps in the huge ice curtain around them. Then, the trapped people only heard a click sound. The next moment. The next moment, the cage that trapped them. The next moment, the cage that trapped them was shattered into ice cubes in the sky. Hofanji's group of people, after seeing this scene, directly looked dumbfounded. It took a long time before the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. Truly terrifying as hell. The potential of that treasure-seeking rat has definitely evolved again. My god. Did you guys just see the spirit art Lu Ming used? He actually awakened another spirit art. Horse. Is this the heaven's pride? Comprehending is like drinking water. I'm impressed. Don't even say it. Quickly release the flare. Damn it. Almost thought I was going to die in there this time. It took a while for the crowd to react. Only then did they reveal the celebration of having survived the robbery. At this moment, the lake shore of Snake Island. Chu Yunyan, who was dripping wet, had just come ashore. She saw the scene where Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse fought with the Ice Spirit Python King. Staring blankly at the two huge magical beasts that were 100 feet tall, her eyes could not help but look a little mesmerized. Especially when she saw the sword-browed, starry-eyed teenager standing beside the treasure-seeking mouse. Her heart violently began to beat. As she watched, the treasure-hunting mouse and the Ice Spirit Python King fought to a standstill. Chu Yunyan's face was nothing but shock. How did he, a student from an ordinary family, manage to evolve the treasure-seeking mouse continuously? Could it be that he really is the top genius that adults talk about? Biting his lips slightly. With the double boost of the Dragon Origin Crystal and the Evolution Potion. The treasure-hunting mouse was able to fight the Icy Python King to a draw. Chu Yunyan had completely lost hope in sniping Lu Ming and Hofanji. There was a bang. In the sky, countless flares exploded. Soon, the surrounding garrison troops who saw the flares would arrive. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyan's body violently rose in a gust of blood mist. But in a moment, her white clothes were dried. Then she quickly converged towards the crowd side. Meanwhile, looking at the treasure-hunting mouse that was confronting the Ice Spirit Python King. Lu Ming's corners of his eyes, however, rose with a touch of helplessness. At this moment, the mouse's Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth had already fought with the opposite Ice Spirit Shin Python to a standstill. The two sides were fighting back and forth, but no one could do anything about the other. If one is able to defeat the other, the Yu Python's plague quest could at least be raised by another completion level. Unfortunately, the guards were at most 10 minutes away from arriving. Could this be the only way for this mission? He had already used all the spirit arts he needed to use. It seems that there is nothing left that can turn the tide of battle. Just as Lu Ming was thinking hard. The next moment, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm thinking. How did I forget something so important? With his eyes looking towards Mouse Rat, who was fighting, he only heard Lu Ming suddenly roar loudly. Rat Mouse. Skill crystals. In the distance, the treasure-hunting mouse that was originally still confronting the Ice Spirit Python King. Suddenly hearing Lu Ming's loud roar, it was first stunned. Then, its saliva began to secrete crazily. In fact, it had long wanted to make a move on the Master Silver's skill crystals. Never thought that before he could even open his mouth. Lord Silver agreed. Lord Silver Psycho. I wanna be Lord Silver's dog. BR slash without saying a word. He directly took out the skill crystals inside the secret treasure's mouth. BR slash like eating potato chips. He directly bites the skill crystal directly in front of him. BR slash click. BR slash a stream of warmth flowed into Mouse's body. BR slash in a flash. A blinding golden light once again erupted from its body. BR slash. Chapter 42, Understanding, Liquid Metal Mastery. The moment the skill crystal was swallowed into its stomach, BR slash a mysterious feeling rose from the treasure-hunting Mouse's mind. BR slash just like an enlightenment. Countless knowledge issued a violent collision in its mind. BR slash but soon, the arcane feeling slowly disappeared. BR slash there were only yellow-ranked skill crystals. BR slash for a blue-ranked magical beast. BR slash this little flash of inspiration can only be described as a drop in the bucket. BR slash but for the treasure-hunting mouse that had just awakened the 5 elements spiritual art. BR slash sometimes, what it falls short of could be that critical kick. BR slash click. BR slash something in the brain seemed to break right open. BR slash a brand new fusion skill burst out in his mind. BR slash and in Luming's field of vision. Mouse Rat, who had swallowed the skill crystal. BR slash another skill suddenly appeared in the skill bar. BR slash this is. BR slash liquid metal mastery. BR slash liquid metal mastery, liquefy metal after casting. Increasing the caster's means of offense. BR slash seeing this brand new skill. Luming's eyes immediately exploded with a flash of golden light. BR slash those ordinary daggers that originally existed within the mouse secret treasure space. BR slash at this moment, they seem to have a use again. BR slash go rat mouse. Use. Liquid metal control. BR slash squeak. BR slash. Omega. BR slash upon hearing Luming's order, the treasure seeker rat immediately bellowed. BR slash the entire body's spiritual energy was invoked once again. BR slash in the next moment, all the surrounding metal elements trembled slightly. BR slash in an instant, all of these metal elements were introduced to the treasure seeker mouse's side. BR slash the ice spirit python king, who was watching this scene, immediately spat out his snake letters. BR slash a huge spell formation coalesced on the surface of the lake beneath it. BR slash rumble was heard. BR slash the water source in the lake was directly drained. BR slash 100-foot tall giant ice dragon appeared in front of everyone. BR slash in the distance, the guards who were responsible for guarding the area. The moment they saw the ice dragon, they were as if they were in a state of shock. BR slash they were instantly like enemies. BR slash warning, the ice dragon Xian Python has already taken the dragon source crystal. Immediately dispatch the nearby 3rd Guard Legion. BR slash in the next moment, the countless guard troops in the surrounding area. BR slash immediately led their battle pets out in droves. BR slash this riotous ice spirit python king directly caused an uproar throughout the entire mysterious realm. BR slash countless guardsmen had marched towards the direction of the flare. BR slash they were aware of it. BR slash among the group of people who came today, there could be an outstanding male son inside. BR slash that second young master of the Ho family. There must not be any mistakes. BR slash immediately, a group of guardsmen riding white tigers. BR slash ran forward in unison. BR slash at the same time, the huge metal ball on top of Mouse Rat's head wrapped directly towards the ice dragon on the opposite side. BR slash the moment the two forces collided, the liquid metal brought into play his characteristic of overcoming strength with softness. BR slash it directly surrounded the entire ice dragon directly. BR slash the hearts of the people in the surroundings were immediately raised to their throats. BR slash at this moment, the spiritual energy of both sides continued to increase. BR slash on Luming's side, he was even throwing spirit arts at Mouse Rat continuously. BR slash Ho Fanji, who was covered in dust, also took a deep breath after seeing this scene. BR slash facing the unrivaled Ice Python King on the opposite side, he immediately roared to his companions around him. BR slash don't just watch, a hand is a hand if you can. BR slash at once, countless Imperial Beast Masters. BR slash ordered their battle pets to attack towards the Ice Spirit Python King once again. BR slash at this moment, the war has entered a white-hot stage. BR slash any slight difference could lead to the defeat of the other side. BR slash the moment the attack that gathered everyone's beliefs struck the Ice Spirit Python King. BR slash catching sound. BR slash the dragon horn on top of the Ice Spirit Python King's head shattered with a loud bang. BR slash in an instant, the ice dragon disappeared and turned back into a lake. BR slash the entire Snake Island was instantly washed away by the terrifying torrent. BR slash countless magical beasts burst back towards the distance. BR slash then they were immediately dispersed by the guards who came over. BR slash when a group of guards arrived at the scene. BR slash only Luming's treasure hunting mouse was maneuvering a huge liquid metal to attack the Ice Python King. BR slash the Ice Python King in the distance tried to fight back, but the liquid metal was like flowing water. BR slash it was only seen drilling into its body. BR slash plop. Plop BR slash under the manipulation of the treasure-seeking mouse. The liquid metal that flowed into the ice spirit python king's body instantly became indestructible once again. Numerous sharp blades pierced through the ice spirit python king's body from the inside. Instantly, the snake's body turned into a piece of thorn skewered with barbs. Hiss. Only the ice vibrant python king let out a mournful scream. It collapsed amidst everyone's shocked gazes. After giving Lu Ming one last unwilling glance, its body twisted for a while. Just when Lu Ming thought he was about to make some big move. What Lu Ming did not expect was the ice python king, after a moment of distortion. It actually chose to freeze its body in the lake. Is this not wanting his body to be taken by humans? The guards from afar, dumbfounded, looked at the scene in front of them. For a long time this reacted. Misty Grass, whose ministry is that? The one who came with Ho's family should be a student of the Qingshui Noble Private School, right? To be able to defeat the ice python king that swallowed the dragon origin crystal. Is that really something a student can do? Incredible. This year, we in Qingshui City are afraid that we're going to have an extraordinary genius. My goodness. This is a heavenly pride, right? When I was his age, third-rate Imperial Beasts University struggled. Can't compare. The other party is just too strong. It wasn't just the Russian guards who were shocked. Even Ho Fangji and the others were equally filled with shock. Looking at Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse. No one had expected it. The treasure hunting mouse, which was used as a support on a daily basis, could actually possess such a terrifying battle power. This Lu Ming is already strong enough to travel to the 4 great academies, right? Hiss. What kind of monster did first middle school produce this year? Critical evolution. Good lord. Who is the protagonist if not him? Even the genius girl Jiang Shui. I'm afraid she's not his opponent, right? Who knows? But I can be sure that first middle school is going to have a dark horse this year. At this moment, the students of the noble private school. The arrogance and prejudice towards Lu Ming had long since disappeared. If it wasn't for Lu Ming today, there would have been one or the other present. All of them will be accounted for here. Even Wang Yuan, who had the worst dealings with Lu Ming before. The only thing left in Lu Ming's gaze was awe and amazement. As for the verbal altercation that happened before? Come on. I was the one who dared to clash with Heaven's pride without backing down a bit. Don't you think it's cool? Even Shu Yunyan who was not far away. After seeing Lu Ming's strength, she was also too stunned to speak. Lu Ming's growth speed was simply too fast. So fast that she didn't even dare to imagine it. Once again, when facing that teenager that she had once personally abandoned. All that remained in Chu Yunyan's heart was deep remorse and helplessness. Looking towards the corpse of that ice spirit python king, a flash of longing flickered in her eyes again. If she was able to advance to the second star, this ice spirit python king might just be the best material. Unfortunately, she was still too weak. No. She must become stronger again. Just as everyone was looking at Lu Ming with a face of amazement. At this moment, Lu Ming, however, frowned slightly. Looking at the opposite side of the ice spirit python king that had long since died out. Lu Ming was in a daze. What happened? He had already finished off this ice spirit python king. Why is the system still not giving a completion prompt? Chapter 43, The Real Python Emperor. Looking at the dead ice python king in front of him. Even the sin value showed that it had risen by a full 15 points. That proves that the other party is indeed dead beyond death. But why? One still hasn't received any system prompts? Or was it that from the very beginning, he might have gotten the wrong target? It seemed that he had thought of something. Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but look towards the opposite side of the ice spirit python king. The moment it was knocked down by Mouse Rat, it clearly still had the ability to strike a fatal blow. However, it did not do that. Instead, the ice python king's final attack was simply to freeze it along with the entire lake. This is obviously not reasonable. Unless, it has some reason why it had to do so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. When he first saw the weakness of the ice spirit Xian python. The pupil of judgment suggested that it seemed to have a spawn debuff on its body. Looking at the ice heap on the corpse of the opposite ice vortex python king. At once, a bold idea arose from Lu Ming's mind. Then, he was directly in front of everyone. Ordered Mouse Rat to break through the huge ice layer that the ice python king had condensed. Seeing Lu Ming's actions, A touch of doubt appeared on all of their faces. What is he doing? Hofanji couldn't help but shake his head after seeing Lu Ming's movements. Brother Lu, don't look. The dragon source crystal has already been eaten by the ice spirit Xian Python. There won't be any other treasures here. The people from the rescue team have already arrived. We'd better take your friend and leave. I want to take a bath now and leave this hellish place quickly. Almost died. Thanks to Brother Lu this time. Just as the crowd was talking. On Mouse's side. It seemed to have sensed something as well. After his promotion, his treasure hunting talent became even more sensitive. Under Lu Ming's instructions. Soon. It was as if Mouse had smelled something. Suddenly, he changed the direction of the ice digging, and darted in the direction of another place. Seeing Lu Ming and the treasure hunting Mouse's actions, the faces of the crowd could not help but show a touch of curiosity. Now, no one bothered Lu Ming anymore. Instead, they all came behind him to check out what goodies this man and rat had found. After a little effort, under the sharp claws of the treasure-seeking rat, the thick layer of ice in front of you was broken right through. Until digging to the bottom of the center of the lake, Lu Ming and the rat only stopped. Squeak. Degree nabla degree. It seemed to have sensed something. The rat immediately let out a squeak. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was following him, violently held his breath. Unconsciously, his hands began to dig into the land in front of him. After advancing to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, his physical quality had also been enhanced extremely substantially. Long ago, he was not the weak ordinary person he was back then. It was also right after he had dug up the earth for almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to sense something. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to sense something. An ethereal-colored mysterious luster violently erupted beneath his body. A mysterious magical beast egg, with a broken and bloodied spiritual treasure sitting beside it. The spiritual treasure is an undigested dragon source crystal. Looking up to the top of his head. The serpent head of the ice spirit Python King was looking at the land under Lu Ming's feet with a loving face. Or rather, its child. Until the very last moment, it was still thinking about how to protect its child. And to give it all of itself, without reservation. Seeing this magical beast egg, Lu Ming's face flashed with a complexity. With a slight sigh, he then slowly spoke. Don't worry, I will take care of your child. The next moment, a drop of blood dripped out from Lu Ming's fingertip. Immediately, a contract formation flashed on the magical beast egg in front of him. Click. The magical beast egg directly shattered apart. A small blue snake with turquoise eyes slowly crawled out of the eggshell. It was just born, but it was still very weak, and was in urgent need of nutrition. Then, as if it had smelled some tantalizing food, it directly swallowed the undigested dragon origin crystal into its stomach. Instantly, the dragon origin crystal turned into pure spiritual liquid and dripped into the body of the little snake. The original rough skin was covered with a layer of densely packed scales like dragon scales in just a few moments. On the forehead, 2 slightly delicate dragon horns were revealed. This little snake, almost instantly, grew to a length of 2 meters. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming finally saw the identity of the small snake in front of him. This is race, ice dragon python. Rank, mortal grade 2-star. Bloodline, blue grade. Talent, huge. Dragon language secret technique. Ice elemental proficiency. Attribute, ice. Dragon. Loyalty, 60. This is the name of the snake. Weaknesses, incomplete dragon bloodline. While casting powerful dragon arts, your body easily attracts the coveting of large magical beasts, and the strength of the dragon language secret arts cast has instability. Skills, dragon might, dragon's breath, ice arrow technique, huge. Evolutionary route, known, none. Equipment, none. Guilty value, 15. The blue level magical beast, the ice dragon python. Lu Ming never expected that the ice spirit Xian snake that had taken the dragon source crystal, had actually directly evolved its bloodline. And it also possesses a stronger talent for the dragon language mystic art. Unfortunately, because the trace of dragon blood in the dragon source crystal did not mature and was partially eaten by its mother. What the ice spirit dragon python had obtained was only a weak amount of dragon blood. To solve this problem, it was necessary to give the little snake another spiritual treasure with dragon blood. Just. How difficult is this kind of spiritual treasure? Ding. Mission accomplished. You have brilliantly evaded the pursuit of the Imperial-grade demonic beast, Ice Spirit Xian Python, and accomplished an almost impossible task. You have successfully subjugated the Imperial-level magical beast Ice Spirit Xian Python. Quest reward, potential points *5, spiritual energy crystals *20, and a random attribute C-grade spiritual treasure. /oh ho. Seeing this belated quest reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Looking down, Lu Ming looked at the small snake that had been swallowed halfway into his mouth by the rat. Lu Ming couldn't help but cry and laugh. After all this time, the one who chased him is the small snake in front of him? He was actually scared by a magical beast egg. At that moment, Lu Ming was directly amused by himself. However, in the next moment, he reacted. With one hand, he propped open Mouse Rat's mouth. What are you doing, Rat Mouse? You can't eat your own companion. Squeak dash strange? What just happened to me? Looking at the slimy little snake in his mouth, Mouse was also confused. It didn't know why, but just now it suddenly smelled a strange fragrance from the little snake. Brother, you smell good. At this moment, the little snake was blinking its big watery eyes. Not knowing in the slightest that he had almost become a spicy noodle in the mouth of the rat. It even felt a bit funny. Touching this little snake with the big hard eyes of a thief. Immediately, Lu Ming brought Mouse and the little snake to directly drill out of the ice. After the one person and two beasts came out from underneath the ice. Upon entering his eyes, he saw a group of people looking at him with wide eyes. Seeing Lu Ming return, Ho Fangji's entire heart was in his throat. With a slightly expectant tone, he looked at Lu Ming and asked, how was it, brother Lu? Did you find the dragon source crystal, a mount, misty grass? Where did the snake-type magical beasts come from? Chapter 44, Threat from the Beast Star. Looking at the snake head that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ho Fangji immediately shivered in fear. While the battle pets beside him, after seeing the small snake, but they directly approached. Almost instantly, the little snake became the group pet of these battle pets. Every now and then, there will be a kind magical beast, on the body of the small snake. Face lick a bite. Katsurin's eyes widened at the sight of the snake. Several girls' motherly love instantly flooded. My god, this magical beast is so beautiful. How can it be so beautiful? What kind of magical beast is this? An ice spirit Xian Python? It's a bit like it, but not quite like it. What's going on? This magical beast, it can't be the heir of that snake king just now? Wow. Our Lingyan loves it so much. Look at it licking it. Lingyan usually hates water-type magical beasts. After saying that, several women directly surrounded the ice spirit dragon python. And the newborn baby snake still doesn't understand anything. Allowing this group of humans to keep stroking on its body. Hearing the discussion of several women, Lu Ming, who was standing on the side, was silent. Then look at the movements of those magical beasts. I don't know why. Lu Ming thought of his own appearance when he licked popsicles in the summer. It seems that the expression is as soothing as theirs. Looking to Ho Fangji who was at the side, he said somewhat apologetically. I just watched that ice spirit Xian Python fight to the death to protect something, and I thought it was a spiritual treasure. Who knew it was this magical beast egg? I thought that I had already become a 2-star beast master, so I just contracted it. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's face couldn't help but flash with a flash of pity. To be honest, he had originally expected Lu Ming and his treasure hunting mouse to find the dragon origin crystal. Even if it was just half a piece. Unfortunately. Shaking his head, Ho Fangji sighed slightly before regaining his composure. It's fine. We all witnessed this ice spirit Xian Python swallowing the dragon source crystal. It was me who got greedy. But can you sell me the corpse of this ice spirit Xian Python? I'm willing to pay a high price to recover it. With King Diamond willing to recycle it, Lu Ming was naturally very happy. Without much hesitation, Lu Ming directly agreed to Ho Fangji's request. Anyway, the real treasures had already been fully absorbed by the little snake. The harvest gained from the spirit water beast Zephyr this time was far beyond his imagination. That is. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but narrow his eyes. Recalling his encounter in the spirit water beast Zephyr. Ho Fangji, there is something I want to ask you. Do you know who the group of people that attacked you in the secret realm were? I seem to have been targeted by the same group of people. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Ho Fangji's face. BR slash then a touch of gloom immediately appeared on his originally cynical face. BR slash waving his hand, he again pretended to be indifferent and said, BR slash there are many people who want to kill me, and I can't tell you which dark beast realm madman it is again. BR slash but looking at this operation, I think it's a little more likely to be the Evolution Society. BR slash the Evolutionary Society? BR slash upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. BR slash his original thought was that it should be someone from the Reverse Beast Society who attacked him. BR slash what is the origin of the Evolution Society that Ho Fangji mentioned? BR slash it seems that this world is not as safe as he thought. BR slash the safety that ordinary people take for granted is just someone carrying the weight of the world for them. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Ho Fangji pondered for a moment before he said, BR slash with your talent, going to the 4 great academies is definitely not a problem, and you will definitely be exposed to these things in the future. BR slash this world is not as simple as it seems. Do you think that when the two worlds were in contact with each other and the beast star on the opposite side, there were really only magical beasts? BR slash this. BR slash upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming could not help but stare. BR slash in the next moment, his body trembled violently, and he reacted almost instantly. BR slash no wonder there were those lawless organizations dragging the human race backwards. BR slash because this matter, it had long since ceased to be a matter between nations. BR slash you mean? BR slash that's right, the famous terrorist organizations in the world today, the Reverse Beast Society, the Evolution Society, the School of Death, the Ancient God Cult, the Mechanical Law Institute, and so on, they are all stowed away from the Beast Star organizations. BR slash each organization has mastered special and powerful Beast Sentinel technology, and scientists have discovered that the Beast Planet may have annexed more than one planet during its long migration. BR slash our enemies have never been just magical beasts. BR slash hiss. BR slash after listening to Ho Fangji's explanation, Lu Ming's face immediately revealed a touch of shock. BR slash he then realized that the original owner was really a frog at the bottom of a well. BR slash or rather, the higher-ups intentionally blocked this news. BR slash it was to prevent the already loosened order from falling into an even more panicked situation. BR slash Blue Star has long been in danger. BR slash seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Ho Fangji, however, just laughed and patted his shoulder. BR slash but you don't have to worry too much. There are organizations that want to conquer our Blue Star, and naturally there are people who are affinity with Blue Star, or else how do you think we mastered the Sentinel Beast skill? BR slash speaking here, Ho Fangji quietly moved a few points closer to Lu Ming, BR slash whispering into his ear, BR slash this world is far more wonderful than we can imagine. Go to the 4 great academies, or even the Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches Academy, as long as we go there, we can see the truth of the world. BR slash after saying that, Ho Fangji flashed a kind smile towards Lu Ming, BR slash extending his right hand, BR slash my goal is the Tiangon Academy, and in the future, I want to enter the heretical Judgement Institute and explore the ancient god lineage magical beasts. BR slash Lu Ming, want to be my little brother? Hang out with me, and I guarantee you'll be at least an admiral in the future. BR slash, ding, your performance has been recognized by the Heretic Ruling Institute's Deputy Director, 8-star Imperial Beastmaster Ho Fangji, who has decided to recommend you to join the Heretic Ruling Institute, and in order to enter the Heretic Ruling Institute, you'll need to pass the test he's specially tailored for you. BR slash, quest, examination of the Heretical Ruling Institute, BR slash, capture a member of the Ancient God Cult's Yellow Cardinal, 5-star Royal Beast Master, or above, or defeat an Ancient God System Magical Beast, BR slash, quest reward, 1 Ancient God System Spiritual Treasure, 1 designated Magical Beast Evolutionary Route, potential points * 10, an Ancient God System Spiritual Energy Crystals * 100, BR slash upon seeing this unexpected quest, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. BR slash he looked up at the sharp-witted Ho Fangji across from him. BR slash he smiled slightly. BR slash I believe in you. You will definitely be able to enter. But, little brother is exempt. You can be my little brother later. BR slash Ho Fangji. BR slash how is it different from the novel again? BR slash I've said it so clearly. You still don't bow your head? BR slash with his face full of resentment. He looked at Lu Ming, who was leaving. BR slash at the same time. Ho Fangji sighed helplessly. BR slash suddenly. Lu Ming's figure regressed again and returned to his side. BR slash A? BR slash seeing Lu Ming come over, Ho Fangji's eyes once again revealed a flash of hope. BR slash but the next moment, he saw Lu Ming pull out his cell phone. BR slash speaking of which, you still owe me 2 million gold coins, right? Sweep or cash? BR slash by the way, a few of your classmates just now also said that they would be paid for rescuing them out, right? BR slash help me call them all over. Sweep the code one by one. BR slash Ho Fangji. BR slash. Chapter 45, traveling to the black market. Inside the VIP ward of Qingshui Private Hospital, Br/Lu Yi, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, violently opened his eyes. Br/Old Lu. Br/ a furious roar came out of his mouth, and the veins of his body directly tensed up. But the next moment, looking at the unfamiliar hospital in front of him, he could not help but freeze. Then, the familiar voice with a hint of lethargy came from beside him. What's the noise at night? You do not sleep, I still have to sleep. I'm going to sleep. Turning his head, he saw that his good brother was crouching on the side of his bed. This made Lu blink. Immediately afterward, a flash of delight appeared on his face. Good guy, we're out of the secret realm? I thought I was karma. As a matter of fact, you did almost karma. Your 2 kidneys were pierced by an ice pick and then frozen into ice sticks by the king of ice python. It took the rescuers an hour to salvage you from the ice. Lu? Seeing his dumbfounded look, Lu Ming then laughed and patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. This is a VIP ward. I let the doctor fix your kidney. The doctor said your original kidney was just the size of a walnut. Now it's bigger than a pig's waist. The first time I saw you in the hospital. I saw you in the hospital. At once, Lu Yi immediately got up and checked his condition. Only after turning around did he realize that, sure enough, on both sides of his waist, there were 2 more obvious scars. It made him subconsciously shiver. My goodness, a broken waist can be treated. This hospital technology is too developed. That's not true? A 4-star Imperial Beast Master attending doctor treating you. The treatment fee alone is 2 million gold coins. If this can't be cured, isn't it smashing the signboard of someone's store? Wait a minute. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. Looking at Lu Ming with his mouth wide open, he was in disbelief. How much is it for me to sell 1 waist? It's going to cost $2 million for you to cure me? Misty grass. I still have $100,000 in loans on me. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back even if I work part-time for the rest of my life. Looking at Lu Yi's pale face, Lu Ming immediately laughed and stopped teasing the other party. Immediately, he took out his own cell phone and waved the balance inside in front of Lu Yi. What are you afraid of? Our harvest in the secret realm this time hasn't been counted yet. Just look at how much there is to harvest and you'll know that 2 cashews it's nothing. What? 2 cashews are nothing? You'd die if you didn't brag about it. Just. When Lu Yi's eyes noticed the balance on Lu Ming's cell phone, his eyes almost didn't stare out. The series of zeros directly stunned Lu Yi. Individual. 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Misty grass. Old Lu, where did you get this $8 million from? You're afraid you didn't rob a bank? Looking at the series of numbers on the balance, Lu Yi instantly shed tears of poor batch. Is this $8 million a good way to come? Looking at the fat man with an incredulous expression. Lu Ming then hemmed and hawed. Normal secret exploration of course cannot earn so much. These are the gang of rich 2nd generation of the protection fee. There were 8 figures. This is not for you to do a waste maintenance surgery, well, it becomes 7 figures again. I drop a good boy. $2 million is enough to buy a yellow level magical beast egg, right? My waist is now more expensive than my entire family's worth. Lu Ming just raised his eyebrows. Have you forgotten? Brother but promised you, with me to take you to eat and drink. After saying that, Lu Ming, without saying a word, directly punched over a sum of money towards Lu Yi's account. Beast Fubo arrived at 4 million gold coins. Hearing this heavenly voice, Lu Yi immediately had a jolt throughout his body. Cool, it's cool. It's impossible to work part-time. With $4 million, he can be completely at ease as an ordinary person in his old age. This Imperial Beast Master. It's so damn lucrative. Immediately, he picked up his cell phone on the side of his bed and carefully checked the balance on it. Even what happened within the secret territory after he passed out, he didn't bother to ask anymore. At this time, Lu Ming's voice filled with compulsion once again rang in his ears. Is it cool? Cool. Do you want to feel better? Yes. Go. Okay. Where to? Being said so by Lu Ming, the fat man couldn't help but be stunned. But before he could speak, Lu Ming had already gripped him off the bed. After 12 o'clock, it will be another day's ward fee. 50,000 gold coins for 1 night. The landlord's family doesn't have spare food to live like this. Go. Take this money and let's go shopping. I just got a good place to go from Hofangji. It's just the right solution to your problem. After saying that, the two of them left the ward in a hurry. The surrounding nurses on duty watched. Nor did they have the slightest intention of stopping them. After Lu Yi left the hospital with Lu Ming. Into the eyes. A luxurious carriage pulled by a horse-type magical beast was seen right in front of the main entrance. A soldier-grade warhorse. Looking at Lu Ye's eyes almost didn't stare out. Old Lu. You can't spend money like this even if you have money, right? Bah. Money saved is a pile of paper. I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure what to say, he said. What is this? I'm going to show you what a money pit is later. After saying that, Lu Ming directly led Lu Yi into the carriage. The Imperial Beastmaster who maneuvered the carriage kept his head down the whole time and did not say a word. Even without Lu Ming saying his destination, the carriage driver was already driving. Sitting inside the built-in luxurious carriage, Lu Yi looked at the scene in front of him with some apprehension. Subconsciously, he swallowed his saliva. Old Lu, where are we going? The black market. Black market? Upon hearing Lu Ming's answer, Lu Ye's head was instantly filled with questions. And this black market was also a place that Lu Ming had managed to find out from Hofangji. Almost every city has a place similar to a black market. Passing Imperial Beast Masters can enter the black market to sell their goods on their own. Even some of the things that are not officially allowed to be sold can be found here. Spiritual energy crystals, magical beast eggs, spiritual skill books, and even spiritual treasures, secret treasures, and magical beast evolution formulas are all available here. Of course, buying from here requires sufficient eyesight and judgment. Because the black market is nominally a gray area. If one is not careful, one might get hit in the eye by a master counterfeiter. So this time Lu Ming came over, mainly for Lu Ye's highly poisonous salamander. He hasn't forgotten that he took on a Brotherhood mission earlier. 4 days have passed since the mission's 1-week deadline. Lu Yes has only grown 3 levels and has not yet reached the highest reward of the mission. At least let him rise 2 more levels, so that he can also gain potential points. Money can be earned again, but potential points don't come around very often. If you were to simply buy spiritual energy crystals, even the most common beginner beastmasters will be able to tell the difference between good and bad. Along with the carriage slowly stopping, a low voice of the carriage driver came from outside. 2 honored guests, we have arrived. Hearing the coachman's words, after the two inside the carriage looked at each other. The next moment, Lu Ming and Lu Yi simultaneously pulled open the door of the carriage. Chapter 46, Future Spirit Beast Pavilion Grand Master. There was no gloomy and damp background as expected. There was also no strange man wearing a mask and emitting a je laugh. On the contrary, the black market in front of us is much more formal than Lu Ming had imagined. The sky is filled with floating sly jellyfish. It is a kind of magic beast that survives as long as it consumes air amylase. During the day, it stays in the air and breathes in the air. At night, they can convert the air amylase stored in their bodies into light energy. The entire black market in front of us is surrounded by a large number of sly jellyfish. Emitting a ghostly blue but not hidden light. 3 or 2 Imperial Beast Masters, with their magical beasts, are walking on the streets. From time to time, there were Imperial Beast Masters setting up stalls on the side of the road, selling their items. At the same time, a group of patrol guards wearing uniforms and riding handsome class magical beasts. They swaggered through the streets. There is such a patrol squad with outstanding strength. Ordinary Imperial Beast Masters do not dare to act recklessly here. Stepping into the black market, Lu Ming and Lu Yi smelled a strange and exotic fragrance. Even the battle pets on them couldn't help but poke their heads out. Sniffing their noses, they kept sniffing the tantalizing fragrance around them. Lu Ming did not expect it either. The black market, rumored to be in a gray area, has made its one-stop service so formal. In addition to the materials needed by the Imperial Beast Master, there is no shortage of food, clothing, housing and transportation here. Lu Ming even saw a special store under the banner of Charmed Demon. Inside the store, there are several orange-level magical beasts called Charming Demons. It allows the user to make countless good dreams in one night. The customers lining up in front of the store are endless. Many of the customers who came out from it also had a face of relief. Corruption. It was really too corrupt. Next time I come over, I must personally go in and criticize this store. One cannot. Least one should not. You would like to see what it is that makes so many Imperial Beastmasters play with things. I go old Lou. This price is too expensive. I go to the big healthcare also only 500. Reasoning I understand. Where do you get the money to go to big healthcare? Is that the point? The point is that magical beasts are more expensive than people not right stem. It's very wrong. Why don't we go over there tonight and check it out? Next time The two brothers looked at the large line at the house with some regret. If they queued up now, they were afraid that all their time tonight would be wasted here. Right now. It's important for us to raise our strength. Go and look for the merchants around and see if there are any spiritual energy crystals that the poisonous salamander needs. Remember, we don't have enough eye circles to buy only spiritual energy crystals. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi then remembered his main business. He directly nodded his head. 4 million sounds like a lot. But if you were to buy spiritual energy crystals, you probably wouldn't be able to buy much. Lu Ye's goal was the Green Dragon Military School, which in previous years, there was a minimum of 1 star and 9 grades. If he can break through 2 stars before the Imperial Beast examination, only then can he be sure of getting into the Green Dragon Military School. This would require having the venomous salamander to quickly ascend. With this, the next duo kept scanning the black market in front of them. Luckily, because Qingshui City was not lacking in water-based secret realms. In just a few moments, the duo bought over 100 spiritual energy crystals. The money on their bodies had also spent a small half of it. In between, they also saw quite a few treasures in the black market. There were even stores that gambled on magical beast eggs. It is different from the randomized magical beast eggs of the high school. Although the magical beast eggs here also do not know their bloodline level. But they are all marked with the attributes of the beasts. The beast masters who need it can gamble on it. Lu Ming and the others saw that someone had just opened a yellow-ranked fire attribute magical beast. It caused the people around them to let out a gasp of surprise. Unfortunately, the chances of gambling on this thing are too great. After just watching the fun, Lu Ming and his duo gave up on continuing to watch. Then, the search for spiritual energy crystals continued. Soon, Lu Ming and Lu Yi came to another stall. The owner of this place wore a huge duck-tongued hat that directly covered its face. In front of him were quite a few magical beast materials, as well as spiritual energy crystals. Lu Ming even saw a bloodied magical beast egg. Boss, what kind of magical beast egg do you have here? This one. How about an air-hunting lizards? A yellow-ranked magical beast that possesses the flight attribute? If you need it $3 million to take it away directly. Drink. Hearing these words, not waiting for Lu Ming to speak. The fatty on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. How can you be sure that it is the magical beast egg of a yellow-grade magical beast? If you really have such a good thing, why don't you use it yourself? Boss, I just looked. The place over there that bets on magical beast eggs can buy a random magical beast egg for as little as 1,000. Hearing Fatty's words, the man with the duck-tongued cap on his head just laughed and didn't say anything. The black market is like that. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. The man in the duck-tailed hat just laughed and didn't say anything. But it's hard for people who believe in it to have a good outcome. There are a lot of fake beast masters out there. There are even some magical beasts that come with the skill of forgery. There have been stories of illusionist beasts committing fraud. So the water here in the black market is very deep. As long as it's not a cutie pie. As long as it's not a cutie pie. It's basically impossible to spend $3 million on an unknown but guaranteed magical beast egg. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave after buying the boss's batch of spiritual energy crystals. Suddenly, his body froze. Again, he looked at the duck-tongued man in front of him with some surprise. Because just now, his system actually moved again. As for the object of the system's movement. It was not someone else. It was the duck-tongued man whose face could not be seen in front of him. In order to pass the test and level up, you came to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which specializes in Imperial Beast Masters, at Summer's suggestion, where you met Su Dong, the Spirit Beast Pavilion's Grand Master, the legendary Grand Master who claims to be able to grant any Imperial Beast Master's wish, and in order to get his help, you need to pass his test and get his recognition. Quest, Legendary Grandmaster's Test 1, become a junior VIP user of the Legendary Grandmaster. Complete one of the other party's quests to prove your potential, or spend 1 billion gold coins at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. BR slash, task reward, potential points asterisk 5. 1D grade spiritual treasure with specified attributes. Spiritual art, locked. BR slash seeing the system's prompt. Lu Ming suddenly looked up. BR slash this person in front of him is actually the legendary Spirit Beast Pavilion's big boss? BR slash air. BR slash what is the Spirit Beast Pavilion? BR slash turning over the collection search. Lu Ming did not find any news about the Spirit Beast Pavilion. BR slash there was also no information related to the Spirit Beast Pavilion among the known Imperial Beast merchants on the market. BR slash so. BR slash the Spirit Beast Pavilion is the future of the top business district? BR slash good man. BR slash after seeing the missions prompts. Lu Ming still can't help himself. BR slash Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. BR slash the first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to see it. BR slash 1 billion gold coins? BR slash only to obtain the qualification of a junior VIP? BR slash this future legendary big boss is not to be trifled with. BR slash if he can obtain this future big brother's goodwill in advance. BR slash thinking of this. BR slash just as Lu Yi was about to pull Lu Ming away. BR slash suddenly, Lu Ming fiercely grabbed the bloodied magical beast egg in front of him. BR slash with burning eyes, he looked at the opposite duck-tongued man and directly said, BR slash 3 million gold coins is it? I'll buy it. BR slash. Chapter 47, The Landlord's Foolish Son. 3 million gold coins. I'll take this magical beast egg. BR slash upon hearing Lu Ming's domineering reply, the surrounding customers who were originally watching the spectacle, BR slash eyes were turned to Lu Ming's side. BR slash after hearing that he actually wanted to spend $3 million to buy a magical beast egg that didn't have any identification. BR slash the surrounding people immediately let out a burst of ridicule. BR slash in their hearts, they had already identified Lu Ming and Lu Yi as newcomers who knew nothing. BR slash one by one, they all gathered over. BR slash they pointed at Lu Ming and Lu Yi. BR slash where did the cutie come from? With this money you might as well get more gambling eggs. BR slash that's right. This 3 million could have bought some low-grade spirit treasures. Wouldn't it smell good to give it to your own battle pet? BR slash it's probably the young master of some family. People are stupid and have a lot of money. BR slash this little brother. My family's magical beast egg is the magical beast egg of the pale amazing dragon. The lowest opened is a rainbow level bloodline. Now sell you 3 million gold coins want? BR slash ha ha ha. Old Sue is teasing the little cutie again. Playing with it. The newcomers don't even believe in this kind of nonsense, right? BR slash in the face of the sneering laughter of the people around him. BR slash in the face of the sneering laughter of the people around him. Lu Ming acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. BR slash he has a very good reputation. But he is not the only one who has a very good reputation. BR slash Beast Fubo arrived 3 million gold coins. BR slash at that moment, the opposite duck-tongued man's cell phone within. BR slash came a clear and melodious tone. BR slash this. BR slash heard this sound. BR slash the customers around who were still watching Lu Ming's jokes. BR slash the smiles on their faces suddenly froze. BR slash the eyes that looked at Lu Ming again were as if they were looking at the landlord's stupid son. BR slash no way precious. Are you for real? BR slash good guy. $3 million just like that? BR slash young master. Handsome guy. Young master, do you want to come to my family's store to take a look? There's a lot of good stuff in my house too. BR slash right. I just got a C-rank secret treasure on my side. It's only 5 million gold coins now. BR slash come to my sister's booth and take a look. It's guaranteed to be a good deal. BR slash damn. How come I'm not the one with the best luck? BR slash I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I'm the one who's going to get the best deal. BR slash the people are pushing and shoving Lu Ming to pay up. BR slash the crowd pushed and shoved forward, trying to attract Lu Ming's attention. BR slash in the eyes, there was both greed and excitement. BR slash after all, it's rare to see a fat sheep like this once a month. BR slash if you are able to slaughter a knife. In the future a year of food and clothing is afraid not to worry. BR slash Lu Yi, who was beside him, looked at his brother with the same shocked face. BR slash the old Lu was completely floating. BR slash the first time I saw this, I was so shocked that I had to buy it. BR slash he gently shook Lu Ming's arm, suggesting that it was not too late for him to return the goods. BR slash Lu Ming, on the other hand, has been staring at the man in front of him with a straight face. BR slash seeing that the other party did not respond, Lu Ming once again squatted in front of the other party's stall. BR slash slowly opened his mouth. BR slash shopkeeper, there are still some things on my side. I don't know if you accept the goods. BR slash oh? BR slash this time. BR slash after hearing Lu Ming's words, BR slash the duck-tongued man finally reacted. BR slash slowly raised his lowered head. BR slash through the brim of the hat, Lu Ming saw the man's appearance for the first time. BR slash what he didn't expect was that the man looked unexpectedly young. br/br/ he was in his early 20s and had just graduated from college. His face was green, but his eyes were sophisticated, as if he was able to see through people's hearts. The corner of his mouth carries a smirk. I don't know why. When he saw the smiling face, Lu Ming always felt that the man in front of him gave people a feeling of shrewdness and calculation. He only revealed a formulaic smile, and his tone was neither intimate nor combative. Guest wants to trade, yes? This store does not trade within 1,000,000 gold coins. Hua. What a big mouth. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, the surrounding shopkeepers immediately became unsympathetic. Yoo-hoo. All the stalls are really letting you load up. Brothers, don't go too far. You eat meat and not even soup? You really have money. Why don't you open a store, but also set up what stalls? That's it. If you don't brag about it, will you die? Little brother, he does not trade, we trade. You have what good things? Directly take to us to see it? In the face of the surrounding ridicule. Lu Ming and Su Dong's faces did not show any other color. On the contrary, the two of them were staring at each other at the moment. Instead, the two of them are looking at each other as if they want to see through each other. Seeing that Su Dong on the other side has taken the bait, Lu Ming is no longer hiding anything. He gently patted his rat. At that moment, the rat came out of his pocket. Opening his mouth, Lu Ming's fist was shoved directly into the rat's mouth. Then in the rat's look of dismay, a D-grade secret treasure then appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Squeak *A Lord Silver. This is my secret treasure. The moment he saw this secret treasure, the surrounding crowd, which was still clamoring, instantly quieted down, scared to death. Hiss. In the next moment, bursts of sounds of sucking and cool air came from the surroundings. Even Lu Yi, at this moment, looked at Lu Ming with an incredulous face. No, old Lu, where did you get this thing? Hey, a group of rich second-generation friends I just met gave it to me. Huh? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. What rich second generation is so kind? Can you send it to me as well? Lu Yi didn't know that when he was in the spirit water beast Zephyr's secret realm, in order to live, all the students of the Noble Academy directly gave Lu Ming all the secret treasures on their battle pets. A dozen secret treasures, and when Mouse evolved, only 5 secret treasures were used. There were 8 secret treasures left. Lu Ming originally thought that he would give it to Ratmouse to use when the time came to help him level up. But now, it was clear that there was a better place for this secret treasure to go. Sure enough. After seeing this secret treasure of Lu Ming, immediately, there were knowledgeable business and customers in the surrounding area that revealed greedy gazes. An old man even cast a spiritual art to check out the secret treasure in Lu Ming's hand. Class D would attribute secret treasure. Purple Sun Wood. Long-term wear can increase the defense power of wood system magical beasts. Young man, I am willing to offer 2,000,000 gold coins if the secret treasure is given to me. Don't listen to him. I'm willing to pay 2,200,000. Give it to me. I'm from the Purple Gold Imperial Beast Chamber of Commerce. I'm willing to offer $2,400,000. $2,800,000. Don't even argue with me. My puppet beast happens to lack a spiritual treasure. However, in a moment, the surrounding people directly surrounded Lu Ming. Even Su Dong, who was on the opposite side of the room, revealed a hint of surprise when he saw the purple sunwood in front of him. But after hearing the offers from the people around him, he couldn't help but fall into silence again. Lu Ming, on the other hand, faced the crowd around him who were still frantically making offers. But his face did not show the slightest interest. Instead, he handed the purple sunwood to Su Dong and smiled. How about it, shopkeeper? Can this item be traded with you? Su Dong, on the other hand, heard Lu Ming's words but sighed slightly. He nodded and shook his head again. Yes, but I can't open a price as high as theirs. I can only open 2,000,000 gold coins. Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming could not help but be a little surprised. Then he couldn't help but look at Su Dong on the opposite side. He had just spent 3,000,000 gold coins to buy a magical beast egg. Su Dong must have more than this price on him. But he insisted on spending only 2,000,000 to buy it. What does this mean? Unless there was some kind of trading restriction on him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face suddenly revealed an expression of interest. 2,000,000 is 2,000,000. I'm a person who doesn't trade based on the amount of money, only on my mood. Chapter 48 Rainbow Class Magical Beast Recruiting Cat. Hearing Lu Ming's words, The surrounding vendors and customers immediately opened their eyes wide. One by one. They all looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. They did not understand why he would sell such a precious secret treasure to Su Dong at such a cheap price. Even Su Dong looked up at Lu Ming with a surprised expression. He could not understand why someone would be willing to do this money-losing business. He had already planned to give up, but at this moment, he once again had a glimmer of hope. The eyes that looked at Lu Ming all carried a touch of hope. This guest. You want to sleep with me, ah? Lu Ming. This person's brain is designated to be a bit of a major disease. At once. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I'm a person who buys things. The important thing is a feeling. I feel I can get more from you. That's why I'm willing to trade with you. Huh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the surrounding people immediately looked at Lu Ming with odd faces. There was even a regretful look of hatred on their faces. This gentleman. You sell it to our multi-treasure pavilion. We are willing to offer it at 3,300,000 gold coins. 3,300,000 gold coins. This price was almost the limit of the purple sunwood. It was even nearly double the price that Su Dong had offered. Upon hearing the words of this multi-treasure pavilion's shopkeeper, Su Dong's face once again flashed with a trace of gloom. But Lu Ming's next words gave him hope once again. Do you see me as someone who lacks your 3 melons and 2 jujubes? I've said it today. I won't sell anyone but him. This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face immediately flashed with a flash of surprise. Only just after raising his head, he saw Lu Ming shove the purple sunwood in his hand with an impatient face. Brothers. A customer of mine didn't say anything. What are you still grumbling about? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face was nothing but dismay. A touch of undisguised delight likewise blossomed in his eyes. This time, he finally stopped hesitating. In front of everyone, he directly received the violet sunwood in Lu Ming's hands. Harm. All of a sudden, a burst of painful regret came from the surroundings. The eyes that looked at Lu Ming again were as if they were looking at some rare treasure. The landlord's stupid son. Although stupid is a little stupid. But the money is also real money. The first time I saw Lu Ming and Su Dong, they had already completed the transaction. The people in the surrounding area are now dispersed with little interest. Only 3 or 5 people were left behind, and they were still watching Lu Ming and Su Dong's side. It seems to want to dig out some other interests from them. Su Dong in front of him looked at this piece of purple sunwood in his hand. Immediately towards the Lu Ming laughed. Then said, this gentleman, under Su Dong, the spirit beast pavilion's shopkeeper, has not yet asked for his name. Lu Ming. I don't have any hobbies. I just like to scatter coins. Good hobby. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face did not show any eccentricity at all. He even showed a thumbs up appreciatively. Then looking at Lu Ming in front of him with a burning gaze, he directly said, since the two of us met, it is also fate. In that case, I wonder if you, Mr. Lu, would be willing to engage in another transaction with me? Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming secretly said here we go in his heart. Without moving, he glanced at him and then smiled. Okay, but I am not interested in general business. It depends on what kind of business you are doing. Nodded. Only Su Dong struck out with a ringing finger. In the next moment, a formation appeared around him. Meow a lazy cat cry came out from the formation. Upon hearing this cat's cry, the mouse rat beside Lu Ming's body immediately trembled. As if it had encountered some great terror, it directly hid in Lu Ming's sleeve. In the curious gazes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Within the formation, a slender cat-like magical beast with a purple body appeared in front of the two. The body was cultivated and the 3 eyes were like 3 red gems. Seeing this peculiar magical beast, Lu Ming could not help but curiously open his pupil of judgment. In the next moment, the information of the magical beast in front of him was directly in his eyes. Race, trickster cat. Rank, general grade 4-star. Bloodline, rainbow grade. Talents, fair trade. Scale of trade, scattering wealth and gathering wealth. Universal trade, worlds only 7. Spatial technique, and dreams come true. Attributes, spatial. Gold. Weaknesses, absolute fair trade. The quality of the transaction must be conducted in accordance with the rules of the trickster cat. Weaknesses, absolutely fair trade. Quality trade must be conducted in accordance with the rules of the recruiting cat. Otherwise the trade will be considered invalid. Skills, bartering. Dreams come true. mouth-spitting gold pearls, space anchoring, br/evolutionary route, none br/equipment, treasure bowl br/guilt value, 0 br/looking at the familiarity of this cat-like beast in front of him, br/Lu Ming couldn't believe his eyes, br/what is the bloodline level, br/rainbow level, br/there are definitely no more than 50 rainbow-class magical beasts known in the world today. Lu Ming didn't expect that he would be able to encounter a legendary magical beast just by casually visiting the black market. He has never imagined that he would be able to encounter the legendary rainbow-class magical beasts. However, seeing the ability of this treasure cat, Luo Yi knew. The other party should be a magical beast that gets stronger by trading. And with its absolute fair trade character weakness, it's hard to get it to upgrade quickly. It's true that it's not good at trading in the early stages, but the further back it goes, the more counterintuitive this ability becomes. There are many things that can no longer be bought with money. Just that, dreams come true, ability alone. It has made countless strong people rush for it. Only to see that the treasure-inviting cat in front of him slowly walked out from within the formation. Gently sniffing its nose. It seemed to have sensed something good smelling on Su Dong's body. The next moment, a golden luster emerged from Su Dong's body. It was sucked into the nostrils of the beckoning cat. In an instant. Its rank rose from the original General Grade 4 stars to General Grade 5 stars. This ability, if it didn't have so many restrictions, this ability, if there were not so many limitations, would be simply unbelievable. Then, Lu Ming saw the treasure recruiting cat under Su Dong's gesture. It slowly walked in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, Su Dong's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Mr. Lu, please extend your hand. Upon hearing Su Dong's request, Lu Ming was slightly stunned, but he still extended his right hand. Just then, he saw the beckoning cat give a gentle lick on his arm. A gold coin tattoo appeared on Lu Ming's arm. In another blink of an eye, the gold coin tattoo disappeared. Then, Su Dong's voice could be heard ringing in Lu Ming's ears. This is our Spirit Beast Pavilion's VIP seal. If you need to trade, you only need to inject spirit energy into the seal. No matter when or where, I will immediately appear by your side. But there is a rule that the first transaction must not be less than 1 million gold coins, and each time after that, it doubles. If you don't have the gold coins needed for the transaction, the Spirit Beast Pavilion will refuse to serve you anymore and will also take back your seal. The words just fell. Lu Ming's system prompt rang out abruptly. Ding. Mission completion, Legendary Grand Masters Test 1, mission reward, potential points *5. 1 deranked spiritual treasure of specified attributes. Spiritual skill, locked, Chapter 49 Divine Great Skill, Dreams Come True. The sudden reward caused Lu Ming to stare in disbelief. Never in a million years would he have expected a quest that required 1 billion gold coins to complete. He actually spent only 3 million, plus a piece of secret treasure to complete it. Of course, this was not the most important thing for Lu Ming. The most important thing was this extra seal in his hand. Possessing it was the same as having a portable supply station of his own. Though it would cost a lot of money. But at a critical moment, it can even save your life. With this alone, Lu Ming felt that the money he spent today was not in vain. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Su Dong on the opposite side smiled slightly and continued. The other thing is, regarding the 2 million gold coins you just spent, I suggest that instead of taking the 2 million directly, you can purchase something more cost-effective from my side. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming's eyes could not help but light up. Let's say? Anything you want, as long as it's within 2 million gold coins, I'll be able to fulfill you. Sure enough, is it really the legendary dream come true? Although he knew that the treasure cat on the other side was not ordinary. But when he heard Su Dong say it himself, he still felt very unbelievable. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the ice spirit dragon python on the side and could not help but ask, if I want to obtain his evolutionary route, can you get it? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong could not help but look towards the ice vibranium dragon python on the side. Only to see the 3 ruby eyes of the trickster cat beside him blink. The next moment, the red light disappeared. With that, he shook his head. Immediately, Su Dong somewhat apologized. I am sorry guest, As far as I know, your battle pet's bloodline level has already reached the blue level. BR/BR/ if you wish to purchase its bloodline evolution formula, 2 million alone will not be enough. BR/BR/ sure enough. BR/BR/ since the ice spirit dragon python couldn't do it, the mouse rat was even more impossible. BR/BR/ then what else did one need to buy? BR/BR/ unbidden. Lu Ming's gaze went to Lu Yi on the side. BR/BR/ or rather the highly poisonous salamander hanging from his earlobe. BR/BR/ in the next moment, Lu Ming finally remembered what he needed. BR/BR/ pointing to Lu Yi's earlobe. BR/BR/ what about that one? My brother's highly poisonous salamander. I want to know its bloodline evolution formula. Is that okay? BR/BR/ow-BR/BR/ the words fell. BR/BR/ a violet luster violently erupted from the eyes of the trickster cat on the side. BR/BR/ a dazzling red light flashed in its eyes. BR/BR/ within a short while, a note appeared out of thin air in Su Dong's hand. BR/BR/ holding this brand new note, he handed it to Lu Ming. BR/BR/ when Lu Ming received the formula handed over by Su Dong. BR/BR/ after seeing the contents on it, he could not help but be slightly stunned. BR/BR/ the other party had given more than one bloodline evolution recipe for the highly poisonous salamander. BR/BR/ rather, it was a full 3. BR/BR/ absolutely fair trade. BR/BR/ will give enough for 2 million trade goods based on the price equivalent. BR/BR/ the dramatic poisonous salamander because it is a red-ranked magical beast. BR/BR/ the evolutionary recipes given were actually as high as 3. BR/BR/ King of Inferno Prison Salamander, Fire and Poisonous Yellow Level Bloodline. Bloodline evolution requires a C-level fire spirit treasure and 10 portions of poisonous magical beasts of orange level or higher's poison. BR/BR/ Wind Wing Taser, Wind Toxic Yellow Level Bloodline. Evolution requires a D-level wind spirit treasure and 10 copies of poison from an orange-level poisonous magical beast. BR/BR/ Phantom Night Siren, Illusion and Poison Orange-level Bloodline. Bloodline evolution requires a D-level illusion spirit treasure, 10 copies of orange-level onboard poison magical beasts poison, and 2 copies of the illusion magical beasts materials. BR/BR/ 3 evolutionary routes, corresponding to 3 magical beasts. BR/BR/ among them, the Inferno Prison King had the highest bloodline level. BR/BR/ the information of the Inferno Prison King can even be found online. BR/BR/ it is a salamander that possesses the ability of fire poison. BR/BR/ any enemy that is bitten by the fire poison will experience 3 debuffs, poisoning, burning, and severe pain. BR/BR/ in terms of tormenting people, the Inferno King is definitely a T1 class magical beast. BR/BR/ it's just that the poisonous lizard that evolved into the Inferno King will lose its small size. BR/BR/ speed is not outstanding amongst magical beasts of the same rank. BR/BR/ although the attack is strong, but if it can't hit anyone, everything is just empty talk. BR/BR/ but even so, to an ordinary Imperial Beast Master, BR/BR/ the Inferno Prison King is already as good a magical beast as they can get. BR/BR/ as for the evolutionary paths of the remaining 2 magical beasts, BR/BR/ Lu Ming searched around the internet, but unexpectedly found BR/BR/ nothing. BR/BR/ there wasn't any information related to the illusory night salamander phantom or the windwing demon on the internet. BR/BR/ what does this mean? BR/BR/ these are 2 new evolutionary routes that have never been discovered. BR/BR/ how many millions of evolutionary routes have been discovered in the 100 years since humans became beast masters? BR/BR/ but even so, there are at least 10,000 newly discovered evolutionary routes every year. BR/BR/ unknown evolutionary routes could make an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster leap into a hotly sought-after powerhouse. BR/BR/ but there are also cases where the evolution becomes silent. BR/BR/ the average Imperial Beastmaster would choose to take the steady route that had been officially established. BR/BR/ of course, this world is never short of betting dogs either. BR/BR/ just like Lu Yi. BR/BR/ looking at the 3 evolutionary formulas handed over by Lu Ming. BR/BR/ Lu Ye's face was also momentarily covered in tangles. BR/BR/ during the time he spent with the venomous salamander, he had already formed a tacit understanding with the little guy. BR/BR/ shadowing his opponent from time to time during battle was simply not too pleasurable. BR/BR/ if the poisonous salamander evolved into the Inferno Prison King, BR/BR/ it loses the old 6 hitbox from before. BR/BR/ so, BR/BR/ looking at the recipe in front of him, Lu quickly made a decision. BR/BR/ oh Lu, I'm going to take the Phantom Knight Salamander Phantom's evolutionary route. BR/BR/A? BR/BR/ upon hearing Fatty's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. br/br/ Are you sure you want to take this route? The Inferno Prison King can subsequently evolve into a pale Inferno Beast. br/br/ If you choose the evolutionary route of the Illusory Night Charmer, it's not clear if you can subsequently evolve again. br/br/ Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's eyes however, flashed with a touch of solemnity. br/br/ I've considered it. Although the Illusory Night Charmer only has an orange level bloodline, it uses more materials. br/br/+ Magical beasts of the Illusory Beast lineage are very rare themselves. I have a hunch that my poisonous salamander is more suitable to evolve into the Illusory Night Charm. br/br/ Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming only nodded slightly. br/br/ He naturally supported his own brother's idea. br/br/ Just in time. When he completed the legendary Big Boss 1 reward, br/br/ the system gave him the option to designate a spiritual treasure. br/br/ A spiritual treasure of the fantasy beast lineage, which he just happened to own. br/br/ What's the harm in giving it to Fatty? br/br/ System, I'm going to draw the designated spiritual treasure reward, and I'm sure it will be Illusionary Beast Lineage. br/br/ In the next moment, there was a flash in Lu Ming's hand. br/br/ A glittering, glazed colored gem appeared directly in his hand. br/br/ This is br/br/ Seeing the spiritual treasure in Lu Ming's hand, br/br/ Su Dong's eyes immediately widened. br/br/ A spiritual treasure fantasy glaze unique to the 5-star Secret Realm Fantasy Mountain Range? I did not expect that you, Mr. Lu, would even have such a rare prop. br/br/ The value of this spiritual treasure is even higher than the value of an ordinary C-grade spiritual treasure. br/br/ Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Yi on the side also immediately widened his own eyes. br/br/ Stunned, he looked at his own brother. br/br/ He did not understand where on earth he had gotten such a precious spiritual treasure from. br/br/ Misty Grass Old Lu, you are selling your ass? br/br/br/ Chapter 50, Evolution, Phantom Knight Salamander Phantom, Lu Ming. I see that you don't want this spiritual treasure. Seeing Lu Ming's black face, he was about to take away the dream glaze. Lu Yi immediately ran forward and hugged his brother's thigh. I was wrong. I was wrong, old Lu. I mean, have a rich woman to know. Introduce one to me too? ****** Off. Love want not. I have not eaten soft rice, nor do I have a rich woman. He threw the dream glaze in his hand to the fat man without a good mood. Then he turned his head to look at Su Dong on the side. Boss Su, do you have the remaining 2 materials here? I'm afraid of a long night and want my brother's battle pet to evolve immediately now. Of course there is no problem. For a total of 630,000 gold coins, I can immediately prepare the materials for you while also providing you with a private and safe house. After saying that, his contract opened again. A magical beast that looked like a castle appeared in front of Lu Ming. Race, Rock Fortress rank, Soldier grade 9 stars bloodline, green grade talents, Bastion of War, absolute defense, immovable as a mountain attributes, earth weaknesses, inability to move, speed permanently 0 skills, hidden space, copper wall, iron wall, absolute security, architecturalization equipment, healing spa guilt value, 0 The tall fortress was as if it was a magical beast made of bricks and stones. At Su Dong's command, the wraith slowly crouched down and turned into a real fortress. Following Su Dong, he walked into the interior of the fortress. Unexpectedly, it seems to be Su Dong's own chamber of commerce. Inside the huge exhibition hall, there are all sorts of commodities, props, and magical beast eggs. The wide array of goods has allowed Lu Ming to see Su Dong's strength. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Ye's curious gazes, Su Dong then smiled slightly and explained. Welcome to the Real Spirit Beast Pavilion. Although the current Spirit Beast Pavilion is not big, I am confident. Within 20 years, I will definitely be able to break the Spirit Beast Pavilion into the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming nodded non-committally. Possessing the legendary rainbow-class magical beasts. Not to mention that he really had this possibility. Next, Su Dong brought over all the venomous materials that the poisonous salamander needed to use. By the time Lu Yi had finished paying, immediately, he handed over all the materials to the venomous salamander in one fell swoop. After smelling the fragrance of the spiritual treasure in front of him, immediately, the poisonous salamander carefully climbed onto the dream blaze. Lu Yi, on the other hand, carefully passed the venom of each magical beast. One by one, he passed it onto the dream blaze. BR slash tick. BR slash one type of venom dripped. BR slash the color of the dream blaze turned red in a flash. BR slash then another drop fell, and the color of the dream blaze gained an additional layer of orange. BR slash with each drop of venom, the dream blaze will have an additional layer of color. BR slash when all of the venom has been dripped on. BR slash the dream blaze and the highly poisonous salamander crawling and supporting on it. BR slash all together. A burst of dreamy seven-colored luster erupted. BR slash Lu Yi, who was on the side, suddenly felt a powerful spiritual energy leap directly into his body. BR slash fatty. Run the meditative thoughts. BR slash hearing Lu Ming's prompt, Lu Yi then reacted. BR slash feeling this huge spiritual energy in his body. A flash of excitement could not help but flash through his eyes. BR slash he had a feeling that his evolved partner could give him a big surprise. BR slash 10 minutes passed. BR slash the luster in front of his eyes finally disappeared. BR slash Lu Ye's poisonous salamander has completely evolved into the Phantom Night Charm. BR slash through the pupil of judgment. Lu Ming finally saw the attributes of the Phantom Night Charm in front of him. BR slash race, Illusory Night Charmer. BR slash rank, mortal grade 6 stars. BR slash bloodline, orange grade. BR slash talent, illusion. Phantom, color changing. Poisonous. BR slash attributes, illusion. Poisonous. BR slash weaknesses, petite, 1/2 of its physical strength is reduced, and its speed is twice as fast as the original. BR slash skills, illusionary divergence, blending into the environment. Color change. Fraudulent venom. BR slash equipment, none. BR slash guilt value, 0. BR slash obviously, it's an orange ranked magical beast, but there are a full 4 skills. BR slash almost twice as many as a normal orange ranked magical beast. BR slash of course, this is not the main thing. BR slash just see the pitch black Phantom Night Salamander Phantom. Its body flickered with a bit of luster like a star. BR slash as it climbed onto Lu Ye's body. BR slash in just a few moments, Lu Ming was surprised to find BR slash the Illusory Night Salamander Phantom in front of him actually directly disappeared. BR slash a moment later, the Illusory Night Salamander actually reappeared under Lu Ye's earlobe. BR slash it looks even smaller than the previous size. BR slash but the speed is even better than that of a yellow level or even a green level magical beast of the same grade. BR slash but the speed is no worse than that of a yellow ranked or even green ranked magical beast of the same level. BR slash looking at his evolved partner, Lu Ye's face couldn't help but show a touch of ecstasy. BR slash at the same time, because of the Phantom Night Salamander Phantom's evolution, BR slash the spiritual energy that was fed back to him also brought his spiritual energy to a higher level. BR slash old Lu, I'm already 1-star level 6. BR slash in less than a short week, BR slash Lu Yi had managed to raise a full 5 levels under Lu Ming's tutelage. BR slash plus the evolution of the Illusory Night Salamander Charm. BR slash as long as there are those spiritual energy crystals, it shouldn't be a problem to impact a star 9 before the college entrance exam. BR slash as for Lu Ming himself, BR slash there are still 19 days until the college entrance exam. BR slash it's a bit difficult to ascend to 2-star level 5. BR slash but the difficulty shouldn't be too great. BR slash after making the last transaction, BR slash Lu Ming and Lu Yi directly bid farewell to Sudong. BR slash however, just as the two were preparing to leave, BR slash on Sudong's side, he then suddenly called out to Lu Ming. BR slash Mr. Lu, forgive me for saying one more thing, I see that you have contracted 2 magical beasts, so you should already be a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, right? BR slash yes, what's the problem? BR slash upon hearing Sudong's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. BR slash Sudong, on the other hand, the corners of his mouth lifted lightly, and his original formulaic smile gradually became sincere. BR slash then I will give you a free piece of information. After becoming a 2-star Imperial Beast Master you can apply for certification with the Imperial Beast Association. BR slash at that time, the association will give out a free spiritual art to Imperial Beast Masters called Imperial Beast Space, which is used to store your battle pet. BR slash at the same time, after the certification is successful, 2-star Imperial Beast Masters will also receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 yuan. BR slash oh? BR slash this is good news. BR slash although this news Lu Ming was also able to check. BR slash but without Sudong's reminder, Lu Ming might have taken a long time to react. BR slash as expected of a businessman, his eyes are sharp. BR slash perhaps it was because he had noticed the unsuspecting gazes around him. BR slash only then did Sudong make a kind suggestion to Lu Ming. BR slash after waving his hand towards Sudong, BR slash Lu Ming then took Lu Yi and directly left the black market. BR slash tonight's harvest was good and had far exceeded their expectations. BR slash after the two of them finished buying everything they needed, Lu Ming realized, BR slash the sky was already flooded with white bellies. BR slash thinking about Sudong's last reminder, BR slash Lu Ming couldn't help but blink his eyes before turning to Lu Yi on the side. BR slash fatty, I am going to go to the Imperial Beast Association to take a look. Do you want to go with me? Imperial Beast Association. Okay, let's go and have a look. I'm going to go to the Royal Beasts Association to see if you want to come with me. After becoming a 2-star Beast Master, won't I be able to live without having to go to work? I'm not sure. Chapter 51, Examination and Certification. The Imperial Beast Association is an important organization that officially manages Imperial Beast Masters in the Dragon Kingdom. All Royal Beast Masters with 2 stars or more were able to come here to register. There are many benefits after becoming a Royal Beast Master. For example, a monthly stipend. There are also spirit arts that are given out for free. Of course, after enjoying the benefits, it is natural to assume the corresponding obligations. For example, the need to be drafted during wartime, when the perimeter encounters criminals or magical beast attacks. The corresponding level of Imperial Beastmasters should also be prepared to be drafted. But even so, there are still countless Imperial Beastmasters who are eager to join every day. No one can fight alone without an organization. Unless you are a Dark Beast Realm Imperial Beastmaster. But even those Beastmasters have their own organizations. Before there was no other organization to consider joining. Choosing the Imperial Beast Association became one of the few options for ordinary Imperial Beastmasters. Early in the morning, a group of young people came to the Imperial Beast Association early. He was a student of the Qingshui Imperial Beast University. Qingshui Imperial Beast University was a local third-rate Imperial Beast University. However, even so, it was still the Imperial Beast University that many local students dreamed of. Wang Chang was a junior student at Qingshui Imperial Beast University. The reason why he came over so early today. It was to take the certification test for the 2-star Imperial Beast Master with fellow students and teachers. With this score, it was already not easy for him to become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Many of the school's older brothers and sisters. Until the time of graduation, they barely managed to become 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. This time, this batch of students who came over for certification are also basically all juniors and seniors. They had also occasionally met a few times when they went down to the secret realm in their weekdays. Seeing Wang Chang, immediately a few familiar students came over to greet him. You can do it. Little Chungzi, you've risen to a 2-star Royal Beast Master in your junior year? Doesn't this talent intend to go to graduate school? Joking aside, senior sister Su, my grades are average. Even if it's a third-rate Imperial Beast University, the minimum grade for graduate school is at least 2-star level 2. I guess I don't have a chance. Don't say that. There is still a year's chance, isn't it? Contract a powerful magical beast. There is still a chance. I did save up 3 million gold coins, intending to buy a yellow level magical beast to come. Yellow level. It might be a bit not quite enough. Why don't you take out a loan and try? Green rank is still hopeful. A few students chatted and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Wanting to go to graduate school. Even if it's just a graduate student from this school. That is also how difficult. They, students from ordinary families, contracted red-level magical beasts. Desperately trying to compare themselves to those second-rate or even first-rate university students. Maybe their own endpoint is just the starting line of others. No background, no connections, and no money. The best thing to do is to join the army. But even if you join the army, there are very few Imperial Beastmasters who can work their way up to 3 stars. Luckily, everyone was young, and just chatting for a while overshadowed the sadness. At this time, Wang Cheng heard senior sister Su, who was on the side, suddenly come to his side. Gossiping in his ear. Have you heard? There's a freshman student. I heard that he's already a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, and he came with us to participate in the examination this time. What? Upon hearing senior sister Su's words, Wang Cheng immediately widened his eyes. This talent is more than enough to go to a second-rate Imperial Beast University, right? How come it came to our school? I heard that it's because he took the breeder route, and his battle pet bloodline evolved. This freshman class is not to be outdone, and the teachers and professors are now each treating him like a baby. At once, Wang Cheng's heart was sour. There is no shortage of geniuses and people with opportunities anywhere. If it was possible, he also wished to become a 2-star Royal Beast Master in his freshman year. It was clear that the other party was still 2 years younger than himself, yet he had accomplished what it had taken him 3 years to accomplish. Sure enough, the gap between people. Sometimes it's even bigger than a dog. Picking his head up and looking around. Wang Chang could not help but feel some curiosity. Then. Senior sister Sue, what is the name of that schoolmate? Where is it? I heard that it is called Luo Jijie, but it didn't come with us. It was his counselor who personally sent him over. This treatment. TSK. Don't talk about it. If I can break through the 2 stars in my freshman year, my dad will have no problem carrying me from school. How do all these people grow? Obviously eating from the same cafeteria. You guys look. Counselor Chen's carriage. The one coming down should be Luo Jijie, right? After saying that, a group of people's gazes looked towards the teenager who stepped down from the carriage. He was spirited, and his eyes were filled with a confident luster. Completely different from them, the old gang of juniors and seniors. Carrying an eagle-type magical beast on his shoulder. Every now and then, a bit of fire would flutter out from its wings. Yellow rank magical beast flaming eagle. Seeing this magical beast, the faces of the crowd once again revealed a look of envy. Whether it was the eagle's wings, size, or beak, they were all larger than the unusual flaming eagle. It seems that this senior brother Luo does have 2 skills. Silently looking at the other party's magical beast. Wang Chang's face immediately revealed an envious shine. Then, these senior brothers and sisters saw Counselor Chen smilingly walk up to them. Catching the senior sister Su just now, he directly said, Su Mao Mao, you guys came to conduct the assessment too? It's only the 4th year of college that you're assessing ducks? Hearing the counselor's words, Su Mao Mao's face couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. It's not untalented. Teacher behind you, is the recent freshman year's man of the hour, Luo Jijie Luo senior brother, right? Good boy. Congratulations to your class for having a seed. I'm afraid this score can directly guarantee graduate school, right? Upon hearing Su Mao Mao's words, the smile on Counselor Chen's face suddenly grew even bigger. Yes. I brought your senior brother here today to do a certification. You guys who are senior brothers and sisters, do you want to let your senior brother? This. Hearing the counselor's words, the smiles on the faces of the people around them froze. But looking at the spirited teenager behind him, Su Mao Mao still decided to do the favor. Of course, we are not in a hurry anyway. Senior brother Luo come. All of them were Imperial Beast Masters, and they naturally recognized their identities long ago. If they were to offend a future genius just for a position. As long as it is not a little cutie. As long as it's not a little cutie, they won't do it. Although there is a slight reluctance in the hearts of several people, they still honestly gave up their positions. Seeing the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding senior brothers and sisters. The smile on Luo Jijie's face remained unchanged. Just as he was about to walk towards the certification hall ahead. Beside him, a snort suddenly and abruptly came out. Blind your dog's eyes. I'm not going to be able to get in line with your horse. My brother and I have been here since 5 o'clock. Get in the back of the line. Air. Hearing this not the least bit facetious chiding. Luo Jijie's originally sunny and confident smile suddenly froze. Looking up, he saw a fat man standing at the door, like a door god. Behind him, there was even a young man with sword brows and starry eyes. The age looks as if it is even younger than him. Unbidden. Luo Jijie's face slightly backed up a few steps and arched his hand. Excuse me both of you. I am Luo Jijie from Changshui Imperial Beast University. May I ask who you are? You who? College students can cut in line. We're still high school students. Are we mad? You have to line up even if you're. Hearing Lu Yi Viper's words. The crowd behind him who were originally still a bit indignant. One didn't pay attention and directly laughed out loud. The counselor behind him, after hearing Lu Yi's words, could not help but frown. Cold face walked up and directly asked. What are high school students doing here? Today is not a weekend either, right? Don't make trouble. Hurry up and go home or I'll sue your teacher. Hearing this big sister's words, the smile on Lu Ye's face increased. As for the other party being some Imperial Beast University counselor? Please. I'm not panicking at all, okay? You, a university counselor, minding our high school students? You're just pretending to be a horse. Even the bull system magical beasts aren't as good at bragging as you are. You call one and try it. What are we doing here in the Imperial Beast Association? The people, I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if you're a good person. Crowd. Lu Ming. Brothers, a word that offends both sides. Lu Ming. Brother, a word that offends both sides. br/br/ you are also quite a bully. br/br/ although I know you're speaking for me. Why do I feel weird? Chapter 52, Public High Schools Are Equipped with Geniuses? Hearing Lu Ye's words, br/br/ the crowd in the room was stunned. br/br/ especially that Counselor Chen, who broke out in a cold sweat. br/br/ he looked at Lu Yi in front of him, and then at Lu Ming who was standing behind him. br/br/ subconsciously, she gulped and couldn't help but ask, br/br/ you are students of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy? br/br/ bah, do you have to be a student there just because you have good grades? We're from Qingshui First Middle School. br/br/ Qingshui First Middle School? br/br/ hearing Lu Ye's words, Wang Cheng behind him couldn't help but to laugh. br/br/ at that moment, Su Maomao beside him looked at him with some curiosity. br/br/ he did not understand what he was laughing at. br/br/ seeing the gazes of the people around him, Wang Cheng then whispered, br/br/ I'm the one who came out of Qingshui First Middle School. Our school hasn't gone to any of the 4 major academies since it was founded, and at most, we'll go to the first-class Royal Beasts University. br/br/ if there is really a senior brother who comes to the examination and certification. At this time, it is not the 4 major academic institutions. br/br/ I'll believe you when you say he's a seed of the 2 top academies. br/br/ br/br/ after hearing Wang Cheng's explanation, everyone then reacted. br/br/ then they looked at Little Fatty and Lu Ming on the opposite side with odd faces. br/br/ rolled their eyes. br/br/ I thought how powerful, but it's just bragging? br/br/ young student, it's fine to come over here and take a look. Don't disturb our assessment. br/br/ that's right, a public high school student. Why come here if you don't spend your time on cultivation? br/br/ our counselor is careful. Don't you dare provoke him again. br/br/ who spoke? Who spoke? How am I being careful? br/br/ hearing someone behind her say something bad about herself. br/br/ that counselor surnamed Chen's face suddenly changed. br/br/ turning his head, he viciously gouged out the group of old school helpers behind him. br/br/ then, only to hear her snort coldly and look towards Lu Yi. br/br/ a student of Qingshui First Middle School, right? And came for a 2-star certification, right? br/br/ tell me your names. If you don't succeed in your certification today, I'll be sure to have a chat with the principal of your school. br/br/ maliciously influencing the certification of the Imperial Beastmaster examination. This is punishable by expulsion from school. br/br/ upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi then looked at each other in unison. br/br/ then, both of them extended their middle fingers at the same time. br/br/ stupid batch. br/br/ you guys, good. Qingshui First Middle School, right? It's really produced 2 great talents. br/br/ seeing Lu Ming and Lu Ye's attitude, this counselor's face instantly plummeted cold. br/br/ after angrily shouting, he was about to call the staff over. br/br/ he was about to call for the staff to come over and take these 2 disruptive students away. br/br/ but just as she was about to call someone, br/br/ in front, a staff member wearing the uniform of the Imperial Beast Association suddenly walked over. br/br/ with a formulaic smile on his face. He didn't show the slightest bit of doubt because of the situation at the venue. br/br/ just saw him pick up the tablet computer table in his hand and asked with a smile, br/br/ who was Mr. Lu Ming Lu? Your 2-star test certification is about to begin. br/br/ hearing the staff's words, Lu Ming immediately raised his hand. br/br/ here. br/br/ after saying that, he ignored the faces of the group behind him and walked straight over. br/br/ and the staff, after seeing Lu Ming's young and handsome face, could not help but show a touch of surprise in their eyes. br/br/ then once again picked up the forms and shouted one by one. br/br/ Su Maomao, Sun Si Miao, Chen Jinxin, Xiao Haoren, are these 4 Imperial Beast Masters here? br/br/ upon hearing the staff's question, Su Maomao immediately stood up. br/br/ then seemingly thinking of something, she immediately said, br/br/ hello, I would like to give my spot to this senior brother of mine. Can you accommodate me? br/br/ sure, as long as you guys say yes. br/br/ after saying that, the other party tapped a few times on the tablet. br/br/ he nodded to Luo Jijie, who had long been ready beside him. br/br/ Luo Jijie, right? Come with me. br/br/ soon. The 4 people whose names were called successively followed the staff out of the hall. br/br/ only a group of students from Qingshui Imperial Beast University were left behind to watch the counselor's good show in the hall. br/br/ Counselor Chen, who was left out in front of the hall. only felt humiliated. BR/BR/ pointing at Lu Ming, who had just left. He couldn't help but curse. BR/BR/ a student from a public high school. And you still want to have a 2-star certification? BR/BR/ hey, public high school ate your family's rice? What's all the bickering about? BR/BR/ upon hearing this old woman's words, Lu Yi was instantly displeased. BR/BR/ my brother came to take the exam on his own merit. What do you care? BR/BR/ seeing that Lu Yi remained here, the opposite side of the counselor Chan's eyes suddenly became stern. BR/BR/ just as she was about to move forward, Su Mao and the girls behind her immediately stopped the counselor. BR/BR/ don't be angry, counselor. Just 2 high school students, not so much. Master Luo's grades are more important, aren't they? BR/BR/ it's illegal to make a move here. BR/BR/ that's true. BR/BR/ but one by one, all of them revealed gazes of watching a good show. BR/BR/ they have long been dissatisfied with this guy who brought students to cut in line. BR/BR/ this little fat guy is simply their ready-made mouth double. BR/BR/ more cursing. I feel like I'm about to get a kick out of hearing it. BR/BR/ seeing that a group of students are looking around. BR/BR/ Counselor Chen then gave a cold snort of displeasure. BR/BR/ looking across at Lu Yi. His eyes were filled with displeasure and disgust. BR/BR/ a middle school student, right? If your classmate can't pass the test, just see if I go to your school and sue you guys. BR/BR/ don't think that just because you're students I'll be merciful. BR/BR/ poor students like you will be the scum of society. BR/BR/ third-rate Imperial Beast University is the end of the line for you. BR/BR/ upon hearing the counselor's words, the faces of the surrounding students, who were still watching, turned cold. BR/BR/ the eyes that looked at the counselor were also vaguely irritated. BR/BR/ this old woman, this is even a piece of them scolded? BR/BR/ which of the students present were not admitted to a public university? BR/BR/ the old woman has gone crazy. BR/BR/ the students in this room are all from public universities. BR/BR/ and Lu Yi, after hearing the other party's words, just laughed. BR/BR/ in the next moment, the spiritual energy of his entire body exploded out without reservation. BR/BR/ a 1-star, level 6 spiritual energy instantly pounced on the crowd. BR/BR/ there was no malice, just a simple display of his spiritual energy level. BR/BR/ this is. BR/BR/ seeing the spiritual pressure on Lu Yi, the crowd present immediately had a judgment. BR/BR/ one by one, they looked at Lu Yi in front of them with some surprise. BR/BR/ this is. A star level 6 now? BR/BR/ boy, this achievement already has no problem in bailing out the third-rate Imperial Beast University, right? BR/BR/ more than that. There's still more than half a month to go before the college entrance exam. BR/BR/ hiss. That impacting a star 7 level is surely no problem. By then it will at least be a second-rate Imperial Beast University, right? BR/BR/ hee. It's not impossible for a first-rate Imperial Beast University to put in effort. BR/BR/ that guy just said. TSK. BR/BR/ after saying that, a group of people immediately looked at their own guide with a derisive gaze. BR/BR/ hearing the words of the surrounding students, that female guide's eyes immediately flashed a flash of panic. BR/BR/ it only felt like her face was slapped hard by Lu Yi. BR/BR/ in the next moment, her face instantly turned into a pig liver color. BR/BR/ where did the poisonous mouthed and talented little fatty come from? BR/BR/ beside her was Su Mao and his group. BR/BR/ seeing that his own guide was about to red warm up. BR/BR/ one by one, they stifled their laughter, but still rushed forward to stop and divert their attention. BR/BR/ alright guide, don't be general with him as a high school student. Speaking of which, senior brother Luo and his group's examination is about to begin, right? BR/BR/BR/. Chapter 53, Alarming the Association. At this moment, inside the examination hall, BR/Lu Ming looked at the equipment in front of him with some curiosity and uncertainty. BR/luckily, there was a staff member beside him, explaining how to conduct the assessment throughout. BR/hello Mr. Lu, next you have 1 minute to prepare for the 2-star certification assessment. BR/this assessment will be a comprehensive certification of your spiritual energy level, spiritual art level and also Imperial Beast level. BR/BR/ if you defeat the Imperial Beast puppet developed by our association and pass the test, you will be awarded the certification badge. BR/may I ask if you are taking the 2-star first level Imperial Beast master test? BR/no. I'm taking the 2-star second level examination. BR/oh? BR/ upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the staff couldn't help but be slightly stunned. BR/ flipping through his identity information. The next moment, His pupils suddenly shrunk. Hello Mr. Lu, I just looked at your information. You are taking the test for the first time, correct? Yes. A student of Qingshui First Middle School? Yes. Alright Mr. Lu, wait a moment. This side will upgrade the level of the Imperial Beast puppet for you. It will start in a minute. After saying that, the venue fell into silence. Inside the originally empty hall, 6 Imperial Beast puppets suddenly rose from within the platform underneath. These are special mechanical puppets developed by the official government, possessing the attributes of the 5 elements. Each combination was completely randomized. But most of them are controlled within a certain range of combat power. Lu Ming roughly felt their strength. Except for the slightly larger puppet in the center, which possessed a 2-star strength. The 5 behind him are probably at the peak of 1-star strength. This test is still somewhat difficult. If it was simply a battle pet, dealing with these 6 magical beasts. If you are unlucky, you will directly lose if you encounter attribute restraints. So not only does it assess the level of the battle pet, but it also assesses the strength of the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual arts. If there is no cooperation between the Beast Master and the battle pet, it will be difficult to pass the test. But this was not a problem for Lu Ming at all. In the next moment, a golden mantle spirit art directly struck the rat's body. Are you ready, mouse rat? Squeak. Looking at Lu Ming's profile on the tablet. Yilong, the examination officer in charge of Lu Ming, subconsciously flashed a flash of gravity in his eyes. The profile showed that Lu Ming had just turned 18 years old. Currently, he was still a student at Qingshui First Middle School. A student of Qingshui First Middle School, participating in a 2-star second level examination as soon as he arrives? If this were to be spread out, Qingshui City would definitely be shaken up. There is still at least half a month before the college entrance exam. It's amazing that there are already senior high school students advancing to the 2nd star. No. This matter must definitely be reported to the president. They, Qingshui City, are afraid that there is an extraordinary genius. Immediately, he picked up his cell phone and dialed the president's number. With a ringing of the phone. In a short while, a majestic voice came from the opposite side. Did something happen to the association Yilong? Reporting to the president. Everything is normal in the association. However, there was a little accident during the 2-star Imperial Beast Master assessment and certification today. A high school student came over to sign up for the 2-star second level Imperial Beast Master certification. What? Hearing the subordinate's words. Simon Long, who was still fishing with his old friend in the 4-star mysterious realm, suddenly froze in his hand as he threw out his fishing rod. You said that there are students who are really certified 2-star second level Imperial Beast Masters? Are you sure? Isn't it the Ho family's that second kid? Didn't I see him last time he was only 1-star 7th level? Who knows? The answer of the subordinate on the other side of the phone. Let Simon Long was surprised again. It's not Ho Fangji. The information shows that the other party is a student of Qingshui First Middle School. Boom. The lake in front of Psy Raptor suddenly burst into a spray of water. A general gradefish demon beast, tens of meters tall, violently leapt up from the lake. The huge fangs are about to bite the muscular fish food in front of him. But the next moment, an even more huge armored gorilla. The fish monster in front of him was directly pinched in the palm of his hand like a chicken. Upon hearing Yilong's reply on the other end of the phone, Simon Long's ancient and unperturbed face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Qingshui First Middle School? An ordinary family student? No. Is a special hardship family? The information shows that their family lives in the slum area. Boy. What an unbelievable monster that is. Just wait. I'll be right back. With that said, Psy Raptor retrieved his rod straight away. In one leap, he jumped onto the body of his royal level battle pet, the armored ape. Back to the association. Qingshui City has produced such an interesting genius. I'm afraid this year's Imperial Beast examination will not be boring, haha. 1 minute passed quickly. As soon as the countdown's 3-second beep ended. The next moment, the 6 mechanical puppets on the opposite side violently pounced towards the treasure-hunting mouse. On the body of the leading mechanical golem, which was shaped like a boar, violent flames erupted. Almost instantly. The speed of movement was so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly. The moment its huge pig's head was about to slam into Mouse Rat. Boom. A huge explosion resounded throughout the venue. The invisible ripples in the air shook the surrounding tempered glass directly out of the silk cracks. In Yilong's surprised gaze, a golden statue with a human-sized rat's head appeared behind the treasure-hunting rat. It was the rat's skill, Dharma Heavenly Image. With just a single grip, the incoming boar golem was caught in a death grip, making it difficult for the opponent to shake it by half again. Then, he saw Mouse's Dharma phase exerting a fierce force. Click. The two metal fangs were instantly broken by it. Taking advantage of the moment when the mechanical puppet's body lost its balance. Rumble. The fist of steel directly smashed onto the pig-type golem in front of it. Instantly, its hard head was directly hammered flat by the phallic phase. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Yilong beside him subconsciously widened his eyes. Even an ordinary soldier-level magical beast would have to carefully deal with a magical beast for half a day. The treasure-hunting mouse on the opposite side hammered the other party in with just one punch. Is this still the treasure-hunting mouse he remembered? Ordinary treasure-hunting rats are usually battle pets used to explore ruins. Few Imperial Beast Masters train them as their main battle pet. He had read a lot of information and literature about treasure-hunting rats. He hadn't seen any treasure-hunting rats with such special abilities. Could it be that? It was a battle pet skill that this teenager in front of him had cultivated on his own? Hua. An extraordinary genius has really appeared in Qingshui City this year. Just as Yilong was pondering, a majestic and mellow laughter suddenly came from beside him. Hearing this laughter, Yilong was just startled and hurriedly lowered his head. President. Waving his hand, Sai Monglong signaled Yilong to be casual. Then his eyes looked directly to Lu Ming there at the bottom. I watched the kid's battle pet fight with ease. Unlike an ordinary soldier-grade magical beast. Why don't we give this kid a difficulty level? Hearing the president's words, Yilong's face couldn't help but flash a trace of difficulty. Chairman, this is out of order, right? It's fine. My rules are rules. When he's finished, ask that kid if he's willing to participate in the elite examination. If he is willing, immediately place him on it. Chapter 54 Elite Examination. A fist smashed out. The entire floor of the examination room was instantly smashed out with a crack covered in spiderwebs. The last mechanical puppet was hammered directly into the ground by Mouse Rat's Dharma phase. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, Lu Ming couldn't help but show a touch of relief on his face. The difficulty of this test is not as great as I thought. Looking around, he searched for the examiner who was in charge of him before. Just Yilong hurriedly walked towards his side. Seeing the treasure-hunting mouse's battle record, the other party could not help but smile slightly. Mr. Lu, congratulations on completing the examination. Given your strength, our side recommends you for the elite examination. I wonder if you are willing. Elite examination? Upon hearing the words of the assessment officer, Lu Ming could not help but stare. On the internet before he came here, he didn't see that the Imperial Beast Association still had the so-called elite examination. What is this elite examination? Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled look, the other party immediately explained with a smile. The so-called elite examination is generally only for the elite Imperial Beast Masters that the association is optimistic about. As long as the Royal Beast Master completes the examination within the hidden time limit, he will be able to arrange for the examination to take place. All of them can be arranged for the elite examination. After becoming an elite member, you will double the monthly stipend you receive, and you will also be able to enjoy a 10% discount on all stores under the Royal Beast Association. The purchase of Secret Realm tickets is also prioritized. There are many benefits. So many benefits. So there are quite a few obligations to fulfill, right? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the smile on Yilong's face remained unchanged. He nodded his head directly. In order to ensure the training of newcomers, the association establishes new secret realms in various places every year. In addition to the military department, the association will also arrange for elite Imperial Beastmasters from the neighborhood to be responsible for assisting. Of course, this is not voluntary labor, and the pay is very substantial. Hearing Yilong's words, Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly nodded. In that case, I'm going to participate in the elite examination. Then, as you wish, the examination will begin in 5 minutes. The next moment, countless mechanical magical beasts appeared in the hall. Clearing those Imperial Beast puppets out. At the same time, it also repaired the originally destroyed trial hall back to its original state. In a few moments, The elevator at the bottom slowly levitated up. Two examiners appeared in front of Lu Ming. On the left and on the right. The two examiners summoned their battle pets. On the left is an ape-like magical beast wearing armor, with hair as red as fire. On the right is a tortoise-type magical beast with a shell as bright as a jewel, which has been motionless since entering the hall. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming immediately saw that these two were extraordinary. One was a soldier grade 3-star yellow-ranked magical beast, the Stormbringer fiery ape. It also possessed the 3 talents of fire gathering, stampede, and scattering. The other is a 3-star soldier grade yellow-ranked magical beast, the diamond turtle. It possesses the 3 talents of diamond shield, elemental resistance, and Xuanwu shield. 1 attacker and 1 defender. Very difficult to deal with. And Lu Ming's test requirements are not just as simple as defeating the opponent. He also has to defeat his opponent within the stipulated time. Otherwise, the test will automatically be judged negative. In the face of the two raging beasts, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked to the side of Mouse Rat. Are you ready? Squeak. Petri dish. Go on Mouse Rat. Spirit art, spirit shaping golden body. Intense spiritual energy was pumped out of his body, and a brilliant golden light immediately coalesced on Ratmouse and the Dharma phase behind him. Even the Dharma phase faintly emitted a layer of metallic texture. Looking at the suddenly changed Mouse Rat on the opposite side. After the two Imperial Beastmasters on the opposite side glanced at each other. They also immediately cast their spirit arts. Spiritual art flame branding. Flame branding. The flame damage received by the marked beast during the marking period increases by 30%. Spiritual art immovable as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain. When the battle pet is immobile, all attribute defense increases by 25%. Riotous fiery ape. Use the flame machine gun. Sustained attack. Diamond turtle. Use Xuanwu guardian. Protect the riotous flaming ape. Upon hearing the Imperial Beastmaster's order, the two battle pets directly let out a violent hiss. In the next moment, countless shields that shone like diamonds condensed around the Diamond Sea Turtle's body. Guarding at the heels of the riotous flaming ape. The riotous martyr ape in front of him, on the other hand, condensed countless red-colored flames in its hands. Towards the treasure-seeking mouse. It continuously threw them. While the flames were thrown towards the treasure-seeking mouse. It actually split into several fireballs in the air again. However, in a moment, the original fireballs directly blocked the path of the Ratmouse advance directly. Mouse Rat. Use metal mastery. Squeak. Under Ratmouse's control. The entire surface of the ground was directly lifted up. The ground made of metal was the best battlefield for Mouse Rat. The moment the flames smashed into these metals. These metals were then melted. However, the melted metal was actually utilized by the treasure hunter rats once again. Liquid metal takes control. The metal that was melted by the high temperature was like rain on a stormy day. Rapidly smashing towards the two magical beasts. The sky of liquid metal smashed onto the diamond turtle's shield. Immediately, there was a crunching sound like rain hitting a banana. In just a few moments, the shield of the Diamond Sea Turtle was filled with the sound of glass shattering. Seeing this scene, the faces of the two Imperial Beastmasters changed at the same time. The attack power of the treasure-seeking mouse on the opposite side was a bit strong. If the fight continues like this, the situation will be unfavorable to them. Riotous flaming ape. Use fire diamond horn. Diamond turtle. Use diamond ice pick. Upon hearing the royal Beastmaster's order, the two battle pets immediately shifted their attack forms. The riotous fiery ape, which was originally responsible for attacking, was now scattering a bunch of thorny fire diamond horns towards the ground. Once an ordinary magical beast stepped on it, it would immediately obtain the Scorch debuff. Under the riotous flaming ape's talent of scattering. The fire diamond horns that were originally sprinkled onto the ground instantly turned into a large pile. Almost spreading the ground in front of them directly. The diamond turtle beside him, on the other hand, spat out countless ice hammers as hard as diamonds from its mouth. The diamond turtle spat out countless ice hammers as hard as diamonds from its mouth, and shot them towards the opposite Mouse Rat. The diamond ice hammers hit in front of the metal-controlled iron shield. It directly dented the metal in front of it. Seeing that the diamond ice pick is getting more and more, the metal in front of him is about to be completely destroyed. Immediately, Lu Ming made a bold decision. Mouse. Charge forward, then use Fathom to finish off your opponent in one go. Br/squeak. Br/instantly. Mouse Rat's body violently erupted with a layer of golden light. The speed soared as it quickly sprinted towards the front. Countless metals in the surroundings were torn into piece after piece by the metal mastery. It was constantly thrown out towards the two battle pets on the opposite side. But these metal fragments that flew out would in turn be quickly melted into liquid metal by the flames of the riotous flaming ape. Before the metal could strike, it had already melted into a puddle of iron. In the face of the treasure-seeking mouse's attack. The faces of the two Imperial Beast Masters could not help but reveal a cold smile. The two Imperial Beast Masters have a cold smile on their faces. Seeing that the treasure-seeking mouse stepped on the fire diamond horn, the two of them couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. This time, the riotous flaming ape's royal beastmaster did not let his battle pet attack. Instead, he had his battle pet hide behind the diamond sea turtle. Diamond sea turtle. Use giant turtle shell. After saying that, the diamond sea turtle's turtle shell directly enlarged 10 times. The huge turtle shell directly blocked the sprinting treasure seeker rats. Countless metals, along with the treasure hunting rats, crashed towards the huge turtle shell in front of them. Rumble. A loud bang. Even the testing ground steeply let out a huge tremor. In the next moment, the treasure-seeking mouse's eyes turned into mosquito eyes. With a thud, it directly fainted. Seeing this scene, the two Imperial Beastmasters of the association couldn't help but show smugness on their faces. Yilong, who was standing beside the president, could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. Still too young, or maybe Chin Fan and Ma Guts and the two of them are too good together. The assessment win rate in the association also maintains at 85.7%. Wouldn't it be a bit too difficult for a newcomer in his first assessment for you to directly put them both on, President? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Simon Long on the other hand shook his head unconcernedly. The young man is high-minded and proud. Losing or winning will be good for him. Besides, if he can't even carry this setback,